Chapter 281. Be a hero who saves Palomia. At noon the next day, Kilgane and the other two had already made various preparations in Kazan Mansion, including some hidden personnel, poisons, traps, all for the purpose of killing Klein. In addition, they prepared a large number of magic spirits. Regardless of whether this thing has any effect on Klein, they prepared it first. Even if Klein can remove the effect, as long as he eats it, removing the effect will always consume magic power. So their goal will be achieved. Holly also invited several children from other families to come to her house to play, so that when Klein comes, they can naturally carry out some entertainment projects. They are all young people. Isn't it normal to have some fun, after almost preparing everything? Kilgane said, the existence of this person will destroy the entire plan of our Skull and Bone society. Today, we must kill Klein no matter what. Do you understand? Kilgane's expression was serious, and Holly and Manuel also nodded heavily. Yes. Klein took out his beehive in a restaurant not far from Kazan Mansion. Hey, the worker bees are all dead. It seems that this woman named Holly is quite alert. At this time, the 5 members of the team were eating and drinking here, looking very leisurely, while Nick and his 20 or so Black Cross members seemed very restrained, because they were going to deal with the Kazan family today. Nick saw that Klein had not taken any action, and finally couldn't help it. It's noon now. You have been bragging here for a whole morning. Why don't you take action? Klein looked at Nick with a little contempt. Nick in his previous life was such a wise leader. Why did the Nick in front of him look like a cerebral palsy, and he had to train himself? Oh, it was really hard to bear. Don't worry. We're going now. I'm afraid that the Kazan family will keep us for dinner, so I think it's better to go after lunch. Then why are you wearing our Dark Crusaders uniforms? You don't have any special purpose. Do you? At this time, Klein and Lilith were wearing the Dark Crusaders uniforms. Although they were too big and too small, they didn't fit well. But if the belts were tightened, there was basically no problem. Faced with Nick's questioning, Klein also looked at his Black Crusaders uniform and explained, Ahem. Today we are participating in your Dark Crusaders investigation. If you have a uniform, it will be convenient to do things. You know? Nick didn't believe a single punctuation mark of what Klein said now. I don't know shit. I'm telling you. Don't use the name of our Dark Crusaders to do anything out of line. No. No. Look at me. I'm a simple person. Just a member of the GS Society. I always say what I mean. When Klein said this, Joe and Eric choked at the same time. After Klein stared at them with a gloomy face, they both swallowed the food without even drinking water. Nick looked at Klein doubtfully and said, I hope what you said is true. Then how do you plan to enter Kazan Mansion? Sneak in? Or use that note? Klein blinked innocently. What note? Where do I have a note? I don't know what you are talking about. Nick's uneasiness became stronger. Klein asked him to bring so many black crosses here. Could it be that he really wanted to trick him? Klein's style of doing things made it more and more possible. Nick said uneasily, Can you tell me your plan first so that I can cooperate with you? I told you that this is a secret plan. If I tell you in advance now, is it still a secret? I will keep it a secret. Klein put the last piece of meat into his mouth, wiped his fingers, stood up and patted Nick's shoulder. It's a secret that can't be told to anyone. If you tell others, it's gossip. Don't worry. We are not following each other. You are the captain of the Black Cross, and I am a small member of the GS Society. Are you afraid that I will cheat you? Nick's eyes were full of suspicion. He wanted to say, I really feel that you will cheat me. But now he has no other choice. He can only rely on Klein to help him solve this demon case. After eating, let's go. Let's go to the Kazan family now. Klein brought more than 20 members of the Dark Crusaders to the door of the Kazan Mansion. Nick saw that Klein's momentum was a little wrong, and asked quickly, What are you going to do? Isn't the plan today for you to use Holly's note to enter here, and then conduct a secret investigation? What are we doing here in the Kazan Mansion? This is the Kazan Mansion, the home of Minister of State Sora. Do you want to die? Klein curled his lips and looked at Nick with disdain. When did I tell you to sneak in here? Look at your ID. Your medal. Your ID card. You are a Dark Crusader. The Empress is the boss in the Imperial capital, and you are the second in command. What are you afraid of? What's wrong with the Minister of Political Affairs? Isn't he just an office worker? Why are you panicking? Other Black Cross brothers, follow me. I am in charge of this case. The Kazan family has a huge connection with the Demon Spirit case, and it is very likely that it is the base of the Skull and Bone Society. If you fail to solve the Demon Spirit case this month, you will be held accountable by the entire Palomia. By then, it will not only be the Kazan family's business. You are the Dark Crusader of the Imperial Capital, the Empress's direct troops. Do you want to be a coward for the rest of your life? Or a hero who saves Palomia at this moment? Choose for yourself. After saying that, Klein led his team and strode towards the Kazan mansion. The members of the Black Cross were stunned for a moment, and after looking at Nick and Klein, they quickly followed. Nick was stunned, and he shouted to Klein, "Stop! Klein, you're crazy!" Nick's words made the members of the Black Cross stop, but Klein only used one sentence to dispel the concerns of these Black Cross members. "Am I wrong? You are afraid of the Kazan family, but you are not afraid of the Empress. If you don't solve the demon case, what will happen to you?" Nick wanted to say that the Empress had not been in charge for more than 10 years. But in his position, it was impossible to say such words openly. Not to mention that what Klein said did make sense. When Klein was in front, Lilith poked him and whispered, "A lifelong coward. But now, he is the hero who saved Palomia." This sentence is quite exciting. "I didn't expect you to say such a morale-boosting sentence." Klein shrugged. This kind of poisonous chicken soup was everywhere in his previous life. Just watch short videos, and you will get dozens of them in a minute. Keep calm. Basic operation. Don't be silly. Huh? What does don't be silly mean? While Lilith was still wondering, Klein had already brought people to the door of Kazan Mansion, and said to the guard very domineeringly, "The Dark Crusaders are doing business. If you don't want to die, get out of the way." Nick, who had been following the end of the team, was stunned. "If you don't want to die, get out of the way. You are not a member of the Dark Crusaders." "Okay." The guard looked at the aggressive Klein and was also a little stunned. They had been watching the door of the Kazan family for a long time. The visitors were always polite. It was the first time they saw someone as domineering as Klein. "We need to make an announcement." "What the hell? By the time you've made the announcement, everyone will have run away. Come on. Follow me in and catch them." Seeing Klein's attitude, the guards didn't dare to stop him, and could only run directly into the mansion, while Klein and his men followed behind the two guards. Kilgane, who had been waiting for Klein in the mansion, was discussing with Holly and Manuel. They were also discussing various unexpected situations that might occur after Klein arrived. For example, what if Klein didn't want to attend the party? What if Klein didn't want to eat? What if Klein discovered the demon? And so on. But just as they were perfecting their plans, the guard suddenly rushed in. Manuel, the second young master, frowned and scolded, "Why are you so flustered? Can't you see that we are discussing something very important?" "But," second young master, the Dark Crusaders rushed in and said they wanted to arrest people. "Arrest people? We are the Kazan family. And the Dark Crusaders dared to break in. Is Nick Fury crazy?" Holly also frowned and stood up. The direct intrusion of the Dark Crusaders might ruin their plans, so they had to be on guard. Is it possible that this matter has something to do with Klein? But before anyone could answer, Klein had already rushed in with the Dark Crusaders. Kill on. Manuel and Holly had all seen Klein's photos, so they naturally knew who he was. And Holly had had direct contact with Klein in the World of Warcraft market, and praised him as a handsome guy, and was even more familiar with him. Although they were very surprised why Klein rushed in wearing the Black Cross uniform, they still had to remain calm. Holly looked at the aggressive Klein, then exchanged glances with Kilgane, and immediately pretended to be very puzzled and said, Aren't you the handsome guy who gave me a squirrel that day? I also gave you a note of mine. Remember?" Klein looked at Holly calmly. The young man had good acting skills, but I didn't practice in vain during this period. Klein showed a puzzled expression. "Squirrel? What squirrel? What note? I don't know what you are talking about." "Miss, I don't know you. And I have a girlfriend. Your low-end pickup tactics are ineffective against me. I am working. Please don't change the subject. If you continue to harass me, I will add the crime of obstructing the Dark Crusade's official duties and arrest you." Holly was stunned. "It was you who bumped into us first that day, and now you pretend not to know us? You have a girlfriend? You still use low-end pickup tactics?" She looked at Kilgane and Manuel. The three of them were a little overwhelmed. They set up many routines and traps for Klein. We just had to wait for Klein to come. Unexpectedly, Klein did come. But he didn't come with Holly's note. Instead, he rushed in with his men. Why didn't this guy play by the rules? Chapter 282 Arrest Warrant. Klein's hand-drawn drawing. Manuel knew that as the second young master of the Kazan family. He knew that he couldn't say nothing at this time. Holly was her sister. And Kildon was the butler. So he was the only one who was suitable to speak out. You have to understand that this is the home of the Minister of State Affairs. That is, my father Soleda Kazan. You broke into a private house without permission. Do you think the laws of the empire are nothing? Manuel's momentum was very strong. And his words made some members of the Black Cross hesitate. But Klein quickly gave everyone a shot of confidence. Klein took out a document, stood in the middle of the Kazan family, turned around, and said righteously, the Kazan family is suspected of the Palomia demon spirit case. Among them, Kildon, Holly Kazan, and Manuel Kazan are suspected of colluding with the extremist organization Skull and Bone Society. Now we will arrest the Kazan family members. You have the right to remain silent. But every word you say will become evidence in court. This is an arrest warrant. Please cooperate. Otherwise we will arrest you by force. The members of the Black Cross were a little confused. But when they saw that Klein had an arrest warrant in his hand, and there was a magic official seal on it, they immediately felt confident. They also acted according to the rules, and were not afraid of a hammer. At this time, Nick was also confused. Arrest warrant? Is it true or false? He knew that the Dark Crusaders had this thing. But the Imperial capital has been corrupt for more than 10 years. In the Imperial capital, where you don't know how small your official position is until you go out. The Black Cross branch in Palomia now basically acts according to the other party's identity. There has been no formal arrest warrant issued for nearly 10 years. Because in the Imperial capital, an arrest warrant requires the official seal of the chief's office. Joe, who was standing behind Klein, was also confused. He knew that his brother was very capable. But this arrest warrant was a bit too much. Joe secretly asked Lilith, Captain, where did my brother get the arrest warrant? This requires the official seal of the Black Cross leader. Although they have been merged, Joe is still used to calling Lilith Captain because he recognizes Lilith's ability. As the only person who knows about this matter, Lilith looked at Joe expressionlessly and said calmly, he has a hammer arrest warrant. He wrote it himself last night. He drew the official seal with chicken blood and sprinkled some arcane powder on it. Perhaps because she has been with Klein for a long time. Her way of speaking has also become a bit of Klein's habit. Hammering hammers at every turn. Joe widened his eyes. Forging the official seal of the Black Cross leader is a capital crime. Is this okay? This is a capital crime? Compared to Joe's surprise, Lilith was very calm. She said calmly, I'm not panicking. Why are you panicking? Have you seen the real official seal? No. That's it. The real official seal hasn't appeared for almost 10 years. These people were probably still playing in the mud in junior college 10 years ago. Do you think anyone has really seen it? But what? And you have to remember that this was done by the Dark Crusaders. Our GS Society is just assisting in the investigation, and has no knowledge of the Dark Crusaders' arrest process. Do you understand? Lilith looked calm. She learned how to pass the buck to others, and remain calm from Klein. Joe looked at his Dark Crusaders uniform, and said thoughtfully, Is this okay? I have gained some strange knowledge. Klein walked in front of the three people in Kildon, and said to Nick on the side, Captain Nick, what are you waiting for? Arrest them, and take them back for investigation. Nick hesitated. He had offended them. If he could really solve the demon case, he could not only prove the Kazan family's guilt, but he would not be implicated. He could also secure his position as the captain of the Imperial Capital Division. At this time, he could no longer hesitate. Nick walked up and said to Manuel, Master Manuel, please cooperate. I will go back with us. You don't want us to arrest you by force, do you? Just when Nick was about to handcuff Manuel, he suddenly spoke up and pointed at Klein and said, Wait a minute. I suspect your arrest warrant is fake. I want to see your arrest warrant. Nick was shocked and hesitated a little, because he had guessed that Klein's arrest warrant was probably fake. Why? Can I see it? Klein laughed. What's wrong with seeing it? But you better be careful. This is a real arrest warrant. Don't damage it. Klein handed the arrest warrant to Manuel, and Manuel read it carefully. Every charge, every decree, every arrestee, executor, specific matters, signatures, and official seals were all there. And there was absolutely no problem. This made Manuel wonder. Is this arrest warrant real? Klein sneered in his heart. Although he was a junior among juniors and playing this kind of word game, it was too easy to fool a rookie like you. After all, Klein had also experienced the baptism of a certain contract in his previous life. The artistic level of the contract of a certain article was so high that it crushed all living beings. His skills were simply not comparable to those of the rookies in this world. Although Klein only learned a little bit of the surface of a certain article, he could already fool the big guys from all sides in this world, and be full-time in various ways. Have you read the arrest warrant, Master Manuel? Manuel had never seen what the official seal of the leader of the Black Cross looked like. But the entire arrest warrant document was indeed flawless. Now, he was a little troubled. Klein brought nearly 30 members of the Black Cross here. With so many people, they couldn't kill them all silently. But they couldn't go back to the Palomia security department with Klein and the others. Now Holly and his ring still had a large number of demons, which must not be exposed. Normally, it is impossible to directly search the items in the ring when investigating these people. But the current situation is a little different. This group of Dark Crusaders dared to break into their Kazan mansion and forcibly arrest people. Who knows what will happen when they are taken back to the Imperial Capital Security Department. This is absolutely not allowed. While Manuel and Nick were in a stalemate, Kildon quietly crushed a special communication bone bead used by the Skull and Bone Society. Although the shattering of the bone bead would only produce a very small fluctuation of magic power. At such a close distance, with Klein's keenness, it was naturally easy to capture it. Naive. Klein has always felt that the so-called communication bone beads of the Skull and Bone Society are garbage. It's not that he looks down on the Skull and Bone Society. In terms of technology, compared with the magic communicator of the GS Society, the communication bone beads are really garbage among garbage. There is no argument. Klein saw through it but didn't say it. He knew that Kildani had most likely called someone. But he was not panicked. The bigger the incident, the better. Because the bigger the incident, the harder it would be to suppress it. The power of Minister of State Soleda is too great. And Klein is not sure whether this person has any connection with the Skull and Bone Society. This is the biggest difficulty of this matter. So, in order to implement the results of this investigation, Klein felt that it would be better to catch the people red-handed and first convict the people in front of him. After the interrogation, Kildon and Manuel exchanged glances, and Manuel turned to Nick and said, "We are innocent. But as a descendant of the Kazan family, I am willing to cooperate with the Black Cross's investigation. But I hope that you, the Black Cross, will not wrongly accuse good people. Because in Palomia, our Kazan family is not making trouble." Manuel was kicked in the ass by Klein only halfway through his boasting. It is the most boring to listen to others bragging, let alone enemies. Manuel, who was kicked, looked at Klein angrily. "How dare you kick me? Don't brag there. Come with us, and I will treat you well when we return to the security department." Klein's straightforward threat made Manuel's eyes flash. This person did not play by the rules at all. If the three of them were taken back to the security department, they would definitely be tortured. No, I have to let others take action on the way. Escape first, and then let his father Soleda find a way to clear them. Now, there is no need to fight this psychopath to death. After Manuel thought about it, his tone softened. "Okay, I can go back with you. But I hope you will be polite and pay attention to my identity. You are still pretending to be cool at this time. And you talk too much nonsense. Let's go!" In this way, Klein and his 20 or so Dark Crusaders really brought out the three people from the Kazan family. Chapter 283 I Call for Help. What about you, because of their identities? Manuel and the other two did not wear handcuffs. But Klein did not care. When they left Kazan Mansion, he squinted and looked back. Klein felt that after they left Kazan Mansion, more than a dozen auras had followed them. And the number was still increasing. There are quite a few people. I just don't know when they will start. It seems that this trip back to the security department is not easy. Hearing Klein sigh, Lilith asked, "What's wrong?" They called for help in the back. "I don't know how many people will come. And I don't know if we can deal with them. These Black Cross members are not ours." In the absence of information about the specific number and strength of the other party, it is a bit dangerous for the five of us to act alone. Lilith roughly understood what calling for help meant. But this time, she gave a different opinion. If they can call for help, can we do the same? Now Perona's mecha provides a lot of conventional combat power for Jiesha. And many Jiesha executive department members are relieved. They can call people from the Skull and Bone Society. And we can also call people from Jiesha. The Skull and Bone Society and Jiesha have been mortal enemies for many years. What are you hesitating about? What's more? You are carrying out your mission normally now. If they can call for help, why don't you call for help? Lilith's words made Klein stunned for a moment. His habit in Jiesha is to handle problems that he can handle by himself. And if he can't handle a problem, then the team will handle it. If even their team can't handle this problem, then try another way to deal with it or not deal with it at all. However, Lilith's words gave Klein some reminders, giving him a new way to solve the problem. Calling for help. He is a formal member of Jia Society. Others can call people. So why can't he, even if his relationship with Esmond is very special? It doesn't affect him calling people. Call people? I always feel weird. Your target is the entire Jia Society. You can take this opportunity to get familiar with the true strength of the members of the Jia Society's executive department. You make sense. Klein nodded. He called Becky and asked Becky to communicate with the Jia Society's executive department in the name of the team. Headquarters. This is Becky's team. We are now carrying out the task of investigating the case of the Imperial Capital Demon Spirit. We have arrested 3 suspects who are suspected of being related to the demon spirit of the Skull and Bone Society. In the suspect's home, we felt the breath of a large number of masters. But we did not act rashly. Now we are not strong enough to fight. We request the headquarters to provide support from at least 5 regular execution teams. Headquarters has received it. Becky's team. Please protect yourself and your team members now. At this time, Esmond, who was sitting in his office, picked up the vibrating communicator on the table. Hey. Becky's team requested 5 teams for support? I see. Let them go directly. Klein and Joe. These 2 guys have only just learned to call for help. Their brains are really slow. After turning off the communicator, Esmond grabbed a cookie on the table and took a bite. Then picked up the report on Perona's new model GTX 1010 and read it carefully. Klein and his team stopped halfway through the walk. And Nick looked at him in confusion. We'll be at the security department soon. Why are you stopping now? Klein looked at Nick, who was a little anxious, and shook his head. Nick, you don't really think we can take them back to the security department? Do you? What does this mean? I don't know if you are eager to make a contribution, or you are just giving up. Don't you notice that there are suddenly fewer people on this street? Nick came back to his senses after hearing Klein's reminder. Although there are fewer people on the street, there are still some people. Is there anything wrong with this? Klein took out the light of the brilliant moon and pointed the sword at the carriage escorting Holly and the other 2. This aggressive action surprised Nick. Klein, what are you doing? Klein didn't answer her. The light of the brilliant moon suddenly shot out a blue light, and the energy beam instantly penetrated the carriage. And the carriage also shattered at the same time. Killon jumped out with Manuel and Holly. What are you doing? You are crazy. Klein. Just as Nick was yelling, a large number of bone spears suddenly appeared at the end of the street and shot at everyone. The unprepared Dark Crusaders were immediately hit by spears and fell down. Although this was a very crude surprise attack, the large area and large amount of attack coverage still dealt a heavy blow to the Black Crusaders. At this time, Nick shouted in shock, enemy attack. Defense. The members of the Dark Crusaders quickly opened up a defensive formation. And Killon took advantage of the attack of the Bone Spear rain to drag Manuel and Holly away from the Dark Crusaders. Just as he was about to leave, a strong sense of crisis suddenly came, and an inconspicuous fist hit him with a strong wind. The instinct of self-preservation made Killon subconsciously dodge the attack. And the real target of this fist was Holly, who was hit by Klein's sword. Not good, Holly! Boom! How domineering Lilith's fist is. Usually only the dead know. Anyway, after the second level, Holly was hit by Lilith's punch. All the ribs on the right side were shattered. The entire right half of the lung ruptured on the spot. Lilith's punch did not hold back at all, and really hit the opponent half to death. However, when Lilith attacked, the second wave of bone spears had already flown over, and Joe extended his bones to resist the flying bone spears. Eric put on the golden shield of truth for the 4 of them to resist the impact of the bone spears. Only Klein was ignored. Anyway, everyone knew that he would not die. However, the people of the Black Cross were not so lucky. The quality of the members of the Skull and Bone Society was obviously higher than theirs. And this kind of long-range attack was really hard to defend against. In the end, Klein could only raise an ice wall to block these people, and stop most of the bone spears. With Eric's shield, Lilith went through the bone spears, and chased Holly, who was lying on the ground not far away. It looked like she was really going to beat Holly to death. Manuel, you go first. Yes. Kildon looked at Holly lying on the ground with her chest pierced by Klein's lightsaber. And then looked at Lilith, who was rushing towards her. His face was a little ugly. They didn't expect Klein to take the lead when they were about to attack. And now Holly was seriously injured. Holly knew too much information and had a special identity, so she couldn't give up casually. He had to stop the green-haired girl in front of him. Kilgore came to Holly's side in advance, and threw a heavy punch at Lilith. Bang! The collision of fists made the dust on the ground vibrate. Lilith, who was defeated by the punch, flew back. Standing on the ground, he shook his hands, took an attacking posture again, and rushed towards Kilgore. Kilgore frowned. He was a 4th level, and the opponent was a 3rd level. In this situation, the opponent was not injured. It was really outrageous. Kilgore knew that he could not drag it on any longer. He took out a smoke bomb from his ring, and threw it on the ground. Bang! The smoke exploded, and Lilith immediately stepped back alertly. This kind of smoke contained an unknown poison, and even she could not inhale it in large quantities. After Kilgore fled with Holly, Klein blocked another wave of bone spears. Although this consumed a lot of magic power, he had no choice but to do it. Although these Black Cross members are a bit useless, they are basically Nick's confidants. And you just use the Black Cross. You can't just let them be a target. Lilith looked at the retreating Kildon and gave up the pursuit. Brother, aren't we going to chase them? Klein pointed at the injured Black Cross members and said, if we chase them now, wouldn't that be brain dead? Look at this group of crooked people. What can they do for us? You don't really want to fight 10 of them, do you? What should we do now? Just watch them go. I've called for help. Wait for the rest of the GS Society to come. Although Klein was protecting the Dark Crusaders, Nick and the members of the Black Cross always felt that there was something wrong with the way Klein spoke. He didn't give them face at all. Such a person is a bit annoying. Chapter 284 The Skull and Bones Society Base hidden in the Imperial Capital. Klein did not pursue Kilgore as he left with Manuel and Holly. And the Skull and Bones Society members in the distance did not use bone spears to attack them, and the Black Cross members from a distance. This matter seemed to have settled down. Looking at Nick with a grim expression, Klein asked, how is the situation on your side? 4 people died and 11 were injured. This damn Skull and Bone Society. I didn't expect that their hands have stretched so far that they can insert so many people into the entire Imperial Capital. After saying that, Nick's face was both angry and a little desperate. He was finished. Klein was not surprised by the Skull and Bone Society's erosion of the Imperial Capital, because this was obviously not a short-term plan, and the demon spirits could cause such a large-scale effect, which was definitely not something that could be carried out by 2 people, just like the Platini family before, and the current Kazan and Kuran families. They are likely to have a relationship with the Skull and Bone Society. Maybe they were not members of the Skull and Bone Society at the beginning, but if they were controlled by something like the demon spirit, nothing could be said. The people Nick brought were all people he trusted. Now not only were his people injured, but the 3 suspects from the Kazan family, who were captured at great risk, also ran away. Not to mention that he offended the Kazan family. It would be unlikely for him to carry out similar actions again. After this experience, the Skull and Bone Society will definitely be more careful. Now that the demon spirit case is about to expire, Nick is undoubtedly the biggest loser today. If they had not confirmed the charges against the 3 people from the Kazan family, it would be too easy for them to deal with their group of small employees of the Black Cross with the power of the Minister of Political Affairs, and then whitewash this matter. If the Empress was still here, they would still have these opportunities. But if the Empress doesn't care about state affairs, then Minister of State Soleda will be a figure who can cover the sky with one hand. Nick looked at Klein desperately. The Dark Crusaders investigation department was already useless. With his identity and ability, it was impossible for him to invite Khan from the assassination department and Cucasero from the intelligence department. So if there is anyone who can pull him out now, then it is only Klein. When the Black Cross forces cannot be relied on, what other forces can confront the Skull and Bone Society head-on? The GS Society behind Klein is undoubtedly one of them. Klein, Does our cooperation still count? Facing Nick's question, Klein raised his eyebrows and did not answer directly, but asked a counter question. You didn't do well what I asked you to do. And you're a little too thoughtful. The conditions we agreed on before were not implemented. Tell me, does our cooperation still count? Nick gritted his teeth. You helped me this time. And I will help you unconditionally in the future. No matter what it is. Klein laughed. It's good to have a need. He is most afraid of people who don't have a need. Words are not enough. Mr. Nick. Contract? You are a magician. We can sign a contract. A master-servant contract. Speaking of this, the smile on Klein's face became even stronger. Although Nick's ability is average, he can still distinguish the form. Master-servant contract? Haha. This is really a good suggestion. I like contracts. Mr. Nick. Klein's research on various contracts is really no less than his various attack magic. There is no way. He has to study the food he eats. After establishing a true master-servant contract with Nick, Klein said, Nick, take your people back first. In addition, leave me 100 Dark Cross uniforms and your ID cards. Leave the rest to me. It should take less than 2 days for me to give you a satisfactory answer. Nick looked at Klein. He knew that after leaving Klein with the Black Cross uniforms and ID cards, the Black Cross would definitely take the blame for what they did. However, he had no choice but to nod deeply. He had no choice but to trust Klein. Here are 100 Dark Cross uniforms and our spare ID cards. I am waiting for your good news, Lord Klein. After handing over the 100 uniforms to Klein, Nick took the wounded of the Black Cross back. After watching Nick and the others leave, Klein and the others stopped where they were and waited quietly. While waiting, Klein suddenly asked Lilith, Lilith, why did the Dark Crusaders of the Imperial Capital end up like this? If anyone knows something about the Dark Crusaders, it must be Lilith. The Dark Crusaders are still very strong. But that only refers to the Intelligence Department and the Assassination Department. The Investigation Department is indeed getting worse year by year. The main reason is that the upper level has a gap in strength, lacks leadership, and has no support from the Empress, which has led to a decline in real power. Isn't the head of the Investigation Department Daedrine Carroll? She hasn't appeared for more than 5 years. It seems that she disappeared with Flando at the time. It is said that she accepted a secret mission from the Empress. No one knows where she is now. After Carroll left, the Dark Cross Investigation Department became worse and worse, and has become a department similar to the Security Department. Klein nodded. There must be more reasons for the Black Cross to fall into this state. But they had no way of knowing the specific situation. Soon, Gwyn brought 5 execution teams from the GS Society. Among the 5 people, except Klein, only Lilith knew Gwyn's current situation. So when they saw Gwyn, they saluted naturally. Lord Gwyn. Gwyn nodded to Becky, who was still the captain in name. Becky, where are the people from the Skull and Bone Society? They have left. They actually attacked on the streets of the Imperial Capital. These people from the Skull and Bone Society really don't know how to live or die. It seems that they have forgotten that the Imperial Capital is the territory of our 3 major societies. And it is not something that the Skull and Bone Society can touch. How many people did they have just now? At this time, Klein stood up and answered, from the frequency of the attack. The number of people who besieged us just now exceeded 50. But now they have evacuated. Gwyn nodded. Then do you have any means left to pursue? Klein smiled, yes. At this time, Kilgane had brought Holly and Manuel to a hotel in the Imperial Capital, the Palomia Light Chaser Hotel. The hotel's doorman and front desk staff had flashing eyes after seeing Kilgane. But they didn't say anything. Just watched Kilgane and Holly walk into the hotel naturally. After passing through several doors, Kilgane and Holly entered a magic elevator. This elevator has the signs of floors 1 to 10, which seems very normal. But after Kilgane touched the panel on the elevator platform, the floor panel of the elevator slowly changed to floors 0 to -19. After Kilgane pressed the button for the -6th floor, the elevator surged with magic power and descended rapidly. The distance from the first floor to the -1st floor is very deep. They descended for more than a minute before reaching the -1st floor. However, after reaching the -1st floor, the height of each floor also became normal. Not long after, the 3 of them arrived at the -17th floor. There are a lot of medical equipment here. But these medical equipment are very strange. Unlike the modern hospitals of the Royal College and Giesha, The medical equipment here looks like instruments made by evil wizards. The middle-aged necromancer regularly looked at the seriously injured Holly and asked Kilgane, "Kilgane, what happened to you?" "Holly is seriously injured. She has lost too much blood and her lungs are shattered. Treat her quickly. They are the descendants of Soleda." "You were assassinated?" "There was no assassination. Just a very direct attack. Stop talking nonsense and treat Holly quickly," Kilgane said impatiently. Regli nodded and carried Holly to the treatment table. Regli roughly ripped Holly's clothes off, and then used a scalpel to directly cut open her chest. The broken bones and shattered lungs were entangled together, and Regli's treatment was also very rough. He pulled out Holly's broken ribs one by one. The unconscious Holly's body kept twitching, which should be a natural reaction of her body to the pain. After cleaning the ribs, Regli pulled out Holly's lungs. Then he clasped his hands, opened the summoning circle, and summoned a fresh corpse. A batch of good goods was delivered in the past few days. Holly's luck is really good. Regli took out new lungs and bones from the corpse, and put them on Holly's body, and then used the corpse explosion technique in the necromancy magic to make a small explosion in the places that needed to be spliced, so that Holly's body and the corpse's lungs were connected together. After dealing with these, Regli put Holly in a transparent red pool to soak. After finishing all this, Regli clapped his hands. "It's not a big problem. She will wake up in a few hours. It will probably be at night." Kilgane nodded. This mission failed very thoroughly. They didn't expect that they had prepared so many traps for Klein, but none of them were used. Not only that, Klein also violently arrested them. It can be said that the development of things was completely beyond their expectations. "Manuel, you stay here to watch Holly. I'll go report to Lord Seth." "Yes." Kilgane returned to the elevator, pressed the button for the -19th floor, and came to the last floor of the underground base. The 19th floor is different from the areas above. It is more like a large resting place. In the center of the 19th floor, a woman was tied to a pillar. Her hands and feet were broken and her ankles were bleeding. And the 5th level Death Knight Andre was looking at the woman with pleasure, as if appreciating a fine work of art. "You can't do such a simple thing. Leah, do you think I should kill you?" The woman looked at Andre with dead eyes and said, "I'm sorry, Lord Andre. I deserve to die. Please give me a chance to be your servant." Kilgane came to the center of the 19th floor expressionlessly, and watched Andre cruelly abuse the woman. Chapter 285. The members of the GS Society have assembled. Aware of Kilgane's arrival, Andre let go of Leah's chin and turned to look at Andre. "Just now, the front desk has sent a message saying that Holly is seriously injured? Haha. This is funny. You can get injured while squatting in Kazan Mansion? Did the multi-person party go too far? Haha. We are carrying out a mission, and some reasons led to the failure of the mission. So Holly was injured. The failure of the mission is even more unforgivable. Kilgane, you are such a waste." Andre and Kilgane are members of the Skull and Bone Society at the same time. But Kilgane's performance has always been better than Andre's, which also made Andre have a deep resentment towards Kilgane. But Andre had an adventure some time ago, and his strength magically broke through to the 5th level. Since then, the gap between his status and Kilgane has been widened. It has to be said that fate is such a tease. Facing Andre's ridicule, Kilgane didn't feel angry at all. He just stood there calmly and didn't say anything. After a while, another voice came from behind Kilgane. "Shut up, Andre. Strength is not the capital for you to mock your companions. In addition, tell me the reason for your failure." Kilgane, the 5th level necromancer, Seth, the old butler of the Platini family, walked in. "Yes, Lord Seth, we prepared many traps for Klein, but he did not use Holly's note to contact us as we expected. Instead, he came as a Dark Crusaders and produced an arrest warrant with the official seal of the Black Cross leader to violently arrest us. He brought a lot of people with him at the time, and it was Kazan Mansion. We had no way to forcefully attack them in that environment. So the mission failed and Holly was injured during the escape." Heh. Black Cross official seal. It's been nearly 10 years since it appeared. And you can believe it. Trash is trash. Enough. Andre, can quarreling solve the problem? Is it time to quarrel now? Seth interrupted Andre, who was mocking him. Although they were both at the 5th level, Seth's status was obviously much higher than Andre. Under Seth's glare, Andre was silent. Seth nodded slowly to Kilgane. He designed his plan. Kilgane and the other three were just executors. The failure of the execution could not be blamed on his subordinates. He should be responsible for at least half of it. But fortunately, the demon spirit was not exposed in the open. So even if it failed, it would not have a big impact on them. I know. Kilgane, the previous plan is temporarily shelved. I heard that Holly was injured. You should go back to take care of her first. After all, she is the daughter of Sarada. So we still have to be careful. Yes, Lord Seth. I'm going back. After Kilgane left, Andre slowly said, Seth, you are too kind to these people. People who are incompetent should be punished. As he spoke, Andre slowly walked to the bound woman and thrust his finger between her eyebrows, killing her on the spot. But this is not over yet. A strong wave of magic began to appear on the woman's body, and the woman's life energy began to flow rapidly into Andre's body. Her original torso became shriveled. The woman named Leah suddenly broke free from the ropes that bound her and slowly knelt beside Andre, looking at the woman who had turned into a corpse ghost. Andre laughed out loud. Ha. See, Seth, if living people are not useful, then we can just turn them into dead people. We are the Skull and Bone Society. Kindness, such a useless quality. Why should it remain in our dictionary? Regarding Andre's somewhat crazy and neurotic behavior, Seth did not comment. He did not want to argue with Andre now. All he thought about was Klein. The reason why he wanted to kill Klein was not just because Klein had the ability to remove the effect of the demon spirit. Because even if Klein could remove the effect of the demon spirit, it would be much more difficult to be infected with the demon spirit than to remove the demon spirit. The impact caused by Klein alone was definitely limited. The real reason that Seth wanted to kill Klein was Agatha. After the failure of the last mission, Agatha was in a good mood, which was enough to make Seth feel alert. After some investigation, Seth knew most of the process of contact with Agatha and Klein. Combined with the fact that Agatha had shown goodwill to Klein in the academy, Seth could easily judge that Agatha definitely had a good impression of Klein. And even something had happened between them. Agatha is the person he and Prometheus value the most. Because of her special bloodline and abilities, they regard her as the most important heir. No one else. Under normal circumstances, it doesn't matter if Agatha has someone she likes. As long as it doesn't affect her development and strength improvement, they can pretend not to know. It's normal for young people to have some emotional problems. But only Klein can't do that. He conflicts with Agatha in all aspects. First of all, he has defeated Agatha before. This is what Seth judged from the last conversation with Agatha in Grandok. If Agatha and Klein are together, the sense of dependence of a woman on a man, especially a spouse who is stronger than her, will greatly consume Agatha's potential, which they don't want to see. Secondly, Klein's identity. He is a member of the GS Society, and an important member of the GS Society. The GS Society will never reconcile with the Skull and Bone Society. Their war has lasted for decades. In addition, judging from the Faki's incident, this Klein has great ambitions, and the execution ability that matches his ambitions. Seth has always been worried that Agatha will only be used if she gets too close to him. That's why he used the demon spirit as bait, and made a series of silent arrangements to lure Klein into the trap. However, judging from the result of this mission, he still underestimated this person. This Klein is really a hidden danger. If he keeps hiding in Jiesha, we will have no way to deal with him. Thinking about Klein, Seth fell into deep thought again. Just when Seth was thinking about whether Klein would hide in Jiesha, Klein had already brought Gwen to a restaurant opposite the Light Chaser Hotel. Gwen looked at the luxurious hotel and said, Light Chaser Hotel? Are they up there? Klein shook his head and pointed to the bottom of the hotel. No, not up there. They're down there. Down there? Yes. That's a bit tricky. In fact, the two of them didn't need to talk too much. These conversations were basically for other members of the GS Society. With Gwen's identity as a 5th level master, Klein could really command these members of the GS Society. In fact, when he sensed that the Skull and Bone Society's base was underground in this hotel, Klein had already thought about what to do. He wanted to attack the Skull and Bone Society's base. Yes, this time, he was going to take the initiative. This sounded like a very crazy idea. But after careful consideration, Klein felt that this was an idea worth implementing. There were too many super levels in the Imperial capital, and there was also the Empress. Whether the Empress was in charge or not, the leader of the Skull and Bone Society could not enter the Imperial capital to do things. in the absence of interference from super-level masters. The highest combat power of the Skull and Bones Society was level 5. If Klein had not come into contact with a 5th-level professional, he would definitely not have made such a bold plan. But this time was different. He had come into contact with 3 5th-level professionals: Fakis, Brando, and Gwen, and he also learned about Gwen's specific combat capabilities in detail. It was precisely because of his understanding of the 5th-level strongmen that Klein dared to truly implement this plan. Because their strength was enough to deal with ordinary 5th-level professionals. Not to mention Gwen. If he really went in through the main entrance of the hotel to ask for directions, he would most likely be seen through on the spot and then counterattacked like a fool. So Klein had a bolder idea. In his previous life, he really liked to play various sandbox construction games. And digging holes was a common thing. Do you have anyone who is proficient in earth magic? This question was asked by Gwen. And the apparent commander must be her. I will. Seeing the 2 members speak, Klein nodded with satisfaction. If there was only one person, the magic power recovery speed might not be faster. But since there were 2, they could take turns to operate and speed up the efficiency. Chapter 286 Plan to attack the Skull and Bone Society. Very good. Klein, take care of the owner of this restaurant. Yes, Lord Gwen. Klein's way of dealing with the restaurant owner was very simple. That is, to throw 100 tau bills in his face and ask him to clear the place and close the restaurant. If he didn't want to, he would give him another 100. After paying a high price of 30,000 tau, the owner of this restaurant finally nodded and agreed to help clear the place. However, after he asked all the restaurant employees to go back, Klein knocked the restaurant owner unconscious. Sleep for a while. We are going to make a hole in your restaurant. This is compensation. Klein took out another 200 bills and stuffed them into the owner's arms. After handling everything, Klein, who thought he was very particular about his work, returned to the team and reported to Gwen. It's done, Master Gwen. Very good. Everyone else, set up the silent barrier, draw the curtains, and start digging now. After Gwen's order was issued, the members of the GS Society acted very quickly. 2 mages who mastered earth magic began to take turns digging holes downwards. The others used some spare space rings to transport soil and gravel to the top. The excavation process was very long. The 2 elite earth mages of the GS Society took turns to work, and it still lasted for several hours. Klein himself followed the 2 earth mages to the ground. It was not until the evening that he felt that the arcane crystal he left on Holly was in a parallel position. It's almost here. How deep is it now? After hesitating for a while, an earth mage said, it's more than 7,000 nanofeet underground. Klein was a little surprised. At this depth, underground, and with some random barriers, even if there were strong magic fluctuations and experiments, there would be no movement. No wonder no one noticed the Skull and Bone Society's base in the Imperial capital. Now, start digging horizontally. In this direction. After Klein pointed out a direction, the digging continued. But this time, in order to prevent the Skull and Bone Society from discovering, their movements were much smaller, and their movements were slower. Klein, there are about 30 nanofeet of distance, and it will be through. The 2 earth mages stopped and began to meditate to restore their magic power. Klein took out the communicator and contacted Gwen and others who were waiting above. Lord Gwen, we have reached the target location. Please give instructions. Gwen stood up and took out the ring that Klein had given her before, which contained dozens of Black Cross uniforms. Everyone, change into the clothes of the Dark Crusaders. Bring your ID cards, and prepare for a surprise attack on the Skull and Bone Society base. Remember, this is an action, an investigation of the demon case on behalf of the Dark Crusaders. And we must act as the Dark Crusaders, whether the other party can see that we are members of the GS Society or not. We must follow this most basic condition. Do you understand? Understood. Okay. Get ready to go. At this time, a member suddenly interrupted. Lord Gwen, don't you have a specific battle plan if the other party has a 5th level master? How should we deal with it? Gwen looked at this person. The GS Society had not yet announced her promotion to the 5th level, and the strength of these members was far inferior to hers. So it was impossible to see. You are following me this time, so I will naturally consider your safety. Therefore, you can know some things that have not been announced in the society in advance. That is, I have been promoted to level 5. If there are level 5 masters, I will naturally deal with them personally. In addition, we are not familiar with the base of the Skull and Bone Society, so there will be no detailed combat plan. All actions will follow the principle of improvisation. Gwen's tone was very confident. As Esmond's personal guard and secretary, her words were very convincing. Hearing the news that Gwen had reached level 5, the members present were a little excited, because they knew that the level 5 of GS Society was definitely different from the ordinary level 5. This was their confidence in their own strength. Under Gwen's order, everyone quickly changed their clothes, went underground, and joined Klein. Seeing the arrival of the large army, the two Earth mages nodded to each other and began to count down. At this time, they were on the 6th floor. 3, 2, 1. Move. Boom. The rock thrusts of two Earth mages directly shattered the wall of the Skull and Bone Society. The 21 members of the GS Society began to rush in quickly. Gwen took the lead and rushed in. With a slight raise of her hand, she twisted off a mage's head. The 6th floor is the disease plague area of the Skull and Bone Society base. Of course, it also serves as a hospital. After the GS Society members rushed in here, they began to move quickly. Who is it? Another Skull and Bone Society mage suddenly woke up. But the necromancer's combat power was really not strong without preparation. A GS Society warlock instantly released more than a dozen hellfire balls, melting the mage and his skeleton shield together. Similar killings occurred one after another. A third-level shadow warrior had just drawn his sword when a Jesha shadow thorn pierced his heart from behind. The members of Jesha were extremely efficient in killing. Every time they killed someone, they would naturally remove the opponent's space ring. This was a good habit of the Jesha Executive Department members. The huge gap in combat power caused a one-sided situation on the entire floor. In less than 2 minutes, the entire 6th floor had been cleared by the members of Jesha. The current area has been explored. There are no other living creatures except us. Please give instructions, Lord Gwen. After clearing the 6th floor, Gwen immediately ordered 5 people in a group, 2 teams up, 2 teams down. Start the team search. I will also follow the group down. Each team pays attention. Protect yourself and your members. If there is any unexpected situation, use the communicator as soon as possible to contact us for support. Yes, Lord Gwen. The members of the GS Society have a very high execution ability. After Gwen's order was issued, they had already started to kill and raid alternately. Klein followed the traces of arcane energy and slowly walked to a red transparent pool. He looked at Holly in the pool quietly, and the corners of his mouth curled up. It was really a coincidence. Holly was about to wake up at this time. The sound of the battle just now also woke her up. She slowly opened her eyes, but she didn't expect that the person who came into her sight was Klein. She closed her eyes again. Klein? No. I remember I was in the base. Yes. I must still be in a dream. It seems that I haven't woken up yet. Holly shook her head vigorously and opened her eyes again, but found that Klein was still standing there. At this time, she felt something was wrong. Glancing around, there were scattered corpses everywhere. Needless to say, these were all members of the Skull and Bone Society. Turning her gaze back to Klein, Holly felt cold all over. This was the base of the Skull and Bone Society. How could it be possible? Haha, what a coincidence. Miss Holly, you gave me a note last time and asked me to come to you. Look, I'm here to find you. Don't look so unwelcome. Klein took out the note that Holly had given him in the World of Warcraft market and handed it to Holly. Holly looked at the note in her hand, and her fingers began to stiffen. She was seriously injured and not healed yet. Now she was weak and couldn't even think of resisting. While Klein was talking, another figure slowly approached. Seeing this figure, Holly trembled all over, because it was the woman in front of her who almost beat her to death with one punch. You are watching it very seriously, Klein. Is it good? Lilith glanced at Holly, turned to look at Klein, and said meaningfully, at this time, you can still think about this kind of thing? Klein really didn't think about it before, but when Lilith mentioned it, he subconsciously glanced at Holly's chest. No, it's too small. Lilith is already small enough. And this Holly is even smaller. Not even as good as Agatha. And there is nothing to see. Okay. Stop pretending. I just took a sneak peek. This time, I won't bother you to interrogate me. I'll go down first. Before leaving, Lilith glanced at Holly. The eye contact made Holly feel like she was in an ice cave. This woman wanted to kill her. And Holly felt it. Holly was not a core member of the Skull and Bone Society. She was not qualified in terms of strength or status. Seeing the people from the GS Society breaking into the base, she was completely panicked. Why are you here? Why are you here? Of course. We are helping the Dark Crusade to carry out the demon investigation plan, Ms. Holly. But this is the largest base of the Skull and Bone Society in the Imperial capital. You are members of the GS Society. How is this possible? No. 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 We are not members of the GS Society now. We are temporary members of the Dark Crusade now. Don't talk nonsense about this. Of course. I also know that this is the base of the Skull and Bone Society. And we are not very familiar with this place. We need someone who knows this place to lead us. So, Miss Holly, you are familiar with the geographical environment here. Are you willing to serve us? Although Klein's expression was smiling, Holly knew that if she refused, she would probably end up with her head and body separated immediately. She didn't want to die. Okay. I'll lead you. Very good. Let's go. Miss Holly. Chapter 287 Jiesha's Strong Attack. Currently, this base has a total of 19 floors. The top floor is the Palomia Light Chaser Hotel, which is also our internal asset. The main body of the base is built 7,000 nanofeet underground, which almost isolates all possible magic fluctuations and experimental accidents. Most of the first 10 floors are various research areas. Most of the staff are in the first 10 floors. The manufacturing of the spirits is on the 16th floor, and the storage is on the 17th floor. The actual leader of this base is Seth, a 5th-level necromancer. He is very powerful, and is also our highest commander. Holly said everything she knew like pouring beans, because Lilith was standing next to her at this time. Holly was really a little afraid of Lilith. She didn't want to experience the feeling of being on the verge of death again. Seth. This was not the first time Klein heard this name. Agatha's former housekeeper was also her former guide. He was a subordinate and partner of the corpse ghost Lord Prometheus, a very famous 5th-level master. After learning about the general situation and environmental intelligence of the base, Klein stopped asking other questions. He was not in a hurry to deal with the matter of the demon spirits, because the most urgent task was to completely wipe out the base of the Skull and Bone Society. As long as the base of the Skull and Bone Society was wiped out, it would be very easy to find some evidence of the demon spirit case. During Klein's interrogation, Lilith glanced at Holly, who was wearing an ill-fitting black cross uniform. This should be what Klein had just put on her. Although she knew that Klein was working, Lilith was not in a good mood when she looked at Holly in front of her, and thought of the woman who had seduced Klein before. We are about to prepare for the battle. We don't have time to take her with us. Do we want to kill her? Her calm tone made Holly's body stiffen. It felt like she was saying, "Hey, there is a chicken over there. Do you need to kill it for lunch?" This feeling. But even if Lilith said such words, Holly did not dare to resist. She could only turn her eyes to Klein and stare at him with begging eyes. Holly did not dare to speak. But she knew that Lilith would definitely listen to Klein. So Klein was the one who could really decide her fate. Klein looked at Holly with eager eyes, and narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew that Lilith did not like this woman. But she was the third lady of the Kazan family after all. And he could not kill her now. But Lilith's emotions still needed to be appeased. Then, Klein's words made Holly feel a little relieved. Her strength is not strong, but her identity is very special and important. We not only need to clear the Black Cross base, but also leave some witnesses who can be controlled. Therefore, we still need to preserve her life to convict the Kazan family. Klein's words were very calm and well-reasoned. When Klein had a reason, Lilith usually would not refute. She nodded seriously and agreed. Holly, who was relieved, moved her body closer to Klein. At this time, she felt that her choice was correct. Klein was able to protect her. She was really smart. But what Klein said next made Holly feel like she was in an ice cave. Klein pinched Holly's chin, then pierced her skin with arcane energy, and slowly said, "But this woman is not a good person. When Liana provided us with information, she should have mentioned that Holly was one of the culprits of the demon spirit. In order to prevent her from escaping, we should remove her force, but try to keep her in a healthy state and don't die." Hearing Klein's very straightforward request, Lilith finally laughed. Sure enough, Klein still understood her intentions. Okay. Ignoring Holly's shouting behind him, Klein slowly walked out of the elevator on the -8th floor. As long as Holly was alive and clear-headed, Klein didn't care what Lilith did to her. He is not a saint. How could he let her go just because an enemy surrendered? And no matter what. Holly spread a large number of evil spirits, causing countless women like Liana to suffer. And a large number of professionals were almost destroyed. These are all facts. Just now, Klein tested Holly, and there was no reaction of colorful oil on her body, which shows that Holly definitely knows the harm of evil spirits. This is a sin she committed with her own hands. How could such a person be easily forgiven? If it weren't for the fact that keeping her life would still be useful, Klein would have killed her long ago. The battle on the 7th floor was carried out by another 5-member team from Chiesha, so Klein went directly to the 8th floor. At this time, the commotion upstairs had attracted the attention of the people downstairs. As soon as Klein entered the 8th floor, he was greeted by more than a dozen bone spears. However, this low-level and unreinforced bone spear was easily blocked by Klein's skeleton extension, and it was impossible to get close. When Klein led the 3 people into the 8th floor, Becky had already rushed out with a battle axe. Eric's truth shield and various enhanced holy light spells were bestowed on her. In terms of the power of holy light, Eric and Becky are of the same origin. Therefore, Eric's strengthening of Becky can cause a more powerful effect. And the holy light combination of Becky and Eric is also the most efficient profession to deal with necromancers. Although the base of the Skull and Bones Society is not small, it is underground after all. There is no open environment and complete preparation. Most necromancers are basically helpless against a paladin, like Becky with plate armor plus battle axe plus milk. What they are facing is a massacre by Becky. Klein raised his hand and threw a fire explosion with a magic value of about 40 in the direction of a dense crowd. He didn't know how solid this base was, so he didn't dare to use too outrageous large-scale attack magic. If it collapsed, his own situation would become very embarrassing. Boom! This group of second-level necromancers, with a few third-level necromancers, used a large number of shadow arrows to block Klein's fire explosion. Shadow energy and fire energy mixed together and exploded in the center of the 8th floor. The diffuse smoke and chaotic venue made it impossible for this group of necromancers to maintain a calm state of casting spells. They were panicked and at a loss. If they were asked to carry out such a collective attack again, they might not be able to do it. Klein relied on his anti-magic body to slowly walk out of the flames and shadows. He originally had the attributes of these two magics, and was the most resistant to these two attributes. Seeing Klein walking out of the center of the explosion, the Skull and Bones mages had some ideas of escaping. But the elevator was blocked, and they had nowhere to escape. Joe also came behind Klein and stretched out his hands with Klein, ready to attack. The battle would last for a long time, and they had to use the most efficient attack method to quickly and effectively kill the Skull and Bones members. Joe, finger bone gun round bullet. Got it! Bang! 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 Countless white dots sprayed out from Klein and Joe's fingertips. These were the finger bones they quickly generated with magic power. The dense finger bones hit various places on the 8th floor, like bullets, full of destructive power. These finger bones are round and do not rotate. If an ordinary necromancer is hit by a finger bone, the huge kinetic energy of the finger bone will cause the part they are hit to burst directly due to the spread of kinetic energy. Klein and Joe walked forward while releasing their finger bones with both hands, just like 4 human machine guns suppressing the group of Skull and Bones mages. On the other side, Becky, wearing the Shield of Truth, took advantage of the suppression of Klein and Joe's firepower, and rushed around in every corner of the 8th floor, quickly harvesting a large number of Skull and Bones members. Judgment. After the rotating battle axe killed several Skull and Bones members in a row, it returned to Becky's hand with a holy light. Becky slowly exhaled and said lightly, "Kill them all." The battle between 5 people and more than 40 people lasted less than 5 minutes. After Becky's axe was pulled off a person's head, Eric said to Klein, "There are no living people anymore. But they are necromancers. Maybe they have some way to pretend to be dead. And I can't be sure if there are liches or something like that." Listening to Eric's report, Klein nodded. "Got it. There's no need to worry about the remaining rotten fish and shrimp. Whether they run away or die, the impact will not be too great. Colin and the others have already dealt with the 9th floor. We will go to the 10th floor to clean up now." Back at the entrance of the passage, looking at Holly, who had her legs broken and fainted at the staircase of the 8th floor, Klein said to Lilith At this time, the people below should have almost realized it. The members of the GS Society are relatively valuable assets. It is not safe to let them deal with the 5th level rashly. If they are not handled properly, it will definitely cause large-scale casualties. So get ready. We are more experienced in dealing with the 5th level. If a 5th level appears later, we will do it ourselves. Although it was an order, Lilith felt relieved every time she heard Klein's tone. She liked Klein's serious look. Yes. The battle among the middle-level members of the Skull and Bone Society has alarmed the members of the Skull and Bone Society at the bottom, including 2 5th-level masters, Seth and Andre. I sense the fluctuation of magic power from the upper level. We must have been attacked. The other party dared to break in like this, so they must have come prepared. There are too many demons here. We can't give up. Andre, you go up and take a look first and prepare for the battle. I will go to the 17th floor first and get all the demons back. Andre nodded. Although he was crazy most of the time, he would definitely not argue with Seth at this time. I know. Just like Seth said, the demon plan is the foundation of the Skeleton Society's corruption of the Imperial capital. And more than 70% of the Skeleton Society's demon reserves are here. The Skeleton Society cannot give up. The enemy could find this place and dare to rush in to attack directly. They must not be ordinary enemies. They also need to be treated very seriously. Andre stood at the door of another elevator, summoned his corpse ghost, and entered the elevator. After Andre left, Seth felt a little uneasy. He was a little confused. What was going on with this feeling? He believed that his intuition was right. There should be some dangerous situation. But even if there was danger, he had to get the magic spirit stored on the 17th floor back now. Just as Seth was about to walk towards the elevator, a black shadow like lightning rushed towards him. At this moment, Seth's hair stood up, and he crushed a magic bead at the fastest speed. A red one gradually solidified from the hazy state and blocked him. Boom! The fist that was so powerful that it made the air vibrate was blocked by a huge red skull with a pair of forks. After the newcomer showed up, Seth was also shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he acted decisively just now. Otherwise, he would have lost his fighting power, even if he didn't die after being hit by such a domineering punch. The figure just now was not like lightning, but it really came with lightning. One of the forks of the skeleton elves summoned by Seth had been broken, and only one was left to block, instantly summoning a 5th-level skeleton elf. What a powerful old guy, Gwen said lightly. Young lady, your strength amazes me even more. You should be from Jiesha. Such a young 5th level, and with such strength. It's really amazing. Your strength and speed have almost reached the top of the 5th level, which is really unimaginable. After the business exchange, Gwen, who failed to hit the opponent with a punch, retreated violently. A huge skeleton arm stretched out from the place where she just stopped and grabbed her. The former skeleton gentleman. Senior Seth, I have heard of your name for a long time. Looking at the sudden appearance of the Skeleton King's hand, Gwen also secretly became alert. This old man is a master. Gwen took a stance, and the fighting energy gradually transformed into the form of holy light. Boom! The door of the 10th floor was directly blown open by Klein's fire explosion. At this time, they would choose to quickly and effectively crack all defenses with brute force. They came to the base of the Skull and Bone Society to destroy it. Other things, resources and information, they would take them if they could, and if they couldn't take them, they would destroy them as much as possible. These are the research materials of the Skull and Bone Society. They are not so kind to stay. This is the cruel struggle between societies. The guard on the 10th floor is a 4th-level Dark Warrior. When he saw Klein and his men breaking into the door, he immediately felt bad, but before he could fight back, a shadow thorn had pierced his waist. The Dark Warrior covered his waist and quickly retreated. When he looked at his palm again, it was already red. What is it? It's your shadow. A figure gradually emerged from the shadow of the 4th-level Dark Warrior. At this time, another 5-member team from the GS Society had already cleared the 9th floor and came to the 10th floor to meet Klein and his team. Captain Becky, the strength of the Skull and Bones members is already quite strong here, and it is recommended that the 10 people act together. It was Shadow Assassin Colin who spoke. After receiving his proposal, Becky nodded to Colin under Klein's instructions. Okay, let's act together from now on. Although sacrifices in battle are always inevitable, if some sacrifices can be reduced, Klein will definitely try to reduce them as much as possible. He now regards Jiesha as his own thing. Although it is not time to take over Jiesha, he should always cherish his own things. The other 8 people began to use force to clear the 10th floor. Under the siege of Shadow Assassin Colin and Joe, the 4th level Dark Warrior retreated step by step, and was soon pierced through the heart by Colin and died on the spot. However, Klein and Lilith did not participate in their battle. They had more important things to do. Looking at the elevator in the passage, Klein slowly said, "Lilith, prepare to slash. Down. Full force." Okay. A large amount of dark fighting spirit began to gather on Lilith's sickle. When Lilith was ready to slash, Klein also began to condense the fire explosion. Because the range of this passage is quite spacious, Klein's fire explosion has a magic value of nearly 100. Chapter 288. Andre, the 5th level master. While Andre was riding the elevator, he pressed the alarms on each floor. When he reached the 12th floor, a sense of crisis suddenly appeared above his head. Hiss! A black light broke through the top of the elevator and slashed towards Andre. Andre immediately drew out his dark sword to block Lilith's slash, breaking the black sickle slash into 2 pieces. However, after the huge slash was broken, it still had a very strong destructive power. The violent energy cut off the overall structure of the elevator and shattered it. The elevator without support began to fall rapidly, and Andre fell with it. However, how could Andre fall with the elevator at this time? He suddenly grabbed the wall, stood on the wall, and jumped up with the force. However, when he passed through the ceiling of the 12th floor again, a hot force came towards him again. At this distance and range, the uncompressed pyroblast almost filled the space where the elevator was activated. There was no way to avoid it, even for a 5th level master. What the hell is this energy intensity? Boom! The pyroblast exploded in front of Andre, and the strong impact directly shattered his shadow shield. The strong explosion injured Andre, a shadow swordsman, on the spot, and the impact also sent him back to the 19th floor of the Skull and Bones base. Bang! After Andre fell heavily to the ground, Klein's attack did not end because of this, and the sense of crisis came again. Ding! 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 6 huge deformed bone spears were like solid shells, nailing around him. One of the ghouls Andre had summoned before was killed on the spot by Klein's large bone spear. At the same time, these deformed bone spears began to break irregularly, and with them came the violent explosion of the shadow flame. Boom! Andre sacrificed another ghoul, allowing the ghoul to immediately release all his magic power, forming an egg-shaped magic shield to block Andre. Although the egg-shaped magic shield has the weakest defense, he can only use this method to defend against the opponent's all-round and no dead-angle attack. Looking at the violent explosion at the bottom, and the shadow flame spreading everywhere, Lilith, who was standing at the entrance of the elevator, said to Klein, "Is it solved?" Klein smiled and shook his head. "It's not that easy. The opponent is a 5th level expert, and it's the first time we two have faced a 5th level expert independently. Even if we go all out, we may not be able to defeat him. We just caught him off guard. Should we chase him now? It's risky for us to go down like this. Or should we wait for him to come up?" Klein shook his head again. Waiting for him to come up is equivalent to giving him time to prepare. The opponent is 5th level, because I don't know what kind of ability he will show in a short time. I don't want to give him time to prepare. So go down. I'll go first. You follow me and attack directly. Okay. When the two of them fight, Klein usually commands and Lilith obeys. Although Lilith is a death knight with amazing defense, Klein said he would go first, and she would not question it like some cerebral palsy. Perhaps this is trust. Klein leaped down the elevator and rushed to the 19th floor of the Skull and Bones Society base. Lilith grasped the scythe and jumped down. Seth, who was fighting with Gwen on the 19th floor, quickly retreated. With the help of various skeleton magic and the interception of the skeleton elves, he finally blocked Gwen. The skeleton elves fighting with Gwen were soon broken into pieces. However, taking this opportunity, Seth finally ran to the emergency teleportation array on the 19th floor for escape and chose to escape to the suburbs. It was really irrational to fight with fighters in a place like the base. Fighters have no armor or weapons, and all the strengthening directions are extended to their bodies. Therefore, fighters like Gwen have more domineering and outrageous melee abilities than warriors and knights. They will integrate their muscles and fighting spirit to the extreme. And each attack will launch their greatest attack. In the environment of the Skull and Bone Society base, a smart and experienced necromancer would never fight to the death with a powerful fighter. Only an open environment and complete preparation can be the real home of the necromancer. Gwen also followed the teleportation array. But as soon as she appeared, a barrage of shadow arrows flew towards her. Boom, boom, boom! Gwen dodged the continuous explosions and stood in an open space. While opposite her, Seth was already standing in the middle of a dozen fourth-level skeleton mages. Not only that, a large number of Fear Knights began to appear around Gwen. Not to mention the overwhelming third-level summons. In such an environment in the wild, the power of the necromancer was fully demonstrated by Seth. Okay, young lady, let's continue. Andre, who was lying on the ground, slowly climbed up. The shadow flames had burned his hair and eyebrows, and a large amount of skin was in a rotten state. Many of his bones were broken, and the muscles that faced the explosion were torn in many places. It was hard to imagine that such a fierce attack just now was caused by a third-level professional. Such an attack effect, even a few fourth-level masters could not do it. And Andre had already felt that two people were approaching rapidly above. Suddenly dared to chase down like this. Just taking this opportunity to kill one. Andre gripped the dark sword tightly and stabbed at Klein, who was flying straight down. And Klein also pulled out the light of the brilliant moon and looked at it. Andre, who was injured by the continuous sneak attacks, stabbed Klein with his anger. Die for me! The dark sword stabbed up, and Klein's brilliant moon also went down at the same time. The two swords crossed parallel and did not collide. Just as the dark sword was about to touch Klein, Klein's face began to turn misty, and the dark sword passed through his misty body. Andre was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously tried to grab Klein's brilliant moonlight with his hands. However, Klein's body, which had passed through the dark sword, solidified again, and he held the brilliant moonlight and smiled at Andre. The last person who held his sword is dead, and her name is Fakis. I wonder if you know her. Hearing that Fakis died under this sword, Andre subconsciously hesitated in his heart, because Fakis' strength was definitely above his. Without thinking too long, Andre finally gave up the idea of grabbing the light of the moon. This sword was too strange, and there was no need to take risks. So he used the power of darkness to shake Klein's moon away. However, his action was exactly what Klein wanted. The light of the moon suddenly stretched out, and a large number of silk threads wrapped around Andre. Each silk thread was injected with a large amount of magic power by Klein. His purpose was simple, which was to consume Andre's current magic power. In a hurry, Andre could only use the power of darkness again to disperse Klein's silk threads. Klein, who succeeded in his strategy, fell to the ground, and Andre kicked him. But before he touched Klein, Klein's body turned into black mist again, and Andre's attack failed again. Lilith's sickle had already chopped down, and the black line of the dark harvest was drawn towards Andre. Andre pointed at the tip of the dark harvest, and used a large amount of dark power again to block Lilith's attack. After blocking Lilith's attack, Andre began to breathe slightly. Although he had a lot of magic power, the total amount was far less than that of Fakis. Not to mention that Fakis had various means of recovering mana. Bone chain. The floating broken bones around began to connect with silver threads. But Andre was a member of the Skull and Bone Society after all. As a shadow swordsman, he also had the ability to summon corpse ghosts. After understanding the danger of the bone chain, he immediately used shadow transfer to replace the corpse ghost with his position, and retreated to the center of the 19th floor. After taking a few deep breaths, Andre gradually calmed down. Klein's ability was very strange, and Lilith's attack was also very powerful. But these could not stop him. Klein and Lilith also came out of the elevator passage. After they looked at each other, Klein slowly said, "He has calmed down. It would be a pity if the continuous raids failed. The next battle might be a bit dangerous." Although Andre had a strange encounter, he did not get to the 5th level by slacking off, but was promoted by himself. He first looked at Klein and slowly said, "The ability of atomization immunity to attack. Long-range fireball attack. Special bone spear attack. Shadow power. Close combat ability. And powerful weapons are really amazing combat power. You must be Klein Alex. I have heard of you, but I will not give you another chance." After analyzing Klein, Andre turned his attention to Lilith on the side. Fast and direct attack methods. Powerful attacks. Very pure melee ability. Compared to him, I prefer to fight with people like you directly. Okay. I probably know your abilities. Now, let's have the second round of battle. After all, I am a 5th level fighter. If I lose like this, it would be too embarrassing. If the rank can determine everything, then everyone will not have to fight in the future. We can compare who has a higher rank, and the lower one can just surrender directly. Is that what you mean? Klein began to walk to the right. Under the large uniform of the Dark Crusaders, the bones in Klein's body began to slowly crawl on his back, ready to explode at any time. Chapter 289. When Klein, Andre, and Lilith were in a triangle position, Klein stopped, clasped his hands, and said, "Sea of Fire." Andre frowned. Fire spells were also one of the most hated spells of the Skull and Bones Society. He slowly mobilized the power of darkness and prepared to resist the coming flames. But what surprised him was that Klein did not release any fire spells at all. The attack that appeared was hundreds of bone blades that appeared at the same time. Lilith had silently activated the Chaos form, but she did not push the Chaos form to the extreme, but just maintained a relatively initial state. With the help of Klein's bone blades surrounding Andre, Lilith had already rushed up with the scythe. Dang! Andre blocked Lilith's heavy slash with his left hand, and blood slowly flowed from his palm. He was not a necromancer. He was a shadow swordsman, and his melee ability was stronger than Lilith at this time. Andre opened his mouth slightly, and a black light emerged. The 5th level shadow impact erupted in front of Lilith. While repelling Lilith, Andre did not stop his actions. Shadow Guardian Barrier. Andre's Shadow Guardian Barrier blocked a large number of bone blades attacking from the front, and the dark sword quickly returned to his hand. Pointing the tip of the sword at Klein, Andre slowly closed his eyes and locked his aura on Klein. In his opinion, Klein's ability was too strange. Although his lethality was not as strong as Lilith's, he was much more difficult to deal with than Lilith. After being locked by Andre, Klein immediately felt a great threat, and he knew that Andre's attack was definitely energy-powered. Even if it was atomized, there was no way to avoid it, so he could only resist it. Ice Protection, Triple Skeleton Shield, Anti-Demon Body, Shadow Protection Barrier, Soul Protection Shield. Under a layer of ice, a large number of bones began to appear around Klein layer by layer. But Andre didn't care about these defenses at all, and the dark sword still stabbed out. Dark Sword Ghost Flash. The sword stabbed out 2 black lights, and Klein's defense suddenly collapsed. An X-shaped wound appeared on Klein's chest, and the huge impact force knocked him out. Cough cough. Klein lay on the ground and coughed violently. He was a little horrified. The opponent's attack power was too fierce. He actually broke through so many layers of his defense with one blow. The double shield of the Soul Protection Amulet was broken and hurt him. You know, he is the one who claims to be the ultimate Turtle Flow Mage. Let's not talk about the attack power. In terms of defense, he has never seen a mage more outrageous than him. Compared to Klein, Andre was even more shocked. His Ghost Flash was a move that pushed the power of shadow and physical attack to the extreme. It was a real 5th level master's ultimate move. He's not dead. How is this possible with such defense? Normally, such a blow should have killed the opponent. But Klein didn't die. This was not magic at all. Andre, who had used Ghost Flash, also began to pant violently. But at this moment, Lilith's mutated arm suddenly stretched out from the side and stabbed Andre with chaotic energy. Chaos. This was the second time Lilith placed chaotic energy on her arm. Although she was also very worried about Klein's situation, she had to stay rational during the battle, because of the narrow environment of the Skull and Bones Society base. Although it is not suitable for the Skull and Bones Society's necromancer to fight, it is also not suitable for Klein to exert his full strength. The original battle plan was that Klein would defend and she would attack. Klein had created excellent attack conditions for her, and she could not waste them at this time. However, although Andre's strength was the most inconspicuous among the 5-level ones they had seen, his bravery was definitely beyond the imagination of Klein and Lilith. When Lilith thought she had succeeded, Andre suddenly tensed his body, and his broken bones and muscles clamped Lilith's arm that pierced his chest. Huh? Andre held Lilith's arm tightly with one hand, and slowly raised the dark sword with the other hand. Needless to say, Lilith knew what he wanted to do. She tried her best to pull back her arm, But Andre actually used his broken bones to block Lilith's movement. The power of chaos is terrifying. But little girl, I will take your arm. The dark sword slashed down towards Lilith's hand of chaos. At the critical moment, a blue sword light hit Andre's dark sword. Originally, Klein's sword could not block the dark sword. But at the moment when the two swords collided, Klein instantly activated all the magic power to strengthen. And the light of the brilliant moon suddenly began to expand. And the shadow and flame instantly magnified the sword dozens of times. With the arcane strengthening, the burning demon heart, and the energy of the Klein book, the quiet brilliant moon turned into a black flame sword that only the King of Decay can hold, and nailed Andre's chest with one blow. Boom! A large amount of shadow flames and disordered fire entered Andre's body, and the strong impact made it impossible for him to swing the dark sword he raised high. Andre, who was finally unable to resist, was repelled by Klein's sword and flew out, and Lilith finally withdrew her arm. Andre slowly got up from the ground, and the shadow and fire power destroyed his body everywhere. His internal organs and body were almost destroyed. Cough. Cough. Andre touched the big hole on his chest. Because of the shadow flame, even blood could not flow out at this time. He stared at Lilith and Klein and exclaimed, "What a great little guy. You two are not much worse than Agatha. Jiesha is really amazing and can cultivate a new generation like you. Unfortunately, you are from Jiesha, so you must die. Klein is not suitable for fighting in such a small environment." So Andre has not seen Klein's complete strength, so he gave such an evaluation. Klein also saw that Andre was already at the end of his strength. The previous attack had cut off Andre's last chance of survival. They should have won this battle. Andre looked at the calm Klein and Lilith and suddenly laughed. "You didn't think I would surrender so easily, did you? Hee. This is the base of our skull and bone society. There is only one end for coming here. That is, die with me, Death Tombstone Sword." Under Andre's call, the entire 19th floor began to collapse. Under the guidance of Andre's dark power, the broken stones gradually turned into tombstone-like swords and fell around Klein and Lilith. With the collapse of the 18th and 19th floors, more and more tombstone swords appeared, and the strong dark power was brewing in the tombstone swords, as if they were about to explode at any time. Klein grabbed Lilith and held her in his arms. This environment is stupid to use, but it should be fine for defense. The huge skeleton instantly protected Klein and Lilith. But the skull also broke through the roof of the 19th floor and hit the ceiling of the 18th floor, with its head tilted, which was indeed a bit stupid. The surrounding death tombstone swords began to flicker, and the dark energy expanded rapidly. Klein hugged Lilith tightly and whispered, "Are you panicking?" "No panic." Chapter 290, Are We Getting Married? Andre's pupils gradually turned black as he stood there. The dark energy on him began to resonate with the dark power in the surrounding tombstone swords, buried deep underground. As soon as Andre's voice fell, all the tombstone swords exploded together, and the dark energy and the shock wave brought by the explosion swept through the 18th and 19th floors. Klein held Lilith and hid in the center of the King of Decay, watching the waves of dark energy hit the shadow flames on the King of Decay, and then was absorbed by Klein's shadow flames. After a long time, the sound of the explosion slowly ended. "Is it safe?" Lilith looked at Klein, who was frowning, and asked hesitantly. Klein shook his head and tightened his arms around Lilith again. This action also made Lilith understand that they were not out of trouble. The explosion had not completely stopped, and the entire base began to shake violently. The concentrated destructive power of the Death Tombstone sword is not the strongest, but the range is too large. Now the main building structure of the two lowest floors is on the verge of collapse. Klein must do something to save himself. "Hold me tight." Lilith nodded. While holding Klein tightly, Klein also controlled the King of Decay to force his body to bend and move slowly. The shaking base made the members of the Jia Society and the Skull and Bone Society, who were fighting on the upper floor, stop. Everyone looked at each other, and then looked at the elevator passage. If this place collapsed, then the elevator passage would be the only way out. The reason for not fighting is also very simple. Now they are 7,000 nanofeet underground. Even if they are a group of professionals, once this place collapses, being buried in such a deep place is equivalent to being in a desperate situation even for professionals. Even Earth magicians need to breathe. At a depth of 7,000 nanofeet, even Earth magicians need to dig for several hours. The underground environment is still very lacking in oxygen. without the supply of ventilation equipment in the base. And with so many people here, except for the Earth Magician, the others are basically doomed to die. The ground has begun to sink gradually. Just when everyone thought that the bottom of the entire base was about to collapse, the shaking of the base gradually stabilized. The members of the GS Society standing on the 13th floor glanced at the members of the Skull and Bone Society standing opposite, and clenched their weapons again. The battle was about to start. At this time, on the 19th floor, Klein hugged Lilith tightly and forcibly used the body of the King of Decay to resist the sinking of the base. Then he began to extend, creating a large number of large skeletons, standing between the 18th and 19th floors at the same distance. These pillars can maintain the stability of the base and achieve the effect of a supporting pillar. Although making such bone pillars would consume a lot of magic power, Klein had no other choice to prevent the collapse of this place. Looking at the sweaty Klein, Lilith didn't dare to speak. Not causing trouble for Klein at this time was the best help. Klein consumed more than 200 points of magic power and erected a total of 34 bone pillars before the place gradually became stable. This process was not only tiring, but also wasted a lot of his time. After confirming that the Skull and Bone Society's base had stabilized again, Klein finally breathed a sigh of relief. And then he lifted the state of the King of Decay and found a place to sit down. It was really dangerous. I was almost buried alive. Although she was tired, Lilith could see that Klein was in a good mood at the moment. So she said, "Haven't you successfully saved yourself? I'll reward you well this time when I go back." "How to reward? Can you be more specific? What kind of reward do you want?" "I'll promise you anything," Lilith said with some temptation. After thinking carefully, Klein answered seriously, "Or you can cook for me later. I usually cook, and I haven't tasted your cooking skills yet." Lilith's face froze. Her meaning was so obvious. Couldn't this bastard hear it? And the thing she was least good at was cooking. "Can you change to something else?" "I can't cook. You just said that anything is fine. And now you want to change it? Are all women so untrustworthy?" Lilith's face darkened, and she turned around to clean up the battlefield. But Klein suddenly hugged her from behind. "I'll give you a surprise when I get back." Surprise? Looking at Klein's serious expression, Lilith began to imagine some beautiful scenes of her and Klein in her mind. Surprise? Is Klein going to propose to me? No. He hasn't completed his plan to overthrow the GS Society yet. It's not the time to get married yet. Esmond will definitely intervene. But if Klein really proposes to me, should I refuse him? This kind of thing is totally impossible. This guy. Really? Why did he bring this up at this time? Can't he postpone it for a while? The brain circuits of women are different from those of men. Even for women like Lilith, there is no difference. The more Lilith imagined it, the more she felt entangled. But when she thought about marrying Klein, she suddenly felt so happy that she burst into tears. However, Klein next to her was puzzled. He couldn't figure out why Lilith cried when he just wanted to strengthen her equipment. Is it necessary to be so moved just to strengthen the equipment? Klein stopped looking at Lilith, who was feeling moved, and turned to look at the room that had been merged into 2 floors, analyzing Seth, who escaped from Gwen. This narrow environment underground is really not suitable for fighting. I am not the only one who is restricted. If the necromancer Seth fights here, he will also be restricted. So he tried to escape. Forget it. It's useless to analyze these now. It's more practical to collect spoils. Lilith, stop thinking about it, and find Andre's body first. After hearing Klein's call, Lilith woke up from her self-touching and nodded quickly. "Okay. I'll go right away." Klein looked at Lilith, who had tears in her eyes and a happy face, and was full of questions. Did something happen that he didn't know about? After the battle, the entire 18-19th floor had become much emptier, and most of the objects were blown to pieces by the Death Tomb sword. Lilith quickly found Andre's body. "Klein, this way." Klein followed the direction of the voice and walked quickly to Andre's body. Although Andre's body had been corroded to pieces by the explosion of the shadow power, fortunately his ring was not damaged, which also made Klein feel relieved. After all, it was something from a 5th level master, and its value was self-evident. After roughly checking the items in Andre's ring, Klein raised his eyebrows. The inventory is average, but many things are very suitable for Lilith. The specific things will have to wait until you go back to check. Klein picked up the dark sword at Andre's feet. This is a one-handed broadsword that is all black, and the hilt and blade are all made of the same metal. Dark sword. Grade, magic weapon. Attack, 25 to 65. Effect 1 dark corrosion. Each of your attacks will be accompanied by a shadow damage of 20% attack effect. Effect 2 firm power. The longer you fight, the higher the attack of the dark sword. Up to 50%. Introduction. One of the 22 Black Knight swords. Klein threw the dark sword directly to Lilith. Although she has the Reaper as a weapon, she often uses a sword. A dark attribute sword is naturally very suitable for Lilith. Andre's ring has a lot of materials, plus the spoils obtained from destroying the Skull and Bones base. This time when she goes back, Lilith's enhancement should not consume any resources. And she can even enhance 2 items. This sword is good. You take it first. Lilith took the dark sword and observed it carefully. The properties of this sword are indeed good. The Reaper is a heavy weapon, suitable for charging. And when fighting in close combat, the Reaper is not as convenient as a sword. Lilith swiped a sword flower, and then raised the dark sword horizontally. It's all black, without any extra decoration. Well, not bad. This sword is quite handsome. It suits me very well. Quite handsome? What on earth is going on in women's minds? For equipment. Isn't it better to have stronger attributes? Think about Klein himself. In order to improve his attributes, he can even force himself to wear weird equipment like ghost shorts. Equipment is for use. So why pay attention to appearance? Let's go to the 16th floor first. Then the 17th floor. First to confirm the evidence of the Skull and Bones Society and the evil spirits. And then go to support Gwen. Okay. After agreeing on the next action plan, Klein took Lilith to the 16th floor, which is the floor used by the Skull and Bones Society to create evil spirits. Basically a laboratory floor. Originally, there was a strong band here, but after Klein and his team fought with Andre, the base collapsed and the band here was destroyed. Perhaps because of the battles upstairs and downstairs. There was no sign of anyone here. Klein said to Lilith, separate and check. Let's move quickly. After we finish dealing with things here, we have to go support Gwen. Okay. I'll just put away the research report and materials. Lilith nodded and turned to walk in the other direction of the 16th floor, while Klein directly picked up the research report on the laboratory table. List of materials for making monsters. Elemental mixture colorful oil. Arcane dust. Ingredients of elemental mixture colorful oil. 2 flame particles. 1 frost particle. 1 thunder particle. 2 shadow particles. 1 sacred particle. 2 earth particles. 1 natural particle. After the colorful oil is mixed with the arcane powder, the monster will be automatically generated. The specific principle is not clear. This recommended report also roughly explains how to make elemental mixtures. But the more Klein reads, the more familiar it feels. Chapter 291 Klein arrives. The original name of the magic spirit is the addiction potion. Now that Klein has seen the formula of this potion, he finds that this addiction potion and the mystery potion have too many similarities. They are not only similar in appearance, but also in the way they are made. This addiction potion also requires a large amount of elemental materials to make. The colorful oil is a fusion of multiple elemental mixtures, while the mystery potion is synthesized with a fixed formula of various elemental hearts. There should be some special practice between the two. This discovery has brought Klein great interest, because the mystery potion can be said to be the basis for his rapid strengthening. I just don't know if this research data on the manufacture of the addiction potion can optimize the mystery potion. If the output speed of the mystery potion can be improved, it would be even better. The Skull and Bones Society is still a bit talented. They can actually research such a thing. After reading this report, Klein began to frantically put all the experimental materials, reports, and data here into his ring without saying anything. Anyway, his space ring is big enough now, so it is no problem to put such a small thing in it. Lilith on the other side was doing the same thing. They were in a hurry now, so they put the information first and sorted it out slowly after returning. Not long after, Klein and Lilith looted most of the materials here and walked towards the 17th floor. As soon as she entered the door, Lilith saw Kilgon, who was putting the magic spirit into her ring. She glanced at Klein and showed an inquiring look. Klein knew that Lilith wanted to fight with Kilgane in the battle that was not over last time. Although it was not the right time, he still had to agree to his girlfriend's request. I'll go pack my things. You hurry up. Lilith turned her head to look at Kilgane and said confidently, I can deal with him in 3 minutes. Although Lilith was very powerful, he didn't think he would lose. Not to mention that Lilith boasted that she would deal with him in 3 minutes. Kilgain's face was a little gloomy. He didn't expect to meet Lilith and Klein here. If it was 1 versus 1, he was still a little confident. If it was 1 versus 2, it would be troublesome. Fortunately, the boy didn't mean to help the little girl. As long as he caught Lilith, the victory and defeat would be reversed. Kilgain looked at Lilith and thought about many questions. But the next second, his eyes changed, because Lilith had taken out Andre's dark sword and held it in her hand. Dark sword? Where's Andre? Although Kilganai hated Andre very much now, he also admitted that Andre was strong. He was a real 5th level strongman. Now Lilith was holding his sword, which was really strange. This sword is in my hand. What do you think? That guy is very strong. We spent a lot of effort to deal with him. Now it's your turn. You killed Andre? How is it possible? Really? Then you try it. Lilith's eyes became serious, and layers of black scales appeared on her body. Lilith, who turned on the chaos form, was too fast. In the blink of an eye, she had arrived in front of Kilganai. Before Kilganai could react, the tip of the dark sword had already touched his elbow. Puff! A blood arrow flew out, and Kilgain covered his arm and retreated. But Lilith would not give him a chance to escape. Ah! After screaming in the form of chaos, Lilith immediately escaped into the shadows and rushed towards Kilgain. Shadow escape? Before Kilgain had time to be shocked, Lilith's sword light had swept across his left arm. Kilgain looked at his arm flying in the air in disbelief and said in horror, "How is it possible? So strong, it's much worse than last time. Because when I met you last time, I didn't use my full strength at all." While Lilith and Kilgain were fighting, Klein quickly packed up all the demons stored on the 17th floor. Although demons are poisonous, there may be more than one research direction for demons in the research report of the Skull and Bones Society. He put these things away first. Maybe they have some other uses. After Klein took away most of the demons, the battle between Lilith and Kilgain was coming to an end. Kilgain was breathing heavily. His arm had been cut off by Lilith, and there were more than a dozen wounds on his body. He almost lost his fighting ability. At this time, Kilgain stared at Lilith. Lilith put too much pressure on him, and he had no intention of paying attention to Klein's movements. Taking this opportunity, Klein quietly turned into black mist and came behind Kilgain. When Kilgain felt Klein's arrival, Klein's Huiwa had already inserted into his back. Kilgain opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything. 3 minutes have passed. Lilith, your movements have slowed down. I was originally going to capture him alive and send him to you, but since you did it yourself, it doesn't matter. Klein smiled and placed his palm on Kilgain's head. He used the power of shadow to destroy the opponent's will while sucking the opponent into the bottle, without retaining the main will. I don't know what kind of monster will be synthesized if humans and monsters combine the bottle. Let's go! Gwen has been teleported out and is now far away from us. We need to find the teleportation array hidden here as soon as possible. I hope the teleportation array has not been destroyed. Okay. Let's go find the teleportation array first. Klein and Lilith began to look for the teleportation array separately. While looking, Klein took out the communicator and said to Becky and the others, "Becky, I'm Klein. I'm here." Becky's voice came from the communicator. "You should clean up the entire Skull and Bones base as soon as possible and bring all suspicious persons back to the Dark Crusade prison of the Security Department. Remember, this matter should not be related to the GS Society. Nick should take the blame. This is his role. Also, write down all the research materials of the Skull and Bones as much as possible. These are resources and cannot be wasted. Understood? Are there any other instructions? No. Try to protect your own safety and try not to die during the battle. Now we are going to chase Seth, the leader of this base. This person is very dangerous. Lilith and I may need some time. Do you need our support? No. If you don't make proper preparations in advance and fight a necromancer of the Skull and Bones Society in the wild, your role is really too small. So after you complete the task, go back to the Dark Crusade branch and wait for me. Understood? Klein, the teleportation array is here." Hearing Lilith's call, Klein hung up the communicator in his hand and turned to walk towards Lilith. In the suburbs of Palomia, Gwen was quickly clearing the surrounding undead creatures. But even with her strong strength, She was trapped in the quagmire of fighting when facing the simple and crude tactics of the Skeleton Sea. Gwen kicked a Dread Knight's head and smashed it, looking at Seth floating in the sky from a distance. She wanted to move forward, but the overwhelming undead creatures made it impossible for her to get close to Seth. Although Gwen had a lot of fighting spirit, such a persistent consumption would not last long even if she had more fighting spirit. There's really nothing we can do in this situation. Gwen jumped high and flew with her fighting spirit, but Seth was already floating in the air, ready to fight back. First, more than a dozen bone spears shot at Gwen, suppressing her flight trajectory. And then Seth started the summoning that he had prepared for a long time. Come out, Lowswell. Under Seth's summoning, a giant underworld gate appeared above Gwen's head. The diameter of this underworld gate was nearly 1,000 nanofeet. The underworld gate slowly opened, and the bone dragon Lowswell appeared above Gwen, with a body length of more than 600 nanofeet. It was a real behemoth for humans. This bone dragon was the one that had appeared in Grandok before. It had once pretended to fight with Fakis. It was a true 5th-level top-summoned creature. Gwen had just dodged Seth's bone spear when the bone dragon's frost breath sprayed on her. At this time, Gwen was no longer able to dodge, and could only resist the bone dragon's frost breath. The biting cold appeared on her body. Gwen could only transform her fighting spirit into fire attribute, and began to fight against the frost. Although her fighting spirit was strong, and she steadily blocked the bone dragon's attack, she also fell from the sky, and was about to be surrounded by a large number of undead creatures again. Gwen knew that she could not be surrounded by these undead creatures again. Otherwise, no matter how much fighting spirit and physical strength she had, she would be exhausted to death by the necromancer. The fighting spirit on her body began to quickly transform into earth attribute. Gwen fell from the sky and stepped on a flat ground. Mountain collapse strike. Boom! The power of this kick was just like its name. It had the effect of breaking the mountain and shattering the rocks. The strong earthquake spread out from Gwen to the surrounding area. The landform of the entire area was completely destroyed, and a large number of undead creatures fell into the cracks caused by the earthquake. This strike brought Gwen precious breathing time. And Gwen, who felt something, was no longer anxious, because she felt that Klein had arrived. At this time, Klein was in the air, directing the flight of Tai Flying Pig. Fly higher. Hey, can you fly higher? Tai Flying Pig expressed a wave of dissatisfaction. You are a hammer. If you don't fly higher, I will burn you with fire. Looking at the slow-moving Tai Flying Pig under his feet, Klein had a headache. It was too painful to not have a flying mount. Now he could only rely on Tai Flying Pig. Chapter 292 started with Gwen defeated by fire explosion. However, Tai Flying Pig's flying ability is really not very good. After flying for a long time, it didn't pull away from Seth. If it released fire explosion at this distance, it would definitely be discovered in advance. He wanted Tai Flying Pig to fly higher, but he didn't expect that this thing would have the idea of going on strike. Can strange things also have the idea of going on strike? Become a spirit? Didn't they say that it was not allowed to become a spirit after the founding of the country? Klein could only take the initiative to inject about 10 points of magic power into Tai Flying Pig. After receiving the gift of Klein's magic, Tai Flying Pig slowly flew to a higher place, flying higher and higher, until the bone dragon below Klein was already a small white dot. Klein was sure that this distance was enough. His current position was exactly in the same direction as the moon. If Seth looked in his direction, the bright moonlight would also provide some cover for Klein, which was a perfect attack position. Klein's book opened automatically, and it was full of Klein's pyroblast spells. This time, he would use the most violent attack to test top masters like Seth. The magic stored in the magic book does not require magic power, but the normal casting process still requires it. Although his casting time has been further compressed, it still takes more than 40 seconds to release such a large pyroblast spell. Klein compressed the pyroblast to a very small size, because the smaller it is compressed, the more difficult it is for large summons, like the bone dragon, to dodge. The scorching white fireball was completely condensed in Klein's hand, and pointed at Seth below. The compressed pyroblast originally looked like a small, shiny crystal ball, mixed in the moonlight, and it was really hard to find. Fire explosion, the first bullet. Seth stood on the bone dragon, and kept letting the bone dragon spit frost dragon breath to attack Gwen below. He could see that Gwen's physical strength and fighting spirit were very strong, but he was not in a hurry. He could completely recover his magic power, while slowly consuming the opponent with undead creatures. Now he has completely taken the initiative, and it is only a matter of time to wear Gwen down. At this time, Seth folded his arms, looking like he was sure of victory, while Gwen rushed left and right on the ground, and stopped when he ran to a position where Klein, Seth, and himself were in a straight line. This position is almost there. Seth looked at Gwen, who stopped, and he was a little confused. It was a bit inappropriate to stop at this time. As a necromancer, although Seth's physical strength was not strong, he definitely did a lot of research on the human body. Naturally, he could see that Gwen should still have a lot of physical strength. Stopping at this time must be a problem. What does she want to do at this distance? Looking at Gwen, who was staring at him from below, Seth was slightly puzzled. He suddenly felt a sense of danger. It was this intuition of danger that saved his life when he was at the base before. Seth looked at the bone dragon under his feet, and then looked at the ground. There was no trace of any enemy at all. Moreover, he was in the air. Unless the enemy had the ability to fly stealthily, there was no way to approach him here. After 2 seconds of confusion, Seth suddenly raised his head and looked upward. At first, he didn't care. But after a closer look, he found that there seemed to be a small white dot in the moonlight. And this white dot seemed to be slowly getting bigger. What is that? A nighttime meteor? Or something else? Seth controlled the bone dragon to fly to the side for a distance. Although he didn't know what the white dot was, his vigilant nature still made him take some precautions. But after Seth moved, he found that the white dot was still flying in his direction. And the white dot became bigger and bigger, like a very bright light. Seeing the approach of the fire explosion, Gwen had received Klein's message. What is this? Magic attack? Not good. Dangerous. Seeing the bad situation, Seth controlled the bone dragon to fly to the other side. And Klein also released the compression of the fire explosion at this time. The fire explosion quickly expanded and immediately turned into a super large fireball, almost illuminating the night here. Boom! The fire explosion exploded in midair. This was a fire explosion with a magic value of more than 400. After Klein's triple enhancement, the power of this fire explosion has reached an incredible level. The shockwave directly knocked Seth away in midair, and the large number of undead creatures that had just surrounded Gwen on the ground were turned into ashes under Klein's attack. Although Seth was not hit, he was still shocked by the power of such magic. So many summons were cleared with one blow. Before Seth wanted to check, the second fire explosion fell from the sky again. What else? What the hell is that? Boom! The bone dragon was already shaking all over due to the violent explosion. It was very large, and the impact of the explosion was many times greater than that of an ordinary person. When Gwen had barely dodged the fire explosion again, he had quickly come to Seth's side. Thunderfoot. The sharp corners of the high heels swept towards Seth with fierce lightning. Feeling threatened, Seth immediately propped up the skeleton shield and retreated. Bang! Gwen's heavy kick only broke the skeleton shield, and did not directly attack Seth. The skeleton shield was extremely strong. However, Gwen's attacks were always in waves, stable and domineering. But even here, Seth could stably summon a large number of undead creatures to block Gwen's attacks. Gwen knew that such a battle would be entangled again, so she immediately changed her battle strategy. Fire Fist. Gwen punched the back of the bone dragon. The huge power and heat made the bone dragon start to howl wildly, and its body began to shake constantly. The undead creatures standing on the dragon's back also fell down one after another. Just as Gwen attacked the bone dragon, a skeleton elf suddenly appeared, stabbing Gwen with 2 forks. Gwen dodged again, and the thunder blade directly cut off the head of the skeleton elf, and rushed toward Seth again. Seth looked up at the sky, and then looked at Gwen in front of him. Even in this state of being caught in a pincer attack, he still did not show any signs of defeat. However, at this time, Seth had already planned to evacuate. I didn't expect that such a powerful fire mage would appear in Jiesha. It's really hard to deal with. Just as Seth and Gwen were entangled, Gwen suddenly received Klein's soul message. Use Ice Fighting Spirit for defense. Gwen did not question Klein's order. She immediately transformed her fighting spirit into Ice attribute and wrapped it around her body for protection. Seth felt a little strange when he saw Gwen suddenly switch from attack to defense, just when he was about to let the bone dragon Loswell fly upwards and use magic to repel Gwen. The terrible fireball appeared again. And, is this person's magic power unlimited? And shouldn't the woman in front of him be his companion? Jiesha should value talents, right? Even killing his own people? Compared to Gwen, The danger of the pyroblast technique made Seth feel more terrified. He quickly let the bone dragon Loswell fly lower. But this time, Klein's attack was not that simple. Energy-saving pyroblast plus calm pyroblast. 2 500 pyroblasts. Plus using Gwen as bait. It should have some effect anyway. Standing above the clouds, Klein was also panting heavily. He released 4 super large pyroblasts in a row, and his magic power was exhausted. Even with his physique and mental strength, he felt exhausted. The 2 pyroblasts suddenly separated when they were about 2,000 nanofeet away from Seth. At this time, Seth realized that there were 2 pyroblasts this time, and they predicted his movement trajectory. The madman from GS Society. Do you really not care about the life and death of your companions? What Seth didn't know was that Klein was very sure that even if this attack had an impact on Gwen, it would not have a big impact. The power of the pyroblast was still in the center, and the large-scale shock wave, Gwen's strong physique, coupled with the phase-changing fighting spirit of Frost defense, and hiding behind the bone dragon, was enough to resist this pyroblast. Even if he would be seriously injured, he would definitely not die. Seth, who saw that the situation was not good, jumped directly from the bone dragon. Klein was far away from him, so the target of the attack was the bone dragon, which Seth also thought of. If he still stood on the bone dragon, even, he would not be able to withstand Klein's fire explosion. Boom! Boom! The 2 consecutive explosions of the fire explosion made the bone dragon Loswell swallowed by flames and explosions in an instant before he could scream. The hot flames evaporated its bones instantly. Except for some bone fragments, there was nothing else left. The bone dragon is a high-level summoned creature of the 5th level. It is not of the same level as the skeleton elves. Every summon of a bone dragon requires the sacrifice of a real dragon. Loswell is Seth's strongest summoned creature and Seth's partner for many years. Its significance is no longer as simple as a dead creature. Seeing his bone dragon being killed, Seth spit out a mouthful of old blood. The 2 fire explosions exploded together, instantly lighting up the entire night sky. Like a gorgeous firework, Seth fell to the ground with a skeleton shield on his head. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, Seth climbed up again. Gwen fell not far from him, breathing heavily. Gwen was also seriously injured at this time. She stared at Seth not far away with indifference. When she wanted to act again, Klein gave her a message to stop. Gwen, I feel that your injuries are very serious. Don't force the pursuit. Heal yourself as soon as possible. I have arranged for Lilith to do the pursuit. Gwen looked at Seth, who was running away, nodded, took out some healing potions, sprinkled them directly on herself, and then took a few bottles and drank them in one gulp. Klein on the cloud also began to meditate on the spot. He was too tired and had to rest. In this battle, he had already exerted his advantages to the extreme, and with the help of the information gap effect, and with the cooperation of Gwen, he barely defeated Seth. The strength of this old guy was really too strong. Seth staggered in the forest, mumbling something. Loswell was killed. I have to go. Agatha hasn't grown up yet. I can't die. I have to live. Forcibly urging his magic, Seth flew up again. But before he flew a few meters, he fell from the sky again and fell heavily to the ground again. Ugh! Just as Seth struggled to get up again, a footstep gradually approached him. Chapter 293, When the Queen Meets the Mount. Seth tensed up when he heard the footsteps. He was in a very bad state. In order to resist the fire explosion just now, his magic power had been blown up. It was a bit too much to say that he was a helpless salted fish now. But he really had no way to gather a trace of magic power. Even a first-level professional could kill him. Seth raised his head a little nervously, and when he saw who was coming, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Agatha. You're here. Agatha was wearing a very eye-catching white dress. Her hair stood up, as if she had rushed over to attend a banquet. She looked at Seth indifferently and said, Uncle Seth, I always respect you because you are always very wise in my eyes. But why did you leak the information of the base this time? In theory, the location of the base has always been very hidden, and only some members of big families can enter directly. What happened? Seth stood up, holding his chest. His tall body made Agatha in front of him look a little short. He did not deny what happened in the Skull and Bones base. This time, it was my misjudgment that led to the attack on the base. It's my fault. Agatha shook her head. This matter is more than just a misjudgment. The base hidden in the Imperial capital was destroyed. A large number of demons fell into the hands of the Dark Crusaders, and the organizational system was destroyed. Uncle Seth, all this is because of you. As a senior member of the Skull and Bone Society, you have worked for the organization for decades. How could you make such a low-level mistake? Can you tell me why? Hearing Agatha's question, Seth fell silent. What Agatha said was true. He would not refute it. But he did not want to answer the reason. After I go back, I will confess to the President and Prometheus. It is not safe here now. Let's go! Agatha did not move, but glanced at Seth. Her eyes became inexplicably complicated, and suddenly asked, You still want to hide it from me now? Is it because of Klein, Uncle Seth? Seth was stunned for a moment, because he felt that Agatha's tone was a little wrong. Under normal circumstances, Agatha would never speak to her in this tone. Agatha, I am also doing this for your own good. Agatha suddenly felt a little ridiculous. For her own good? She heard the word she hated the most. The desire for control is really the most disgusting emotion. Uncle Seth, you are really wrong about some things. If I really follow your way, then my final achievement will be at best another corpse ghost lord. You always feel that I don't understand. But you are the one who really doesn't understand. The teacher is also a person who has seen ancient miracles. So he told you not to put any restrictions on me. And you still don't understand why he asked you not to put any restrictions on me. So he is superclass. And you are only 5th class. Who do you think released the fireball that fell from the sky? Klein has killed 2 5th-class people. If I hadn't saved you, you would have died at his hands today. So why do you think that it's wrong for me to like him? Seth wanted to refute, but he was a little speechless. Agatha was right. He had indeed lost. If the loser pointed fingers at the winner, it would be pure brain damage. But he is from Jiesha. Agatha took a few steps forward and gradually approached Seth. Jiesha will soon change its master. And the same is true for our Skull and Bone Society. Seth's pupil shrank, and he took a step back. He felt the murderous aura from Agatha, and his mood became complicated. Agatha, are you going to kill me? You are my mentor who raised me up. How could I possibly kill you? Uncle Seth, step back. There might be a fight next. And your current state will only become a burden to me. Come out over there. Eavesdropping on others is not a good habit. Did you learn it from Klein? Seth was startled and turned around immediately. At the same time, Lilith also slowly walked out of the woods, staring at the two of them and said, We meet again. Shagar. Oh no. It should be Miss Agatha Protini. Agatha also observed Lilith carefully. This time, she looked more carefully than last time. No. Plotini is not my last name. I am a Dragonborn. My last name is Apocalypse. Agatha Apocalypse. Apocalypse? What an exaggerated last name. From your tone, you seem to be very familiar with Klein. Can you tell me what the relationship is between you two? What is the relationship between me and Klein? Why should I tell you? You just knew him earlier than me. Agatha looked at Lilith. She was not convinced that Klein admitted that his lover was Lilith. She thought that if she knew Klein before Lilith, she would be the one who got the recognition. However, when Lilith heard Agatha talking about the time when she met Klein, she laughed because she could hear the dissatisfaction in Agatha's tone. Klein is my fiancé. After all, we are getting married soon. It is reasonable for me to ask about my fiancé. Right, when I met Klein, he was still a weakling. A severely autistic young man. You would not have taken a fancy to him at all. So, knowing him first only means that my vision is better than yours. He is busy and always meets some women of unknown identity. As his fiancé, I must help him get rid of these troubles. When Lilith said these words, she was full of energy. She was most proud of seeing Klein's extraordinariness. But the matter of his fiancé was just something she had imagined. Looking at the confident Lilith, Agatha's face was a little gloomy. She had never thought that she would have an emotion called jealousy. But she quickly adjusted herself and chuckled, although it sounds nice. I can still see that you really want to know the relationship between me and him. So, since you asked sincerely, I will be merciful and tell you. I went to heaven with Klein. Klein coerced me to take him to the dragon ruins. I also went to the ground with him. Klein pressed me to the ground and beat me in the suburbs of Grandok. I also had a lot of intimate contact with him, being poked in the buttocks by a scabbard and French bread, whipped, and ridden after turning into a dragon. Finally, we made an agreement in Grandok. Klein tricked me into a civil war in the Skull and Bone Society. These are all real things that happened between us. If you don't believe it, You can go ask him. Apart from these, Agatha really couldn't think of any specific relationship between her and Klein. Lilith frowned slightly when she heard this. What Agatha said was too ambiguous. Did Klein really have something with her? It seems that Klein is really popular. Yes, you'd better keep an eye on him and don't let other women take him away. Well, I don't have time to chat with you. I'm leaving. Goodbye. After saying that, Agatha was about to take Seth away. But Lilith certainly couldn't let Seth go at this time. You want to leave just after chatting? It seems that you haven't got my consent yet. This is a bit rude. Lilith stretched out her hand and grasped the Reaper's scythe. With a sudden swing, a black slash flew towards Seth. The slashes issued by Lilith were always domineering and fierce. Agatha, who felt the danger, immediately turned around and inhaled. The air mixed with the dragon's magic gathered in her chest. Fussloda. Agatha's roar of unstoppable power came out, and the strong shock wave made Lilith unable to hold the weapon in her hand. And she was blown away immediately. Knowing that Agatha's strength was extraordinary, Lilith immediately activated the blood of chaos to enhance her strength to resist the powerful power of the dragon's roar. After the transformation, Lilith did not rush forward, but gradually disappeared in the darkness. Now it was night, and Lilith, who had the ability of shadow escape, could exert her strength to the maximum. Before disappearing, Lilith smiled and said, I wanted to fight you when I saw you last time. And this time I just fulfilled my wish. Seeing Lilith's figure shuttle in the darkness, Agatha immediately became alert, and two corpse ghosts slowly crawled out of the ground. Standing on the left and right beside Agatha, a black sickle suddenly appeared behind Agatha, slashing at the back of Agatha's head. Dang! Agatha's short sword blocked Lilith's shadow attack. Her strength and physique were far inferior to Lilith's. She took more than 10 steps back before she stabilized her body. The power of this attack was too strong, almost breaking her arm. However, Lilith's unsuccessful attack also left Agatha with an opportunity to attack. The two corpse ghosts released their unstoppable power at the same time, knocking Lilith away. Hiss! After pulling away, Agatha immediately found her chance to fight back. She took a deep breath, and a wisp of ice began to spray out of her mouth. Everything around her began to freeze, and the whole land was frozen. This dragon roar was very strong. Klein was disgusted by Agatha's move, and this glacier was an indiscriminate dragon roar. Even Seth was not immune and was frozen into an ice cube by Agatha on the spot. Lilith looked at the frost approaching her feet and felt deeply in danger. She drew out the dark sword, gathered her fighting spirit, and stabbed the sword into the frost. The dark fighting spirit began to fight against Agatha's glacial dragon roar, and also created an environment without frost freezing for her. Seeing that Lilith was trapped, Agatha immediately changed her form and turned into a flying dragon. After taking another deep breath, Agatha was about to release the dragon roar on Lilith. Lilith, who was standing in place, also put down her weapon and stretched out her right arm to prepare secretly. She knew that Agatha was going to use the dragon roar, but she wanted to counterattack when Agatha released the dragon roar. Just when Agatha was about to launch the dragon roar attack, she suddenly turned her head and glanced at the moon in the sky. She knew that Klein was coming. Chapter 294, Brotherly Love of Esmond. Agatha put away her attack, slowly dispersed the energy in her mouth, leaned over and flew to the ground, grabbed Seth, who was frozen into ice, and flew to the distant sky. Although Lilith regretted that she did not leave Seth and Agatha, she was secretly relieved. If she had to resist the dragon roar, she would inevitably get hurt. Now Lilith did not want to get hurt. Her mind had changed. She might become Mrs. Klein. She had to be responsible not only for herself but also for Klein. No man would want to marry a woman with a burnt face. Although with their strength, even serious injuries can be self-repaired with energy. The repair process takes too long, and she did not want to take risks. Mrs. Lilith Alex. This title sounds good. After the battle, Lilith began to imagine again. Klein and Gwen had already come over. He looked at Lilith muttering and felt a little strange. Lilith was always in a state of confusion tonight. What happened? Seeing Klein coming over, Lilith said, It's a pity that Seth was not killed or captured. I saw it. He was rescued by Agatha. Why weren't you angry when you saw it? That Agatha seemed to like you. Did something happen between you and her that I don't know about? Klein was stunned. Something you don't know about, besides touching, looking, beating, and poking with hard bread. These should be trivial matters that are not worth mentioning. Apart from this, It seems that there is nothing else. This is nothing. Right? So Klein said to Lilith calmly, No. Absolutely not. I am an honest man. You know? When Klein and his team returned to the Dark Crusade branch, a large number of suspects had been detained here, most of whom were members of the Skull and Bones Society. Nick's face was a little crazy and excited. This was a huge credit. At this time, he was interrogating Manuel of the Kazan family. This interrogation had lasted for almost 6 hours, and there was still no gain. Manuel, your sister has confessed that your family colluded with the Skull and Bones Society. Don't you want to say something? Manuel glanced at Nick calmly. Compared with Holly, his character was more mature and calm. Facing Nick's interrogation, he could basically do it without leaking a drop of water. Since you all know, why are you asking me this? Because he was captured at the Skull and Bones base. Manuel didn't bite the bullet and force himself to clear his name. But he could choose to say nothing, because he knew that the more he talked, the more wrong he would be. After asking for a while and getting nothing out of it, Nick walked out of the interrogation room angrily and said fiercely, These people are really stubborn. If he didn't have a good father, I would have done something to him long ago. Gwen had already taken the people from the GS Society back to the GS Society. Only Klein and his group were left in the GS Society. Klein came to Nick's side and said to Nick, Have their charges been confirmed? All confirmed. But they are unwilling to say more information. They are really stubborn. Klein looked at Nick as if he was a fool. Don't you know that organizations like the Skull and Bones Society will definitely set up spells for their members? What's the point of asking this? And we've already captured a lot of people from the aristocratic circle. That's enough. Do you really think these big families are all soft persimmons? Nick was speechless, not knowing what to answer. The rest is up to you. The captured demons should be enough for you to complete the task. As for the research data on the demons, I'll give it to you after I make a copy. After Klein finished speaking, he pulled Lilith out the door, and Nick quickly stopped him. Why are you leaving? Aren't you going to continue investigating? Continue investigating? What are you talking about? If you continue investigating, you will find the head of the Minister of State. How to investigate? Now someone has come out to take the blame. You should just quit while you're ahead. Leaving Nick dumbfounded, Klein pulled Lilith out of the security department. He knew very well that he could continue investigating, but the pressure and obstacles he would face at that time would not be as simple as this time. Behind the demonic spirit case, there are a large number of high-ranking officials of the Empire and extreme organizations such as the Skull and Bones Society. It is not something that can be solved by one or a few people. The reason why the Skull and Bones Society base was eliminated this time was because the other party wanted to lure him into the trap and made a mistake. Moreover, the other party did not expect that Klein would leave a means of tracking and call people on the spot. Chiesha was also very decisive and gave very strong military support. The biggest gains of this operation are 3 points in total. The first is that the demonic spirit case was solved. This thing is really harmful. The second point is that a Skull and Bones Society base in the Imperial capital was destroyed, and a large amount of research data and resources were seized. The third point is that a 5th level master Andre was killed. This is a well-known master. The 5th level is not a cabbage. So far, the Skull and Bones Society has had 2 5th level members die in his hands. This is a very brilliant record. The only pity is that Seth was not caught. But at this time, he can no longer continue to investigate. Even the top 5th level combat power like Gwen is not enough. It would be a death wish to investigate further. His strength is not strong enough to fight against a large organization alone. It is the wisest choice to stop while he is ahead. He will not be like Nick, who is overwhelmed by a little victory. The Skull and Bones Society was defeated this time, and it should be quiet for a while. He must take advantage of this time to accelerate his strength, not only to improve his own strength, but also to improve the strength of his team. I hope that the information he brought back this time will help the research of the mysterious potion. Chiesha. Esmond came to Gwen's bedside to visit her. Serious injuries? Burns? Esmond was a little confused. He knew Seth, who should be a very pure necromancer. But why was Gwen burned by flames? This was very strange. These injuries were not caused by Seth, but by a dragonborn girl. Dragonborn? Esmond's eyes lit up. Dragonborn are a very rare species. Even though he now puts a lot of energy into the research of magic mecha, he still feels excited to see the prey. Did you get her blood? No. I was at the end of my strength. After she used dragon breath to repel me, she took Seth away. I didn't have a chance to hurt her. Esmond nodded with a little regret. He hadn't seen the real Dragonborn yet. It would be great if he could get some blood. How did Klein perform this time? Very strong. The two of them cooperated with me to kill the 5th level master, who was originally stationed on the 18th floor. Shadow swordsman Andre. Gwen told Esmond the words that Klein and her had discussed in advance. Esmond nodded. He had heard of Andre's name in the intelligence. He was a newly promoted 5th level master of the Skull and Bone Society. Very good. You should have a good rest. After visiting Gwen, Esmond returned to his office and smoked quietly, not knowing what he was thinking. After a while, Esmond said to himself, Klein has made rapid progress recently. Do you feel relieved? Do you also hope that he will make rapid progress? Aren't you worried that he might have other ideas? A voice suddenly appeared from behind Esmond, and the space fluctuated. Klein's former dormitory manager Con John appeared in the office. Esmond turned around and said to Con with a smile, Con, my brother, you are finally here. Con lowered his hat and did not look at Esmond. He picked up the photo on Esmond's desk and put it down after taking a look. We are no longer brothers. Esmond, and don't you want to answer my question? Why should I worry about Klein's ideas? He is my son. He has some ideas. I should be happy for him. Con looked at Esmond and felt that his expression was not fake. But he did not know why Esmond had such a controlled performance. Esmond, Klein is Katie's son, not yours. He has the qualifications to become the new king. Although I can't deal with you, I will watch you. Hee. Whatever. My brother. The executive department was originally founded by you and Katie. And Jiesha is your home. Welcome back. Esmond seemed very generous, which was completely different from what Con had expected. He did not continue to speak, but opened a space crack and walked in, and left Esmond's office. Esmond looked at Con, who was leaving, and the smile on his face gradually converged. When the space crack was about to close, Esmond suddenly clenched his fists, and the space channel that was originally to be closed was immediately twisted into a ball and forcibly closed by Esmond. It's been more than 20 years, and you're still the same. No progress. No change. Do you think you can do whatever you want in front of me just because you have some spatial abilities? Naive guy. Chapter 295 Adonis' Soul Harvester. After Klein returned to the GS Society, he immediately asked all members of the team to gather in his room. Let's sort out the gains this time. After receiving Klein's order, several people divided the work and began to sort out the resources collected from the attack on the Skull and Bone Society base. A large amount of necromancy materials, dark materials, magic weapons, strange objects, research materials, etc. were stored in space rings with fixed numbers. The 5 people sorted until the next night before they finished counting the gains. Needless to say, the other members of the GS Society must have also gained a lot. But according to the rules of the GS Society, whoever spoils belong to him. Klein naturally can't ask others for them. Klein kept all the necromancy materials, and the spoils of Becky, Eric, and Joe were converted into ethereal potions and distributed. He had other uses for these necromancy and dark materials. Okay, you guys go back first. Lilith, stay here. I have something to tell you. Yes. When Lilith heard Klein leave her alone, she immediately thought of what Klein said before, that he would give her a surprise. Could it be here if he wants to propose to me? Should I agree to it? The environment here is a bit bad, and it doesn't look very romantic. Klein is really bad at choosing a location. I don't know if he is prepared to ring. Just when Lilith was looking forward to it, Klein suddenly said, "Give me your 2 weapons." Lilith was stunned. Huh? Why do you need her weapons at this time? Aren't you going to propose to her? Although Lilith was confused, she finally handed her Reaper and Dark Sword to Klein obediently, and then looked at him eagerly. At this time, Lilith had an expectant expression. The weapons were given to you. Why don't you take the initiative? Klein was sorting out the materials for strengthening the Reaper and the Dark Sword, and suddenly found that Lilith looked at him with wide eyes. He felt a little strange and asked, "Why are you still here? It's okay. You have been up all night. Go back and rest first." Klein didn't say that he wanted to help Lilith strengthen her weapons, just to give Lilith a surprise. But the surprise he imagined seemed to be a little different from the surprise Lilith imagined. Lilith saw that Klein was actually going to drive her away, and she suddenly felt sad. Wasn't it a proposal? It seems that she thought too much and was happy for nothing. Although a little sad, Lilith still nodded very obediently. "Then I'm leaving. Contact me if you need anything. Okay. Go quickly. After Lilith left, Klein began to disassemble the magic weapon and sort out the strengthening materials he needed. It took him about 4 hours to sort out everything he needed. Klein picked up her Reaper scythe. He had thought about strengthening this weapon a long time ago, but his resources have always been tight. So the idea of strengthening has never been put into action. After attacking the Skull and Bones Society this time, he harvested a large amount of necromancy and shadow materials, which was enough to support Klein to strengthen Lilith's equipment. Lilith is not only his girlfriend, but also the strongest fighter in their team except for himself. She is talented, improves quickly, and practices diligently. There are 2 most important points for a girlfriend. The first is to be beautiful, and the second is to be obedient. In Klein's opinion, obedience is actually more important than beauty. Of course, Lilith is not without shortcomings. She likes to be jealous. This makes Klein feel a little sad. If the place she traveled through was the ancient China, she could have 3 wives and 4 concubines. But overall, Lilith still makes Klein very satisfied. So in addition to improving himself, Klein chooses to strengthen Lilith first, putting the Reaper side into his synthesizer. Klein checked the materials needed for strengthening. Normal enhancement harvester, magic weapon 3 dead crystals, 1 dead essence, 2 magic fragments. Advanced enhancement harvester, magic weapon 10 dead crystals, 3 dead essence, 3 tier undying heart, elemental heart, hell heart. Choose one. He has too many dead crystals to use up now, and a lot of dead essence. And Klein also reserved the 3rd level elemental heart before. So this time he directly put all the materials needed for advanced enhancement into the synthesizer and clicked on the advanced enhancement of the magic weapon. Harvester, magic weapon, advanced enhancement. High probability to get harvester, magic weapon. Low probability to get harvester, magic weapon. The probability of getting the best is low, although it is not low. But Klein did not expect it too much. After all, the low probability should be 5% to 15% at this stage, and the success rate is not high. Strengthening. Please wait. You have obtained the Reaper, magic weapon. Reaper, grade, magic weapon. Attack, 0 to 125. Effect 1 ethereal form. The Reaper can appear in your hand or disappear at will. Effect 2 Soul Reaper armor. Release the Reaper's magic power, and wear a set of Soul Reaper armor for you, which has the effect of harvesting souls to enhance the armor. Introduction. The Death Messenger Scythe. The exclusive weapon of the Dead Knight. Compared with the original Reaper, the attack is increased by 0 to 10. And the Shadow armor has also become Soul Reaper armor. The improvement is still quite obvious. But Klein is definitely not satisfied with this level of strengthening. Anyway, he has the resources now, so he can't just be strong to the end. Continue. Normal enhancement harvester, magic weapon dead crystal asterisk 3. Dark crystal asterisk 3. Dark essence asterisk 1. Dead essence asterisk 1. Magic weapon fragment asterisk 2. Advanced enhancement harvester, magic weapon dead crystal asterisk 10. Dead essence asterisk 3. Dark crystal asterisk 20. Dark essence asterisk 5. For TH level undying heart, elemental heart, dark heart. Choose one, although it is still upgraded to a magic weapon. The materials required are several times more than before. Fortunately, Klein still has stocks. He took out all the materials needed for enhancement and chose to enhance again. Harvester, magic weapon, advanced enhancement. High probability of obtaining harvester, magic weapon. Extremely low probability of obtaining side-type weapons. Miracle. Klein's pupil shrank. And looking at the prompt of the synthesizer, he suddenly felt a whim. The last time he had this feeling was when he synthesized Klein's book. The same feeling appeared again, and he felt that this time it would work. My feeling has always been quite accurate. Is it coming? Strengthening. Please wait. You have obtained Adonis's Soul Harvester. Miracle. Klein clenched his fist and swung it heavily. The upgrade from magic weapon to miracle weapon is definitely a leap forward. Moreover, melee professions rely more on weapons than mages like Klein. If Klein himself does not have the light of the moon, the impact on combat effectiveness is not great. But if Lilith does not have a suitable weapon, then her combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. It really worked. A miracle. This scythe is completely different from the previous Reapers. The whole is covered with gray mist, and the color is also gray and transparent, sometimes hidden and sometimes dark. It seems to have no entity when held in the hand, and the weight is also much lighter. giving Klein a feeling that it is not a real weapon. Don't talk about the attributes first. Just this appearance. Lilith will definitely like it. It's domineering enough. Klein excitedly checked the attributes of the Soul Harvester. Adonis' Soul Harvester. Grade, Miracle. Attack, 0 to 202. Effect 1 Soul Harvest. Every time you kill an enemy, you will harvest the opponent's soul. Increase 1 attack point. And store up to 100 souls. Effect 2 Turbid Soul Wound. Release 1 stored soul. Detonate this soul. And cause a Turbid Soul Wound attack. Effect 3 Shadow Armor. The power of darkness covers the whole body, providing you with a layer of shadow armor with strong physical and magical defense. Effect 4 Soul Roar. Release all souls at once, causing a large-scale soul and shadow mixed impact. Introduction. Soul Reaper's Weapon. At this moment, Adonis has become the god of death. The properties of this weapon are quite powerful. The only pity is that the enhancement requirements of miracle-level weapons are too outrageous. Klein's own miracle has not been enhanced yet, let alone Lilith's. He was very happy to be able to combine such a powerful weapon for Lilith. He even wanted to send this weapon to her now. But Klein quickly suppressed this idea. He took out the Dark Sword and prepared to start enhancing Lilith's second weapon. Your Dark Sword is enhanced to +10, Dark Sword +10. Grade, Magic Weapon. Attack, 35 to 75. Effect 1 Dark Erosion. Each of your attacks will be accompanied by a shadow damage of 25% attack effect. Effect 2 Firm Power. The longer you fight, the higher the attack of the Dark Sword will be. Up to 60%. Effect 3 Vacuum/Dark. Release your Dark Magic or Dark Fighting Spirit with several times the power to form a unique sword energy slash. Introduction. One of the 22 Black Knight swords. The enhanced skills are a bit useless, but they can be used as a makeshift. Klein put away the two weapons and prepared to leave the room to find Lilith. Although he was very tired and wanted to have a good rest. A melee profession must be the weakest when it loses its weapon, and he didn't want Lilith to feel insecure. But just as he went out, a familiar voice called him. Chapter 296 The Same Evaluation of Khan. Long time no see. Klein. Hearing this voice, Klein turned his head subconsciously. Is it you? The person in front of him was Klein's former dormitory manager. Khan. What do you want to talk to me about, Mr. Khan? Haha. You are much more polite and natural than before. Not bad. You have made great progress. As for what's going on, I think we should find a place to talk. Klein glanced at Khan. Although he didn't know what the other party's intention was. He was a superclass strongman after all, so he still had to respect him a little. Okay. The two came to the potion rest area. Marion put 2 glasses of tequila on the table for the two of them, and then looked at the man opposite Klein a few more times. I haven't seen this person before. Is he a new member of Jizz Society? He looks quite old. Because Klein usually comes here to sit for a while when he is free. And most of the time he sits at the bar. This kind of situation of making an appointment to talk is the first time Marion has seen it. Hello. 90 thalers. When Klein took out his wallet to pay, Khan stopped him. Khan put a token on the table and pushed it to Marion. Although I don't know how much this thing is worth now. I think it should be enough to pay for 2 drinks. You don't need to change the rest. Just consider it a tip. Marion looked at the token in her hand and was stunned. It was a very old token, but she could clearly feel that this token was real. After returning to the bar, Marion muttered, "This token is at least 20 years old. Is this guy an antique?" Klein originally wanted to tell Khan the value of the token, but thinking that Marion was also his own, he gave up the idea and kept the money within the family. "Tell me, why did you come to me, Mr. Khan?" Klein said to Khan that his feelings towards Khan were quite complicated. Although Khan had helped him, Khan's style of doing things was really inconsistent with him. Khan was a very extreme and stubborn person. Klein was destined to not be able to coexist peacefully with such a person. Klein had known from his mother Katie that Khan was one of the founders of the executive department, so he was not surprised that Khan could enter and leave the Jizz Society freely. "My identity is one of the 5 founders of Jizz Society. Klein. I have all the Jizz Society authority that your father Esmond has." "Well, then what?" Khan was stunned for a moment. Klein's reaction was somewhat beyond his expectations. There was no surprise, curiosity, or shock. There was nothing else on his face except calmness. "Well, it seems that my identity did not surprise you. This time, I just want to see you." "Do I have to have a reason to see you?" Is it not okay to treat it as a meeting between old friends? Every time Khan finished speaking, the space around him would be blocked, and the sound of his speech would not be transmitted. This is a means to fully utilize the space ability. Of course, it is also suspected of showing Klein the ability. Klein's eyes moved. When Khan used his spatial ability, he felt something strange. Every time Khan finished using his spatial ability, a hint of arcane aura would leak out. This also made Klein more alert. If this is a boring conversation, then I don't think it's necessary to continue. I'm busy, Mr. Khan. Khan nodded. Okay. Okay. Klein, you have really changed a lot. Every time I see you, you will change a lot. Yesterday you did something amazing. You actually participated in the mission of destroying the Skull and Bones Society base. And you teamed up with that girl named Gwen to kill the 5th level Andre. Your progress really surprised me. You went around for a long time just to brag about me? Are you free? Andre was mainly killed by Gwen. I just assisted with some magic on the side, and didn't help much. Don't underestimate yourself. You have great potential. You are really like your mother. Whenever Khan mentioned his mother Katie, his eyes showed a fascination, which gave Klein goosebumps all over his body. Well, it's okay. I haven't made much progress either. I rely on the help of my peers. Khan changed the subject and whispered. Klein, how much do you know about your father? Esmond? Klein frowned slightly, looking at Khan's self-righteous mysterious expression. Klein wanted to punch him in the face. If he couldn't beat him, Klein would have done it long ago. He felt that Khan was the kind of person who would show off in front of him by showing off the secrets he already knew. My father? He is the vice president of GS Society and the current leader of GS Society. Is there any problem? If I tell you that Esmond's intentions towards you are not pure, and you are more than just a son to him, will you believe it? I believe it. Klein blinked and said casually. Looking at Klein's indifferent eyes, Khan didn't know what to say for a while. He may be bad for you. You know? I know. You know that Esmond has problems. So don't you have any ideas of your own? Have you ever thought of resisting? You have your mother Katie behind you. And now I can come to help you. You have a great chance. Klein frowned slightly. Khan's movements were too obvious. When he moved a lot, the arcane aura on his body would naturally flow out, making Klein alert. Klein knew that Esmond had feelings for him a long time ago. But knowing it was knowing. And now was not the time to expose it. His layout for Jiesha has always been bit by bit. And he has always maintained a father-son relationship. He is not walking slowly, but he is walking steadily. Klein is still very young. He needs time. With the increase of the synthesizer, if he is given 2 more years of development, he will have a better grasp. Although Khan is very powerful, he is not one of Klein's own. You can know a person's face, but not his heart. Khan seems to be showing goodwill to him now. But who can tell the real purpose of a superclass strongman? Moreover, his personality is very extreme. Standing with such a person is a relatively dangerous thing in itself. So Klein didn't intend to reveal any information to Khan. Esmond is my father. What can I think? A father will never harm his own children. Klein was very calm. And Khan couldn't tell whether he was sincere or not. Khan looked at Klein, who was unmoved, and shook his head. I don't know if you really don't understand, or are pretending not to understand. But I can tell you in advance that there is an ancient relic under the GS Society. And the original purpose of the establishment of GS Society is also related to this relic. GS Society is not just Esmond's GS Society. And you are not just his son. As long as you promise me one thing, I will do my best to help you become the leader of GS Society. How about it? Consider it. The main dish is here. But this dish is not very suitable for his appetite. Promise one thing? Haha. If it was a weak chicken, Klein would definitely agree to him. But Khan is a titled strongman, and Klein doesn't want to have any substantial relationship with him at all. Klein was somewhat interested in the ancient ruins. But now the master of Jiesha was his father Esmond. So there was no need for him to rush. And the ruins would not run away. I'm sorry, Mr. Khan. I don't quite understand what the ancient ruins you are talking about are. If it's antiques or ancient buildings, I've seen many of them. I'm not interested in antiques. And I don't have any desire to talk about them. As for the position of the leader of Jiesha, that's even more impossible. I don't have any ideals, let alone any lofty ambitions. I just want to live a plain life, have a few children, and live a leisurely life as a rich man. So, your proposal sounds grand. But I am not interested at all. If there is nothing else, then I will take my leave first. Klein finished drinking the tequila, then bowed slightly and left the table. There are many reasons why he didn't want to contact Khan, and the most important one is that this person still has a clear arcane aura. This method is almost exactly the same as the one Klein left on Holly before. They are all arcane sign magic recorded in the ancient arcane books of Jia Society. Jia Society is not without arcane masters, but most of them are part-time. If there are any specialized arcane masters, then his father Esmond is one of them. This shows that Khan is either with Esmond. He has either been in contact with the, or he has been targeted by Esmond, leaving an arcane magic mark on Khan. And Khan still seems to have not felt the arcane aura on his body. He and Esmond are really different. When Klein walked out of the rest area, he murmured, "I haven't walked out for more than 20 years. Do you still think that the current Jiesha is something from your era? You can't even detect the arcane mark. But you always show off your spatial ability in front of me. Do you really think that you can go to heaven with a little spatial ability? He is just an old antique who is immersed in his own world. Not to mention the position. Even in terms of realm, Khan is several levels lower than his father. It's no wonder that his mother looks down on him. He is a naive dog." Klein's expression was very indifferent, and his evaluation of Khan was exactly the same as Esmond's, except that Klein's words were more vicious. Although Khan was very powerful, Klein had no intention of joining forces with him. It is said that one is not afraid of godlike opponents, but teammates like pigs. Esmond's sensitivity to information and control of Jiesha are not comparable to ordinary people, not to mention his strength. It is simply a foolish dream for someone like Colin to want to blatantly subvert Jiesha. People without B numbers will not live long. Klein can only find a way to use him once, and he can only use him once. Chapter 297 Marriage Agreement. Lilith sat in the room somewhat depressed. After returning from Klein, she had been in a daze for a whole day. She didn't want to practice or do anything. She just sat there quietly. Lilith was thinking. She has been worrying about Klein's affairs recently and neglecting herself. Is this correct? She can be Klein's tool, but she doesn't want to lose herself. Am I asking too much? In fact, it's good to be with Klein. Lilith buried her face in her knees. But when she didn't think about Klein, some bad memories would appear in her mind. Her father, Cucasero, broke her mother Anna's neck in front of her. His cold expression didn't show any emotion at all. It was a scene that Lilith would never forget. In the past, Lilith always believed that her father Cucasero must be killed. But after she got the blood of chaos left by her mother, her thoughts changed a little. The blood of chaos was changing her mind. She could feel that this was the will left by her mother, telling her not to hate her father Cucasero. What was the truth of the matter back then? Why did Esmond have my mother's blood of chaos? Lilith had no clue about the inheritance of the Black King. Even if she wanted to check, there was nothing to check. There were only two people who knew about the blood of chaos: her father Cucasero and Klein's father Esmond. Apart from them, Lilith had no clue. Her relationship with Cucasero had reached a freezing point. There was no way to ask. Cucasero would never tell her. He had always been unwilling to let Lilith investigate the matter of the Black King. As for Esmond, she had completely escaped from his control. Now Klein and Esmond were in a delicate state, so she couldn't disturb them. Lilith was confused because she had no idea about the inheritance of the Black King, and Klein never responded to her attitude. We didn't get together often before, and it wouldn't be like this. Hey, I feel that I have become greedy recently. Is it because that woman named Agatha made me feel a sense of crisis? Just as Lilith was thinking about these questions, Klein suddenly walked in. Lilith's room permissions were open to Klein, so that Klein could come in and see her anytime and anywhere. Hearing the movement at the door, Lilith raised her head from her knees. There were still some tears in the corners of her eyes, and she looked weak. Why are you crying? Klein frowned slightly, walked forward, wiped Lilith's face, and wiped her tears. Nothing. Just a bit down. Down? Tell me what's bothering you. Looking at Klein's face so close, Lilith suddenly had a bold idea. She leaned her head on Klein's shoulder and whispered, "Some things are confusing, but the only thing that really makes me unhappy is you." Klein, there's only one thing I want to know the most now. Lilith's expression suddenly became a little shy, and Klein asked curiously, "What is it? If you succeed in subverting Jiesha, will you marry me? Will we become husband and wife?" Klein was stunned. Is this a proposal? It felt too humble. He didn't expect that such words would come out of Lilith's mouth. Klein felt a little distressed. He was stunned and silent for a long time. As Klein's silence became longer and longer, Lilith's mood became more and more panic. She regretted why she asked this question. Was she too close? Just when Lilith wanted to push Klein away, Klein suddenly hugged her slender waist and said in the most determined tone, since he came to this world, yes, we will become husband and wife. Hearing Klein's affirmation, Lilith's eyes brightened instantly, and the gloomy mood before was swept away. The strong excitement made her hug Klein and kiss him hard. Really? Really? Then, Klein took out a gray mist-filled scythe and handed it to Lilith. This is our engagement token. When I become the master of Jiesha, we will hold a wedding. Lilith was a little dazed. She didn't know if this was a proposal, but she knew that the things that bothered her before had disappeared. She felt that happiness came a little suddenly. Lilith took the scythe that Klein handed over. She felt the powerful force in this weapon. Klein, this is a miracle weapon? Yes, a miracle weapon. Do you like it? I like it. I like everything you give me. As she said that, Lilith had already hugged Klein and pressed him to the ground. Although Klein wanted to resist, he had no choice because he was not as strong as her. Hey, what are you doing? I haven't introduced the properties of this weapon to you yet. Don't do it. Talk about it. That night, Klein went to bed in Lilith's room. In fact, after promising to marry Lilith, Klein's mood also calmed down inexplicably. Now he not only needs to be responsible for himself, but also for Lilith. He has integrated into this world and is no longer alone. The next day, Lilith waved the gray scythe with some surprise. Last night was too crazy, and they had almost no distraction to do other things. So the introduction of the weapon was put on hold. Holding the scythe, Lilith said to Klein, "What is the name of this weapon?" Adonis's Soul Reaper. Adonis's, the messenger of death. What a good name. While weighing the new weapon, Lilith kissed Klein again. As long as you like it, we will enter a stable period in the next period of time, which is the best time for us to develop. Now Jiesha has begun to vigorously develop new magic mechas, and our combat missions will also be reduced. The reduction of combat missions means that the exposure of strength will be reduced. So during this period of time, we need to improve our strength as much as possible. What Klein said is the current development direction of their small team. Now they have a lot of resources in their hands. The most important thing is to transform the resources into strength as soon as possible. How to do it specifically? After today, I will go back to study the elemental mixture developed by the Skull and Bone Society. That is, the colorful oil. During this period of time, in addition to normal practice, you should do your best to collect elemental materials for me. Hearing that Klein was still collecting elemental materials, Lilith immediately interrupted and said, "You still want to collect elemental materials? Now the price of GS Society's elemental materials has risen by more than 20% to almost 30%. And this price has exceeded the outside by a lot. If you continue to collect, not only will the price inside GS Society be unstable, but it may also attract the attention of Esmond, which may not be appropriate." Hearing Lilith's suggestion, Klein nodded. They have indeed consumed too many elemental materials during this period, and this consumption is continuous. For a long time in the future, or from now on, the collection of elemental materials cannot be stopped. Well, if the price here at GS Society rises too much, go to the Academy, the Imperial Capital, or other clubs to collect. Anyway, the collection of elemental materials cannot be stopped. I know. After saying goodbye to Lilith, Klein returned to his room and took out some research materials on elemental mixtures collected from the Skull and Bone Society. Potion of Addiction. Klein took out a few bottles of magic spirits and began to analyze them again. Originally, after he decomposed the demon spirit into colorful oil and arcane dust, he could not continue to decompose it. But this time, he wanted to try again. In this way, Klein resumed his research on the mysterious potion. Experimental Project 1. Separation and fusion of flame oil and flame crystal. First record begins, not long after entering the experimental state. Klein began to be elegant and easygoing, and his words were fragrant. Fuck. What a piece of shit. Wasting an element of mine. While cursing, Klein let the magic book record automatically. Flame oil failed to separate alone. Flame crystal was damaged, and the experiment failed. Chapter 298. If I keep losing money like this, I will become the richest man. 2 months later, Everything in Jiesha was very peaceful. And everything was developing in an orderly manner. Klein was very satisfied with this quiet environment. But in fact, Esmond was the same. After having the new magic mecha, the casualty rate of Jiesha members dropped significantly, and the material production almost doubled. Esmond did not give up the improvement of military power like the Red and White Society, but chose to improve the safety and rewards of combat missions, so that the members of Jiesha no longer passively accepted the missions and had their own initiative. Gwen, who had recovered his health, brought a letter to Esmond. Lord Esmond, there is an order. Esmond, who was smoking, laughed. Perona's research results can be converted into income. With this new combat unit, Jiesha's financial resource reserves can be greatly increased. This is the effect of talent. Haha. It's a good thing to have orders. Which ones? Is there Red and White Society? There are several. Red and White Society is just one of them. But their order volume is also the largest. A total of 12 units, including 6 1010 units and 6 1017 units. Haha. This kind of decadent old society should have been replaced long ago. The accumulation of 100 years is just like this. The only good thing about the current Red and White Society is their sales network. For a large-scale magic mecha technology, they gave Perona to us. The people of Red and White Society are just a group of short-sighted guys. Red and White Society still doesn't understand the importance of talents. A top talent can completely support a society. Perona's value is the top talent in any society. They now have the technology of large-scale magic mechas. And they are so eager to buy new mechas. Most likely they want to copy them. It's ridiculous. Gwen asked, then should we sell them now? After all, their purpose is not simple. Sell? Why not? The price of GTX 1010 to them is 198,000 yuan per unit. And the price of GTX 1017 is 228,000 yuan per unit. Such a big profit is a waste. 12 mechas can easily make more than 1 million tel. How many potions can be sold to achieve this? And if it is handed over to Perona, as long as there is stable sales, she can make 12 mechas in a few days. As for copying new magic mechas, it is basically impossible. Perona's technical barriers are not so easy to break through. Not to mention the core components. Even the simple memory restoration metal. The Red and White Society will never be able to copy it in this life. Continue to promote new mechas. In addition, the treatment of Perona can be further improved. Gwen was stunned for a moment, and confirmed, Perona's treatment is now the highest standard in Jiesha. Do you want to continue to improve it? Her welfare benefits are already 150 times that of Klein and others. With her current strength, the materials and resources she has obtained cannot be used up at all. Esmond waved his hand. He didn't care about Perona getting more money at all. Instead, he thought that the more Perona got, the better. Of course I know that she can't use up so many resources. But the improvement of treatment is not just because of money, but to make Perona feel that she is treated differently. And let her feel that she is the most special existence in Jiesha, so that she can feel more belonging to Jiesha. Yes, I understand. Gwen nodded. But she was a little dazed in her heart. She knew that Perona had exchanged all the resources she got from Jiesha for the mysterious potion with Klein. As Klein's possession, Klein once told her that he must mention Perona's salary increase in front of Osmond. But Gwen never mentioned Perona's salary once. It was just Esmond who was having fun and trying his best to give Perona resources and salary increase. But she never asked. And Esmond didn't know that by raising Perona's salary like this, he was completely giving Klein a bargain. Just when Gwen and Esmond were discussing the sale of magic mecha, Klein was arguing with Candlewick in Perona's room about the exchange of materials. 30? Why do you need so many mysterious potions? 30 potions are enough to increase the magic power by 50 points. Perona's rank limit is unbearable. No. Absolutely not. Klein rejected Candlewick righteously, while calmly counting how many first-level mysterious potions he brought this time. Klein thought that not telling Candlewick that there were higher-level mysterious potions was the most correct choice he made. Isn't it a win-win cooperation? It's just a matter of taking things step by step. It won't be too late to tell Candlewick about the second-level mysterious potion later. Candlewick saw that Klein was not willing to give in. And he didn't know whether Klein didn't have so many mysterious potions or didn't want to sell them to him. Logically speaking, the price he offered was already high enough. I urgently need to improve Perona's strength. I will deal with the limitation of Perona's rank. You just need to give me the things. 40,000 first level, 20,000 second level, 10,000 third level materials, 2 million tel, plus 1 fire seed. This is all I can give. This is a real huge sum of money. Even Klein would be tempted by it. 31st level mysterious potions have only 50 magic power at best. And Klein is thinking about how to improve himself by about 150 with this huge sum of money. Deal. Candlewick. I tell you, I suffered a big loss in this transaction. Klein waved his hand and said. 10 minutes later. Looking at Klein's face that was almost twisted because of holding back laughter. Candlewick suddenly felt that he had been cheated. And the cheating was not light. Just when Candlewick was feeling a little uncomfortable, Perona said weakly, Master Candlewick, are we at a disadvantage? This sentence was really inappropriate because it touched Candlewick's fragile nerves and self-esteem. Nonsense. How could I? Candlewick. Be at a disadvantage? This mysterious potion will be of great use to you. Klein is a bit shady. But his stuff is still quite reliable. Perona nodded. She probably understood what Candlewick meant. The transaction between business noobs is to see who is more shady. When two noobs meet, the one who is more shady will win. It is obvious that Candlewick's business level is a little worse than Klein. Klein returned to his room and took out all the remaining mysterious potions. There is only one bottle of the first level potion left. So I'll save it for the next time I continue to fool Candlewick. There are still 11 bottles of the second level potion, 6 bottles of the third level potion, and 2 bottles of the fourth level potion. These potions are enough to increase his magic power by nearly 200 points, which is also all the output of the skull and bones base last time. In 2 months, the research on the colorful oil has achieved some results. Klein found that the colorful oil is a very good element extractor. After the element materials are soaked in the colorful oil, the success rate of synthesis will be significantly improved. Before, his success rate in synthesizing the heart of the element was about 1,000. And this time, after all the second level element materials were soaked in the colorful oil, the success rate was about double to about 1 in 500, which is a leap forward. So knowledge is the fastest way to improve strength. Take drugs seriously. Improve strength. Start. Klein began to take the mysterious potion. This time, he wanted to eat all the mysterious potions at once. You took the mysterious potion. You took the mysterious potion. You took the mysterious potion, level 4. Your magic power increased from 711 to 758.1. It took Klein a whole night to finish all the mysterious potions and digest all the magic power in them. At this time, Klein stopped with some reluctance. The feeling of directly increasing magic power was really wonderful. The ethereal feeling brought by the rapid increase in magic power gave him extra satisfaction both physically and mentally. However, Klein was also a little confused. Why did he not feel the fullness of arcane energy when his magic power was already 758? Was he still lacking an opportunity for a breakthrough, or was his magic power not enough, in general? He did not feel that bottleneck. He personally felt that he had not met the conditions for a breakthrough to level 4. Now it's already 758. If it goes up further, it will be the 1,000 barrier. Save some more money, and let your magic power break through 1,000. Klein stood up and prepared to find Lilith. Although at present, because of the abundant combat power of Jiesha, their executive department has been idle. However, in addition to combat missions, investigation missions still need to be carried out. After all, the magic mecha is just a weapon and cannot perform too complicated tasks. Now the 2-month idle period has arrived. Logically speaking, a team like them will definitely be assigned new tasks. After crossing the square of Jiesha and coming to Lilith's room, Klein found that Lilith was putting on her pants. Seeing Klein suddenly come in, she was obviously stunned for a moment, and then stopped what she was doing. You are very active today. Why are you here so early? I didn't sleep last night, so I can't say I got up early, so I can go with you. Klein's arrival made Lilith picky about her clothes. She took off the combat uniform she was wearing before, changed into a dress, and asked Klein, "Does this dress look good? I just bought it." When watching a woman change clothes, the point is not whether the clothes are good-looking, but whether the person is good-looking. However, Klein, who already has some experience in love, knows that when a woman asks you if the clothes are good-looking, you just need to answer that they are good-looking. Yeah. Very beautiful. Then this one. Turn your back quickly. I want to change clothes. As she said that, Lilith took off the close-fitting vest she was wearing inside, and Klein was immediately furious. If he still couldn't see that Lilith was deliberately tempting him, then he was really a fool. He strode forward, picked up Lilith, and walked towards the bedroom. In the cafeteria of the Royal Academy, Joe, Becky, and Eric looked at each other, looking a little idle. It was already past 9 o'clock. According to the previous team requirements, they should have gathered here at 8 o'clock. Klein and Lilith, who were never late, were late today. What happened to my brother today? And the captain? She was never late before. They are a couple. If a couple is late together, then something must have happened that everyone knows. Everyone knows? What happened? Becky is really a topic terminator. As soon as she opened her mouth, Eric couldn't say anything. Joe picked up the special meat pie from the academy cafeteria and started eating. They have been practicing very hard recently, and the material consumption is relatively large. In addition, the executive department is not as busy as before, so they have more time to practice. This situation also caused a problem. That is, their resource consumption doubled, or even doubled, although their resources did not fall behind. If they continue to practice without limit, they might really run out of resources after a few months. So this time, they were all eager to try the task. One was to relax, and the other was to earn some extra money from the task to supplement the current tight economic problems. After waiting for a while, Klein finally showed up with Lilith. But the outfits of the two people were a bit shocking. Pa! The meat pie in Joe's hand fell on the table, and he quickly picked it up and continued to eat. This meat pie was precious. Everyone was not a rich second generation, so it was better to save a little. At this time, Lilith was wearing a black dress, a lace hat, and a small brown leather bag on her arm. This was matched by Klein for her, and she felt like a modern beauty in the past life. Klein wore a pair of large shorts, a white casual round-neck shirt on his upper body, and specially got himself a pair of sunglasses and a big gold chain that could float on the water. If these two people were standing in their previous life, they would really look like a nouveau riche supporting a young model. Klein had long wanted to try this outfit, but unfortunately, he never had the chance. Chapter 299 New Mission. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Klein took off his sunglasses and said with a little embarrassment, "Oh, everyone is here. Good morning, fellow villagers." As soon as Klein finished speaking, a reminder came from the broadcast of the college cafeteria. "Attention, students. The new lunch on Thursday is online." Several people looked at the broadcast together. This slap in the face came too timely. Lilith blushed. It was the first time she was late, and she was late so late at a time. The key reason for being late was that she was a little shy because she had been lingering with Klein for too long. Klein didn't blush, and turned to look at Eric and the others, saying, "What are you looking at? Who of you hasn't been late before? Is it necessary to be so serious? It's almost noon. How about we eat something?" Klein successfully used the invitation to dinner to forcibly divert the attention of several people. So, under Klein's arrangement, the 5 people found a seat again and had lunch. But while eating, several people looked at Klein and Lilith from time to time. "What are you looking at there? Is there something on my face? Brother, why are you dressed like this today? What's wrong? Is it handsome?" "Yeah, it's okay." Joe glanced at Klein, who was full of expectations, and said insincerely, the reason why he didn't tell the truth was also very simple. He was really afraid of being beaten if he told the truth. Klein could naturally hear the hesitation in Joe's tone, turned his head and looked at Eric, a little unconvinced. "Come on, Eric, what do you think of this outfit? Tell me the truth." "I'm not angry." "Really not angry?" "Really not angry." Eric looked at Klein with a suspicious look, then smacked his lips and began to comment, "Then I'll tell you the truth. Your outfit feels like the kind of antique clothing from 30 years ago. In the early 4th century. It was probably popular in my grandfather's era, and even my father didn't wear it. To be honest, it's so tacky that normal people wouldn't wear it like this." Klein's face darkened when he heard this. It turned out that this outfit was popular in this world, but it was only more than 30 years ago. Klein silently took off the fake gold chain on his neck and put it in the ring. This was considered a bit normal. Eric turned his eyes to Lilith again, and his poisonous tongue began again. As for Lilith's outfit, it is youthful and beautiful. If I didn't know her, I would definitely think she looks good. But I know she is a warrior, and it always feels weird to see her wearing a dress. Imagine a girl next door suddenly taking out a scythe from her pocket, and you will probably understand what I mean. Lilith's breathing stagnated. What the hell is it that she suddenly took out a scythe from her pocket? Is Eric's meaning that she doesn't pay attention to her appearance at all, seeing Eric's evaluation of Lilith's outfit? Becky couldn't help but interrupt and said, "This kind of outfit will tear if you pull it lightly. And your legs and arms can't be used if you use fighting spirit to protect the clothes. It is even more stupid. Not only is it very consuming, but it is also not practical. I don't know why Lilith wears it like this." Becky used a very serious tone to analyze Lilith's outfit from a practical perspective of combat. But this made Lilith even more embarrassed. And she almost put her face on the table. She couldn't say that she dressed like this because Klein liked her. Lilith really couldn't say such a thing. Several people besieged Lilith together, and Klein couldn't stand it. It was just some clothes he liked. But they analyzed and evaluated her, and she was almost worthless. The leader finally changed his clothes, but he didn't take this opportunity to brag about it, but criticized it instead. Without any expression, Klein said angrily, "You eat my food and drink my drinks, but you are still being sarcastic to me. Do you want to deduct your salary again?" Eric sat aside and muttered, "You just asked us to tell the truth, and you said you were not angry. Now I tell the truth, and you don't want to listen. What a bad temper." Klein's ears are so sharp that he can hear even the smallest sound at this distance. He frowned, pointed at Eric, and shouted to the service staff of the college cafeteria, "Come on, waiter. I don't know this person. He will pay for his meal later." Eric also stood up. "Hey, you are going too far." As they talked, several people laughed. They haven't experienced such a relaxed atmosphere for a long time. After eating and drinking, Klein nodded to Becky and asked Becky to talk about the task this time. "Take a look at this mission report. You haven't taken action for 2 months. You've been practicing all day, and you become stupid. You still need to combine work and rest." Becky is now officially a part-time secretary of Klein's team. She is very serious about her work, and is efficient in handling administrative chores with few mistakes. After having half of the mechanical brain, her analytical ability has improved, and she is faster than before. The only drawback is that her emotions and desires have declined, making her a little dull. Recently, because the direct combat missions in the club have not been issued very often, the investigation missions and exploration missions have been snatched up by other members of the execution department, and the remaining missions are not very popular, according to Klein's requirements. After some screening, I chose an escort mission. This time we need to escort a group of law students and tutors from the Royal Academy to Holzvog in the West for an academic exchange, and then bring back the exchange students from Holzvog. "Ah, is that so?" After hearing that the content of the mission was this, everyone, including Klein, looked a little depressed. The previous 2 missions were dealing with nobles, rich people, and the like. Both missions made them earn a lot of money, and Klein and his team also tasted the sweetness. But they really couldn't think of any benefits from such missions as escorting students. Even if there were second-generation rich students, they were not as rich as first-generation rich students, not to mention the chances of them appearing. "Are there no other missions? This one doesn't make much money, and it doesn't seem to be suitable for us," Klein said tactfully. He couldn't criticize Becky because he never asked about the missions and left them to Becky. No. Now the executive department has too many people but few tasks, and many members are very hungry. Everyone is in the same situation as us, and some even run out to take on academy tasks to maintain their combat effectiveness. Well, it's okay to take on academy tasks. They are all level 1 to 2. The difficulty is too low, and it's not suitable for them. Okay, let's take this as a vacation and travel to Holzvog. Klein and his friends came to the exchange student classroom of the Royal College according to the requirements of the task. There are a total of 20 students who are about to go to Holzvog, including 2 teaching assistants and 1 professor. This professor named McKinley is only in his 30s, looks quite young, and is considered quite capable to be a 4th-level professor at this age. When Professor McKinley saw Klein and his team arrive, perhaps because he had waited too long, he said in dissatisfaction, "Why are you so late? This academic exchange between the 2 colleges is so important. If you don't take it seriously, I will immediately contact the college's task department to replace you." Replace? Klein and the other 5 looked at McKinley, and an invisible pressure began to spread in the classroom. Although McKinley was a 4th-level professor, he was a real water life major, a pure life mage, and the kind who worked in the water conservancy industry. He had almost no substantial combat power. Facing the battle-hardened Klein team, He was sweating on his forehead after a few seconds and was at a loss. McKinley was like this. Not to mention these exchange students. The pressure in the classroom made them almost breathless. Most of them were first-level professionals. They became first-level before graduation, which was already considered an excellent student of the college. However, compared with Klein and his team, they were still salted fish. Some exchange students didn't even understand what was going on. They just felt that the atmosphere in the classroom was very bad. And then they felt tight in their chests. Are we going to fight? Stop talking. Let's see how the professor handles it. Klein glanced at the uncomfortable look of the student next to him and smiled. He felt that his behavior was a bit ridiculous. Being late was originally their fault. And it was his own fault. Now he ran to bully students here, which was a bit boring. These people are all academic mages. And their academic work is indeed a water conservancy major that helps the country and the people. The force of GS Society should not be used to bully these people. And Klein felt that if he really took charge of GS Society in the future, he would definitely have some contact with these academic mages. Academics have their own roles. And the country's infrastructure needs to be maintained by academics. There is no need to offend them for no reason. Thinking of this, Klein bowed slightly to McKinley and apologized. Sorry, Professor McKinley. It's our fault for being late. But don't worry. Our strength is still good. And your safety on the road can still be guaranteed. Hey, you guys, restrain yourself. The leader has spoken. And the other members of Klein's team naturally restrained their momentum. Eric, in particular, immediately walked to the side of the female students with a smile and said, misunderstanding. It's all misunderstanding. Come, I'll help you carry your bags. McKinley didn't say anything more. He was not stupid. The momentum of these people was so strong that he felt that any one of them could hang him up and beat him. Although these people were late, this negotiation at least confirmed that the other party was very strong. Which was enough. He needed a bodyguard. Not a nanny. Chapter 300, Peers and Looks 30. Let's go now. It's getting late. There's another train to the west at 3 p.m. Klein nodded. Don't worry about whether this mission makes money or not. At least it can't tarnish the reputation of Jesha. Okay, Professor McKinley. Let's help you with your luggage. Among these first-level students, except for 2 rich second generations, most of them don't have space rings. So they have to carry their luggage and other things by themselves. In fact, this is also normal. Even Klein only got his own space ring after joining Jesha and being promoted to the 2nd level. At this time, Klein took out a space ring of medium size and handed it to McKinley. And then said to the other students, this ring is used to store your luggage. Professor McKinley, you can rest assured. McKinley raised his eyebrows. The space ring Klein gave him was bigger than his own. The members of Jesha were very generous. While helping the mages pack their luggage, several male students looked at Lilith from time to time. Just as Eric said, if you don't know Lilith, then her current outfit is definitely eye-catching. Klein's otaku taste is pretty good, and it fits the aesthetics of these students. For male students, it's normal to discuss girls. They just started to get in touch. And the comments about Lilith and Becky have already begun. The one in the black dress is so beautiful, she doesn't look very old. And feels about the same age as us. She's not the only one. The one wearing the mask isn't ugly either. But I don't know what he looks like underneath the mask. The others are about the same age as us. Except for the wretched guy, who is older. But not much older. Probably around 30. Klein almost fainted when he heard this. Eric's perception was also very strong. So he could naturally hear the conversations of these students. He felt that his self-esteem was greatly hurt. 30 years old? What do you mean everyone else is about the same? Only he looks like he's 30. He's obviously not even 25. Okay? He just looks more mature. What are these people looking at, however? What these students talked about the most was the girls in the team. I also saw the one in the black dress. She is really pretty. Why? Do you want to give up pursuing Lucia and go to chat up with her? Why? Is it not possible, after all? I am also an exchange student sent to Holzbog. I can't say that I have a bright future. But at least I am an excellent student. But you have been pursuing Lucia for almost a year. Now we are all exchange students. Your chances are much greater than before. Do you want to give up now? What you said seems to make some sense. Among the students, the female student named Lucia also glanced at Lilith at this time. The contrast between women is more common than between men. She looked carefully at Lilith, who was carrying luggage in the crowd, and then looked at Klein, who was next to Professor McKinley. This guy is quite handsome. I wonder what level of strength he is. She took the initiative to walk in front of Klein and stretched out her hand. Hello. My name is Lucia. Second year in the elemental department. Lucia had a space ring on her finger, and she looked like a rich second generation. Although her tone was normal, Klein could still hear the sense of superiority. Lilith, who was standing by, also noticed that this woman named Lucia was trying to chat up Klein. But after seeing Lucia's strength and performance, she immediately lost interest and secretly commented in her heart, she looks average. Her strength is too poor, and she is almost worthless. Klein will not contact people who have no value. Just like Klein glanced at Lucia casually, he immediately lost interest. She was only at the first level, and he didn't know where this kind of person's sense of superiority came from. In fact, what Lucia wanted to express was, look at me. I'm at the first level in the second year. How awesome. And what Klein felt was, you're only at the first level in the second year. Too rubbish. Oh. Hello. I'm Klein. After saying that, Klein ignored the woman named Lucia and continued to pack his luggage. Nonsense. You already have a space ring. Why are you looking for me, idiot? Lucia was a little depressed after being left alone. This situation was not what she imagined. After everyone's luggage was packed, McKinley said to Klein and others, let's go. It's getting late. We can go to Palomia train station. Okay. Professor McKinley. Klein nodded with a smile. The group walked out of the Royal Academy and headed for the Palomia station. Many of these exchange students are children of civilians. In the past few years, in addition to completing the regular tasks of students, they have lived in the Royal Academy. Holzvog in the west was very far away from them, so the students were both excited and nervous. At 3 p.m., the group boarded the train to the west on time. After boarding the train, Klein sat in the front carriage because he had to talk to McKinley, and did not sit with the others. After the train started running steadily, the students began to chatter and discuss. I heard that the west was in chaos, but I don't know if it's true. It's very chaotic. Although there is no invasion from Grandok, there are too many monsters, and they are not scattered monsters like in the mainland, but groups of beasts. The main task of Holzvog is to send mage troops to the west for a long time to clear the monsters. Unlike this group of chattering students, Klein and his friends started practicing after boarding the train. Eric and Joe were meditating, and Becky and Lilith were practicing fighting spirit. Only Klein was rubbing arcane crystals to make ethereal potions while chatting with McKinley. For Klein, money equals strength, so he spent most of his time trying to make money. Professor McKinley, what is your usual research direction? I am also very interested in non-combat majors. McKinley didn't expect Klein to take the initiative to discuss academic majors with him. But looking at Klein's serious expression, it didn't seem like he was just being polite. My main research direction now is water pressure shock and some water pressure kinetic energy conversion issues. Water pressure impact. Kinetic energy conversion? Klein didn't understand the theory, but that didn't stop him from bragging. In terms of water conservancy, I had some ideas before, but I didn't implement them. I'm not a water mage, which is a pity. Oh, why don't you tell me about it? McKinley felt that Klein was bragging, so he wanted to expose him. But Klein soon impressed McKinley because he drew a sketch of a dam. This is called a dam. It is a kind of water conservancy building that I came up with based on some ancient knowledge and modern knowledge. It has many functions, such as intercepting flood peaks, generating energy, regulating water storage, and adjusting water levels to adapt to the upstream and downstream of ships. It can also be used as a reservoir to store water, irrigate, breed, regulate climate, and supply water for production in life, etc. The specific operation process is as follows. McKinley originally thought that Klein was bragging, but the more he listened, the more shocked he was. What an amazing idea this was. The man in front of him was a genius. It's a really bold idea, and it really makes sense. Can you give me your sketch? Of course. Klein smiled and pushed the sketch over. McKinley was an academic professor sent by the Royal Academy. He must be a very capable person, regardless of whether he can be used in the future. It is always right to make a good relationship with him. With the damn sketch as a guide, the two began to talk familiarly. The novelty brought by taking the train could not last long. After 4 hours, some students had already started to study the materials of this academic exchange, and some students began to meditate. After all mages have to meditate. Of course, at this time, there will definitely be people who have nothing to do. And the arcane mage Meloza is one of them. Meloza, who feels good about himself, naturally came to Lilith's seat, because it was already evening and everyone was preparing to eat. So Meloza thought that as an arcane mage, using bread to open the way was the best way to strike up a conversation. Hello. It's already evening. You haven't eaten yet. Right? I'm an arcane mage. If you want to eat, I can make you an extra portion. Don't worry. The bread I make is delicious, Meloza said to Lilith while kneading the bread. Joe next to him laughed out loud, thinking to himself, my sister-in-law only eats meat. She has only eaten the bread made by my brother once in her life. You are such a tragedy to chat up with me with arcane bread. As expected, Lilith glanced at Meloza's bread indifferently and said calmly, no. Arcane bread makes me feel sick. Sick? Okay. This comment made Meloza a little overwhelmed. He didn't even ask Lilith's name, and could only take back the bread on the table awkwardly. If it weren't for the fact that these students were the targets of the mission, Lilith would not bother to pay attention to them. Just like those students said, they were actually the same age. Except for Eric, who had officially graduated from the Royal College. Klein and Lilith were all third-year students of the Royal College. These exchange students were basically in the second and third grades. The gap in strength was so big that Lilith didn't even have the interest to talk. After Meloza was rejected, he was naturally ridiculed by other students. Meloza, you are so embarrassing. People just say you are disgusting. Ha ha ha. People look down on you. And you flirt with other girls in front of Lucia. So you don't stand a chance here? You thought it was those junior girls in the college. So easy to flirt with. You got humiliated. Chapter 301. When we meet the monster, Meloza sat in his seat awkwardly. His face was a little ugly. Lilith's answer was indeed too rude, which made him lose face. He was thinking about how to save face. At this time, Klein came back after hearing the commotion of the students. He glanced at Meloza intentionally or unintentionally. When their eyes met, Meloza's soul began to tremble. This is not a joke. Klein's eyes were mixed with the soul-stealing power of Felicis, which was not something that Meloza could resist. After looking at Klein, Meloza sat in his seat honestly, trembling and not daring to speak. MD, you dare to touch my woman. You really don't know how to live or die. Klein knew Lilith's character. Such an environment where she was always talked about by others would definitely make her feel uncomfortable. So he came to help Lilith out. Klein glanced at Joe, who was sitting next to Lilith, and raised his finger. You sit in the front. Oh! Joe stood up and left obediently, not daring to refute or say much, for he was afraid of being beaten if he refuted. Just as Joe stood up, Becky stood up in advance and said, let him sit with me. I'll sit in the front. Just in time to sort out the material list. Seeing Klein sitting next to her, Lilith felt much better, and simply leaned on Klein's shoulder, watching the two people's actions. These students sighed inexplicably. The beauty has been taken. Lilith usually has no scruples in front of Klein. In her mind, Klein is her future husband. Lilith stroked Klein's belly with her finger and whispered, if I don't show my strength, my appearance will appear too weak, which will indeed cause some unnecessary trouble. Klein knew she was talking about the dress, so he laughed. If you don't like it, you can change into your usual combat uniform. It doesn't matter whether I like it or not. What matters is whether you like it. Of course I like it. Then I won't change it. The two of them couldn't lower their voices when they talked, and people who were closer could hear it, listening to others being sweet. Single dogs felt uncomfortable. Of course, the closest ones were Eric and Joe. Joe said uncomfortably, I'm almost full of dog food, and I still have to eat a shit meal. In the next few days, the group lived a relatively peaceful life. Klein and his group spent most of their time practicing, and occasionally went up to the roof to have barbecue and hot pot. Lilith has completely put down her night baggage these days, and has been wearing all kinds of casual clothes. Today, at Klein's instigation, she even wore a miniskirt, which attracted the attention of the group of male students. From time to time, she dropped something on the ground and had to bend down to pick it up. Klein sat beside Lilith carelessly. It was every man's dream that his girlfriend could dress as she pleased, so he was in a good mood these days. On the afternoon of the fourth day, just as Klein was rubbing the arcane crystal, the train suddenly stopped with an emergency brake. What's going on? Why did you stop? While the people on the train were talking, the conductor turned on the radio and shouted to the people on the train, "There is a holy mountain beast passing by and drinking water by the stream. But please rest assured, the holy mountain beast is a very gentle herbivorous monster. If we don't provoke it, it will not attack us. We just need to be quiet now. After it finishes drinking water, it will leave on its own. There will be no danger. Please wait patiently." Listening to the broadcast, Klein turned his head and asked Lilith beside him, "What kind of monster is the holy mountain beast?" Although he has been catching up on his knowledge of monsters, Klein still has many monsters that he has not seen or understood. The holy mountain beast is a very large terrestrial herbivorous monster. It can reach a height of 600 to 650 nanofeet and weigh more than 150 tons. It has appeared many times in the Western Territory and is not uncommon. Because of its huge meat output, it is sometimes hunted by human masters. After Lilith briefly explained the situation of the holy mountain beast, Klein asked again, "What level is it?" "Well, level 4. Hearing that the strength of the holy mountain beast was the 4th level, Klein's eyes suddenly lit up. "What are you waiting for? Kill it. I'm in need of a monster now." Lilith was also stunned for a moment. She didn't think in this direction. She glanced at the other students and said, "What about these students? Our mission is to protect their safety. It's not good to leave like this now. Right? Just let Duanli and Yunbao come. If they are there, the nearby monsters can be easily dispersed. There is no safety problem at all." After Klein secretly contacted Duanli and Yunbao, he jumped off the train. Kildon was still in his synthesizer, and now he urgently needed a monster as a synthesis material. Now there is a wild 4th level monster. He must not let it go. Klein got off the train, and Lilith and the others naturally followed behind tacitly. And only Becky was responsible for the aftermath. "Everyone, please pay attention. We will be back in about 30 minutes. Don't run around or get off the train. This is a wild place, and there is still some danger. Professor McKinley, you too. Klein ordered me to stay on the train. You are the main professor of this academic exchange. They can get into trouble. But you can't." McKinley looked at Becky and nodded. "I know. I will do it, Miss Becky." After that, Becky was ready to get off the train. But the conductor stopped her. "Miss, it's very dangerous ahead. Please don't do such things that are against the rules again." Becky took out her GS Society ID and handed it to the conductor. "I am the captain of the GS Society's executive team. The 3rd level paladin, Becky. My team has the ability to protect itself." "Conductor, please let me go now." "Member of GS Society, okay. I understand." After seeing Becky show her ID in a domineering manner, the exchange students of the Royal College looked at each other and talked about it. Level 3. Such a young level 3. A level 3 student can be a teacher in the academy. What is GS Society? I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Is it very powerful? I know GS Society. I heard it is between a terrorist organization and a normal organization. Their members are very powerful, but their behavior is quite crazy. This one named Becky also said that she is the leader of this group of people. She should be the most powerful one among them. I feel that the one named Klein is their leader. He is the one who always talks to the professor. Should we sneak down to see what they are doing? This is not good. The conductor said we can't get off. We can get off secretly without letting the conductor know. Don't be so rigid, Steve. Are you going? Are you going? If you go, I'll go. Let's go. Let's go together. The students' curiosity made them climb down from the window. They didn't even notice that after they got off the train, a large white leopard and a 6-legged crocodile looked at each other. The crocodile stayed where it was, and the white leopard followed them. After walking a few steps, Klein and his friends found the holy mountain beast drinking water by the stream. Looking at this tall monster, Klein couldn't help but say, "Isn't this thing a Brachiosaurus?" Yes. This so-called holy mountain beast is basically the same as the Brachiosaurus that Klein saw in the dinosaur atlas in his previous life. If there is any difference, it is that the size of this Brachiosaurus is even bigger than described in the book. "Klein, what do you say now?" Lilith had silently taken out the Soul Reaper and was ready to attack. "How is the combat power of this thing?" "It has strong defense and earth magic ability. Nothing else." "Okay. Lilith will do the main killing, and the 3 of us will harass it and attack it until it is on the verge of death." Action. Klein did not plan to use the fire explosion. After all, this is a jungle, and it would be troublesome to start a fire. So it is better for Lilith to do the main attack. Klein and Joe used their strongest bone spears respectively. The two bone spears were like cannonballs, directly nailed into the belly of the holy mountain beast. First impact, then explosion. Ong! The holy mountain beast roared loudly, looking angrily at Klein and Joe who were attacking it, and a burst of energy blasted out from its mouth. Becky, block its energy attack. Eric uses blood magic to limit its mobility. Yes. Yes. Becky, who had just arrived, immediately joined the battle. She drew her battle axe to block the holy mountain beast's energy attack for Klein and Joe. And Eric stood on the back of the holy mountain beast, controlling its blood, making it unable to move flexibly. It's almost done. Lilith is ready to do it. Okay. Lilith instantly activated the chaos form, jumped high, and slowly grinding could knock down the holy mountain beast. But the effect they wanted to cause was a quick solution. So Lilith used all her strength at this time. The students following behind also heard the huge roar of the holy mountain beast. They said in a panic, "Those people. Are they attacking the holy mountain beast? Then should we go or not? Or should we go back?" Just when they were hesitating, the female student named Lucia walked straight forward. She really wanted to see what Klein and the others were doing, and why she was looked down upon by the man named Klein. "Hey, Lucia. It may be dangerous ahead." When they called Lucia, Lucia had already stopped at the stream. There were no trees blocking her view, and she could clearly see the holy mountain beast. Then, Lucia saw the most amazing scene in her life. Chapter 302, Don't Waste Time. The 5 members of Klein's team had a clear division of labor and position. As a paladin, Becky rushed to the foot of the holy mountain beast and chopped off its right leg with an axe, causing the giant to lose balance. Klein and Joe burst out their magic power on the left and right, releasing hundreds of bone blades. These bone blades pierced the body of the giant beast from different angles, and then inserted the other end of the bone blade into the ground. Eric was floating in the air, with a blood ball floating in his palm. The blood flowing from the holy mountain beast was always gathering in Eric's direction. If the 4 fought alone, each of them had the strength to kill the holy mountain beast. But under the joint control of the 4, the holy mountain beast could not make any movement at all. Finally, Lilith jumped high with the Soul Reaper in her hand. The black scales on her body reflected the sunlight, and the sickle of the Soul Reaper was still filled with gray fog. Seeing the powerful Lilith, Klein could not help but remind her, "Be gentle. Don't kill it." "I know." Lilith swung with all her strength, and the Soul Reaper, with the dark fighting spirit and the power of chaos, cut the neck of the holy mountain beast from top to bottom, and a large amount of blood gushed out of the neck of the holy mountain beast. The behemoth, which was over 609 feet tall and weighed over 150 tons, fell down under Lilith's full-strength blow, and the momentum of falling to the ground was like an earthquake. The 2 students, Melissa and Lucia, who saw the scene, swallowed their saliva. Apart from horror, they had no idea how to describe their feelings at this time. Melissa's eyes were not blind. Of course, he could see clearly that the woman holding the sickle who had just killed the holy mountain beast with one blow was Lilith, Klein's girlfriend, whom he had chatted up when he just got on the car. He felt a little unreal now. How could such a seemingly weak woman be able to kill the holy mountain beast, a 4th-level monster, with one blow? Lucia, was that an illusion just now, or did they really kill the holy mountain beast? I always feel a little unreal. I don't know. Don't ask me. Lucia's calves were trembling, and she was no less shocked than Melissa. Now, she finally understood why Klein had no reaction when she greeted him. The things she was proud of, and the things she was proud of were nothing in front of Klein and others. They were members of the Gia Society, a top society in Telrila that was known as the Mithril Council and the Brotherhood of Steel. The gap between them was really too big. Is this the power of Jesha? As Lucia murmured. Other students also came over one after another. Seeing Melissa and Lucia staying where they were, they hurriedly asked, "What happened just now?" It was like an earthquake. Are they fighting with the holy mountain beast? Yes. Yes. What happened just now? Did you see the holy mountain beast? Why don't you continue to move forward? Didn't the train conductor say that the holy mountain beast was drinking water here? Isn't there a stream in front? Faced with various questions from the students, Melissa and Lucia looked at each other and tacitly did not speak. On the other side, Lilith looked at the blood on her body, and was a little unhappy. Although the miniskirt she was wearing looked strange, she could feel that Klein really liked her wearing this outfit. When she first put on this dress, Klein's eyes were wide open when he saw her. Now this miniskirt was stained, and there was only one set. So Lilith's mood became unhappy. However, Klein didn't care about these things at this time. He stood on the head of the Holy Mountain Beast happily, pressed his palm on the Holy Mountain Beast's forehead, and began to destroy the opponent's will with the power of shadow. Ah! The Holy Mountain Beast screamed in pain at first, and then gradually died under the erosion of Klein's shadow power. Its flesh turned into a torrent and drilled into Klein's palm. Joe and Eric looked at this scene with some surprise. They didn't know the existence of the bottle, and it was the first time they saw Klein use this ability. Putting the Holy Mountain Beast away, Klein directly clicked on the synthesis. Killgain level 4 human, B, plus Holy Mountain Beast level 4, B, plus Arcane Core plus Klein's blood plus Klein's power flame. Chance to get a powerful creature. Chance to get an ordinary creature. Small chance to get a disaster creature. Small chance to advance, highest power. Synthesizing in progress. Please wait 600, 599, 598. Klein did not continue to wait, but chose to take people back directly. After all, a car full of people were waiting for them, and it would not be good to leave too late. When they returned, they happened to meet a group of students standing there. One of them saw Klein and the others coming over and immediately asked, "Hey, why are you back? Where's the Holy Mountain Beast? Just now." There was a rumble. "Did you fight with the Holy Mountain Beast?" Klein raised his eyebrows. It seemed that these people did not see the scene of them killing the Holy Mountain Beast. This was good, so as to avoid asking questions non-stop. "No. The Holy Mountain Beast just drank the water and left. We just came here to be on guard." When Melorza and Lucia heard Klein say this, they immediately turned their heads to look at him, their eyes full of confusion. Klein saw the two of them like this, and immediately guessed that the two of them might have seen the scene of their fight just now. Klein made a prompt decision and said directly to Melorza and Lucia, "We are just some ordinary guards. How can we have the strength to fight the Holy Mountain Beast? You two classmates should have seen the scene of the Holy Mountain Beast leaving." Right. Two classmates. Although there was no threat at all. Melorza looked at Klein's eyes, and was inexplicably afraid. This was the fear from the soul after being frightened by the breath of Theseus. Klein would not kill people here to silence them. Right? The more Melorza thought about it, the more scared he became. And he nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes. The Holy Mountain Beast just finished drinking water and left on its own. Lucia, isn't that right? Melorza was panicking. And Lucia wasn't much better. Her calves had been trembling since she saw Lilith's attack. Yes. Melorza is right. I saw it too. The Holy Mountain Beast left on its own. After hearing what the two said, the other students reluctantly believed what Klein and the others said. But they still felt a little regretful. What a pity. I haven't seen a real Holy Mountain Beast yet. It's a 4th level magic beast. I can only see it in books. Klein and the others didn't walk fast because he was waiting for Lilith. Lilith's clothes had been soaked with the blood of the Holy Mountain Beast. She had to change into another one and then wash herself up. Walking slowly to the side of the train, Lilith finally changed into a casual female outfit and walked back. But if you smelled carefully, you could still smell a bloody smell from her body. "Let's go!" Lilith supported Klein and walked towards the train. Klein also smiled. The 4th level bottle object must be a very valuable item. Not to mention the strength of the bottle creatures. Their best point is that they are absolutely obedient. I just don't know what kind of thing a human and a 150-ton monster will be synthesized. Sitting back in his seat, the countdown of the synthesizer has also arrived. You have obtained the bottle object One-Eyed Man, 4th level, One-Eyed Man bottle object. Grade, magic weapon. Effect, smash the bottle and wake up the One-Eyed Man. Strength, 4th level strong, A, Introduction 1, a monster created by Klein's flame power. It has great strength and a strong body. It has the blood of the Holy Mountain Beast, and is almost tireless. Introduction 2, although Kilgana is dead, the One-Eye has retained some of his brains, has some human wisdom, and can think about some simple problems. Klein calmly put the contents of the One-Eye's bottle away. The contents of the bottle are real combat readiness forces. The more the better, and they can be stored. There is no need to release them now. The actions in the wild can be carried out by the 3 trained monsters. The Clouded Leopard, the Side Monster, and the clouded leopard. Lilith saw the smile on Klein's face, and knew that he should be very satisfied with the hunting results just now. Done? Yeah. If you need to hunt a large number of monsters. Our trip to Hosvog this time seemed to be an opportunity to hunt. Klein had actually thought about Lilith's proposal a long time ago. But this time he shook his head. No. The border is not as good as the inland. Our overall strength is only level 3 now. Although we can fight against enemies of higher levels, the monsters in the border are more than level 5. Klein had learned from his previous conversation with Frando that above level 5, in addition to super level monsters, there are also god level monsters. For example, the elemental dragon, the dust dragon, or monsters like Isi. Now they can't even deal with a super level monster, let alone such a beast. Monsters are not humans, who will reason with you and consider the people or forces behind you. They seem powerful now, but if they really encounter a super level monster, they will basically die. Seeing that Klein rejected her proposal, Lilith was not angry, and imitated Klein's tone and said, I know. Grow up in a sleazy way. Don't waste time. Right? Well, that's probably what I mean. Chapter 303 First Experience in Holzbog. After the incident with the Holy Mountain Beast, the train arrived at the largest city in the west, Grizel, in the afternoon of the next day. Klein had been here once, and coming here again felt like returning to an old place. The team leader, the college professor McKinley, also looked at everything around him with great enthusiasm. He had been here before, but that was more than a decade ago when he was a student. Grizel, a metropolis full of magic. I never thought that more than a decade later, I would come here again as an academic exchange professor. McKinley was a little emotional and a little excited. At his age, he was at the peak of his career. Being able to come to Holzvog as an academic professor was enough to show McKinley's talent. You know, the last professor who came to Holzvog for academic exchange was Klein's father, Esmond. Klein took the initiative to stand in front of McKinley, ready to lead the way for him. Professor McKinley, let's go. You don't have to be so polite to me. Klein, the damn sketch you gave me really inspired me a lot. You are a truly great genius. If you were my student, no, you could have been my colleague, and you would have made great progress. It would only be a matter of time before you surpass me. Professor McKinley, you are too kind. I don't have any advantages. I just like to study hard when I have nothing to do. Klein said this without blushing or beating his heart, as if it were true. The two walked side by side at the front of the team, while the other students followed behind. They observed the streets of this magic city with some curiosity, experiencing the differences between this place and the imperial capital of Palomia. When they were almost at Holzvog, McKinley suddenly asked, Klein, are you from the Royal College or Holzvog? I had never asked before, but seeing that you seem to be very familiar with the Royal College, I always thought you were from the Royal College, but now that you seem to be very familiar with this place, and even know the way to Holzvog, I am a little uncertain again. Professor, of course I am from the Royal College. I am a third-year student in the Arcane Department, but I was lucky enough to come to Holzvog once before. You are actually in the same class as these students. Not only did you join the GS Society and become a member of the Executive Department, but you are also proficient in so much theoretical knowledge. It's really amazing. McKinley did not hide his love for Klein at this time, but he knew that people from the GS Society were unlikely to follow him in academic studies. Maloza, who was not far away, looked at Klein with some difficulty. Third year, Arcane Department. It was really a coincidence. He was also a third-year student in the Arcane Department, but he had no impression of Klein at all. Was Klein lying? It seemed completely unnecessary. Soon, the group arrived at Holzvog. The gate of Holzvog was still the two big trees cultivated with magic energy, and the students here were still wearing robes and holding staffs. McKinley came to the guard and handed in his credentials, an academic exchange letter, and the guard immediately let the exchange students pass. McKinley and his group did not rush to go into the college, but chose to wait quietly at the door. After a while, Professor Woody of Holzvog came over with several students and greeted McKinley and his group warmly. Hello, Professor McKinley. Right? I'm Woody from the Elemental Department of Holzvog. Nice to meet you. Woody and McKinley held hands, exchanged greetings, and then led the exchange students of the Royal College into the Holzvog campus. Woody took Klein and the others to the dormitory area and assigned dormitories to everyone. The environment of the dormitory in Holzbog is not as good as that of the Royal College, and the facilities in the room are not very complete. At Klein's request, he and Lilith slept in the same room. Becky had a separate room. Eric and Joe had a room, and the other students basically had 2 people in a room. After assigning the dormitories, Woody took McKinley to the place where the 2 sides had academic exchanges. But Klein and the others had nothing to do with this. The other exchange students also stayed. They were exchange students, not academic exchange professors. Their role was to come to Holzbog to learn non-combat magic theory knowledge and then bring it back to the Royal College. The exchange students in Holzbog were just the opposite. Their purpose of going to the Royal Academy was to learn the Royal Academy's mage fighting methods and bring them back to Holzbog. The 5 members of Klein's team gathered at the door. Eric said with a smile, "That means, after we get here, there will be nothing to do? Isn't this too cool? Don't we need to protect those students?" Becky took out their mission reports and began to explain, "No. Holzbog is still relatively safe. Those exchange students need to study and exchange here for a year. And we can't wait for them here for a year. When we go back, we just need to bring Professor McKinley and the students of Holzbog back. The task flow is roughly like this." Joe also nodded. "That is to say, we have a month of free time. It's rare to come to Holzbog, this legendary academy, and we must take a good look at their collection of books. I just don't know if they have hidden the ancient books." Klein is naturally very familiar with the library here. There are still legends about the library here. It shouldn't be. Their ordinary ancient books and ordinary books are mixed together. But it's hard to find the forbidden books from them. They should be stored separately. "Brother, how do you know? Do you know this place well?" The others also looked at Klein. When they came, Klein showed that he was very familiar with Gritchel. They walked over without even asking the way. "Well, I came here once before, so I am quite familiar with it." "You came to my place? When?" Lilith was a little surprised. Klein's movements were usually traceable. At that time." "Well, we have to stay here for a month anyway. So let's go and have a rest today. Starting tomorrow, let's get familiar with the environment of Holzbog. No matter if there is any danger, we always have to get familiar with the environment in case of emergency." "Yes." "Hey, did you hear Klein say when he came to Holzbog?" Lilith asked. "No, I didn't hear it clearly." Joe shook his head. "What about you?" "I didn't hear it clearly either." Eric also shook his head. "What about Becky?" "No." Lilith frowned. She didn't hear it clearly either. Did Klein do it on purpose? Forget it. I'll ask Klein when I have time. After the team disbanded, Joe and Eric must have gone straight to the library of the Academy of Holzbog. It goes without saying that Joe worked very hard and his progress was also very fast. Although Eric usually liked to play, he would definitely not miss the opportunity to borrow some magic books from Holzbog. Becky's choice was relatively simple. Holzbog had almost no books or places related to warrior professions, so she and Lilith could only choose to practice fighting spirit. Lilith's situation was similar, but at least she had Klein, and the 2 could still be intimate in their spare time. The others left, leaving only Klein and Lilith. And Klein took the initiative to hold Lilith's hand. "Let's go! The scenery of Hogwarts and Griselle is pretty good. Do you want to go for a walk?" Under normal circumstances, Lilith would never refuse Klein's invitation. She smiled and nodded, and then left the dormitory area with Klein. When they left hand in hand, Malorza had packed his belongings and walked out of the room. Looking at Klein and Lilith leaving side by side, Malorza sighed quietly. That heroic figure of Lilith killing the holy mountain beast with a sickle lingered in his mind. That scene was powerful and beautiful, and it was simply the synonym of perfection. "Are you still watching? They don't think highly of you at all, and they will leave in a month." Another student, who was in the same room with Malorza, came out and said, "Why? You can't even take a look?" Although Malorza said this, he still smiled bitterly in his heart. He felt that people always have to have some fantasies. He looked at Klein and knew that Klein should be the leader of the 5 people including Lilith. But he didn't know how strong he was. If Klein was not very strong, then he might still have a chance to catch up with Klein. He was not far from the 2nd level. If Klein was also the 2nd level, wouldn't everyone be on the same level? Malorza fell into a self-indulgent fantasy and returned to the room to meditate seriously. Klein and Lilith finally let themselves go this time. Holzbog was far away from the Royal Academy and far away from the Royal Capital. It was far from Jiesha and far away from them. No one would bother them. The two walked and talked until they came to the square of Holzbog College. There were some vendors selling special snacks next to the square. These snacks were really full of Holzbog's characteristics: green pepper boiled Logan toad, magic earthworm noodles, firefly ice cream. Anyway, Klein looked at it and saw that there was nothing a normal person would eat. At Lilith's strong request, Klein closed his eyes and ate a bowl of green pepper boiled Logan toad. Don't say. This thing looks disgusting. And it tastes even more disgusting. Klein didn't care what it tasted like. Anyway, there was nothing else except that it was unpalatable. Ugh. Do you feel uncomfortable? Lilith said with a smile. Klein nodded. I feel it. That's how I felt when I ate the bread you made. Ah, it's been more than 2 years. You shouldn't hold a grudge like this. Right? I wrote down all the things that pissed me off at the time, thinking of the scene when they met in the car 2 years ago. Lilith laughed happily, looking at Lilith's smile. Klein also laughed sincerely. The seemingly boring things they were doing now were what made them a couple. The two walked out of the academy and wandered around Grishel, tasting all kinds of snacks from the West and watching some magic tricks unique to the West. They played until late at night before returning to their dormitory. Of course, after entering the room, it was a different scene. The lights were not turned off, and the two of them started passionately. Eric and Joe next door stopped meditating at the same time. Eric, with a bitter face, pouted at Joe. Joe? I'm here. Brother Eric. You're not sleeping in the middle of the night. I think your brother and Lilith are a bit too much. What do you think? I think so too. But my brother has a bad temper. I dare not say it in front of him. Brother Eric? Do you dare? Well, I dare not, but it doesn't stop me from despising them. Well, I support you. Brother Eric. After the two were silent for a while, Eric said again, do you want to go out and play? I'll treat you. It's not easy to come to Grizel once. How can you not experience the exotic customs? Young models in the club, aren't you afraid that Her Royal Highness will know? If you don't say it, and I don't say it, no one in this world will know about this. Then, walk. Walk. In the dead of night, Eric and Joe quietly left Hosvog and walked towards a club in Grizel. Chapter 304: The Strange Road to the Museum. The next morning, when Klein woke up from his sleep, Lilith had already prepared breakfast and left. This was the first time Klein had eaten breakfast made by Lilith. A fried egg and bacon. Klein bit down with emotion, and his face suddenly changed, as expected. It tastes surprisingly bad. It feels more difficult than making a normal breakfast to make such a bad taste without being burnt on the surface. Klein ate the fried egg and bacon in a few bites, put on his clothes, and left his room. He didn't plan to go to the library again today. When he came last time, he had been squatting in the library for a month. This time he wanted to get to know the environment of Holzbog first. Walking deep in Holzbog, Klein's outfit always attracted other people's attention. When he was with Lilith yesterday, he could still ignore it. But today, he wanted to understand the environment of Holzbog after all. So it was better to minimize trouble. So Klein took out a set of robes and put them on. This looks more like a Holzbog wizard. After passing the college square, a dozen research classrooms, and a huge monster breeding area, Klein came to a relatively large fork in the road. He looked at the road sign next to him. It was a very antique wooden road sign with several directions marked on it. Elemental classroom, spell classroom, meditation classroom, gymnasium, Hosbog College Museum. Museum? It seems interesting. If it is a place where ancient objects are stored, it does have some research value. Klein followed the sign and walked towards the museum. After he left the intersection, the wooden sign suddenly twisted and became a bit like a human smiling face, grinning towards Klein. The sign also changed from the museum of the Holzbog College to the words danger in the forbidden land no entry. Every time Klein took a step, a section of the road under his feet disappeared. After Klein walked through the first section of the road, dense roadblocks began to appear, and he seemed to be completely unaware of all this. Several female students from Holzbog seemed to have discovered Klein walking towards the forbidden area, and they hurriedly shouted at Klein. Hey, that's a forbidden area. What are you doing there? Yeah. Didn't your instructor tell you? It's a very dangerous place. You can't go in. At this time, one of the students asked in confusion. No. There is a barrier over there. How did he get in from here? You don't even know how he got in. How could I know? Klein seemed to hear someone calling him. He turned his head, and happened to see the 3 female students from Holzvog waving at him enthusiastically. And the content of their conversation also changed to another voice. Hello. Classmate, do you want me to accompany you to the museum? I can tell you many stories about the museum in detail at that time. Handsome guy. Can you leave me your contact information? I'll find you when I'm free. The 3 of us will accompany you together. You won't refuse. Right? Seeing others so enthusiastic, Klein was also a little relieved. But he already had Lilith. It was a little inappropriate to flirt with these female students in Holzvog at this time. So he also waved to these students. Thank you. I'll just take a look. We don't need to go together. And forget about the contact information. I already have a girlfriend. After Klein's words of gratitude came out of the barrier, they turned into another voice. No. I'm not afraid of the forbidden area. I don't care about this little danger. Don't meddle in my business. After saying hello, Klein couldn't help but sigh. He was really too handsome. He didn't expect that wearing such an ordinary robe would also attract the attention of girls. It's better to be low-key in the future. Klein took the initiative to wave goodbye to the 3 girls and walked towards the direction of the museum. And the 3 female students saw that Klein didn't listen to their advice at all, and waved his hand to tell them that it was okay. And they were a little at a loss. Should we tell the instructor? This is a forbidden area after all. We kindly reminded him. But he said it was okay. You saw it, too. Such an ungrateful person won't turn back unless he suffers a little loss. I just want to know how he bypassed the barrier. That barrier can't be broken by ordinary people. Right? I don't know. Maybe this person is good at breaking barrier spells. As the 3 girls chattered, Klein had already walked into the area full of barriers. After going deeper into this road, Klein suddenly felt something was wrong. The road seemed to be much quieter as he walked. The students next to him all lowered their heads, and their footsteps were silent. It looked a little strange. Klein walked to a person in a brown robe and greeted him. Hey, classmate, is this the way to the museum? But the man lowered his head and did not answer Klein. Klein took 2 steps forward and grabbed the man's clothes. The student immediately turned into a spirit and floated towards the museum. Klein narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he finally looked back. There was no road in the direction he came from. There were only strange forests and overlapping rainbows. Oh! Rainbow! Interesting. Klein took 2 steps and came to another student wearing a robe and grabbed his robe off. This time, the spirit did not choose to run away, but screamed in front of Klein. Ah! Klein raised his eyebrows and pointed at the center of the spirit's eyebrows. The arcane energy instantly purified the spirit. There is no evil attribute. It is neither an evil spirit nor a ghost, nor an evil spirit. It is not like an ordinary soul. Could it be a hero? Are you kidding me? This is a weird place. Klein turned and walked back. But as soon as he looked at the road, the strange rainbow would emit a dazzling light, which stung his eyes and made it impossible for him to see the road carefully. If he walked with his head down for a while, he would soon return to the original place. Seeing this situation, Klein smiled. You want to trap me with this method? Haha. Naive. Endurance shoes. Start Gouda. Target. 1044 Exchange Student Dormitory. Gouda function continues to automatically navigate for you after turning on the Gouda navigation of Zeligian. Klein began to walk automatically. The ability of Gouda's special effects is very simple, which is to automatically navigate to the target set by oneself, and will never go astray. The light of the rainbow was always dazzling, so Klein simply closed his eyes and let his shoes guide his direction of action. Time passed by minute, and Klein looked at the time. It had been an hour, but his position seemed to have not changed at all. He looked up at the sky, and even the position of the sun had not changed in the past hour. It shouldn't be. Is it that the Footlegian is out of order? Klein used the synthesizer to check the properties of the endurance shoes. The synthesizer did not indicate the expiration date or damage, which meant that the shoes were fine. Since the shoes are fine, then the road is wrong. Klein drew out the light of the brilliant moon, put the blade on the ground, and walked and drew for another hour. He subconsciously turned his head to look at the traces he had drawn before, but found that there were no traces of swords and knives on the road he had walked before. Looking at this situation, Klein sighed. The navigation function of the endurance slippers failed, and Klein's manual scratches on the ground didn't work. This could only mean that this was not just an illusion. The ground beneath his feet was shifting. And it was shifting silently. Huh, it's so hard. It seems that the owner of this library really wants me to go over there. Then I'll go and take a look despite my difficulties. Chapter 305 The Missing Klein. Klein turned off the navigation system of his endurance slippers. Then turned around and looked at the remaining section of the road. Although this section of the road looked like a road, Klein knew that once he walked past it, the place he had walked past would no longer be a road. This was a place more complicated than the ghost wall illusion. And Klein was not very clear about the specific principles of it. Anyway, he couldn't crack it now. Hello? Is anyone there? I'm going over there. Klein gathered the magic power in his hand while speaking. And as soon as he finished speaking, a fire explosion flew towards the direction of the museum. However, the effect of the fire explosion next surprised Klein. When the fire explosion fireball approached the door of the Museum of Antiquities, it suddenly twisted, as if it hit a certain barrier. The fire explosion did not explode, and the magic power on it began to be gradually neutralized and absorbed by the barrier. Klein nodded as he watched the flames being extinguished. After observing the scene for a while, and trying several other different kinds of magic, Klein finally gave up the method of using several 700 magic fire explosions to brute force the attack, and chose to walk in the normal way. Absorbing barrier? Forget it. Let's just walk in. Walking on the path leading to the museum. As expected, the correct path was no longer distorted. And the strange rainbow did not appear again. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. But this normal state was the most abnormal. Klein came to the door of the museum and stopped at the place where the fire explosion was absorbed just now. He pulled out the light of the brilliant moon and raised it horizontally. Under the stimulation of magic, it gradually stretched. When we was stretched to about 2 meters, it encountered an invisible barrier. Because it was a pure energy structure, Huiyua's light could not penetrate it. No! Klein began to inject shadow power and fire power into Huiyua. But when the two magic powers were transmitted to the tip of Huiyua's sword, they would spread outward, then twist, and then be slowly absorbed by the barrier, which was almost exactly the same as the effect caused by the previous magic attack. This process was very strange and also aroused Klein's interest, because he himself was also very good at barriers. This complex multifunctional defense barrier was the first time he had seen it. Klein put away Huiyua, took 2 steps forward again, and put his palm on the barrier, wanting to touch it more practically. Buzz! The barrier seemed to know Klein. The moment he just touched the barrier opened automatically. Klein did not crack it, nor did he resist. And nothing strange happened. It seemed that this place was waiting for him to come. It feels like a trap. But I can't get out of this place now. There seems to be no better way except to go in. Right? Klein complained to himself as he entered the museum's courtyard. The courtyard was full of locust trees. But when he saw the appearance of these locust trees, Klein's heart tightened. The trees were fine, full of vitality, and the courtyard was fine. Although it was full of fallen leaves because no one cleaned it, it was still beautiful overall. If you could ignore the corpses hanging on the trees. That's right. The locust trees here were full of corpses. Every tree had one, with 6 to 7 corpses at most, and 2 to 3 corpses at least. And no locust tree was empty. Klein walked to the side of one of the locust trees, and touched one of the corpses with his fingers. When he touched the corpse, a very strong thought was transmitted from the skin of the corpse into Klein's mind. I am in pain. You have come here. Please, let me be free. This transmitted thought was very strong, swaying back and forth in Klein's mind. Lingering. Okay. Is this why you asked me to come to this place? Looking at the corpse, Klein was a little troubled. He could save people, but how to save them? There was not even an instruction manual. And he didn't know how to heal. He first pulled the ankle of the corpse. The body of the corpse was completely entangled with the branches of the locust tree. If he pulled it off hard, the corpse would be torn in half. Obviously, this was not the right way to rescue it. After thinking about it, Klein began to work with his own abilities. He tried to touch the corpse with some magic power, but there was no reaction. Shadow, flame, and ordinary arcane energy also had no reaction. Finally, Klein used disordered arcane energy. The moment the disordered arcane power touched the corpse, a cold energy gushed out from the corpse, and the blue light emitted almost illuminated the entire yard. Ah! The corpse seemed to have been liberated, and the whole person began to sublimate. His body turned into fragments bit by bit, and then broke into powder, which floated away under the locust tree. Before the corpse floated away, Klein felt the other party's gratitude to him, which made him feel a little better. Klein retracted his somewhat stiff fingers. The biting coldness lingered in his body, making him extremely uncomfortable. He blew a breath casually, and a pile of ice chips formed in front of him. This only showed that this chill was not his feeling at all, but was real. Klein's brain circuit was relatively direct. His first reaction was, fuck. How long would it take to liberate all these people? If everyone took a breath of cold air, he would become an ice stick in a minute. Klein stopped where he was, took a few breaths, and then began to use the power of fire to dispel the coldness in his body. After a full 30 minutes, he was back to normal. Klein glanced in the direction of the museum. For some reason, he felt that he should clean up all the bodies in the yard and then enter the museum. That would be safer. This was just his feeling. But Klein was the kind of person who believed in his feelings. Maybe this approach seemed stupid and troublesome, but he still felt that it was better to be steady. Coming to the second corpse, Klein learned his lesson this time. He opened his magic resistance body and then cast a layer of flame barrier on himself, hoping to reduce the impact of the ice energy. Ah! The cold entered Klein's body again. The flame barrier did not work at all, but Klein's magic resistance body seemed to be effective. The coldness he suffered this time was far less severe than the last time. Osvog's dormitory area. At night, Lilith sat at the door of the dormitory, silently looking into the depths of Osvog. There were already several fallen leaves in her hair, and it was obvious that she had been waiting for a long time. It was already 12 o'clock in the evening, and Klein still hadn't come back. This happened on the first day of coming to Holzvog, which was somewhat beyond Lilith's expectations. She frowned slightly. Klein didn't tell her in advance that he had something to do or was going out, and he just disappeared directly. Did he encounter something that made him unable to come back, but the communicator couldn't connect? Which was very strange. She believed in Klein's ability. Even if he encountered a strong enemy, he would be able to escape. Moreover, this was Holzvog. If a fierce battle broke out, they would definitely notice it. And it was only a day now. Klein didn't come back. It was very likely that he encountered something that he couldn't handle and couldn't contact her. Being trapped was the most likely possibility. This situation was more reasonable. Just when Lilith was analyzing the problem and worrying about Klein, Maloza came over very inopportunely and said, "Miss Lilith, why are you sitting here alone? I have some classic snacks of Holzvog that I just brought back. Would you like to try them?" Maloza did not meet Lilith by chance. He saw Lilith sitting here in the evening. She was still here at night, which only meant that the person Lilith was waiting for had not come back. He immediately realized that his chance had come, and then ran to the yard to buy some snacks, especially to meet Lilith by chance. But what kind of person was Lilith originally? The arrogant person in Becky's mouth, the executioner in Eric's mouth, and the leader who killed people without blinking an eye in Joe's mouth. During this period, she became gentle because she was with Klein all day. Now she was in a bad mood, and Maloza actually ran over to seek a sense of existence. Then Lilith could only really find some sense of existence for Maloza. She suddenly stood up and walked in front of Maloza, just when Maloza thought he could get close to the goddess. Lilith really gave him a close contact. Lilith pinched Maloza's neck with one hand, lifted him up, and snatched Maloza's staff with the other hand. In front of Maloza, Lilith broke his iron staff with one hand. "If you bother me again, the next thing I break may not be a staff. Do you understand?" Maloza was pinched by the neck and couldn't speak at all. He could only blink in fear. Lilith threw him on the side of the road in annoyance and returned to her room. Maloza looked at his staff with some heartache. His family was not prominent, and such a staff was not cheap. He was a little mentally broken now. Looking at Lilith leaving, Maloza showed an expression that was uglier than crying. "If I tell her that I won't bother her anymore, will she compensate me for the staff? This is a rare item." The next day, Lilith and the other four gathered together. Joe put down the communicator in his hand and shook his head at Lilith. There is no response. It's not that the signal is bad or something like that. The connection of the communicator is completely disconnected. Or it's too far. So far that there is no signal at all. Eric analyzed. It can't be that the distance is too far, unless Holzvog has developed a very long-distance teleportation array. It's impossible for Klein to reach a place where there is no signal on the communicator in a day. "Do you need to report it?" Becky looked at Lilith, and the other two did the same. When Klein was not there, Lilith was the leader of their team. Even if Becky and Lilith didn't get along, they would admit it. Lilith thought for a while, and shook her head. Now even if we communicate over long distances, it will take more than a day to reach Jiesha. Even if Jiesha's support arrives, it will take several days. If there is really danger, what should happen has already happened, and it is basically meaningless. So, even if we need to find someone to support us, it will make sense to ask for help from people in Holzvog. The problem is, we don't have any clues in Holzvog? Lilith glanced at these exchange students and murmured, "We don't have any. But Klein does." "Who?" "Professor McKinley." In fact, Lilith's ability to do things is very strong. Otherwise she would not have become the executive captain of the team. She usually doesn't do anything because Becky handles the sundries, and Klein is responsible for thinking. She only needs to fight. After analyzing the situation of Klein's disappearance, Lilith quickly found McKinley and told him about Klein's disappearance. "Professor McKinley, Klein is missing." McKinley frowned as he listened to Lilith's narration. This situation was somewhat beyond his expectations. However, he had a good impression of Klein. So after hearing the news of Klein's disappearance, he also made a promise to Lilith, "Don't worry. I will do my best to get manpower support from Holzvog." "Thank you, Professor McKinley." "Don't thank me. I also owed Klein a favor. Moreover, Klein is an outstanding talent of the Imperial Academy and an outstanding talent of the Empire. People like him should not be left alone." Chapter 306 Museum Looting Operation. Klein squatted on the ground. Eating the bread, he kneaded himself while looking at the fallen leaves on the ground. There was a stone bench in the yard, but Klein did not sit on it. The reason for not sitting on it was very simple. In this strange place, even the stone bench had some problems. The dense magic patterns on it were not easy to mess with. Now the corpses in the yard have not been dealt with yet, and he didn't want to cause trouble for himself again. After eating a bite of bread, Klein grabbed a handful of leaves. These leaves were also problematic because they were all fresh. Not just the ones that had just fallen were fresh, but all the fallen leaves were fresh. Things here don't seem to rot, or it can be said that time here is stopped. Klein took out a watch. When he stared at the watch, the time was normal. But every time he looked at the watch, the time was exactly the same. 9:09. No matter how long it has been. As long as Klein is distracted for a while, or his eyes don't stay on the time. When he looks at the watch again, the time will return to 9:09. The watch also confirmed Klein's conjecture. The time here is stagnant. Or in other words, the time here does not pass. Although there is no way to know the exact time, Klein has a stupid way, which is to count numbers in his mind. 3,600 numbers is about 1 hour. And he has counted 25 3,600. Hey, I have been trapped here for a day. I wonder if Lilith and the others will be anxious. This place is really a bit weird. Klein was not the kind of impatient person. He did not know the reason for coming here, so he did not intend to act rashly unless there was danger. Turning his head to look at the corpse hanging on the book, Klein stood up again, activated his anti-magic body, and prepared to purify the corpses on the tree. "I never thought that I would do this kind of salvation work one day." Klein conscientiously purified the corpses hanging on the tree to free these bound souls. These spirits had no malice at all, and some of them even evolved into heroic spirits. This was incredible to Klein, but he did not think much about it. Nor did he think of catching these heroic spirits. He was not the kind of mage who played with souls, so there was no need. When there was only one corpse left in the yard, Klein had counted 53,600s, which meant that 2 days should have passed. Maybe a little more, or maybe a little less. After all, his own counting was not very accurate. The last one, "Big brother, you guys have exhausted me." Klein placed his palm on the last corpse, and the corpse immediately turned into powder and floated in the air under the injection of disordered arcane energy. After freeing the last corpse, the entire museum yard shook, as if something was opened. Klein felt that this should not be his illusion. When he came to the door of the museum, Klein murmured, "I should be able to go in now." Klein did not feel that there was anything wrong with rescuing hundreds of souls bound by corpses. He did not believe in merits, blessings, and other things. He did this just because his intuition told him to do so. As soon as he entered the museum, the magic lamp above his head automatically turned on, illuminating the entire room. This is indeed an ancient museum. As soon as he entered the museum, an ancient piano came into view. This piano is dark gold all over, and it has a very old feel. When it is seen against the light, it will also emit a dark golden halo, which is not an ordinary item at first glance. Klein does not know much about music, and his piano playing is probably at the level of barely being able to play a Song of Two Tigers. When he put his palm on the piano, the prompt of the synthesizer gave him a surprise. A very huge surprise. Killing piano, damaged, grade, miracle. Attack, 0 to 150. Effect 1 chaos sound, damaged. Effect 2 reduced performance. The performance ability of the person holding the killing piano will be greatly reduced. Effect 3 perseverance, damaged. Effect 4 assassination melody, damaged. Introduction 1. A solid piano made entirely of magic dark gold. Its solidity is beyond people's imagination. As long as you are strong enough, you can even use it as a weapon or shield. Introduction 2. The assassin's exclusive piano will make people lose their minds when playing it. Miracle item. If this can be synthesized, then I will be so lucky? Klein was a little excited. He felt that the things he had done for the past 2 days were really worth it. However, when he wanted to put the killing piano into the synthesis slot, he found that it didn't work. The killing piano is completely damaged and does not meet the rules of the carpooling. Give a meat bun and then smear shit on it. This kind of thing is the most excessive. Just when Klein was getting angry, he turned his mind and looked at the decomposition option of the synthesizer. Yes/no to decompose the killing piano. Hee hee. Klein patted the magic book on his waist and said with a smile, Felicis, your rations are here. Decompose. Decomposing the killing piano. Please wait. You got miracle fragments *9. It was actually feasible. And 9 fragments were given at a time. Klein clenched his fist. For ordinary miracle items, even if they were rubbish, Klein was reluctant to decompose them. Because even if the miracle was rubbish, the attribute was not comparable to that of ordinary magic tools. If Klein's book was not counted, he currently had 1 miracle item, and Lilith had 1. So Klein was really not rich in miracle items. And it was even more impossible to decompose them. The enhancement of Klein's book was also in a distant state. But this time, there are damaged miracle items that can be decomposed. Then, according to Klein's character of taking advantage of others, what else can be left in this museum? Interesting. Klein continued to walk into the museum. The things here were basically damaged. Unless they were items with spirits like the candle demon, they could not be preserved for such a long time. Going further inside, most of the items were magic weapon level. Klein basically did not even look at them and directly decomposed them. After walking for a distance, he found the second miracle item in front of a counter. This is a pair of double guns. There are no firearms after the disaster. This is also the first time Klein has seen real firearms in this world. Twin guns Castel and Pollux. Grade, Miracle. Attack, 35. Attack, 41. Effect 1 additional shot, 20% chance to fire an extra bullet. Effect 2 explosive bullet, damaged. Effect 3 magic bullet, damaged. Effect 4 directional tracking, damaged. Introduction. The guns of the twins Castel and Pollux. They died at the same time and injected their souls into the 2 guns at the same time, creating the twin guns. Miracle level things are really amazing. Let's take a photo first. You will be shattered in a moment. In this way, Klein began to happily sweep the floor in his museum, until he swept away all the items in the exhibition hall. He had already harvested 276 magic weapon fragments and 17 miracle fragments. Where he passed, no grass grew, and even the floor was almost licked clean by Klein. Going further inside, there is a circular staircase leading to the second floor. After Klein explored the first floor again, and made sure that there were no other discoveries, he went to the second floor. As soon as he arrived at the second floor, Klein found something good. This is a bottle stored in a glass safe, and there is still some liquid in the bottle. Klein doesn't know if this thing has expired after more than 1,000 years. He will take it out first to see. Anyway, the synthesizer will help him to make sure. Klein used arcane decomposition to cut a small hole in the safe and took out the bottle from it. Soma Green Elixir. Grade, Miracle. Effect, immediately restore all your status and increase all your attributes by 10%. No more than 50 points. Introduction. The supreme masterpiece of the medicine god Somo. A magical potion named after her real name. Somo herself also said that it would be impossible to make a better elixir than this in the future. There are only 3 bottles left in the world. Fuck. Looking at Somo, Klein suppressed the urge to drink this thing directly on the spot. Although the 10% all attribute improvement is very tempting, the effect of immediately restoring all states is even more abnormal. In some cases, it is equivalent to a second life. I don't want to use this thing. Hurry up and pack it up. Turning around, Klein looked at the distance on the second floor. Suddenly, his body froze. There was a very large skylight at the farthest point on the second floor, and there was a person under the skylight, but Klein didn't find anyone here at all in his perception. Klein looked at this person from a distance, and this person also looked at Klein from a distance. This person was half crouching on the ground, and his chest was pierced by a red line, as if he couldn't move. The sunlight at 9:09 on the skylight just happened to shine directly on this person, and his body was emitting wisps of green smoke, as if he was burned by the sun. The man who was half squatting in the sun slowly raised his head. He had gray hair, a thin body, and a slightly old face. He looked very weak and felt that he might die at any time. But Klein understood that the more strange and abrupt people were, the more dangerous they were. He stopped the idea of continuing to search for items and shouted to this person, "Brother, are you alive?" Hearing Klein shouting, the man suddenly laughed and said to Klein, "Yes, I'm still alive." Klein asked again, "Then can you move?" "What do you think? Let me raise it? Then I can only think that you mean you can't move?" Hearing that the other party could move, Klein was relieved. "If you can't move, then I'll be relieved." Chapter 307 The True Master of Jiesha. Klein said he was relieved, but his defense against this person did not weaken at all. He first took out the beehive and released all 8 worker bees and 4 soldier bees to surround this person. Then he took out a bottle and released the 3rd-level synthetic beast inside, Yuan Ji, and asked Yuan Ji to go to the center of the 2nd floor to monitor this person. After doing all this, Klein continued to search for items. The man squatting in the sun looked up at the worker bees around him and Yuan Ji in the bottle not far away, and said to Klein, "High vigilance? Not bad." "Yeah." Klein did not intend to pay attention to him. After a hum, he continued to collect items on the 2nd floor. But in a separate room on the 2nd floor, Klein found a lot of books, all of which were ancient magic forbidden secret books. Klein searched these books as if they were treasures, and turned to the next room. Now he was in a hurry, and had no time to linger here. Lilith and the others were probably waiting for her outside. After searching the 2nd floor, Crane found another 6 miracle items, 5 of which had been broken into pieces by him, and only 1 was left. Mysterious Shell. Grade, Miracle. Effect 1 Faith. When you have someone in your heart, you will be able to exert more complete strength. Effect 2 Luck, Damaged. Effect 3 Magic Resistance. Increase your magic resistance. This attribute cannot be stacked to take the maximum value. Effect 4 Sound Resistance, Damaged. Introduction. It is said that among 100 million shells, only 1 mysterious shell will appear, which represents luck and happiness. This is a partially damaged miracle item. The disadvantage is that it has lost 2 properties, but the advantage is that it can still be used. After seeing the properties of the mysterious shell, Klein knew that this thing must belong to Lilith. I will find a beautiful rope to string them together and give them to her later. When Klein was exploring the 2nd floor, the man who was half squatting in the sun did not say a word. He just watched Klein clean up most of the 2nd floor quietly, leaving only the area where the trapped person was. Seeing that Klein did not choose to come over to continue searching for items, but stopped where he was and observed him, he spoke again. "Boy, are you from Jiesha?" Klein immediately shook his head. "I'm not. You got the wrong person. I'm from the Skull and Bones Society." The man laughed, shook his head and said, "People from the Skull and Bones Society also have the Executor mark? Has the Jiesha Society expanded to the point where it can infiltrate the Skull and Bones Society?" Klein thought for a while, and nodded after not thinking of any reasonable reason. "Okay, I'm from the Jiesha Society. But so what? Don't talk. Just listen to me first. I don't like to get close to others, and I won't help you do anything. Remember? I'm helping you do anything. Anything. I won't light a cigarette for you, give you a drink, tell you a story to let you understand the outside world. I won't do these. Or listen to your story, and then help you crack some magic seals, and then take some benefits from you, and help you unlock the seals, etc. I won't do these things either. While Klein was talking, he did not forget to ask Yuan Ji to help him get the museum items at the back. The person in front of him was very strange and dangerous. He would never get close to this person. Hearing Klein babble about a bunch of things he would never do, this man whose vitality was about to dry up suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. Very interesting, boy. You can keep your mind clear even when you are greedy. Which really meets the requirements of the executive department of Jiesha. I like you a little bit. Boy. Hee, brother needs you to like, you are not a girl. Then what, old man, you keep mentioning Jiesha. Are you trying to get close to me? The old man whose life was about to wither suddenly became serious, staring at the skylight. And the scattered sunlight began to burn his eyes, making a sizzling sound. Get close, in Jiesha. I don't need to get close to anyone, because my name is Edward, the master of Jiesha, and everything in Jiesha belongs to me. So, young man, what's your name? Klein was stunned. What does the name Edward mean? The master of Jiesha's revival in his mother's words. But in the end, his mother hesitated in describing him. He is his future teacher in Flando's words. Although this is the first time Klein has seen this Edward. He is the Blue King, one of the 9 kings, the world's top combat power, the former master of Jiesha, and he has not even advocated until now. His father Esmond is still the vice president, not the president. In addition, Edward is the lover of the Empress and the biological father of the 3 princesses. Although the Empress has never admitted that Edward is her husband, this does not affect other people's imagination. Master of Jiesha. Looking at Edward, Klein hesitated. The other party had a great background. If what he said was true, should he save him? Why would such a person be trapped here? Also, if he went back, what would the situation of Jiesha look like? Klein thought a lot in an instant. But he did not come up with a clear answer. Sir Edward, Mr. President, can you tell me why you are trapped in this place? Klein retreated behind him while talking. When he asked for the reason, he had already decided to leave this place. Even if the other party was the master of Zhongxing in his mother's mouth, the master of Jiesha, and the person who might become his teacher in Frando's mouth. Klein did not think that if he licked his face and called him teacher and president now, they would love each other. He had already gained a lot in this museum, and he did not want to take any more risks. There are many reasons why I am trapped here, but the most important one is that Esmond betrayed me. It is because of his betrayal that I have come to this point today. You step back, little Klein. What? Don't you want me to go out? Of course not. Although I have a bad relationship with Esmond. But he is his son after all. You look like a blood feud now. How can I save you? Uh-huh. Hatred. Resentment. These are all your big boss's business. And a small fish like me will not get involved. Sorry, President. I have something else to do. So I will leave first. Edward smiled and nodded. Go! Edward did not stop him, which surprised Klein. However, after Klein wandered around the entrance of the museum aimlessly, he finally ran back in shame. There was no way out. Outside the museum was a strange barrier and rainbow. He couldn't even open his eyes. God was useless. He couldn't get out at all. Now it seemed that if he wanted to get out, he still had to rely on the sealed Edward. Returning to the second floor of the museum, Klein smiled awkwardly at Edward. Hello, President. I'm here again. At this time, Edward's half-squatting body suddenly stood up, and Klein was slightly surprised. President, can you move? Why didn't you tell me just now? I never told you that I couldn't move. Did I? What do you think of my answer just now? Now I'll repeat it again. What do you think, Klein? Although Edward said that, he never walked out of the range of the sunlight. Although the sunlight seemed to make him uncomfortable, he still stood in the sunlight that burned him. Mr. President, I came back to ask you, how should I get out of here? Edward raised his head slightly, and an ugly smile appeared on his thin face. Okay, now it's your turn to beg me, little Klein. Hearing the other party's tone, Klein also narrowed his eyes. He looked at Edward and said, You brought me here? Klein no longer used any honorifics, and his speech was no longer disguised as before, becoming very straightforward. Yes, I brought you in, because it is not easy to meet a member of the GS Society in this place. 5 of them came at once, and I definitely can't let them go. As for the reason for choosing you, it is also very simple. The magic power in you is very strong, which surprised me a little. So the person I chose must be you, Edward admitted very happily. with a smile on his face all the time. But the more he smiled, the more dangerous Klein felt. Okay, Lord Edward. What is the purpose of bringing me here? Can you tell me? Klein, let's make a deal. I want freedom. And after I am free, I can give you freedom. As a deposit, all the ancient items in this museum can be given to you. Although some of them are damaged, there are still some that can be used. Although Klein had been mentally prepared for a long time, he was still very passive in trading with such a person. The gap in strength was too big, and now he seemed to have no other choice but to trade with the other party. What do you want me to do? Edward pointed to the red line on his body. Although the red line was very thin, it always emitted a halo, which was very conspicuous even in the sun. It's very simple. Do you see this red line on my body? I see it. This red thread is the seal that binds me. It is called the Silk of Time. As long as you remove the seal, I can be free. Klein nodded. How can I trust you? I don't need to lie to you. And you have no choice. You are too cautious. Kid. Klein nodded. Yes. I have no choice. I am not so cautious all the time. I will only be more cautious when facing people who are stronger than me and cannot solve the problem. This will allow me to live longer. I'm going to ask Yuan Ji to go over and collect all the items here. Edward smiled. You are really greedy to still think about looting at this time. At this point, Klein decided not to save Edward. It was because he had no choice. So he chose not to save him. At worst, he would wait for Lilith to save him. He was an arcane master. Anyway, he would not starve to death. He would just have to wait for time. Anyway, he would not save the so-called leader of the Jia Society. Edward. Klein did not want to show this. So he asked Yuan Ji to take the items behind Edward. There were 4 miracles, and one of them was usable. And there was no damage to the weapon at all. Wind Bao Wind Chaser's longbow. Grade, Miracle. Attack, 15 to 115. Effect 1 Speed up. There is a chance to enter the accelerated state when you shoot. Effect 2 Lulu Micro-Possession. When you enter the Lulu Micro-Possession state, your full speed will increase by 20% for 30 seconds. Effect 3 Wind Arrow. Automatically form an arrow with wind attributes. Effect 4 Wind Chaser Spiral Arrow. Shoot a powerful Wind Chaser Spiral Arrow. Introduction. Introduction. The longbow of the followers of Lulu, the goddess of wind, possesses the power of the wind god. The holder will cause additional attack damage to Hermes, the king of wind. Looking at the bow of wind, Klein was a little happy. The properties of this thing are too excellent. Even if no one uses it, they can exchange it for a usable miracle item. Just as Klein happily put away the bow of wind and was about to leave, a figure appeared in front of him. You finally collected all the things here. Klein, are you ready to leave? Have you forgotten the agreement between us? Tall body, gray hair, weak face, and the conspicuous red line on the chest. Klein's pupils shrank. How can you move? Edward put an arm on Klein's shoulder. Hee. Because the person who sealed me is myself, and the real sealed objects are all the items in this museum. When you start collecting things in this museum, the seal has begun to be lifted. Klein's heart started beating rapidly as he looked at Edward, who was so close to him. Damn it. I miscalculated. Chapter 308 Esmond's True Power. Jiesha. Esmond looked at a very complicated magic seal array material carefully. The name of this material is Reverse Thinking Magical Weapon and Soul Calming Sealing Method. This material is the research result of a very outstanding array master in Jiesha in the past. As the vice president, Esmond is naturally qualified to view it. Reverse Magic Self-Sealing Method. Use mixed energy to suppress one's own energy to the extreme. Then use the magic weapon to cover up one's own energy breath. Use the spirit body to cover up one's own soul breath. And finally, let the body hide in another kind of energy of different attributes. In this way, a perfect hiding can be carried out. Even a strong woman like the Empress cannot find the location of this person. There are so many geniuses in our Jiesha. Khan, do you know what this thing is used for? After Esmond called out Khan's name, a space fluctuation appeared in his office, and Khan slowly walked out of a space door. What are you talking about? What is the reverse magic self-sealing method? What's the point of studying this? Esmond smiled and put away the research materials in his hand. This sealing method looks boring and useless. But it is this seemingly boring and useless thing that comes in handy. Edward has never been able to get rid of the troubles of the thread of time, and he is reluctant to give up the power of the thread of time. So I thought of a very stupid way for him. Con was shocked. Shouldn't Edward be dead? Edward, he's not dead yet, Esmond. What are you and him planning? Esmond did not answer Con, but continued to talk to himself. When I went to Holzbog for academic exchanges 2 years ago, I helped him build a seal array, trapped him in Holzbog's forbidden area, the Fulling Museum, and gave him a chance to truly get rid of the time thread. If you want to really get rid of the time thread, you have to give up the time thread and the key to the Jia Society. It's really a difficult decision. Con was a little surprised when he heard Esmond talking to himself. Are you plotting against Edward? But his strength is not something you can contend with. Plotting against him? Maybe. But Edward and I are no longer the same kind of people. Although this does not prevent us from cooperating. I built a reverse self-seal for him. And in return, when he escapes, the key will automatically return to my hand. And the time thread will be given to Klein. Do you understand? Do you still think that strength represents everything? Maybe. But to reach the point where strength represents everything, you must at least have the power to compete with kindred. But Edward didn't. Maybe he would have hesitated before. But after such a long period of spiritual torture, he should have been unable to bear it. Klein has already arrived in Holzbog. Do you think Edward will give him the thread of time? Klein went to Holzbog, even if he was not killed by Edward. His current strength would be eroded by the thread of time. He is your and Katie's son? Can you bear to do it? You don't understand. Con. It is precisely because of Klein's perfection that I want to get the key. Klein is so powerful with just RS-02. So what about RS-01? Don't worry. Klein is not a rigid person. When he is desperate, he will naturally succumb to the time thread. And then he can come back to me. When I get the key, are you interested in going down with me to take a look, Con? Con didn't want to have such a deep contact with Esmond. But he couldn't refuse Esmond's invitation. What about Klein? Esmond took out the bottle-numbered RS-02. If the time thread can be refined, then Klein will naturally get the power of the time thread. But what Edward can't do, I'm afraid Klein can't do now. If he is eroded by the time thread, it doesn't matter. The bottle is still in my hand. At most, he will become a good baby. It's just that the responsibility of the new king will fall on RS-01. Of course, I still hope he is okay. Because if Klein is okay, there will be a chance for 2 kings to appear in Jiesha. 2 kings? You are crazy. Esmond, if you do this, Katie will not let you go. There is only a thought between a madman and a genius. As for Katie, she has been stagnant for too long. She might have been able to stop me 2 years ago. But now, she has no chance. What? When Con just showed an expression of disbelief. Esmond had already opened his palm. Then, Con's space door was opened by Esmond with his bare hands. Let's go. My brother. Let's wait and see how powerful RS-01 is. Looking at Esmond entering his space channel, Con was speechless. The power of space is his most proud ability. Even if the opponent is stronger than him, there is no way to kill him. But Esmond could open his space door, which meant that he no longer had any advantage over Esmond. Esmond, what have you achieved now? What do you think? Holzbog Museum. Klein was stiff. At this distance, facing a king-level master, he didn't think he had any chance of escaping. But Edward didn't seem to be in a hurry to attack him. Klein, your father really took great pains to get the key. In the end, he got it. Hearing Edward's words, Klein's heart sank again. Do you know my identity? What is the key? I said that everything in Jiesha belongs to me. As RS-02, you are no exception. As for the key, it refers to the key to open the door of the ancient ruins. You are one of them. And Esmond, you are missing one of mine. Hearing this, Klein's sense of crisis was gradually rising. Well, tell me, what are you going to do to me? Your bottle is in Esmond's hands. I don't think I'll have a chance to get it back. I really don't want to let him get it for free. He's too dangerous. Under Klein's control, Yuan-Ji suddenly pounced on Edward. But Edward just moved his fingers, and Yuan-Ji immediately turned into ice, fell to the ground, and broke into ice chips. A powerful third-level creature is just like a reptile in front of a king-level creature. At most a little stronger than an ant. The breath of death almost enveloped Klein. He knew that this was the pressure that Edward released on him. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably have been crushed by this mental pressure at this time. But Klein was different. He didn't want to die. He didn't know if he could fight back. But he wouldn't sit there and wait for death. He felt that he could still struggle for a while. Klein immediately activated all his defenses, and the huge skeleton began to burn with shadow flames. The King of Decay raised his giant sword, with the double power of the dragon's fang stab, and slashed at Edward with one sword. A very powerful attack method, with the courage to fight back against the king. You are really good, Klein. Edward stretched out a finger, and the ice power penetrated Klein along his fingertips. All of Klein's defenses were like paper, and they would freeze as soon as they touched. And then, they would immediately shatter into a piece of ice mist powder. Klein immediately abandoned the King of Decay, and then watched the skeleton of the King of Decay being blown into powder by Edward. He looked at the palm of his left hand. He didn't touch the cold air just now, but the remote pollution of the ice power had completely frozen his left hand. King level. I don't even have room to resist this kind of strength. Klein knew that he would definitely lose, but he still didn't choose to give up. This might be the last struggle of the stubborn boy. The Lysis. Klein's book slowly opened, and the soul chanter floated behind Klein. The 3 soul crystals stored in the magic book were all shattered, and all the power of the Lysis was injected into Klein's body. The Lysis, I might die. The Lysis will always be with you, Master. Very good. It seems that I have good luck. Arcane enhancement, burning magic enhancement, soul amplification, energy saving casting, calm and relaxed, fire explosion. You haven't given up yet? Don't struggle. The gap between us is too big. You have no chance. The second icy force was already within reach, and Klein's pyroblast, which carried all his strength, was released at the same time. Buzz! But a scene that made Klein despair appeared. When this blazing white pyroblast came into contact with the icy force, it began to expand instantly, and it was about to cause a violent explosion. And just before the explosion, Klein's pyroblast flame was actually frozen into pieces of flaming ice flowers, solidified in the air. You know, this is a pyroblast with 750 magic power, which has undergone triple enhancement and finally injected with the soul power of the Lysis. But such a powerful attack was actually frozen by others lightly. At this point, if there is anything he is lucky for, it is that this pyroblast really blocked the icy force. The tragedy is that at this time, Klein no longer has the strength to fight back. Edward walked in front of Klein and pointed a finger at Klein's chest. Small ice flowers began to spread and bloom on Klein's body. You can block my attack, Klein. Even I feel that your talent is outstanding. The Silk of Time is given to you. Enjoy the torture from your soul. Klein, who was frozen by the power of frost, could not move at all. He watched Edward pull out the red line on his chest bit by bit. After Edward pulled out the red line, his body and his appearance began to recover rapidly, as if the power of life had returned to him. This recovery of vitality continued until Edward's age returned to about 50 years old, and then slowly stopped. The power of time is indeed the most incredible thing in this world. Unfortunately, this thing is not so easy to get. Chapter 309. Kindred arrives. Edward stabbed the Silk of Time into Klein's chest with some regret. When Klein touched the Silk of Time, the synthesizer immediately gave the attributes of this item. Flame Jade Silk of Time. Great God. Effect 1 Silk of Time. Avoid the long river of time. Effect 2 Time Eternity. You will always stay in the time of the Silk of Time. Effect 3 Dust Power. Your aging speed will increase. The weaker the power, the faster you age. Effect 4 Flame Will. Let the flame purify everything. Effect 5 Immortality. Those who master the will of flame will become immortal flame demons. Introduction 1. Made of the dragon tendons of the dust dragon. It is an extension of the power of time. Time is the power of the gods. Introduction 2. Those who are baptized by Kindred's flame will, and hold the Silk of Time will become flame demons. The demon envoy of fire? Klein didn't have time to think about the function of the time thread. Edward had already let go of the time thread. When he looked at Klein again, his eyes had returned to normal. Although I really want to talk to you about something. It seems that there is no time. She is coming. I have to leave before she comes. Klein, if you hadn't become a slave to the time thread, we would have met again. Although the probability is less than 1 in a million. Edward left, and Klein remained motionless. The power of ice quickly destroyed his body functions, and then was dispelled by the flame in the time thread. Then he had to endure the burning of the flame again. Although Klein couldn't move now, his consciousness was still clear. Apart from the pain, Klein could hardly feel anything else. If there was any exception, It was that the sole torture that Edward said did not appear. Klein, struggling in the ice and heat, just stood there quietly. He could even feel that his body structure had been completely destroyed by the two opposing forces. He didn't know if he still had a chance to live. Anyway, he felt that he was dying. But when he thought he was going to die, the silk of time would surge with a powerful force into his body. Under the stimulation of this force, his body would immediately recover its vitality. And so on. This situation seemed to be trapped in a cycle. But it was not. This was the effect of the power of dusk. Every time Klein recovered his body, his vitality would decrease a little. His strength was only the third level. Far less powerful than Edward, who was at the king level. Edward could withstand the power of the silk of time for several years without dying. But Klein's strength could only last for a few days at most. And the power of dusk would drain all his vitality. Alas, people die for money and birds die for food. In the end, they die of greed. Klein tried his best to move his fingers. With his unremitting efforts, his fingers really moved. Just by moving his fingers, Klein felt that he had exhausted his physical strength. He wanted to move again, but his body was no longer able to move. At this moment, the air in front of Klein shook, and the familiar black-haired woman in red appeared in front of Klein again. The Queen Qianjue. Qianjue looked at Klein, then looked at the thread of time on Klein's chest, and said, "Edward, the guy escaped, boy. Were you tricked by him?" Klein's body was unable to answer the Queen's question. The Queen seemed to have discovered this. She placed her palm on Klein's chest, and a warm force melted the ice on Klein's body, making Klein feel alive again. "You should be able to talk now." "Right, tell me. What happened?" Klein cleared his throat. The last time he saw the Empress, he was either farsighted or lowered his head. This was the first time he had such close contact with the Empress. She was very young and beautiful, but a little short. "Yeah, I got tricked by Edward." "Tell me, how did he hide his aura?" The Empress didn't look like she was looking for her lover, but rather like she was hunting Edward. Klein didn't know what happened between them, so he could only honestly tell what Edward did here. He said he sealed himself here, reduced his energy to the extreme, then used the miracle items here to suppress it, and finally hid under the sunlight and spirits. That's about it. Klein couldn't describe the principle of this magic circle in detail, so he could only explain it roughly. The Queen nodded. She tugged at the time thread on Klein's chest and said, "I used the dragon tendon of the dust dragon as a hair tie, but it was stolen by Edward later. If I forcefully dispel Edward's power, you will be burned to death. If I pull it out now, you will probably freeze to death immediately. And you are now being eroded by 3 powers. And it seems that you will not live for too long." Klein was about to cry. Did the Queen mean to sentence him to death? "Your Majesty, you don't have to describe my various ways of death in such detail. I just want to know, do I still have a chance?" Qianju shook his head. "Chance? Unless you compromise with the time thread. But then, you will completely lose yourself, and become the carrier of the time thread, without independent consciousness. It's almost the same as death. It's a pity that the ability of the burning demon heart is the first time I have seen it in you." "Your Majesty, do you mean I'm dead?" Qianju was not arrogant, and his tone was very calm, and he seemed easy to get along with. "Basically, I'm dead. Do you need me to do anything for you? Just think of it as a reward for helping Qianhua to open up, and not killing Flando." Klein understood that if he still said polite words at this time, it would be really stupid. "Your Majesty, can you save me?" In this state, Klein seemed to have no choice but to hope that the Empress could help him. After all, the ice power was king level, and the Empress seemed to have fire attributes. 1 ice and 1 fire. Maybe he could still be saved? But the Empress's words made Klein despair. "No," I said. "My power is too overbearing. Unless you become my fire demon envoy. But that would be worse than succumbing to the time thread. And it would be no different from death. If I pull out the time thread, you will be frozen to death immediately. There is no solution." The Empress said it very seriously, and even told Klein about the fire demon envoy. Klein was still very grateful. "Okay. Thank you, Your Majesty. I want to meet Lilith. Kukasero's daughter? That's fine. Wait." The Empress disappeared in an instant, and came to the outside of Holzbog's forbidden area. At this time, the 3 female students who greeted Klein were talking to some Holzbog teachers about the situation that day. It seemed that Holzbog's investigation had made some progress. We saw him go in that day and stopped him. But he not only rejected our kindness, but also said that we were meddling. Lilith shook her head and said, Impossible. Even if he was a stranger, Klein would not say such a thing. A middle-aged wizard from Holzbog suddenly said, perhaps the barrier distorted their conversation. This situation seems to have occurred many years ago. Another wizard said, but it doesn't make sense. The seal here has been reinforced by Mr. Esmond. How did this Klein get in? What did you say? Esmond reinforced the seal here? When? Lilith suddenly realized something. This wizard was a little strange. It's not a secret that Esmond has been here. Right? 2 years ago, when Professor Esmond came to our school to exchange arcane magic, he reinforced the seal here. When this person said this, Lilith and the others had realized that this place might be specially prepared for Klein. Can we break the seal here by force now? Klein is probably inside. It's too much of a commotion. This used to be Holzbog's museum. But there are too many evil spirits inside. We have to wait for the dean to come back. Lilith clenched her fists. It was still unknown how long it would take for the dean of Holzbog to come back. Just when she was helpless, a red figure appeared in the center of the crowd. Qianhua? Eric asked subconsciously. But he immediately changed his words. Fuck. It doesn't seem to be. The Empress glanced at Eric. Although she didn't use any power, her eyes still made Eric's hair stand up all over his body. Could it be? Your Majesty? The Empress looked at Lilith on the side and said, Lilith? Ah, Your Majesty? I am Lilith. Lilith knelt down quickly, and her reaction also reminded everyone around her. And they also knelt down in a daze. Your Majesty? Xianju ignored the others and just said to Lilith, Klein is dying. And he wants to see you before he dies. What? Klein didn't wait long. But the dust power of the Silk of Time was triggered twice during this period. His hair was a little drier than before. Not obvious. But if Lilith saw it, she would definitely notice it. When Klein was about to sigh, the air shook, and the Empress arrived with Lilith. Klein. Lilith immediately hugged him, making him a little breathless. Thank you, Your Majesty. I owe you a favor. Xianju glanced at Klein and smiled. Hee hee. There is no point in owing me a favor, because there are not many people in this world who can repay me a favor. Okay. I've brought you the person and the Silk of Time. Whether you can survive depends on you. I'm leaving now. After saying that, Qianju left without giving Klein a chance to thank him again. After Qianju left, Lilith's tears immediately flowed. But Klein interrupted her. Don't cry. I can't help it. The Queen said that Klein was dying, and Lilith was very desperate at this time. I told you not to cry. I'm not dead yet. From now on, everything must be done by me. Chapter 310 I don't think I will die. Klein's voice was loud and his tone became very bad. But Lilith's eyes lit up because she was too familiar with Klein. She understood the meaning of Klein's tone. Klein didn't give up at this time, so she certainly couldn't give up. I won't cry anymore. You say. Edward's ice power and the Queen's fire are constantly destroying my body, and the time thread is constantly draining my vitality. My life essence is only at the 3rd level. In this case, I can probably hold on for about 5 days. After 5 days, I will either compromise with the time thread and become its carrier and lose my independent consciousness, or I will be completely drained of vitality and die of old age. You only have 5 days? Lilith murmured. Without 5 days, the possibility of a crash on the last day is too high. Only the first 4 days are relatively safe. So if I want to turn the tables, I have to make good use of these 4 days. This place is a seal formation built by my father and Edward. Even superclass strongmen cannot enter under normal circumstances. Therefore, no one should come to disturb us during these 5 days. Lilith nodded. At this time, she has regained her composure. What should I do? You tell me. Take off my space ring first. There are 3 in total. The largest one has a scale of the Dusk Dragon. The effect of this scale is that it can occasionally stop time. I want to use this scale and tie it to the thread of time to let me live as long as possible. Lilith took out the scales of the Dusk Dragon as Klein requested and tied them together with the Silk of Time on Klein's chest. What next? Carry me to the yard first. Lilith did as she was told and carried Klein to the yard full of locust trees. The locust trees were still full of vitality at this time, but Klein knew that all this vigorous vitality was flowing out of his body. Hey, these are all my things. Don't let your imagination run wild. Lilith. Now take out all the arcane in my ring. Ahem. Arcane dust. Arcane particles. Arcane crystals. And then, I will teach you how to set up the magic circle. Okay. Lilith took out all the substantial arcane crystals as Klein requested. These were accumulated slowly by Klein over the past 2 years. And the number was very large. The scales of the Dusk Dragon slightly reduced the speed at which his life passed, although he would pause for a few seconds from time to time. This time allowed Lilith to do more things. Lilith placed them bit by bit, and Klein guided her bit by bit. Because Lilith had never learned magic, the process was extremely slow, and every node of the magic power had to be accurate. Therefore, every few nodes, Lilith would hold Klein back and let him see if the magic circle on the ground was placed correctly. This boring and tedious work lasted for 4 days, and all the more than 8,000 magic nodes required by Klein were placed. Is it done? It's done. Then what? Then pour all the elemental materials on the outermost edge of the magic circle. Try to be as even as possible. But it doesn't matter if it's not even, Klein said weakly. His voice had become very old. His face was full of wrinkles. Lilith was the person who had the most direct view of Klein's changes. She knew that Klein was getting old quickly, and she didn't know if he could recover. But she didn't dare to cry. She was afraid that Klein would lose confidence. Okay. Lilith sprinkled various elemental materials from the ring on the ground one by one. Klein looked at Lilith, who was arranging the magic circle, and subconsciously glanced at the back of his hand. There were age spots all over the back of his hand, which was probably not much different from Edward's half-dead look before. It turns out that aging is such a terrible thing. Haha, I guess I am ugly now. If I die, I hope Lilith won't be sad for too long. Klein didn't complain about himself for too long. He tried hard to get these negative emotions out of his mind. He hadn't lost yet. It took a long time to place the various element crystals. Lilith was a little anxious, but she suppressed her emotions and carefully placed the crystals, because she knew that if there was a mistake, Klein might not have a chance. After placing all the element crystals, Lilith spent most of the day and came back with Klein's 3 rings. What should I do next? I got a miracle longbow here, and a shell. Lilith, I wanted to string the shell together and give it to you as a gift. But if I fail this time, I might not have a chance. So I gave it to you in advance this time. Lilith was a little angry that Klein was still thinking about these things at this time. It's already this time. Can you be serious? I am serious. That shell has magic resistance. This ability cannot be repeated, so the shell is useless to me. The next thing is very dangerous. What you need to do most is to protect yourself. If you die, I will be meaningless to live. So you take it first. Although Klein's words were casual, Lilith heard a sense of determination. After confirming again that Klein was not joking, she put the mysterious shell on herself, took out the wind bow, and stood it on the ground. Okay, what's next? Klein took a look at the wind bow and sighed slightly. The next thing is my business. This bow is very good. I was expecting it to be exchanged for some money. What a pity. Compared with life, nothing is important. Lilith began to cheer Klein up. Klein smiled. His hair had fallen out after spending most of the day there. He looked like an old man who was about to die. Lilith, I'm not sure at all. It's okay. I'll accompany you. Klein nodded and understood what Lilith meant. The magic circle under their feet was the craziest one he had ever set up. It was an arcane tidal magic circle based on the original museum seal circle and the soul circle that connected the entire courtyard. The Queen and Edward both said that only those who subdued the Silk of Time could survive. This sentence sounded simple, but Edward, as one of the 9 kings, spent countless energy and strength. But he still couldn't refine the Silk of Time. You can imagine how difficult it was. The tendons of the Dusk Dragon of the Silk of Time, although it was pulled out by the Empress and used as a hair tie, it does not prevent the Silk of Time from being a real artifact. The only person who can master the Silk of Time from beginning to end is the Empress Qianju. Klein knew very well that he had no possibility of subduing the Silk of Time. In addition, the Empress's flame and Edward's ice power were still destroying his body wantonly, and he had no power to resist. Therefore, what he had to do from the beginning was not to refine or control. His only chance was to pollute the disordered arcane. Although he did not touch the bottleneck of breakthrough, it did not mean that he could not cause arcane pollution. His control over the arcane is now different from the past. If there is no opportunity for breakthrough, He can use miracle items as a fuse and his body as the initial conductor. If there is no suitable environment, use arcane crystals as the most primitive material and other elemental crystals to assist combustion. As long as the first wave of disordered arcane energy is ignited and the burning demon heart is activated, the endless arcane energy will purify Edward's ice power, and the Queen's fire will, turning them into original arcane energy. This is Klein's turnaround plan. Even if the Silk of Time is a divine artifact, it will be eroded by the arcane energy and become an ordinary item without attributes. And then he will be saved. Ideals are full, and reality is very skinny. The full part is that this plan is absolutely feasible. And the skinny part is whether the Silk of Time will really be eroded by the arcane energy. Disordered arcane energy is not invincible, and its impact on time and space is not that great. So Klein himself is not sure how much confidence he has this time. Lilith, hold me now. Then activate the chaos form. And then wrap your body with Do Chi. What about you? I don't need it. I need to expose my body to the disordered arcane energy. I know. Lilith activated the chaos form, and Klein leaned on her back, looking at the scales on Lilith's neck. Klein suddenly laughed. You must succeed, otherwise my wife will run away with someone else. Lilith was stunned, knowing that Klein was talking about her, and also smiled and said, Yes, you must succeed. Otherwise I will run away with someone else. Klein put away his smile and became serious. He stretched out his arm with all his strength and held the wind bow. The arcane energy began to destroy the structure of the wind bow. The process was not fast, until a small gap appeared on the handle of the wind bow. Klein suddenly accelerated his power injection. Klein's book, Arcane Enhancement, and Burning Demon form were activated at the same time, and Klein's body, which could collapse at any time, immediately entered a distorted state. He used a power he had never used before. Klein's power arcane. The chaotic arcane energy poured into the wind bow, and this powerful miracle weapon also began to become unstable with the influx of arcane energy, as if it would explode at any time. Lilith looked at the surging energy in the wind bow, and finally understood why Klein asked her to use Do Chi to protect herself. I don't know how many people will suffer this time. I hope they won't die. Well, am I thinking about others because I think I won't die? Why not put it another way? After I die, no one will take the responsibility for destroying Holzvog, and no one will care about the two silly kids Joe and Mira, Eric, Becky, and Perona, and Lilith. I haven't married her yet, so I don't think I will die. Buzz! The wind bow exploded, and the turbulent arcane energy first entered Klein's body. Klein immediately opened the burning demon heart and used this turbulence to mass-produce chaotic arcane energy particles. After a long time, the resonance between the two finally ignited the 3 arcane core crystals around Klein. This arcane tidal array, which was unknown whether it would bring destruction or rebirth, was finally activated. Chapter 311, Run Slowly. You will die. The arcane energy tide followed the arcane crystal array and began to homogenize the surrounding matter. The Holzvog Museum behind Klein was naturally the first to be hit. Under the impact of the disordered arcane energy, the museum quickly lost its original magical properties. All the magic lamps began to fail. The hard self-repairing walls also lost their magic power, and the magic would gradually decayed. The entire museum gradually became an ordinary building. The disordered arcane energy expanded and drifted along the nodes of the soul-soothing array, and soon touched the magic absorption barrier that wrapped the entire museum. According to Edward's previous statement, this barrier was created by the ancestors of Holzvog, and then it was reinforced by Edward and his father Esmond, and then it had the current effect. When Klein's disordered arcane energy touched this barrier, the barrier's first reaction was still to convert all attributes of magic into attributeless magic, and then absorb it. This is very similar to Klein's arcane energy tide. Only arcanists can create a magic circle with this effect. This should be the work of Esmond. However, the most dangerous thing about disordered arcane energy has always been its pollution. This magic circle that absorbs magic power quickly began to distort under the impact of waves of disordered arcane particles. Klein wanted to speak, but he felt a pain in his throat. The disordered arcane energy was not only destroying the surrounding matter, but also washing his body. But he had to say something now, because if he didn't say it now, others might not have time to run away later. If Klein wants to save himself, he must absorb a lot of magic power. Destroying Holzvog has become inevitable, but he doesn't want Joe, Becky, and Eric to fall into danger with him. The chaotic arcane power does not distinguish between enemies and friends. Klein has no confidence in controlling this energy. He can only let the chaotic arcane power erupt like the previous 2 times. So, if he doesn't want to be alone, he still has to let Eric and the others run first. Lilith. Klein's voice is already hoarse, like the sound of rusty iron well racks rubbing against each other. I'm here. In about 30 seconds, the barrier will be destroyed by me. Notify Eric and the others to escape. You have fighting spirit protection, so you should be able to keep the communicator safe for 1 to 2 seconds. 1 to 2 seconds is enough to notify them. Lilith was stunned at first. During the bone-eating beast tide, she had also seen an arcane energy tide at that time. She knew that this was an indiscriminate magic erosion effect, which would indeed cause great danger. Let them escape? I see. The museum's barrier began to twist. These barriers absorbed the disordered arcane energy, but could not digest it, because the disordered arcane particles were really an unreasonable energy. It was already the top of the magic decomposition principle. Only it absorbed others, and others could not assimilate it at all. The energy of the barrier and the arcane tide twisted and squeezed together. When these energies became more and more, the barrier became very unstable, as if it could collapse at any time. 30 seconds later, just as Klein imagined, this magical magic absorption barrier collapsed. Eric and the other 2 stood outside the forbidden area, quietly waiting for news from inside. The principal of Holzbog is fighting against superclass monsters in the west and cannot come back yet. However, at the request of Jiesha, Holzbog has begun to send some teachers to clear the outer barrier of the forbidden area. This work has lasted for 5 days. Eric looked at the barrier not far away and said silently, Your Majesty said before that Klein was dying and wanted to see Lilith before he died. Do you think this could be true? Joe lowered his head and said nothing. His feelings for Klein were strange. He had family affection, but also wanted to defeat Klein and prove his ability. And Becky was more direct. In the mechanical thinking system, she was absolutely obedient to Klein, and her original part of her personality had been rewritten by Klein. If Klein dies, I will quit the Jia Society, return to the academy to become a paladin instructor, and live the rest of my life in peace. What about you, Eric? Same as you. I should quit the Jia Society and become a doctor, or a priest. Maybe I will go to the entertainment club to be a bodyguard. Haha. I didn't expect Klein to have such a big impact on us. The withdrawal or death of one person will cause the collapse of the entire team. From this point of view, we are really not a mature team. Eric lit a cigarette for himself with some emotion and gave one to Joe. And Becky unexpectedly did not stop the 2 from smoking. Joe took a deep puff of the cigarette, trying to let the tobacco calm his uncomfortable but indescribable mood. But his physique was very strong, and Eric's low-quality cigarettes could not choke him, and smoking had no effect, which made Joe feel even more uncomfortable. The clearing of the barrier has begun. We should receive news from my brother soon. We'll talk about it then. Just when the 3 people calmed down, their communicator suddenly rang. Run! 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 3 times. 3 consecutive urgings. It was Lilith's voice, solid and powerful, which made several people excited. But thinking of the content of the communication, the 3 looked at each other. Did I hear it right? Is it Lilith's voice? No. Run away. Escape expert Eric seemed to understand something. Without saying a word, he turned into a blood-red mist and floated directly outside the school. As a knight, Becky also has her own unique way of escaping. She started charging, but the direction of the charge was also pointing outside the school. Joe stretched out 8 bone blades and nailed them to the ground, allowing himself to run quickly outside the school in a spider-like form, which was very conspicuous. None of the 3 of them questioned why Lilith asked them to escape. The long-term tacit understanding had made them know how to communicate between teams. Klein didn't speak, and Lilith was the leader. If she said to escape, it must be dangerous. Mage Holzbog, who was working on breaking the barrier, looked at the 3 people who left with some surprise. Aren't they going to save their companions? Why did they leave together? And they left in such a hurry. I heard that they are from Jiesha. I guess they have some urgent tasks or things? Well, don't worry about it. Let's remove the barrier here first. Anyway, it has to be dealt with. Several mages turned their heads again and began to clear the rainbow bridge barrier in front of them. The rainbow bridge emits dazzling lights of various colors. So when these mages are working, they either look at it every few seconds, squint their eyes, or wears sunglasses. One of the mages wearing sunglasses suddenly saw a blue-white torrent, like a wave appearing next to the rainbow bridge in the distance. Looking at this blue-white energy torrent, he suddenly had some bad feelings, which came from the intuition of an old mage. Hey, what's that over there? What is it? I can't see it clearly. It's too dazzling. The more the mage looked, the more he felt something was wrong, and explained to the mage next to him, the blue and white energy fluctuations seem to be spreading towards us. I feel that this energy is dangerous. Blue and white, isn't that arcane energy? What are you afraid of arcane energy? You're not afraid that it will turn you into bread. Right, ha ha. Another mage teased the mage wearing sunglasses, laughing while continuing the work at hand. But the wizard wearing sunglasses couldn't smile. His face trembled slightly, looking at the arcane energy tide. He said in a trembling voice, I probably know why they ran away. This arcane energy is devouring. It devours everything. I have to tell other professors. When the wizard wearing sunglasses turned and left, some wizards working in other directions also found something wrong. It seemed to be a magic tide. At this time, Professor Holzbog, who was supervising the work, also took off his glasses. He stared carefully at the arcane energy tide not far away and exclaimed, God of War. This energy tide is so beautiful. Are there any good things about energy tides? Of course there are. That is the attributeless magic tide, which will bring a large amount of attributeless magic, nourish the earth, and breathe the vitality of magic. Except for giving birth to some magic beasts, it has almost no disadvantages, and is the favorite of mages. Except for the attributeless magic tide, other energy tides are basically more harmful than overflowing. The more outrageous ones are the void energy storm, the hell energy tide, and the space energy tide, which will only cause a lot of damage without any benefits. Holzbog has experienced similar events. But they are not afraid. Because although these energy tides are powerful, they are not polluting. A virus that is not contagious is certainly not a powerful virus. But the arcane energy tide is different. While absorbing and homogenizing all the magic substances, it creates more disordered arcane energy. Endlessly. An energy tide that quickly pollutes and destroys, like an infectious virus, is the most terrifying thing about it this time. At this time, many wizards in Holzbog could not understand this. They just regarded the arcane energy tide as an ordinary energy tide and thought that it would pass if they resisted it. The professor had the same idea. But when he saw the arcane tide rolling over a rainbow bridge, the rainbow bridge quickly collapsed and twisted under the pressure of the arcane tide. Then when it melted into ordinary magic and was absorbed by the arcane tide, he finally realized that this might not be an ordinary energy tide, but a disaster. A disaster that might destroy Holzbog. Everyone, run! Run! Quickly, don't hesitate. Run. Chapter 312 RS01 is female. Under the roar of the mage professor, all the mages who were working began to flee. Some of them didn't know what happened, but seeing that others were running, they followed suit. A mage asked his colleague while running, Myron, why are you running? Myron shook his head while running. I don't know either. I saw you all running, so I ran too. Didn't the professor tell us to run? Isn't it just an energy tide? It will pass if you resist it. Why run? As he said this, the mage stopped panting. The mages in Holzbog are all pure mages. There are very few mages who are proficient in physical skills, like the Royal Academy, so their physical strength is generally not very good. After running for a distance, the mage didn't want to run anymore. Myron didn't stop. He turned his head while running to look at his colleague. When he saw the arcane energy tide touching his colleague, he probably understood why the professor asked them to run. The moment the disordered arcane energy touched the mage, it opened a hole in his robe, and the arcane particles poured into the robe while assimilating all the magic power of the robe. Then, the arcane energy began to attach to the mage's body. Some of it entered his body from his mouth, ears, and nostrils, and some of it directly entered his body from his pores. These arcane energies quickly invaded the mage's magic pool, and in just a few seconds, they polluted and assimilated the magic pool of this level 3 mage, and then converted it back into new arcane energy. The mage whose magic pool was completely drained twitched all over. Without magic, his body could no longer resist the erosion of arcane energy. A mage who completely lost his magic and magic pool, and whose body was constantly being eroded by arcane energy, had no chance of survival. No one could tell, but it might be more than 0.1%. Myron saw his colleague being eroded by arcane energy, and he had no other emotions except fear. Thinking of his wife and children at home, he actually ran beyond his normal level to keep his fat body away from these terrifying arcane energies. He had a family, and he didn't want to die. And he couldn't die. What the hell is this? What is sealed in the forbidden area? The two directors of Holzbog, Marin Debs and Albert Fowler, looked at this arcane torrent from a distance, frowning. I'm afraid we can't stop it. Evacuate the crowd and try to reduce casualties. Have you notified the dean? I've notified him. But even the dean can't get back for a while. I didn't expect that Holzbog would experience such a disaster. What did that guy Esmond seal inside? I don't know. Boom, boom, boom. The arcane energy tide has hit the buildings in Holzbog like waves. All the buildings here have magical properties. They immediately become new nutrients for the magic tide, absorbing the magic and then withering. 2 5th-level mages have already flown into the sky, observing the situation of the energy tide. Because the barrier has been broken, they can see clearly at high altitude. The center of the energy tide is the museum. However, the museum was too dangerous, so they were unwilling to take the risk. Many mages and students escaped from Hosvagri, but some did not. The arcane energy tide eroded all the way to the gate of the academy before it stopped. One of the 2 iconic magic trees at the gate of Hosvagri had been drained of magic power by the arcane tide and withered and died instantly. The arcane tide finally stopped at this place. A large number of students and teachers wandered and gathered in the distance of the academy. They hugged each other, crying and grieving for the death of their relatives and friends, and feeling lucky for their own escape from death. Eric and the other 2 looked at this scene with some difficulty. The result of the arcane energy tide was too outrageous and cruel. Even they were a little emotional. Joe looked at the solidified bluish-white energy block not far away, and said slowly, "This energy is exactly the same as the situation during the last beast tide." Eric also nodded. "I know what you mean." "You mean? He's not dead yet, haha. If Klein wasn't dead, then I wouldn't have to be a brothel owner. He probably isn't dead, otherwise there wouldn't be such a big fuss. Brother is brother. Really amazing." At this time, Becky interrupted the conversation between the 2. "I don't think it's the time to discuss these things now. Let's think about our own situation first." Becky pointed to the mages around them. There were more than 33rd-level teachers and 9 professors who had surrounded the 3 of them. These people stared at Eric and the other 2 with unfriendly eyes. Eric and his team were the first to run away, and this incident was also caused by the seal of the Forbidden Land. Klein and Lilith were in the Forbidden Land, so Eric and other members of the GS Society were highly suspected. Although there is not enough evidence to prove that Klein and Lilith caused the magic tide event in Hosvog, the resistance and hatred in the heart of the Hosvog wizard had begun to appear. Eric's face was not very good. If this incident was really caused by Klein, what should they do? It seems that they will not let us go now. Joe looked at a gloomy wizard and began to feel that things were not good. "I hope they can stay rational," Becky said again at an inappropriate time. "If Klein is alive, if there is no good explanation and reason, he will probably be in prison even if he is not sentenced to death." Eric and Joe looked at Becky and fell silent. Under the ground of Jesha, Esmond and Con stood together in front of an iron gate. There were a lot of magic patterns engraved on the gate. These magic patterns were crystal clear and seemed to be in a very good magic state. Esmond put his palm on the door, and the first mark appeared at the center of the door and on the back of his hand at the same time. The thinker mark with a question mark. The thinker mark moved slowly and stopped at the upper left corner of the door. Then, the second mark appeared, the blue figure holding a long sword, and the executor mark slowly moved to the upper right corner. Then, Esmond stretched out his left hand again and chuckled. "From now on, I am the master of Jesha, and everything in Jesha will also belong to me from this moment on." He put his left hand on the door, and a mark like a genetic stripe appeared on his left hand and in the center of the door. The door finally opened, and the ancient ruins of Jesha appeared in front of the 2. Con looked at the mark on Esmond's left hand and slowly said, "Mark of Truth, Lord of Jesha. I got the Mark of Truth, which means Edward has escaped. Now the thread of time should be on Klein. But that's not important. The more important thing is inside. Come in with me, Con." After speaking, Esmond went straight to the inside of the ruins. After hesitating for a while, Con followed Esmond. Although he felt that Esmond had some bad intentions, he was still somewhat confident in his ability to move. If Esmond could really completely block his ability to move in space, he would have done it long ago and would not have dragged it on until now. This ruins is a complete genetic laboratory with almost no damage. It breathes the final plan of mankind in ancient times. The new human plan. Esmond touched the items here and looked at the culture tanks of each creature as if he was looking at some kind of treasure. I'm finally back here again, hee. After sighing for a while, Esmond stopped and walked towards the innermost part of the ruins. After using the seal of truth to open a triangular door, Esmond stopped again. There are only 3 culture tanks in this room, 2 of which have been opened, marked with RS-02 and RS-03 respectively. The only one that is still in place is RS-01 at the back. RS-01, the most perfect human gene, can show the most powerful power. Do you understand, Colin? Colin looked at RS-01 floating quietly in the culture tank. After a few seconds of silence, he suddenly moved. After 3 space blockades appeared around Esmond in an instant, Colin rushed towards the RS-01 culture tank. I thought you would become smarter after realizing the gap between us. But I didn't expect you to be so stupid. No wonder even Klein looked down on you. Colin, sometimes, you really should reflect on yourself. Why Katie chose me instead of you? Colin ignored Esmond's words. One of his palms had already touched the culture tank, and the power of space was immediately activated. A hole appeared in the culture tank silently, and Colin's arm stretched in without hindrance. At the last moment when he was about to touch the RS-01 bottle, his body froze. Not only was his body unable to move, but even the power of space seemed to be isolated from him. Esmond pulled off Colin's space blockade, raised his arm, and suddenly clenched his fist, and Colin's arm was squeezed into a ball of meat in an instant, as if it was squeezed by the air. Esmond let go of his hand, and Colin knelt on the ground in pain. Ugh! Colin covered his arm tightly, and immediately opened the space door to avoid Esmond's second void grasp. Esmond's second attack failed, so he didn't look at Colin again, but walked forward and picked up the last RS-01, which was the most important thing. Just as I guessed. The strongest one is female, RS-01. This is the strongest ability in the world. With it, everything is possible. Chapter 313 The legendary good people get good rewards? When Esmond spoke, his voice began to become distorted, hoarse and dull, completely different from the one Colin knew before. Just when he became crazy, another door appeared at the innermost part of the room, and Esmond was stunned for a moment. There is another door? He walked slowly to the door and pressed 3 seals, but the door did not respond at all. Why is the true seal also ineffective? It was not opened with the true seal. Colin coughed from behind. Ahem. It seems that there are things you don't know about this place. Esmond. He sat on the ground. The power of space had sealed the wound on his arm, and laughed at Esmond. Esmond shook his head. It doesn't matter. I am already the master of Jisha. I can study this place slowly. Don't worry. But you? Colin, do you know why I brought you here? Are you going to kill me? Killing and chopping are things that only reckless people would do. Apart from getting some of your belongings, there is almost no substantial benefit. And you are a superclass strongman with the power of space. How can I bear to let you die so easily? I think it is better for you to become a tool for me to breed soldiers. But we are brothers. I can give you a chance. Do you want to see the future of this world with me? Haha. Only people like you will talk about brothers all day long. The air around Colin suddenly sank, and his body twisted with it, avoiding Esmond's empty grasp. Esmond did not stop, and used the void grasp to grab Colin again. But this time Colin dodged it. While he dodged the attack, he also made his first counterattack. 3-dimensional slashes swept through the space and hit Esmond's arcane shield. Boom! The dimensional slash was extremely powerful, and it also left deep marks on the arcane shield. Looking at the attack marks on the arcane shield, Colin frowned slightly, but also breathed a sigh of relief. It's a very strong shield. It's a pity. I originally thought you were promoted to the king level, but now it seems that you haven't. You can break my space barrier, but you can't control my space power. You should still lack something. Esmond narrowed his eyes. For me, the king level is just a matter of time. Really? I think that among us, apart from Edward, only Katie can really advance to the king level. I don't know what method you used to reach today's strength, but I think your ability is definitely flawed. Haha. You are finally smart for once. Why? Are you going to tell Katie off now? But Klein should be in danger now. I think it's better for you to go find Klein. No. I will neither go to Katie nor Klein. Just like you said. I am too stupid and too naive. Stupid people can only use stupid methods. Esmond. This time. I will keep an eye on you until I die. Esmond pointed to the space in front of him. And Khan's space channel twisted in waves. And layers of blood mist drifted from the space channel. But Esmond still didn't catch Khan after all. With a wave of space fluctuations, Khan's breath also disappeared in the room. Space ability is really troublesome. He can escape in such an environment. Next time, it will be difficult to kill him. Esmond weighed the bottle in his hand. Then looked back at the last triangular door. Turn around and walk out of the ruins. He has become the real president of Jiesha and got RS-01. His goal has basically been achieved. Although Khan's escape is a bit troublesome, the impact is not very big. Esmond had just returned to the ground of Jiesha when he received Gwen's communication. My lord. What's the matter? Something happened in Holzbog. According to the news sent back by Becky, Klein is suspected to have triggered a large-scale arcane energy tide, which has now caused huge casualties and property losses to Holzbog. The situation over there has now exceeded their scope of handling. Now they can only request support from the headquarters. I hope you can rush over to deal with it. Listening to Gwen's report, Esmond frowned immediately. Do I need to handle it myself? A large-scale arcane energy tide? According to that, it should have triggered a disordered arcane energy tide. If Klein can do it, it is indeed a way to save himself. He is really amazing. Sir, Eric and the others seem very anxious now. How should we deal with it now? After all, it is the consequences caused by our people from Jiesha. So naturally we should deal with and bear it. We still have this responsibility. And whether Klein is controlled by the thread of time or not, he can't get into trouble. So let's prepare now. We go to Holzbog. At least we have to bring Klein back safely. Yes, sir. The arcane energy has been solidified for a long time. As if it has completely stagnated. Many mages' bodies are still stuck in these solidified arcane energy blocks. And their deaths are miserable. When everyone thought that the disaster was over, the solidified arcane energy began to wriggle again. The people in Holzbog immediately stepped back a few steps. But this time, the arcane energy did not seem to continue to expand outward, but more like digestion or fusion. Although it did not expand outward, others still did not dare to approach the arcane energy, and could only wait quietly for the arcane energy to begin to shrink. In the museum, the disordered arcane energy has begun to gather towards Klein. But this time, they are not gathered in Klein's burning magic. The heart was not the thread of time in Klein's chest. The first thing that the arcane energy began to impact was the Empress's fire and Edward's ice in the thread of time. Although these two forces were very powerful and were truly imperial powers, they gradually began to collapse under the corrosion of endless arcane energy. The ice power began to dissipate first, and the Empress's fire also began to gradually disintegrate. This process lasted for nearly 10 minutes. After the two forces stubbornly resisted the disordered arcane power for more than 10 minutes, they finally dissipated. After the two forces of ice and fire dissipated, Klein finally breathed a sigh of relief. The dissipation of these two forces meant that the threat of these two attribute energies to him had been temporarily eliminated, and it also proved that his idea was feasible. The only thing he couldn't handle now was the thread of time that was inserted into his body. After Edward was separated from the thread of time, his body quickly regained its youth, as if the vitality taken away by the thread of time had returned to his body. Klein didn't know if he could do that. His body was already very old. If he couldn't return his vitality, he might not live for a few years. Come on, the thread of time strategy starts now. Under Klein's guidance, the disordered arcane power rushed towards the thread of time. But the thread of time seemed to have no reaction at all. No matter how much arcane energy entered, it would absorb it. The impact of energy seemed to be unable to change its original nature. Even if it was immersed in arcane energy, the thread of time would not change at all. In front of the arcane energy, the thread of time seemed to be invincible. The arcane energy filled the thread of time, gradually replacing the previous ice and fire. These disordered arcane energies actually began to become like the previous ice and fire, and began to baptize Klein's body. The thread of time also began to extract Klein's vitality again. Everything seemed to have returned to the starting point. This time, Klein seemed to have no way out. He could feel the baptism of arcane energy, which was strengthening all his attributes. But the loss of vitality was so clear. No, If this continues, I will die. In desperation, Klein made a decision that he had no choice but to turn on the synthesizer and switch to the soul extension interface. There are a large number of heroic spirits around, and no soul can be extended, absorb the thread of time. Yinyu, the thread of time, is a combination of will and power, and cannot be extended without a soul. I ask you to absorb the thread of time. Yinyu, the thread of time, is not a soul, and forcible extension will cause unpredictable consequences. I'm going to die. What do you want me to predict? Absorb the thread of time. This time, the synthesizer did not respond immediately, but paused for a few seconds. In these few seconds, Klein's vitality was taken away again, and he was angry. CNM, absorb the thread of time. This time, the synthesizer finally responded. The flame jade thread of time has been found. You have no soul stone. You can use soul sacrifice to consume souls for extension. Do you want to extend? Souls around: Lilith Anna, Guy Abbott, Leon Livingstone, Francis Gainsborough. Sacrifice all souls except Lilith. Sacrificing heroic spirits for soul extension 5. Thread of time. This soul extension is different from the previous ones. Klein is extremely clear-headed. He can feel the call of his soul after he activates the soul extension. Lilith seems to feel it too. She asked in confusion, Klein, I feel a throbbing. What's going on? Don't move. Just keep your fighting spirit stable. I know. After a while, the first heroic spirit appeared beside Klein. As if sensing Klein's soul call, Klein knew this heroic spirit. He was the first corpse rescued. Young man, thank you for letting me be free. I feel that you need me now. So, in return, let us help you. The heroic spirit attached its body to Klein's, and then was slowly absorbed by the synthesizer. Seeing this, Klein finally understood what the so-called soul torture was. Those corpses on the trees had been torturing Edward, and he freed these corpses, and the heroic spirit stopped attacking him. And his soul extension, this time, was also able to continue with the return of these heroic spirits. He had spent so much effort to save these corpses before, and it was really worth it. Is this the legendary good people get good rewards? It seems that I really need to do more good deeds in the future. Chapter 314 Dust Dragon. More and more heroic spirits gathered around Klein. Before long, the synthesizer had absorbed all the heroic spirits floating around the museum for Klein. A total of more than 400. Although these heroic spirits were spirits, they were very special. After being nourished by the silk of time and Edward's vitality, their soul strength had become extremely powerful, and they also had a trace of time attribute. When all the heroic spirits were absorbed, with the help of the devouring power of the synthesizer, the silk of time growing in Klein's body was finally devoured a little by Klein's flesh and blood. Klein's body devoured this little bit of silk of time, bringing him almost unlimited vitality. Beep! A heartbeat sounded in Klein's mind. It was not the heart that was beating, but the burning demon heart. Even Lilith felt the violent heartbeat. The arcane energy had almost exhausted her fighting spirit. At this time, she was a little bit unable to hold on. Klein, how long will it take? I don't have enough fighting spirit. Klein, who was struggling with the silk of time, couldn't hear Lilith's voice at all. His vitality was pulling against the silk of time. If he gave in, he would be enslaved by the silk of time and become an unconscious carrier. Lilith looked at her almost exhausted fighting spirit, and simply let go of her defense and hugged the shaky Klein from behind. Arcane energy began to invade Lilith's body, and the power of chaos collided with the arcane energy. The two extreme repulsive energies entangled and destroyed Lilith's body. Faced with this situation, Lilith could only close her eyes in pain. Hurry up. Klein, I feel like I'm going to die. When Lilith was in despair, Klein's situation was not very good either. The moment he tore the thread of time, he was pulled into a directionless void. Not far in front of him, a golden dragon was flying in the void, and on the opposite side of the dragon, there was a red woman whose face could not be seen clearly. These two shadows are the Empress and the Dust Dragon? Boom, boom, boom! The shadows of the Dust Dragon and the Empress collided with each other from time to time. The power caused by their collision was like the coming of the end of the world. Every collision would burst out with destructive energy, and a large number of time cracks appeared around the void because of the collision between the two. Klein avoided these time cracks and walked towards the two. He felt that the key to whether he could survive was the two powers of the Empress and the Dust Dragon. Although it seemed that he had no ability to compete with the two, he had no choice. Tear. As soon as the space-time crack came, He didn't dodge it and swept through Klein's body, completely tearing his right half to pieces. Klein staggered and was about to fall. But the soul power of the synthesizer immediately repaired his body and restored his body. This power came from those heroes. They were not only simple soul power, but also had the time power dissipated by the thread of time, and a lot of vitality in Edward. Looking at his body that recovered instantly, Klein was confident. I roughly know what to do. Klein ran in the void. He rushed towards the shadows of the Empress and the Dust Dragon. The chaotic energy impact tore his body again and again. And his body recovered again and again. The soul power was consumed bit by bit. But Klein did not hesitate or pause at all. After not knowing how many times his body was destroyed, Klein finally rushed to the shadow of the Empress and grabbed the shadow of the Empress. The shadow subconsciously looked back at Klein. At the moment when the two looked at each other, the shadow of the Empress gradually became clear. You are really here. Not bad. The power of the synthesizer was activated at the same time, and an unstoppable force gradually absorbed the shadow of the Empress into the synthesizer, completing the first step of Klein's absorption of the thread of time. At the same time, in the imperial capital of Palomia, the Empress, who was lying naked on the experimental table, suddenly woke up, scaring Flando beside her. Qianju, why did you wake up? What's going on? The Empress's eyes were very empty, as if she was looking at something. He's not dead. Not bad. Really not bad. I wonder if he can return the favor. Flando was confused by the words of the Empress. Who is not dead? Who is not bad? Qianju. What are you talking about? What do you mean? You should call me your majesty. Not my name. Qianju seemed very tired. She closed her eyes again. I lay on the experimental table and said calmly, Hee. If you force me again, I will go on strike. Flando actually threatened the Empress, which was really unbelievable. And the Empress didn't seem to care about his threats. Okay. You continue. Okay. Although Flando answered well, he looked at the almost perfect body of the Empress and inexplicably began to lose his mind. And he didn't know what he was thinking. As if sensing Flando's hesitation and burning gaze, the Empress spoke again. If you look at me again, I will castrate you. Then remove your eyeballs and replace them with a pair of fly eyes. Okay. Flando finally stopped peeping at the Empress's body, and carefully used a scalpel to separate the Empress's abdomen and took out an unknown lump. If Klein were here, he would definitely recognize this thing. This is the elemental heart that has lost its magic power. But this elemental heart is dozens of times larger than the one Klein synthesized. I have always wanted to know what these things in your body are. You have become more curious since you came back from Grandok. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Okay, I won't ask anymore. Flando actually still has many questions. Why did the Empress let him spread civilian biological technology to Grandok to enhance Grandok's national strength instead of promoting it in Tarila? This is not scientific at all. With the strength and prestige of the Empress, it would be a piece of cake to promote something in Tarila. What Inquisitor's Angel? What Minister of State Soleta? These characters are nothing in front of the Empress. What is she thinking? Once upon a time. Flando also had questions like whether the Empress had any strange illnesses, and whether she might not live long. But after his careful research and observation, the Empress did not seem to have any health problems, which was what was strange about Flando. With doubts, Flando began to clean up the residue of the heart of elements in the Empress body. After Klein absorbed the shadow of the Empress, the only thing left was the Dust Dragon in front of him. The Dust Dragon's shadow was much clearer than the Empress's. After all, the time thread was originally the Dust Dragon tendon, and the remaining time power was more. The Dust Dragon's body size was not particularly huge. It was basically the same as the Crystal Dragon AIE's physique, and it was slightly larger than the Mist Dragon. After the shadow of the Empress disappeared, the Dust Dragon did not continue to attack Klein. He stood there in confusion, as if he had lost the meaning of his original existence. The Dust Dragon looked at Klein and slowly said, I am very familiar with your taste, but I can't remember who you are. Familiar taste? KFC? Or Rigiamo? Looking at the Dust Dragon staring at him from afar, Klein frowned slightly. If the Dust Dragon is one of the two dragons above the Elemental Dragon, is it possible that he knows something about the ancient ruins? No matter what. Today, I have to absorb the Dust Dragon, so there is nothing to hide. I'm Klein Alex. If you say it according to what you said at that time, my full name should be Klein, the little man in the bottle. Codename RS02. Dust Dragon's eyes moved. Klein. RS-02. New humans. I can only remember that you are the culprits who destroyed the last era. I don't have complete memories. I basically can't remember other things. Did you escape from the dragon ruins? How many dragons above the legendary level are there? Which ones are they? Dust Dragon shook his head woodenly. No. There are so many dragon ceiling pillars that we can't break free. We were let out. There are 6 dragons above the legendary level. From the lowest to the highest. They are Crystal Dragon AIE, Mist Dragon Archibald, Elemental Dragon Aldrich, Starlight Dragon Llewellyn, Dust Dragon Ivan. That is me, the old dragon. Isn't it the Hell Dragon? You said there are 5. Don't you know how to count? There is one more. I can't remember the other one. Don't remember? Okay, old dragon. Do you have anything else to tell me? The old Dust Dragon thought for a while, and said, His child is lost. Is my friend. I hope you can find her child. Is child? What's its name? It's him. Not it. His name is by Yanks. Okay. I'll do it then. If there's nothing else. I'll absorb you. The old Dust Dragon nodded and said nothing more. He walked quickly to the Dust Dragon and pressed his palm on the Dust Dragon's skin. The power of the synthesizer immediately began to absorb the Dust Dragon's shadow. It's getting better. As soon as he began to absorb the power of the Dust Dragon, the synthesizer sent some bad prompts, absorbing the Silk of Time. This item is a physical item, not a soul object, and may cause unpredictable consequences. The power of time has entered your body, and your body has begun to be washed by the power of time. You have been contaminated by the power of time. Please maintain your due rationality. Otherwise you will completely lose consciousness. You have been eroded by the power of time. It's dangerous. Please maintain your rationality, fuck. It's easy to say. It's really hard to do. Klein's mind was very confused. A large amount of Dust Dragon's power entered his body, and time fragments kept flashing in his mind, making Klein almost crazy. Chapter 315, promoted to the 4th level. Memory and reality. Past life and present life. All the fragments flashed through his mind like a rapid slideshow. Just when Klein was about to be crushed by the power of time, a pair of arms hugged him from behind. Klein. Klein woke up immediately. He looked at the arms in front of his chest. It was just a pair of arms. The other parts were very blurry and almost impossible to define. Seeing these hands, Klein knew that Lilith must have been in danger. This was probably her last spiritual sustenance. Klein gritted his teeth, and the burning demon heart began to vibrate. His twisted body began to merge with his own power. Klein's power arcane. This is a higher level of power than the disordered arcane energy. A realm that even Esmond has never reached. Survive for me. Klein grabbed Lilith's arm tightly. And soon, the light of arcane illuminated the entire void. It's not that easy for me to die. We haven't even gotten married yet. Don't give up. Lilith. Klein clenched his arms in front of his chest. Arcane energy mixed with Klein's vitality was transmitted into Lilith's arms. With the nourishment of new vitality, Lilith's body gradually solidified. Lilith's previous condition was already very bad. The power of chaos and arcane energy almost destroyed her body. This was her last consciousness. If Klein hadn't caught her just now, Lilith's consciousness would have completely dissipated. Lilith's figure gradually began to become a solid body. She looked at Klein in a daze. We, dead? It's good to die together. Klein smiled. Yeah, it's good to be together. But I don't think we're dead yet. The power of chaos and the power of time have contaminated your body at the same time. And your body has an unpredictable reaction. Your arcane light has baptized everything. The power of chaos and the power of time have been fused by the arcane light. And your body has begun to recover. The power of time carries the vitality to restore your body. And your vitality has been replenished. Supreme Flame will make your fire talent appear with flame. This should be the power of the Empress. Between the impact of arcane energy and the power of time, your life essence has been upgraded to level 4 mage. Infused with the power of heroic spirit. Your magic power has increased significantly from 758 to 1221. Infused with the power of heroic spirit. Your strength has increased significantly to 65. Infused with the power of heroic spirit. Your agility has increased significantly to 61. Infused with the power of heroic spirit. Your physique has increased significantly to 67. Affected by the power of chaos. You will no longer be corroded by the blood of chaos, so I won't need magic power to resist corrosion in the future. It's amazing. Soul Extension 5. Bud of Time. Effect -1 Bud. You have sprouted the power to control time. Please let it grow. Effect -2 Time Stop. You can stop the time of a certain target for up to 3 seconds. The stronger the opponent, the lower the effect of Time Stop. This power of time is actually a castrated version. Never mind. It looks like it can still grow. I'll cultivate it a little later. The arcane light dispelled a lot of the power of time and the power of chaos, leaving only the part that Klein could use. In this process, Lilith, who was standing next to him, also experienced the baptism of arcane energy. Her power of chaos even devoured the power that had left Klein's body, generating a new ability. In the dreamlike void, Klein and Lilith were entangled together. Klein, my ability has improved a lot. I also gained a very stable ability. I'm almost there. What do you mean by very stable ability? This is the first time I've seen it. Gray energy. I think it should be called the power of order. And my magic power has improved a lot. But it seems that there is no use for me to have magic power? Klein knew that this was caused by a lot of arcane energy flowing into Lilith's body. The part of magic power that Lilith got should be the part that he didn't absorb. But he didn't care much, because he could make up for the magic value with the mysterious potion. He was promoted to level 4, solved the hidden dangers of the thread of time, and gained the talent of the bud of time, which was his biggest gain this time. Don't worry about those unimportant things. We have more important things to do now. More important things? What are they? Go out. No. This place belongs to the pure land of souls. A place that is rare to come to once. I think we should study the science of soul fusion here. After absorbing the shadows of the Dusk Dragon and the Empress, the place returned to peace. This is a pure land belonging to the soul world of the two. In this pure land, a soul exchange across the flesh began. When Klein and Lilith's souls merged, the entire forbidden land calmed down again. The remaining arcane energy formed an egg, and the two were in this egg at this time. As the thread of time in Klein's chest dissipated, a large amount of time power, and the vitality stored in the thread of time for many years erupted. These life and time powers flowed into the bodies of these dead mages along the arcane energy tide, nourishing all the lives swallowed by the arcane tide. This power was like the last gift of the Dusk Dragon. The mages who were completely swallowed by the arcane energy before actually showed signs of life again. This situation is simply a miracle of mass resurrection. A second-level little mage also discovered this, and he shouted, "Professor, Eston's heartbeat is beating again." Hearing the mages shout, Oswald became busy again. What's going on? Those who were eroded by arcane energy have woken up again. Awake? He was clearly dead just now. How is this possible? At this time, the wizard named Eston slowly woke up. And Marin, one of the 5th-level directors of Oswald, immediately came to Eston's side. Eston, how do you feel? Eston sat up in a daze. He touched his head and said in confusion, "Why did my magic power increase so much? Promoted? Hey, I'm a 3rd-level wizard. What's going on?" It's not just Eston. The other wizards who woke up slowly are the same. Either their magic power has increased significantly, or they have broken through the limit and increased their rank. When they were swallowed by the arcane energy tide, the arcane energy also baptized their bodies, and the entire tide was connected to the thread of time. They were also affected by the thread of time. It can be said that it was a blessing in disguise. It's okay. It's good. Everyone is okay. Marin stood up with some relief. The academy was destroyed and could be rebuilt. Talent is the most important thing. And this is true in any academy. There were several thousand mages swallowed by the arcane energy before. These mages were all elites of level 2 to 3. Even Oswald could not bear such a great loss. But now it's good. Everything is over. Except for the destroyed campus. Other things are beginning to develop in a good direction. For a while, those mages who had not experienced the baptism of arcane energy looked at these swallowed mages, and there seemed to be something called envy in their eyes. Just when Marin breathed a sigh of relief, thunderclouds gathered above his head. Boom! A flash of lightning flashed from top to bottom, and Adolf Lippmann, the Dean of Holzbog who had been fighting on the border, appeared in the center of the crowd. Master Dean. Although Adolf Lippmann had white hair and beard, he did not look like a kind old grandfather. The wrinkles and age spots on his face made him look very ferocious and terrifying. Adolf had a cold expression and looked very difficult to talk to. The wizards around him would subconsciously step back a few steps when they saw him. But Adolf did not care about these. He looked at Marin and asked, "Marin, tell me everything that happened today. Don't leave anything out." Marin knew the dean's temper, and he nodded quickly. "Yes. This matter starts from the escort of Jiesha entering the forbidden area of our museum." Marin told Adolf everything he knew, including the cause of the matter, and the things about the Empress, Klein, and Lilith. "Her Majesty has been here too? What did she do here?" Marin couldn't answer Adolf's question at all. Why did the Empress come here? How could he know? "I don't know why His Majesty came here." Adolf frowned slightly. He could ignore other people, but not the Empress. Forget it. First arrest the people from Jiesha, and then find the two in the forbidden area. They are all human, so I won't be ruthless. Just kill the main perpetrator, and spare the lives of the others. Break their hands and feet, abolish their abilities, and send them back to Jiesha. Then make a report on how much compensation they should make, and ask Jiesha for it. As Adolf gave the order, Eric and the other two immediately felt great pressure. The wizards of Hosvog had raised their wands towards the three of them. Just when the wizards of Hosvog were about to attack them, the blue light arrived. The blue-white arcane light of Esmond fell on these wizards. The arcane energy made these wizards feel extremely comfortable, and the resentment in their hearts also dissipated a lot. They also put down their wands towards Eric and the other two. Esmond slowly landed on the ground and said to Adolf with a smile, "Principal Adolf, how are you?" Adolf looked at Esmond and raised his head slightly. He didn't care much about an arcane mage. "Professor Esmond, you repaired the barrier for our college before, but caused such an accident. We haven't looked for you yet, but you came to our door. Hosvog is now dealing with internal events related to the Jiesha Society. Professor Esmond had better stay away for now. Don't worry. I will slowly settle your affairs with you later." Hearing Adolf's overbearing and rude tone, Esmond smiled and walked to his side and waved his hand. "First of all, I want to apologize for my previous concealment. I am Esmond Alex, the leader of the Jiesha Society. Now that my members have problems, I have a share of responsibility. Don't you think, Principal Adolf?" As he spoke, Esmond raised his left hand, and the seal of truth appeared in his palm. Chapter 316, already discussing how to escape. His voice spread along with the fluctuations of arcane energy, reaching the ears of almost every mage present. All the mages of Hosvog were both shocked and a little overwhelmed. What does the Lord of the Jiesha Society mean? It is one of the most powerful social organizations in the entire Telella, known as a place with no taboos. Even in Hosvog, there are a large number of mages who yearn for the Jiesha Society, and Esmond is actually the Lord of the Jiesha Society. This is the first time he has acknowledged his identity in public. Looking at the seal of truth in Esmond's hand, Adolf was also very surprised. In addition to being surprised, he also felt it was difficult. "You are the new owner of Jiesha, Mr. Esmond. You are really good at hiding. Are you here today because Klein is your son? You two really have a deep father-son relationship. But even if you are the master of Jiesha, you cannot exempt them from their responsibilities for no reason. Hosvog is the property of the Empire. Klein is suspected of large-scale destruction of Imperial property and has committed an unforgivable felony. Even if you are the president of Jiesha, you have no right to take him away now." Esmond did not comment on the various charges Adolf listed against Klein. What Dean Adolf said is that Klein should be sentenced to whatever crime he has committed, and everything can be done according to the laws of the Empire. My purpose of coming here is not to protect my son, but to hope that the people of my Jiesha will not be treated unfairly by Hosvog. I think the mages of Hosvog don't want to see this scene either. Some mages were inspired when they heard Esmond's words. In this situation, the leader of Jiesha still came to protect people. It was fair and just. An organization like Jiesha was what they yearned for. Adolf narrowed his eyes. He was very annoyed by Esmond's behavior of poaching people from him. He had a bad temper to begin with, and he couldn't help being provoked by Esmond. Since Mr. Esmond said so, I won't say much. But I hope Mr. Esmond can remember what he said and won't interfere with Klein's trial. Of course. Let's go. Adolf looked at Esmond walking in front and narrowed his eyes. Wait a minute. I am a wizard who loves to study magic, but I haven't made any progress for many years. I heard that the people in Jiesha are very powerful and proficient in theory and practice. Today I met Mr. Esmond. So why not discuss the power of magic? Test? Ridiculous old thing. Esmond looked calm. took out the 2 magic balls he often held in his hands, and said calmly, "Okay." The moment he agreed, Adolf's thunder had already descended in front of Esmond. This thunder was like a calamity that came, suffocating people. Boom! The lightning that was thicker than a person fell from the sky and hit Esmond's body. When he was 1 meter away from him, it was blocked by the arcane shield. The lightning flowed to 2 different directions along the 2 vortices of the arcane shield. The power of these thunders was gradually assimilated and absorbed during the flow, which was almost exactly the same as the barrier in the forbidden area of the museum. Seeing that his first attack failed, Adolf immediately gathered his second attack. Thunder Spear. A golden spear as thick as an arm gathered in Adolf's palm. When it flew out of his hand, it had already hit Esmond's shield. The attack speed of thunder was too fast, and many people did not see Adolf's attack movement clearly. But the powerful thunder spear still did not cause obvious effect. The chaotic golden lightning had begun to be diverted and absorbed by the arcane shield. Thunder Ball. This time, it was a black thunder ball, which appeared directly on Esmond's shield. The black lightning seemed to be not very powerful, but only Esmond could feel its real energy. Esmond frowned slightly. The attack of the black thunder ball was too domineering. Even he could not resist it. He let this old man 3 moves, and he was really pushing his luck. Esmond raised his hand and pointed at Adolf, saying slowly, "Dean Adolf is a senior. I came here rashly, which isn't polite. I have given you enough face by letting you take 3 moves. But there is no more than 3 times. Next, I will fight back." Adolf snorted coldly, "Then come on." Singularity. Before Adolf could react, his personal magic shield began to mutate uncontrollably. These energies twisted and tangled together, and suddenly a strong explosion occurred. Boom! Adolf was immediately blown back a few steps. But he just relied on the new magic shield to resist Esmond's attack. Use my own magic shield to attack me? How did he do it without any signs or tracks? Esmond said with a smile. Do you want to continue? Just as Adolf was about to speak, his sharp magical perception made him feel that his surroundings were already full of arcane singularities. This way of releasing magic was simply illogical. He knew that if he continued to fight, he would only suffer a greater loss. So he could only say with a gloomy face, "The Lord of Jiesha is really powerful." Esmond's face was still so calm. "No. We are just simply discussing magic, Senior Adolf." In the museum, Klein and Lilith woke up slowly from the arcane crystal and broke out of the shell. Lilith stretched her arms, and a gray energy mixed with the power of chaos, the power of time, and the power of arcane flowed on the surface of her skin, gradually forming a gray armor. Lilith took out the Soul Reaper and held it in her hand. The whole person's aura became stable and cold, not as violent and dark as before, but with a bit more noble feeling. Ouch, new ability? Klein also stood up. He hugged Lilith from behind and put his head on Lilith's hair, just like when he was about to die. Lilith hugged him. The counterattack of the power of time made him regain vitality. And from then on, the influence of time on him was also weakened a lot because of the effect of the time bud. Lilith also received the gift of the power of time and arcane energy, and the entire blood of chaos was changed because of this. Klein touched Lilith's streamlined armor, which felt similar to the armor of female characters in the game in his previous life, except that there was no flesh exposed. The bumps and curves were basically the same. The great power of order was like a thin layer of mist, and it felt soft and good to touch when it was not resisting. "Don't touch there." Lilith knocked down Klein's dishonest palm, turned around and said to Klein seriously, "Klein, I have inexplicably reached the 4th level." Klein shrugged. "I thought it was nothing. I used a lot of supreme arcane energy to replace the disordered arcane energy that destroyed your body, and only then saved your body. You yourself have also experienced the baptism of disordered arcane power, and absorbed part of the power of time. If you still don't break through, I really don't think you can be called a genius." "What a coincidence. I also broke through," Klein joked with a smile, while opening the attribute panel in his synthesizer. Host, Klein. Profession, Mage, Level 4, Constitution, 67. Agility, 61. Strength, 65. Magic, 1221. Talents. Arcane, Arcane Brilliance 2. Star, Burning Magic. Bones, Skeleton Strengthening. Skeleton Extension. Flame, Flame Mastery. Burning Stimulation. Flame Explosion. Flame Intention. Shadow, shadow extension, mist body, anti-magic body, time bud, time stop. Now that I have as many as 6 talents, there is only one position left for soul extension. So I need to think carefully about the ability I need. Klein had considered ice before, but after thinking it over again and again, he finally gave up ice. The power of ice can only be said to be icing on the cake. He is not in a hurry now, so let's wait and see. Lilith turned around and hugged Klein, removing the coat of the power of order. We survived? Yes, we survived. But the next trouble is about to begin. Klein and Lilith both broke through, except that their accumulated resources for 2 years were basically exhausted. It was a blessing in disguise. I am poor, but I have become stronger. What he needs to consider now is not the strength of strength. He is very clear about the nature of the arcane energy tide. What he has to face now is the judgment of Holzbog. Normally, the arcane energy tide will not only cause great physical and magical damage, but also kill a lot of lives. Therefore, how to get out of Holzbog is the trouble. Lilith glanced at Klein and whispered, "Trouble? Then let's fight our way out." Puff! Klein finally couldn't help laughing. Lilith saw Klein laughing at her, and immediately said with some dissatisfaction, "What are you laughing at?" Klein looked at Lilith's coquettish expression and explained, "Lilith, are you arrogant because you broke through the 4th level? You don't think that we can compete with several 5th level or super level people just because we broke through the 4th level? But we can't just sit there and wait for death. Right, if both of us die, then I would rather choose to die in battle." Lilith's expression was very serious, and Klein knew she was not joking. So he also became serious. "Well, let's see who is coming first. If I really kill too many wizards, I will most likely be sentenced to death. If I am really sentenced to death, I will have to flee if I want to survive. I should flee to Grandok? I don't know how strong the guards of Holzbog are now, and whether we can escape with just the 2 of us. Don't worry. I will definitely help you escape at all costs." "What nonsense are you talking about? I have a new ability. I think I should be able to escape. When we escape to Grandok, we might as well become bandits. The kind that robs the rich and helps the poor. I will be the bandit leader, and you will be my advisor and help me make plans. What do you think?" Klein looked at Lilith's expression, and for a moment, he couldn't tell whether she was joking or serious. Be a bandit, it seems okay. Chapter 317: The Destruction Caused by the Arcane Tide. The bosses of both sides stopped fighting, and the gunpowder smell faded, and many mages in Holzbog breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, many mages felt very strange at this time. Although they worked in Holzbog, they also hoped that one day they could join the GS Society. The countless secret books of the GS Society are the existence that every mage yearns for, so they don't want to offend Esmond to death. What if he joins one day? Although the requirements for joining the GS Society are very high, you should always have dreams. Right? Not long after Esmond stopped, Gwen also arrived with people. After some eye contact with Esmond, Gwen immediately protected Eric, Becky, and Joe. They are all elites of the GS Society, and they all have a very high ceiling. The future is promising. Esmond will protect Klein and Eric. This is the foundation of the GS Society. Eric finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Gwen coming. "Big sister, you are finally here. Just now I was surrounded by so many people. I was so scared." Gwen shook her head. "Look at the way these Holzbog wizards look at you. Stay alert. If Lord Esmond can't negotiate this matter, you still can't leave." Okay." Eric and the other 2 looked around. The Holzbog wizards still looked at them with hostility, and the 3 of them leaned towards Gwen unnaturally. When they walked to the gate of Holzbog, the first thing they saw was the 2 magic trees growing at the gate. At this time, one of the trees had completely decayed and died, and the bluish-white light spots were still flickering on the decayed trunk. The tree exudes a rotten smell of life force being deprived, which is extremely unpleasant. Looking at this magic tree that has existed for 150 years, many mages sighed slightly. The dissipation of the time thread did not give the tree any vitality, and the magic tree attacked by the arcane tide naturally could not survive. A group of mages began to treat their colleagues lying on the ground. Although they have increased a lot of magic power because of the vitality and arcane energy brought by the time thread, it cannot be said that they have no losses at all. All the Holzbog mages carry robes and staffs with them. Now their clothes, equipment, and various strange magic tools have basically been infiltrated and damaged by arcane energy. This is also an inestimable loss, because no one can tell how much money these mages have, and there is no way to count it specifically, so it can only become an unclear account. Esmond looked at the scene of Hosvog, walked thoughtfully to the side of a still unconscious mage, and put his palm on the other's forehead to check. What an amazing arcane energy feedback. This mage's magic power increased by nearly 10, which can create the effect of meditating for several years in an instant. Klein made quite a commotion. However, the arcane energy tide should have plundered the power of all the magical creatures around. Why didn't these people die but broke through instead? What happened before? Could it be related to the thread of time? Esmond pondered, and the others were relieved to see that most of the mages swallowed by the arcane were alive. If Klein really killed too many wizards, then even if he used some unconventional means to save Klein, he would not be able to walk in the light of day in the future and could only hide, which was what Esmond did not want to see. Money can be earned again, but human life cannot be repaid. His idea was that Klein would come out in the open, and he would stand behind the scenes. If Klein was sentenced to death, many of his previous plans would probably fall through. Seeing that Esmond had been silent, Adolf suddenly asked, "What are you thinking about?" "Mr. Esmond, you are also an arcane master. You have caused such great damage to your son. Don't you want to say something?" Esmond has seen too many things like accusations. But Adolf, a magic reckless man, is not worthy of being his opponent. "Oh, I was wondering what the principle is that this arcane energy tide can greatly improve the magic power of Hosvog's students. Although it is an accidental event, it cannot be completely defined as a bad thing. If the arcane energy invasion is adjusted to be controllable, it can greatly improve the magic power of the mage. If the mystery in this area is solved, it may cause a revolution in magic. Imagine a controllable arcane energy tide that allows mages to soak freely. What a great thing that is. Hosvog's incident this time may be an opportunity to make the arcane tide controllable. Esmond is an authority in the arcane field. Hearing his coherent talk, many mages who have difficulty breaking through obstacles are moved in their hearts. The temptation of upgrading the rank is hard for anyone to resist. They were afraid of the arcane energy tide before, but after seeing that the people in these tides have gained a lot of magic power, and some have even broken through, many people began to regret why they were not the ones eroded by the arcane tide at that time. People are such real creatures. As long as it is beneficial to themselves, they will naturally ignore some mistakes and dangers. The same is true for these wizards of Hosvog. Eric and Joe looked at each other and saw how their boss spoke in just a few words. He defined a destructive and vicious incident as an opportunity for magic reform. His methods are much better than those of Klein. Klein, that guy, would deduct wages if he disagreed with something, which is really the behavior of a younger brother who exploits employees. Looking at the hopeful eyes of the surrounding wizards, Adolf's face was a little ugly. He didn't expect Esmond to lead a vicious incident to the direction of magic reform. He could only remind him, "I don't think this kind of arcane energy tide can be controlled. I don't know why the wizards in our academy survived this time. Under normal circumstances, they would definitely die." Mr. Esmond forcibly defined a bad magic accident as a reform of the magic system. "It is really biased. You are doing this just to clear your son's name." Adolf's words were actually recognized by Esmond. The arcane tide could not be controlled. The pollution and infectiousness alone could not be dealt with. There must be other reasons why these wizards did not die. But he would not admit this aspect now. He would first find a way to clear Klein. Every magic accident is an opportunity for reform. Senior Adolf, as a wizard, it is better not to be so rigid. And we haven't seen Klein and others yet. So how can we be sure that this incident must have been caused by him? Maybe there are other reasons. Seeing that Esmond wanted to divert his attention, Adolf expressed his attitude with a cold snort. The further into the courtyard, the more mages were rescued, but they had a more direct and clear understanding of the damage caused by the arcane tide to the academy buildings. The magic street lamps were all absorbed by the arcane tide, and the magic circuits were broken and decomposed. The flickering blue-white arcane afterglow still remained on these broken magic lamps. The magic circuits and magic power cores of the surrounding houses were all destroyed and damaged, especially some walls and stones with magic storage properties, which were emitting blue-white light, one bright and one dim. The floor road with magic patterns became uneven. Needless to say, the part that can store magic has been completely destroyed by the arcane tide. In this case, not to mention that the century-old foundation of Hosvog was destroyed. At least many places need to be renovated and rebuilt. Walking to the location of the central teaching building, the director of the school, Marin, flew to the roof to check Holzbog's comprehensive barrier. But not long after, he flew down with a gloomy face. Dean, the circuit of the barrier has been completely destroyed. If it is forcibly repaired, it will be more troublesome than rebuilding it. Holzbog's iconic building has been destroyed. Hearing Marin say this, not only Adolf, but many wizards' faces became gloomy. Holzbog is a pure magic school. It is much purer than comprehensive schools like the Royal College. Everything about it is related to magic. The damage caused by the arcane tide to Holzbog is really too great. The big barrier was destroyed. And now the Holzbog Academy was almost in a completely defenseless and exposed state. Seeing this situation, Esmond's face was a little ugly. As he went deeper into Holzbog Academy, he knew that the cost of saving Klein was getting higher and higher. After leaving the central teaching building, the group did not argue anymore. Most of the mages and college students had begun to search and treat the people scattered on the campus. The elite group led by Adolf and Esmond soon came to the center of the forbidden area. Without the barrier blocking the way, the whole process seemed unimpeded. Esmond glanced at the environment here. The rainbow barrier and the ground transfer barrier had been destroyed. Now there was only a smell of arcane energy mixed with soil in this area. When he walked to the front of the museum, Esmond quickly confirmed the fact that the magic protection barrier he had constructed had been completely destroyed. Walking inside, Esmond and his friends happened to see Klein and Lilith sitting on the steps of the soul-binding museum. Klein leaned against the steps of the stairs, looking relaxed. He didn't look like he was in trouble or about to die. When Klein felt someone approaching, he immediately looked up at Esmond and the others, and said tearfully, "Father, you are finally here. I am wronged." Looking at Klein's exaggerated acting, Esmond was a little confused. Klein's acting was too fake. "I haven't even said anything yet. And you are already wronging me?" Chapter 318 Klein's explanation. However, at this time, he not only has to play the role of a father, but also has to protect the members of the Gia Society as the leader of the Gia Society. "Okay, I'm here. Tell me in detail what happened." Adolf said at this time, "I think even if you want to question, you shouldn't do it here." Klein is very suspicious. It's more appropriate to take him to the Security Bureau of Grishel. It goes without saying that the Security Bureau of Grishel is also in the same boat with the people of Holzbog. Esmond will definitely not let Klein go in easily. I don't know how many pots of shit he will be accused of in there. And when he arrives at the Security Bureau, the initiative is in the hands of others, which is not convenient for him to carry out various secret operations. I don't think it's appropriate. It can't be proved that these things were caused by Klein. Klein is an Imperial citizen, an outstanding student of the Imperial Academy, and an outstanding talent of Tarila. It's unfair to treat him like this, and it will make more talents feel indifferent. Do you think that students of Holzbog should be sent to the Security Bureau once they are suspected? It shouldn't be like this. Right, at least. He should be given a chance to defend himself. Right? What do you think, Senior Adolf? Adolf glanced at Esmond, thought about the possible consequences of forcibly taking Klein away, and said, "Okay, I'll give him a chance." "Hey, that kid named Klein. Tell me, what's going on? Start from the beginning." "Thank you very much, Senior Adolf." "Klein, you should also answer well and think carefully." Esmond looked at Klein with a kind and gentle look, without any flaws. This was the real actor. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Klein heard Esmond's voice clearly in his ear. "Put this matter on the Empress. Otherwise you can't get away. The buildings of Holzbog have basically been destroyed by you. Even if you get away, you can't pay the compensation. Not only you can't pay it, but the entire Gia Society can't pay it. You must think about everything before you say it." Klein smiled in his heart. As expected, Esmond chose to protect him. As for the story of this matter, he had already made it up. This is a long story. To tell you in detail, I have to go back to the second day when I came to Holzbog. That morning, I just got up, because I was escorting Professor McKinley. I had nothing to do after he came to Holzbog. Then I planned to visit the college and learn about the local conditions and customs of Holzbog. As I walked, I came to the big fork in the road in front of this place. And then I asked a classmate what places to visit in Holzbog. He told me that the museum was good. I thought the museum was a good place, so I went in the direction he pointed. Director Marin interrupted Klein. "You said someone told you to go to the museum? Do you still remember what he looked like?" "Indeed. Someone told me that the museum was good. What's the problem? As for his appearance? I don't remember. Klein looked innocent. But people who saw this expression always wanted to punch him in the face. Even Esmond was no exception. Marin cast a lie detection spell on him and let him continue. Yes. Klein and Esmond laughed at the same time when they heard the lie detection spell. They were very familiar with this thing in Chiesha. However, the faces of the two foxes, one big and one small, showed a deep and solemn expression. Esmond saw Klein's solemn expression and nodded secretly. It's okay this time. At least not as exaggerated as before. Professor Marin held Klein's hand. Klein could feel a magical power passing through his palm and stopping at 3 places: Klein's pulse, heart and temple. The technique was not very skillful, but it was rigorous enough. Okay. You continue. Klein nodded. And 3 arcane energies quickly flowed to the position of the previous lie detection, blocking this magic. He chose to block instead of eliminate it because he was afraid that this Marin would conduct a surprise inspection later, which would be embarrassing. Just when I was heading towards the museum, 3 more female students stopped me. They shouted that they wanted to go with me and be friends with me. They also asked me if I had a girlfriend and wanted to treat me to a meal. But I refused. When Klein said these words, Lilith looked at him strangely. According to Klein himself, people who flirt with girls everywhere should be called scumbags. Klein didn't look at Lilith's eyes, but continued to speak. I didn't know that the girls in Holzbog would be so enthusiastic. But I am still a shy person. And I already have a girlfriend. So I politely rejected them. Who knew that after I rejected them, they would scold me for not knowing what was good for me, which made me very embarrassed. Marin felt more and more strange as he listened. He knew the 3 female students that Klein mentioned, but the statements of both parties did not match at all. They also knew that the forbidden area of the museum had the effect of a puzzle, so no one could say that the other party was wrong in this part of the speech. And the lie detection did not respond, so Marin did not continue to say anything more. After I rejected the 3 girls, I headed towards the museum. In the process of coming here, I found that something was wrong here. The students around me were all spirits, and there were no living people. I was very scared at the time and wanted to go back. But every time I walked towards the way back, I would get lost after a few steps. And there were many dazzling rainbows. I really had no choice but to come to the museum. What Klein said was all true, and he did not try to avoid lie detection. He looked at the silent Hosvog mages and knew that his words should have passed the test. So he was relieved. What happened next would really depend on making up. I stayed at the door of the museum for a long time because I couldn't get in or out. There was a very strong barrier outside the museum. I tried to attack the barrier, but it didn't work. The energy would be absorbed by the barrier and could not be broken at all. I had no choice but to sit at the door and wait. I was an arcane mage, so I could make my own food and drink, and then meditate to pass the time. I waited at the door for 3 days. After 3 days, the barrier suddenly shook. I don't know if it was my illusion, but it seemed that someone was fighting inside. Even through the barrier, I could feel a cold force and a hot force. A fight between the ice and fire elements? In the forbidden area? How is it possible? Marin interrupted Klein's speech. He also began to doubt whether Klein had a way to avoid the effect of lie detection. Could it be that what this kid said was true? Adolf frowned and said to Marin, Marin, shut up. Isn't the lie detection not responding? Let this kid continue talking. Adolf is different from Marin. He has some understanding of the situation inside the forbidden area barrier. Although the matter of repairing the barrier was handed over to Esmond, who was quite famous for arcane. But as the dean, he certainly can't let an outsider mess around. Inspection and understanding of the forbidden area is definitely essential. So after Esmond left, he also tried to enter the barrier once, but was blocked by a powerful ice force. A force of ice that he couldn't resist. Adolf naturally knew the opponent's level. King level. Seeing that Marin stopped interrupting him, Klein continued, what I said is absolutely true. Because the fight was very intense. Even though this barrier has the effect of absorbing energy, it couldn't stop the collision of the 2 forces and it shattered. I was very panicked at the time and didn't dare to go in. I could only peek from outside. The people fighting inside were very powerful. The aftermath of the fight alone destroyed everything in the museum. And the trees were also destroyed. I also have some understanding of elemental magic. Although I can't see their figures clearly, I can feel the power of the magic. Not long after, The strong man with the fire system suppressed the man with the ice ability, and the battle was over. I waited outside for a long time, and found that the museum was quiet for a long time. I thought they had left. So I quietly walked into the museum. Who knew they didn't leave, and were still in a stalemate? Speaking of this, Klein stopped, took out his thermos cup, and drank a sip of water. I'm a little thirsty. I'll drink a sip of water first. The corner of Esmond's mouth twitched. This guy is really careless. Then what? Who are those two people? Adolf's face was very ugly. As an old generation of superclass strongmen, he had a wide range of qualifications and experience. And he had guessed who these two people were. One has the power of ice, and the other has the power of fire. The abilities are too obvious. And the fact that the Empress had been here before is basically known to everyone. The person with the power of fire must be the Red King. The Empress. There are not many people who can confront the Empress head-on. And there is only one person with the power of ice. That is the former owner of Jiesha, the Blue King Edward, and the man that the Empress had once been. But this result was not what Adolf wanted. He had no way to offend these two people. And it was impossible for him to ask these two people for compensation for money. This was the most painful thing. Once this incident was really defined as being caused by these two people, then the disaster that Holzvog had suffered was basically in vain. Among the two people, there was a woman in red. When I first saw her, I was sure that it was His Majesty, because I had seen His Majesty's true appearance once when I was in Palomia, and it was still so graceful. As for why His Majesty came here, I don't know. The other one was a middle-aged man in his 50s, with gray-blue hair and a tall figure. I didn't see his specific appearance clearly, but his strength was also very strong. He could stalemate with His Majesty, and he was definitely not an ordinary person. After I got to the second floor, I found that the two people looked at me at the same time. At that time, I didn't want to run, and the man hit me with a chill. Although my strength was okay, compared with the world's top strongmen like them, it was really nothing. The moment I touched the ice power, I fainted. Klein stopped talking here and looked at the people around him eagerly. Then what? Go on. Who created the arcane energy tide? Arcane energy tide? I don't know what you are talking about. Isn't arcane used to make bread? Klein looked serious, as if arcane could not do anything except make bread. And many arcane mages actually agreed with this concept. Looking at Klein's performance, Esmond nodded approvingly and shifted his gaze. Very good. Chapter 319. Adolf asked again, what happened after you fell into a coma? What happened? After you fell into a coma? How do I know what happened after you fell into a coma? I was already in a coma. And you still want me to know something? Isn't that a bit too much? When I woke up, this place was already in ruins. And then I saw Lilith beside me. She said that His Majesty brought her in. And not long after, you arrived. After saying that, Klein looked at Lilith. And Lilith nodded and said, well, at that time, His Majesty came out and told me that Klein was dying. So he took me in. She had originally left. But later she rushed back and said something I couldn't understand. Like Adolf, Marin had a bad feeling when he heard that the Empress was involved in this matter. What did His Majesty say? She said, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. I'll help you again. I understand the first sentence, but I don't understand the second sentence. What is a 7-story pagoda? Lilith's expression was very serious. It must be said that women are more truthful than men when they lie. Adolf didn't speak, as if he was thinking about something. And Marin looked at Klein with a strange expression. The lie detection had not been ringing. Could it be that everything Klein said was true, but there was no way to investigate the two people he mentioned, let alone collect evidence? The Empress could ignore the country. So would she care about Holzvog's trivial matter? The more Marin thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He felt that Klein was clearly lying. He might have used some method to destroy the effect of the lie detection. So Marin said to Klein, Klein, tell a lie right now. Klein was stunned. Lie, now? Yes. Tell a lie now. Quickly. Oh. Then I said, I am an ugly man. Klein said this calmly. And as soon as he finished speaking, the lie detection immediately sounded a series of alarms, proving that there was no problem with this magic. When Marin saw that the lie detection was effective, his face became even uglier. He looked at Adolf on the side. Only Adolf could decide the outcome of this matter. Adolf knew that if Klein continued to do this matter, it would only be a quibble. And Holzvog would not even get the compensation. So he had to bite the loopholes in Klein's words and let him be involved in this matter. Even if you didn't lie, there is still no way to prove that you have nothing to do with the subsequent arcane energy tide. You are still the most suspicious. So I still have to escort you to the security department of Grizel. Esmond was originally very satisfied with Klein's words. He dragged the Empress and Edward into the water, and ambiguously removed himself. It was not a perfect, but very real lie. However, Adolf's behavior of forcibly pulling Klein out at this time made Esmond a little angry. Dean Adolf, you are also responsible for the lie detection. I didn't participate in the whole process and didn't contact Klein. Now Klein has clearly stated that the course of this incident has nothing to do with him. Isn't it a bit unruly for you to do this? Esmond stared at Adolf, and his momentum began to rise. The opponent only had an old Adolf. Even surrounded by so many mages, he was sure to take Klein away by force. Gwen also felt that something was wrong. She clenched her fists and silently started to fight. Adolf was completely suppressed by Esmond's momentum. He didn't expect that the ordinary professor of arcane 2 years ago would have such a strong strength. Just when Adolf was a little exhausted, an extremely fat woman fell from the sky and even made a bang sound when she landed on the ground. Esmond looked at the person and narrowed his eyes. The magic golden pig Annabella. A difficult guy to deal with. Vice Dean, Annabella is here. Adolf was relieved to see Annabella. He was really under pressure to face Esmond alone. Annabella, you are here. Annabella nodded to Adolf. Others have bullied Holzvog, so I naturally have to come back. I am late. Teacher. Not late. Just right. Adolf laughed. Annabella looked at Esmond. Mr. Esmond seems to have made a mistake. What is the basis for the rules we are talking about here, as citizens of Telella? Have we ignored the laws of the Empire? As you said before, magic always has some unexpected situations and changes. And sometimes it is not accurate and reliable enough. This little guy named Klein only conducted some simple magic detection, and did not conduct a normal security department interrogation, which is not in line with the rules. We, Holzvog, have suffered such a huge loss. How could we make a judgment so easily because of a few words from one person? Of course, it has to go through a careful interrogation and investigation by the security department. Mr. Esmond, if you think your Gia Society is strong enough to ignore the laws of the Empire, then just say it. I will record what you said today in detail, and then offer this little friend Klein to you with both hands. Annabella seems to be fat and bloated, but her aura is indeed very strong, and she is not at all surprised when facing Esmond. She speaks very fast, and has a very clear mind. She points out the key points of the matter in a few words, and pushes the pressure back to Esmond. Esmond looked at Annabella, and nodded seriously. Golden Pig Annabella, who can reach the top of the super level at the age of 31, and become a titled strongman, is really not an ordinary character. She is better than my best subordinate Gwen. Senior Adolf has indeed taught an amazing junior. As for Miss Annabella saying that I ignored the laws of the Empire, that is really unfair to us. Gia Society will certainly not do this. We have always been fair and law-abiding citizens. Miss Annabella should not accuse us. Whether I'm making an accusation depends on Mr. Esmond's specific behavior. Annabelle moved her huge body and walked in front of Klein. You are Klein, right? You are a very handsome young man. No wonder Senior Marin is so accurate in detecting lies. Klein looked at this woman, who looked at least 200 kilograms. From Esmond's tone, he already knew how powerful this woman was. In front of such a person, talking too much would only leave flaws. I'm just telling the truth, Miss Annabella. Annabelle had no doubts about Klein's statement. Haha. Tell the truth. Very good. I will report the matter of Holzvog truthfully. We choose to follow the normal legal process, and apply to the Imperial Capital Security Bureau to conduct a detailed review of this matter. We are following the formal process. Mr. Esmond, you don't have any objection to us following the formal process, right? If you have any objection, please speak up quickly. I have recorded everything. What Esmond needs now is a stable time and environment. He still has RS-01 in his hand, and nothing can happen, so he can only choose to give in. Recording? There is no need for that. Since you want to follow the formal process, then go. You Holzvog can afford it, and so can my GS Society. But Klein is my son after all, and I don't want him to suffer some unfair treatment in Grizel. Don't worry, Mr. Esmond. We won't hurt his beloved son. Esmond looked at Annabelle. and then at Adolf. He was thinking about the possibility of forcibly taking Klein away from the two superclasses. If he forced his move, a fierce battle would inevitably break out. This is the home ground of Hosvog. There are tens of thousands of mages here. If he took Klein away by force, Gwen, Lilith, and the others would all die here. This was also a place he didn't want to see. After thinking again and again, Esmond turned his head and said to Gwen, "You deal with Klein's affairs here. I'll go back first." "Yes." Esmond came to Klein again. "This time, just bear with it. Miss Annabella has promised me that they won't embarrass you. You have grown up, and you should learn to handle some things yourself." "Father is right. I really should learn to handle it myself." "Father, take care." Esmond nodded inexplicably, and when he turned to leave, he sent a message to Klein again. "Delay for a while. I will find a way to get you out. But it may require a lot of money and resources. And then I have to do my part." Klein is not controlled by the threat of time, so his value is still extremely high. If he can continue to grow safely, his achievements will definitely be no less than the previous Blue King Edward. He cannot give up. Klein heard Esmond's voice transmission, but he did not have any clear reaction, just quietly watching Esmond leave. After Esmond left, Annabelle patted Klein on the shoulder. "Mr. Klein, come with me to the Grishel Security Bureau." Klein stopped Lilith and the others who wanted to resist with his eyes, and turned to Annabelle and said, "Okay, Miss Annabelle. But before that, I want to say goodbye to my companions." Chapter 320 Prison Storm. Seeing Klein saying goodbye to his companions, Annabelle did not refuse and nodded casually. A sweet farewell between lovers. Of course. Klein came to Lilith's side and whispered, "If we follow the normal process this time, it may take a long time. Hosvog's idea is also very simple. That is, to delay time to make me useless. But you don't have to panic too much. Just practice normally. I don't have to worry too much about my personal affairs. Especially you. Lilith, take care of yourself. In addition, you take the equipment first, and then sell a batch of dragon blood in exchange for the elemental material resources on the side of Grizel. Don't be afraid to spend money. Elemental materials are very important. Try to eat up all the elemental materials on the market. Other things, I will talk about it when I come back." Lilith glanced at Annabelle and finally nodded. "I know. You should be careful." "Yeah." Klein took off all his rings and equipment and handed them to Lilith, leaving only the Book of Klein, which could not be separated from him, and turned to look at Annabelle. "Let's go, Lady Annabelle." At night, at the Grishel Security Bureau, Klein's hands, feet, and neck were all shackled with magic chains. Although he was called a suspect, his security standards were definitely those of the highest level prisoners. The security personnel had interrogated Klein for more than 10 hours, repeatedly asking about the arcane energy tide. They might not have intended to make Klein admit that he had done this. Such interrogation seemed to be just to make Klein uncomfortable. They didn't use hard violence, but all kinds of soft violence never stopped. The extremely glaring lights, no water to drink, harsh friction sounds, sudden loud questions, no rest, and it has been nearly 10 hours without stopping. Klein has been very calm. He has been mentally prepared for such treatment. Moreover, he has a strong mental strength and didn't pay much attention to these people. The supreme arcane energy flows under his skin. It is the highest form of arcane energy that Klein has mastered. The supreme arcane energy that has undergone triple mutation is not as uncontrollable as the second order enhanced disordered arcane energy. On the contrary, it is very obedient and has strong plasticity. This new ability was discovered by Klein when he injected this power into Lilith's body. What's more amazing is that this is an energy that is completely unrestricted by the current rules. Even if Klein is sealed by the highest level magic chain, the existing rules of the magic chain cannot restrain the flow of the supreme arcane energy. They ignored all the normal principles and rules and just quietly followed Klein's orders. For most of the 10 hours, Klein was obsessed with the control and research of this energy, and he didn't really listen to the questions from the security personnel. "Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein? I'm asking you a question. You'd better cooperate," an interrogator said loudly. "Ah, are you calling me?" Klein seemed a little slow, and the whole person seemed a little sluggish. "Sorry. I really didn't hear what you said just now. After I was put on the magic chain, my magic power was too slow, and I couldn't adapt at all. You should also know this situation. Klein was talking about a normal side effect caused by the magic chain, which was quite good for fooling the interrogators. Klein's face was a little gloomy, but he also knew that the magic chain did have similar side effects. Seeing that such a long interrogation still had no substantial effect on Klein, although he had expected it, Klein was still a little irritated. Take him to the prisoner's holding room, and let him live with the people captured by the Black Cross. Klein. But he is not a prisoner. He is just a suspect now. Klein glanced at his colleagues, and said viciously, he may be the main member who caused the great destruction of Holzwald College. His danger level is a terrorist. It is reasonable to put him in the prisoner's room. What? Do you have other opinions? No. No. Then it's fine, take him there. Just like that. Under the arrangement of this man named Klein. Klein changed into a black and white striped suit and moved into Gritchel's prisoner's room. Perhaps because of his handsome appearance. The eyes of the prisoners in the cell were all focused on Klein as soon as he came in. Most of these eyes were malicious, and many people licked their tongues subconsciously. Klein looked at this scene and inexplicably thought of the black guy who dropped the soap on the ground. The security guards who escorted Klein knocked on the iron door. Be honest. Don't bully the newcomers. I tell you. The group of prisoners said lazily. Got it. The security guard said so. But as soon as they finished speaking, they left the prisoner's cell, leaving a quiet, completely unattended environment to Klein and his cellmates. From a distance, the two security guards could still be heard talking. Just leaving like that, nothing will happen. Right? He is a mage after all. Even if he is in chains, he shouldn't be too thin. These prisoners are too hungry. The last time a thin one was sent here, he didn't survive past the next morning. The guards' voices were getting farther and farther away, and the people in the prisoner's room looked at Klein with increasingly unfriendly eyes. So he is a mage, with delicate skin and tender flesh. He. Not bad. Really not bad. Come here, little brother. Come to me. The prisoner closest to Klein laughed a few times, pointed at his bed, and said to Klein. Klein looked at his bed, nodded subconsciously, and walked in his direction. Klein was a person who was afraid of trouble. He believed that the line segment between 2 points was the shortest, and the bed closest to him was the most suitable. So, hey, this guy is quite sensible. Kid, you go. The big man was about to tease Klein when his voice stopped. Bang! He was only halfway through his words when Klein casually hit him on the neck. This man was very strong, and his physique was close to the 5-point limit of a first-level warrior. However, after this arcane baptism, Klein's physical strength has reached 63, even without the increase of fighting spirit. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. With this palm, half of the big man's bones were broken, and he fainted on the spot. After knocking one person unconscious, Klein had a suitable bed. He shook the quilt on the bed and said to the other prisoners, my fellow prisoners, I will sleep in this bed from now on. Klein's tone was very calm. Several prisoners looked at Klein, then at the big man lying on the ground, and for a moment they didn't know what to do. Lunu is so big, but he fell down in an instant. This guy is a bit weird. Maybe he attacked by surprise. Otherwise, why don't you try him again? If you want to try it. I won't think my life is too long. Perhaps because Klein showed his strength. No one came to provoke Klein for the time being. Klein lay calmly on the bed and continued to feel the magic of the supreme arcane energy. These prisoners were still talking sporadically. Klein learned from their conversation that it was almost time for dinner. This was Klein's first meal in prison, and he was actually looking forward to it. Dong, dong, dong! The security guard knocked on the iron door and shouted to the prisoners, it's time to eat. Each meal has its own number. Don't rush to grab it. Understand? The guard put down all the prisoners' food from the iron bed. Although the prisoners were a little confused, at least no one knocked over everyone's food. Klein glanced at the number 953 on his clothes and soon found his food. 4 pieces of ordinary arcane bread, a vegetable salad that he couldn't even recognize, a bottle of water, and that was it. I say, prison food is like this. This living condition is a bit difficult. Klein laughed at himself. Forget about trying to have fun in misery. If it doesn't work, he can only secretly make bread to eat at night. At least the bread he makes himself taste much better than this. But he soon found something wrong with the corner of his eye. On a bed far away from him, there was a person who looked like a big brother. His plate contained not only fruits and soup, but also a portion of grilled meat and a portion of roasted river fish. If it were normal times, this food might not be considered anything, and Klein would not even look down on it. But now he was in prison, and even Klein had to admit that this was a feast. Klein looked at the yellow bread and unknown vegetable salad in his hand and frowned slightly. Isn't this gap too big? Klein adhered to the principle of convincing people with reason, picked up the plate and stood up and walked towards the man with the rich food. This man was very strong. From his aura, Klein knew that he was at least a top-level first or second-level warrior. Such a person could indeed dominate in an ordinary prison. So it was no wonder that other people's food was so good. But Klein was obviously not the kind of person who played by the rules. Friend, why is there such a big difference in our food? Can you tell me? This man was stunned. Not only him, but also his younger brothers. It would be fine if he didn't pay homage to the leader just after entering. But he came here to cause trouble? This man couldn't be a fool. As a second-level warrior, Burnett felt that his dignity was challenged. Although he was a second-level warrior promoted by taking drugs, he was still a second-level warrior. Klein spoke to him like this. Didn't he have any face? Boy, you don't understand the current situation. Do you know whose territory this prisoner room is? Seeing that the other party didn't answer the question, Klein also lost interest in a good conversation. It seems that you don't understand what I'm saying. Forget it. I'll talk to you in a more direct way. I haven't eaten meat for many days. Give me your rice. Burnett was stunned again. He was so arrogant. Who was this guy? Before Burnett could answer, the henchman beside him said, "This kid? Are you sick?" Bang! Plop! In a place like the prisoner's room, if you can take action, you don't have to say much. Klein still hit him with a knife. Still in the same position. And the person who was hit still lay down in a second. This scene calmed down the prison elder brother Burnett. Give it to me or not. Klein repeated it again. Looking at Klein's eyes, Burnett's heart began to feel cold inexplicably. The gap between the two of them was already the gap between the essence of life. Burnett was a second-level warrior after all. He still had a certain perception ability, and knew that he might have encountered a tough guy. Or a particularly tough one. Give it to me. Of course. Big brother. Take your time. You can come to me if you need anything later. As he said that, he handed his plate to Klein. Klein looked at the plate and nodded with satisfaction. You are very discerning. You are better than them. Looking at Klein, who left with the plate, some of Burnett's brothers were confused. Is this still their big brother? Big brother. Why did you give him the food? Ludo was beaten by him. Burnett looked at these dead losers with disdain and said, Do you know why I am the big brother, and why you are the little brothers? This is the reason. This guy killed Ludo in one move without moving his body. Although he is a mage, he has at least level 3 physical strength. Such a person who practices both magic and martial arts is definitely a big boss. The reason for coming here can only be that he is in trouble. But don't think about bullying a big boss in trouble. If he gets powerful again one day, you will be finished. This is called discerning eyesight. Learn from him. After listening to Burnett's explanation, the little brothers nodded one after another. The big brother is the big brother. Although they feel that the big brother is bragging, it still makes sense. Thus, under Burnett's deliberate influence, Klein became the prison bully of this cell, and no one dared to mess with him anymore. Chapter 321 Klein's Power Arcane. Late at night, Klein lay in bed, his special arcane energy flowing through his fingertips. Because the magic chain sealed his other magic, he had no way to test the effect of this arcane energy mixed with other magic. He had no plan to escape prison now. So he decided not to destroy the magic chain, so as to avoid unnecessary trouble. After breaking through the 4th level, Klein now needed to spend some time to settle down. He had not figured out his specific abilities after the 4th level. The new effects of Shadow and Skeleton. How big and strong the King of Decay form could be, he did not know. And the skeleton enhancement had not been done. In terms of the fire system, how powerful can the fire explosion be? Can the multiple enhanced fire explosion spells with 1200 magic power destroy a small team in one blow? The specific effects of the new firepower ability have not been tested. In general, there are still a lot of things to do. Looking around, after making sure that the other prisoners had fallen asleep, Klein extended the arcane energy and first touched the stone ceiling. After the ceiling was fused with arcane energy, It suddenly had a slight connection with Klein's mind. In his mind, Klein tried to change the shape of the ceiling, first flattening it, then rounding it, and then making it into various strange shapes. The stones used to cast the prism were very hard. At this time, under the stimulation of arcane energy, they became like a semi-liquid substance, feeling between mud and plasticine, and very plastic. Klein was in a playful mood. Being able to change the form of other substances was a bit interesting. He used his mind to mold the ceiling above his head into an inverted castle bit by bit. After he finished, he nodded with satisfaction. But he was still a little unsatisfied. Then he looked at the ceiling of the next bed. On the top of the bed next to him, he molded a weird human face. Then the third bed was a giraffe, a bat, a panda, a toilet. Anyway, Klein molded whatever he thought of until he consumed all the arcane energy. It was already the early morning of the next day, when a prisoner opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was definitely the ceiling above his head. But now there was a strange monster with a long neck on his ceiling, and his neck stretched to his face. How could he not panic? Ghost! When this person screamed, the other prisoners woke up one after another, looking at the various upside-down models or statues above their heads. Everyone had a creepy feeling, especially the guy opposite Klein. Klein molded a mermaid for him. The bottom was humanoid and had a good figure, but the top was very strange. It was a fish head, and it was quite realistic. What the hell is this? The prisoner's shouting soon attracted the security guards. After checking the cell, the guards' expressions became strange. Crime, who received the news, soon came to Klein's cell. Seeing Klein unharmed, he knew that his cell plan had failed. Then Creamer looked at the various sculptures on the ceiling. His eyes became strange, and he looked at Klein. Did you make these strange sculptures? How is that possible? I'm not an earth magician, and I'm carrying this. Klein raised the magic ceiling chain in his hand and said casually. Crime looked at Klein and narrowed his eyes. The other party was a member of the GS Society. Annabelle had clearly said that you should not use hard violence against members of the GS Society. Otherwise you might be retaliated by them. Crime cherished his life very much, so he did not force Klein, but used some methods that the security department and the Black Cross were accustomed to using to coerce Klein. If Klein could surrender, it would be a great achievement. But now it seems that there is no effect. It is obvious that Klein is no longer someone that Creamer, a small security chief, can handle. He said to Klein, "Come with me. Lady Annabelle wants to see you." Annabella? Klein thought of this fat woman. Esmond was a little afraid of this woman, and Klein certainly would not underestimate her. Originally, Klein thought he would be taken to the interrogation room for questioning. But when he arrived at his destination, he found that he had arrived at the rooftop of the Grishel Security Department, and Annabelle was standing on the rooftop eating some snacks. After sending Klein to the rooftop, Creamer said, "Go over there. Lady Annabelle wants to talk to you alone." After saying that, Creamer locked the iron door of the rooftop and turned downstairs. Klein didn't think much and walked towards Annabelle. Annabelle didn't turn her head to look at him, but held out the bag of snacks in her hand and handed it to Klein. Fried Thornbird's eyes and tongues taste great. Would you like some? As she spoke, Annabelle turned her head. Her expression did not seem fake. She was really asking Klein if he wanted to eat. Klein was not polite. He picked up an eyeball and put it in his mouth. It was crunchy and tasted really good. It's delicious. But I still want to know what you meant by calling me here. I said everything I should say. Annabelle suddenly opened her mouth. The opening of her mouth was not like that of an ordinary human. The Thornboyd's eyes and tongues in the handmade bag were quickly poured into her mouth. After chewing for a few times, Annabelle swallowed the food in her mouth. You also said that you said everything you should say, which means you didn't say anything you shouldn't say. There are indeed traces of Edward and His Majesty at the scene, but there are no traces of fighting between the two sides. This is the biggest flaw. And I checked the buildings destroyed by the arcane tide, and those who were eroded by arcane energy. They were all destroyed by pure arcane power, without the ability of fire or frost. It is indeed a good idea to lead the matter to Edward and His Majesty. But your ability to make up stories can only be said to be average. The forbidden area is already the place where the ghost of Holzvog is sealed. I didn't come back for the changes 2 years ago, so Teacher Adolf didn't go in. So only Esmond knows. The person who can trigger the arcane energy tide must be an arcane mage. So the biggest suspect is either you or Esmond. Klein nodded calmly. These seem to be just your guesses, Miss Annabelle. Then what? Annabelle smiled. She thought Klein was a smart man. So she told him these things. Annabelle took out an analysis report on the arcane energy tide and handed it to Klein. This is an analysis report on the arcane energy tide. You can take a look. Chapter 322A Transaction. Klein was somewhat surprised. It had been less than 24 hours since they took over the museum area, and the report was issued at this time. Hosvog was quite efficient. He opened the analysis report, which clearly stated the possible causes of the arcane energy tide, its destructiveness, diffusion range, and the principle of contraction. Klein was somewhat surprised by the professionalism of the report. Many arcane mages were not ancient arcane professionals, and even he could not find fault with the professionalism of this report. The last page of the report also clearly marked that this incident had a probability of more than 99% that it was a man-made event. And there were only two possible candidates for man-made events. One was Klein himself, and the other was Esmond. Klein closed the analysis report and asked in surprise, "It is well-reasoned and convincing. The report is very professional, and there is no problem with the understanding of disordered arcane energy. It is really amazing. Who wrote this report?" "I did it." Annabelle pointed at herself and laughed, seeming to be very satisfied with Klein's praise. Klein was stunned for a moment. Miss Annabella actually knows about disordered arcane energy, which is really surprising. You are also surprising, Mr. Klein. I originally guessed that the person who created the arcane energy tide was Esmond. But now it seems that the person who made such a big noise seems to be you. Klein knew this Annabella, but she was the one who forced Esmond away with the recording, and he would definitely not admit anything here. Annabelle said again, "Don't worry. There is no recording. Mr. Klein, I will not treat you like I treated Mr. Esmond, whether you admit it or not." "It doesn't matter." Klein nodded. "Miss Annabelle, what is the purpose of telling me so much? Can you tell me clearly?" A strange laugh came from Annabelle's mouth. Although Klein is not the kind of person who judges people by appearance, Annabelle's laughter is really like a pig's cry, which is too strange. "Mr. Klein, the only thing to be thankful for this time is that there are no casualties. Otherwise, even if we agree to the compensation process, the families of those dead mages will not agree." Klein nodded. "It is indeed a fortunate thing that there are no large-scale casualties." "Miss Annabelle, do you have any better suggestions for me? Let's make a deal." "Trade? What deal?" "A deal about disordered arcane energy." Annabelle squinted. "Disordered arcane energy, haha. That's a very dangerous thing. I'm afraid no one in this world can really master this dangerous power." After Klein finished speaking, he silently added in his heart, "Except me. Yes, disordered arcane energy is indeed a very dangerous power. It is precisely because of its danger and extraordinary nature that we who practice arcane want to get it even more. Mr. Klein can trigger the tide of disordered arcane energy. He must have his own unique method. Right? If you are willing to teach me how to activate the disordered arcane energy, then everything else will be easy." Annabelle's eyes were full of desire. Although Klein didn't know what the other party needed the disordered arcane energy for, he knew from her look that the other party was determined to get it. "It seems that Miss Annabelle is determined to get the disordered arcane energy? You are making a deal with me in this way. But there is some coercion. Moreover, don't you care about your Hosvog affairs?" Klein just asked casually. But Annabelle gave him a very unexpected answer. "Do you think I want to care about Hosvog's affairs? If Adolf is able to deal with your father Esmond, then I have no chance to intervene in Hosvog's affairs. He is the principal of Holzvog. In fact, he should worry about these things. I won't get any benefit. Why should I care so much, compared to letting Holzvog get compensation? I hope to reach a deal with you. I can not only guarantee your personal safety, but also give you a copy of all the arcane experience I have summarized over the years. What do you think of this condition? All the arcane experience, compared to those promises. Klein is more interested in this arcane experience. It is not easy to meet someone who understands disordered arcane energy. Klein still hopes to have some communication with the other party. There are too few people who practice ancient arcane. At present, the few people who practice ancient arcane that Klein knows are unable to communicate. One is the unknown president of the Skull and Bone Society. It is currently a life and death relationship. Another one is Herman, the Fong of Arcane, whom Klein does not know at all. The third one is his father Esmond. Needless to say, he is a loving father and a filial son. Klein cannot ask him at all. So he basically has no communication with the arcane throughout the whole process, relying on his own guessing. Now he has met the fourth one, Annabelle. This is an opportunity for Klein to make up for some of his arcane knowledge deficiencies. Although Klein is inclined to make a deal in his heart, he is still not so easy to say. I am very interested in your arcane experience. But do you have any other conditions? It's better to say it all at once now. Annabelle's eyes flickered, and she whispered, if possible. I want to see the effect of artificially creating disordered arcane energy with my own eyes. This request is not excessive. Klein nodded. Klein stretched out one of his fingers, and the bluish-white light was looming. He casually touched the magic lamp on the roof. The magic power in the magic lamp was immediately polluted and assimilated, and returned to arcane again. Annabelle looked at this scene in amazement and praised. The color of arcane is indeed the most beautiful color in the world. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. Mr. Klein? Happy cooperation. Miss Annabelle. The two held hands together. Although Annabelle's palm was chubby, Klein felt that it was metallic when he held it in his hand. Magic golden pig Annabelle, meaning a metallic pig? While Klein was muttering, Annabelle suddenly asked, Mr. Klein? There is one thing I have never figured out. With my understanding of arcane energy, I know that once a mage is invaded by disordered arcane energy, if he is not a very powerful arcane mage, it is almost impossible to solve it. At the least, the magic pool will be destroyed. And at the worst, death will occur. There is no possibility of exception. It is even more impossible for anyone to survive under such a huge arcane tide. How did those mages who were swallowed by the arcane tide survive? Klein could not explain Annabella's question in detail, but he guessed some of the reasons based on Edward's rejuvenation after extracting the time thread, and the feedback of his own vitality after absorbing the time thread. It's too difficult to explain. You can understand that it was caused by His Majesty. Since he couldn't explain it, Klein simply chose not to explain it. It was naturally the best choice to put the blame on the Empress. Annabella was not satisfied with Klein's answer, but she did not continue to ask. Is it Her Majesty the Empress? That is really an unreachable existence. Klein agreed with her point of view. He thought to himself, yes. The person who used the Silk of Time as a hairband, and the person that King Edward of Blue dared not even meet is indeed an unreachable existence. Annabella asked again, let me arrange the report of the security department this time. Klein suddenly interrupted her. Wait. You can add some interjections to the content of the report, such as shock, unbelievable, and so on. Annabella was a little confused. What special function does such an interjection have? Code? Looking at Annabella's puzzled expression, Klein finally shook his head. Forget it. I'll write the essay myself. Chapter 323. Write a short essay. 7 days later. Esmond frowned slightly as he looked at the report Gwen brought back. It had Klein's handwritten magic signature, fingerprints, and the seal of the executor. There was no way to forge it. So the report was true. But the problem was that Klein actually admitted the legitimacy of the 430 million compensation clause. Although Jiesha only had to pay half of it, 215 million was still an astonishingly large sum of money. This kid must have reached some kind of deal or agreement with Holzvog. Otherwise, he would not have agreed to the 215 million compensation. Forget about the compensation. In order to keep Klein, Esmond had originally planned to pay compensation. The price of 215 million would have been a huge loss in the past. But now that he had Perona, this amount of money was not beyond his expectations. What annoyed Esmond was the various demonizations and slanders against him in Holzvog's report. Shocked, the arcane mage hid for many years just to do such a thing. The destruction of Holzvog. Is it the moral decline of the arcane mage, or the distortion of human nature? The superclass strawman hid himself so deeply, and did such a thing, that will be infamous for thousands of years. Isn't he afraid of a bad old age? These touching sentences and exaggerated words are too eye-catching. They are not like the media methods of this era at all. This is not the most outrageous thing. What is even more outrageous is that Klein's private confession contains various hints. It goes without saying who the person hinted it is. How could I, a low-level arcane mage, make such a noise? Can you use your brains? Such a large-scale destructive energy tide can only be created by a very advanced arcane mage. There are only a few very advanced arcane mages in this world. I don't need to say who created it. Right? I'm not interested in you guys. There are more than one such hint in the confession. Isn't this a blatant blame? can he be blamed for this? Well, maybe Edward and the time thread have something to do with him. But a big thing like the arcane energy tide has nothing to do with him at all. What does this guy Klein want to do? What benefit can he get by bringing all the trouble to me? Esmond's mumbling was heard by Gwen on the side. In fact, Gwen knew the reason why Klein did this, which was Klein's development theory. I develop. You develop. Then I am equivalent to not developing, which is not advisable. I grow. You don't. So I grow twice as much, which is the worst option. I grow. You don't. And you have to help me pay money and deal with my problems, which is double the development, which is the middle option. I grow. You don't. While helping me pay money and deal with my problems, you also have to solve the public opinion troubles caused by this incident to Jiesha and Esmond himself, which is equal to triple development, which is the best option. The report also contains Klein's final handling results, and it also has the official seal of the Imperial Security Department, Klein Alex, suspect of the arcane title destruction of the Hosvog School of Magic. This person is suspected to be too dangerous, and will not be released on bail for the time being, and the trial will be postponed. According to the damage suffered by the Hosvog School of Magic, Jiesha and Klein himself will jointly bear the compensation of 430 million thalers and a number of magic materials. Although Esmond was a little angry and annoyed, he could accept the result of this judgment. It was just money. The current Jiesha was already suffering, and this treatment of Klein personally did not surprise Esmond. If he was detained for a long time, Klein's time to exert his strength might be postponed. If he hadn't obtained RS-01, Esmond might have tried his best to rescue Klein. But now, he has obtained RS-01. Although Klein's priority is still high, it is no longer the top priority. What he cares more about now is how to use RS-01. Esmond has not decided how to do it. If RS-01 is male, he will definitely not hesitate at all. But RS-01 is female, so the specific use method needs to be carefully considered. Putting this matter behind his mind, Esmond casually asked Gwen, "Gwen, is Klein still in the prison of Grishel?" "Yes, sir," Gwen answered calmly. Esmond lit a cigarette for himself, took a deep puff and said, "Forget it. Let Klein stay there for a while. It can be seen that he has a lot of thoughts now, but he will never understand that everything is in vain. Now that we have Perona, we are not very short of money. Ask Hosvog. We don't have enough cash. Can we use the new magic mecha to pay off the debt?" "New mecha? Original price? Will Hosvog agree?" When it comes to the new magic mecha, Esmond always has an indelible smile on his face. After they see the performance of the mecha, they will definitely agree. Apart from anything else, even as a defensive force, the new magic mecha is enough to satisfy many people. You are in charge of this matter. Go ahead. I am still at ease with you. Yes. Gwen nodded and left Esmond's office. When she left, Gwen had a faint smile on her face. Back to the library to work, Gwen put a ring wrapped in paper on the corner of the table. Lance, who happened to have finished reading a book, walked past Gwen's desk and took the ring away inadvertently. The two did not communicate at all, but they understood each other. After leaving Jiesha, Lance went to the southern suburbs to collect herbs. He stopped in the area where the bone-eating beasts were walking. The sickle monster was already waiting there. Lance stuck the ring on the back of the sickle monster and nodded. The sickle monster also nodded to Lance, turned on invisibility, and jumped towards the direction of the west. A silent exchange between the objects in the bottle ended just like that, while Lance and the sickle monster were exchanging supplies and intelligence. Klein, who had been a prison bully for a few days, had already arrived at the border of the west. Lilith and others followed him. "What agreement did you reach with Annabelle? Can she let you go so easily?" Lilith looked at Klein and asked curiously. At this time, Klein was wearing a brown robe. If you didn't look at the long sword in his hand, he really looked like a regular wizard. On the surface, it means that Holzvog will get compensation while weakening the GS Society. But this is only the purpose of Dean Holzvog and some elders, and she does this as a routine. She also wants to get the method of inducing disordered arcane energy from me for her personal needs, which is very attractive to her. After contacting Annabelle a few days ago, Klein knew that the other party's arcane method was decomposition, and there was also metal-type transfiguration. Arcane decomposition was considered a first-order enhanced power, and Klein no longer looked down on it. There are many things that can be learned from metal transfiguration. Annabelle's magic principle is to mix violent arcane energy into metal construction magic to achieve the effect of mutated transfiguration metal. Klein now has the supreme arcane energy, and the effects and techniques of transfiguration have a very big effect. Then you gave her the method of inducing disordered arcane energy? Lilith knew that Klein's ability was extraordinary. The arcane energy tide was the linkage effect of disordered arcane energy. This was not just a matter of destructive power and pollution. It also contained some information about her and Klein's breakthroughs. Naturally, she was very concerned. But Klein didn't care much and just nodded casually. Give it to her. Just give it to her so easily. Klein smiled and shook his head again. My things are not so easy to take. It was not the first time that Klein said this. But every time he said this, the other party would be in trouble. Disordered arcane energy is not just a violent effect. Its most dangerous place has never been its power, but its super decomposition and assimilation properties, as well as its extremely outrageous pollution. However, the other party is a superclass strongman, and there must be a way to resist this kind of pollution. However, my purpose is just to make her worry. Really think that I am a superclass and I am in prison, so I can coerce me at will. How naive. Klein pulled down his hood, hiding his face completely under the robe, and then said to the others, okay, the next time is our best opportunity for development. Take advantage of this time and improve your strength. By the way, help me collect high-level monsters. Your focus is to help you collect monsters, right? It is also very important to improve yourself in battle, Klein said insincerely. Also on the border of the West, Annabelle was conducting experiments in her own laboratory. The title of Magic Golden Pig is not just talk. She can instantly transform her body into an Arcanite torso, with extremely strong magic conducting properties. The Arcanite not only has almost indestructible physical defense, but also has a very strong magic amplification effect. It is an ability she is proud of, and the title of Magic Golden Pig comes from this. But at this time, Annabelle couldn't turn into gold. She looked at her left arm with an ugly face. The Arcanite transformation was dissipating bit by bit, and the Arcanite began to automatically leave her body. No matter what she did, she couldn't merge again. This situation originated from a magic experiment just now. An experiment on disordered arcane energy. The theories Klein gave her were all correct. The disordered arcane energy and the way the arcane dust was made were not tampered with. But because of this was an obvious pit, tempting Annabelle to jump in. Chapter 324 Klein's Apprentice. Klein himself can easily create disordered arcane particles because he has the burning magic heart, arcane enhancement, and the Klein book. Among these three conditions, only the arcane enhancement is possessed by Annabelle. Although she is a superclass mage, the gap between her and Klein in super magic skills is too big. And this gap is so big that there is no way to make up for it with rank. The difficulty of creating disordered arcane particles far exceeds Annabelle's imagination. In order to create a disordered arcane particle, she, who does not have triple magic enhancement, has invested too much magic power. Of course, she succeeded in the end. And at the moment of her success, the crisis also came at the same time. The strong assimilation and pollution of disordered arcane particles completely exceeded Annabelle's expectations. She had only seen it in books. But when she really encountered it herself, she realized that she underestimated the danger of this energy. Annabelle did a lot of magic protection at first, but the disordered arcane energy directly passed through the defense, contaminated other free magic particles, formed assimilation, aggregation, and then concentrated, directly broke through Annabelle's defense and contaminated her arm. Annabelle, who had already consumed a lot of magic, had to use her superclass magic to resist the pollution of disordered arcane energy. The power of the superclass is very strong, and this kind of resistance is also effective. But the disordered arcane energy corroded on her left hand still completely contaminated her left hand, destroyed the original magic properties of her left hand, and made her left hand completely lose the effect of the arcane body. Now Annabelle's left hand is like a magical wreckage destroyed by disordered arcane, with bluish-white spots of light from time to time. The arcane body can no longer cover the whole body, and the left hand cannot be used. This is the price of this experiment. And Annabelle also has a very obvious weakness. If she wants to repair the arcane body of her left hand, it will probably take several years. Looking at her left hand, Annabelle has a blank expression. As a superclass strongman, she quickly stabilized her state of mind. The trap on the surface, as long as it is studied, there is a high probability of accidents, and there is no way to use it universally. Klein, interesting guy. I hope you can still make me feel interesting when we meet again. Annabelle did not get angry. She calmly collected the arcane dust she had just created, and then gave up the idea of continuing the experiment, took out a large amount of arcane, and began to repair her arm. In a jungle outside the border, Sean followed several students of Hosvog in the dense bushes, and behind them were 4 ordinary second-level magic beasts, alien scorpions. They were sent to the border by Hosvog. The captain was a second-level summoner named Horus. Sean was just a new member, although his strength was not bad. He had no real say as a new member. The reason for their escape was also very real. It was because the team's magic power was exhausted, and they were attacked by alien scorpions. They had no magic power reserves, and could only escape. The female mage April held a tree, and began to breathe heavily. The mages of Hosvog generally had poor physical strength. After running for so long, she really couldn't run anymore. It's so far. We should have gotten rid of it. Right? The alien scorpion is not a very mobile monster. But why is there such a thing as an alien scorpion here? How should I know? It's because you are too greedy, and insist on looting the corpse of the wind wolf there. Now we are deep in the border, and staying one more second will increase the danger. As the captain, Horus was arguing with the female mage April at this time, which was really a bit out of his mind. Sean beside him also shook his head. At this time, instead of meditating to restore magic power, you are still engaging in these useless disputes. You are really a group of brainless and stupid guys. When the scorpion lion comes to kill you, those without magic power will definitely be the first to die. Just as Teacher Klein said, the fighting style of the Hosvog wizard is too flawed. Without magic power, they are just like lambs to be slaughtered. When they encounter magic beasts, they can only let them slaughter them without any room for fighting back. At this time, Sean is very different from ordinary Hosvog wizards. He is not wearing a robe, but a tight leather armor that looks out of place with these people. He is not carrying a staff behind him. He is carrying a heavy-looking broadsword. There are bursts of red light on this broadsword. It is not an ordinary item at first glance, at least an attribute-level weapon. Sean's figure is much more sturdy than more than a year ago. Long-term physical training and close combat have given him an extraordinary physique. Hidden under the leather armor is solid muscle. He completely cut off his long hair, leaving only a very short, almost bald head, which looked almost exactly like Klein at the beginning. The battle between life and death made him progress very quickly. Not long after Klein left, Sean was promoted to a formal professional. It took less than a year to reach the second level. This is not the first time Sean has joined the border team. His previous team was wiped out, leaving only him. The situation he encountered was similar to this time. The magicians ran out of magic power and did not return to the camp in time. This time, the situation was the same. Sean realized that he had a deep aversion to the Hosvog magician combat system. Just as Sean was thinking about the problem, the female mage April suddenly shouted to him, "Hey, newcomer, say something. What should we do now? You have been silent all the time. You are a mage wearing leather armor and holding a big sword. You are weird. You must play a role. Right?" At this time, Sean suddenly threw away the arcane bread in his hand, drew the broadsword behind him, stared at the female mage April, and his eyes became sharp. April looked at Sean, who was drawing his sword, and suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. Could this guy be going to attack her? I just said something unfriendly. You don't need to draw your sword directly at me. Right? I don't have any magic power now. At most, I can cast a lighting spell. Do I really want to fight Sean? Look at the muscles on this man. They are too scary. Just when April was panicking, Sean moved. The tip of the broadsword was covered with a flame and stabbed directly at April. The broadsword brushed April's hair and stabbed at the alien scorpion that suddenly appeared behind her. Flame sword. Swish. When the broadsword pierced into the alien scorpion's body, the flame on the tip of the sword burst, and the fierce flame power exploded in the alien scorpion's body. The hot energy ran wild in the alien scorpion's body, and the entire scorpion shell was instantly roasted. Sean drew his sword and turned around, killing the alien scorpion in one blow. His strength and domineering power shocked April greatly. She subconsciously twitched her bladder, and her lower body was inexplicably wet. Just as the team members were amazed by Sean's strength, a dark blue scorpion sting pierced a mage's chest. Huh? The deadly venom quickly flowed through the wound to his whole body. The mage first hiccuped, then began to vomit yellow liquid mixed with blood. And it seemed that he was dying. "Meet the enemy," Horus shouted. But at this time, how could the mage who had exhausted his magic power meet the enemy? Hit with a staff? Their fragile bodies could not even withstand a blow from a first-level monster. Horus gathered the last of his magic power, and a large wind blade appeared out of thin air in his hand. But in an environment like the bush, the effect of attack spells, like wind blades, was really too bad. Swish! The wind blade swept across, passed through 2 large trees, and only cut off the tail of an alien scorpion. Although the alien scorpion lost its tail and screamed, it was also aroused by the wound and clamped towards Horus with its large pincers. Crack! The alien scorpion's pincers easily broke the staff Horus used to resist. Before Horus could feel heartbroken, another alien scorpion had already pounced on him. Fire Thread. It was the same move as Klein's Dark Thread. Although Klein could use fire, he usually didn't use it because the conventional fire was not powerful enough and was not as effective as the shadow power. The fire thread passed through the alien scorpion's body and instantly cut it in half. The cut was still emitting a burst of barbecue aroma. Sean, who had just killed a scorpion, did not pause, but turned around and cast another fireball spell, killing another alien scorpion. Finally, Sean jumped with all his strength and jumped behind the alien scorpion without a scorpion tail, and nailed the scorpion under him to the ground with a sword. After doing all this, Sean drew out his broadsword, panting heavily, and leaned against a tree to recover his strength. He was just entering the 2nd level, and at this time, he killed 4 second-level alien scorpions by himself, which could be said to be an extraordinary performance of combat power, although the consumption of magic power was not particularly high. The tense and exciting close combat made him feel a little overdrawn in spirit and physical strength. However, he was also very satisfied with the results of his battle. He had almost fully utilized the characteristics of a battle mage, without any damage, and perfectly killed 4 alien scorpions. Sean completely ignored the fact that a teammate died, and he was not familiar with it. Teacher Klein's fighting style is indeed the most suitable fighting style for a mage. It is fast, effective, continuous and safe. Unless the magic power and physical strength are exhausted, there is always the ability to fight. The only other members of the team are Horus and April. Sean has shown his strength. No one will say anything about him at this time. April was even more amazed by Sean's toughness and decisiveness. A man who fights seriously is really attractive. "Sean, do you want to eat something? I still have some here." April took out her food and handed it to Sean. Look, she was a newcomer just now, and now she is calling her name. Women are so real. Chapter 325. Making fireballs is what mages should do. No need. The battle is not over yet. Not over yet. Sean looked at the bushes not far away solemnly. An ogre slowly walked out, grabbed the body of their dead companion, and put it into his mouth to chew. After biting off half of the body, it seemed that because there was still scorpion venom on the body, the ogre ate a few bites, spit out the body, and spit a few mouthfuls of saliva. Although several people have experienced some battles, the scene of the ogre eating people directly still brought them a great visual impact. Ogre. A very strong 2nd-level creature. This is really a bit difficult to deal with. Roar. Horus and April had retreated at a loss, but the ogre's roar scared them, and they fell to the ground. Sean knew that both of them were useless, and could not help him at this time. If he wanted to survive, he had to save himself. So he shouted to the ogre, "Fool! Your opponent is me!" Sean threw his broadsword and nailed it into the ogre's chest. But his full-strength attack could not penetrate the ogre's strong muscles. The ogre roared and pulled out his broadsword and shouted to Sean, "Dras will crush you." The ogre rushed toward Sean waving a big stick. But Sean had already set up a trap for hunting large monsters on the spot. He jumped and dodged the big stick swung by the ogre. And the ogre Dras also stepped on the trap and screamed immediately. Sean didn't expect the trap to kill the ogre. All he needed was a little time. Sean stood on the treetop, and magic began to gather crazily in his palm. The power of flames was activated, and a flash of red fire flashed in Sean's eyes. He whispered, "Pyroblast." A complete pyroblast fireball flew towards the ogre. This uncompressed pyroblast fireball was extremely huge. It immediately made a huge explosion and sound when it hit the ogre. Boom! Horus and April were also shocked. They realized at this time that Sean was not only a mage who was good at close combat, but his magical ability was even more jaw-dropping. Is the fire spell so powerful? He is only the second level. The dust gradually dissipated, and the flames caused by the pyroblast were still burning. The ogre was almost blown off half of his body. He lay dying in the big pit created by the pyroblast, losing his combat effectiveness. Sean also breathed a sigh of relief. Pyroblast was indeed the strongest attack magic. It could cripple a level 3 ogre with one strike. It was too strong. Just as Sean jumped off the treetop and prepared to finish off the ogre, a taller shadow appeared behind him. "Sean, behind you." Sean's body stiffened slightly. Of course, he knew there was something behind him. But was it too late when he turned around? Another ogre's club was already swinging at him. Just as Sean was about to be smashed into a meat pie, a black thread instantly passed through the ogre's body. The powerful force and speed cut its body into several pieces in an instant. Dark Harvest. Looking at the person coming, Sean's eyes widened slightly. The black silk thread was exactly the same as the ability used by Teacher Klein at that time. But the person in front of him was a woman with green hair. This woman was naturally Lilith. After killing the ogre, she turned her head to look at Sean and asked in an uncertain tone, "Is this Pyroblast?" Sean's heart was even more shocked. She knew Pyroblast, and she also knew Shadow Silk. Was it related to Teacher Klein? He quickly asked, "Yes. Senior, is there any problem with my Pyroblast?" After struggling for a while, Lilith chose to tell the truth. "Nothing. It's the first time I've seen such a small fire blast." "Sean? April? Horace? No. Sister, did you make a mistake? It's so small? I'm not happy if you say that." Sean looked constipated, and his inflated mood because of killing 5 second-level monsters in a row just now also cooled down. He looked at the dark sword in Lilith's hand and asked, "Senior, do you know Mr. Klein?" Lilith was not surprised that Sean knew Klein, because Klein told her that he had given the fire blast to a little wizard in Hosvog when they chatted before, and it seemed that this was the one in front of her. Well, fiancé. Sean's eyes lit up immediately, because if Lilith was here, then Klein was also likely to be nearby. Master's wife. Hearing this title, Lilith was also stunned, but her eyes became kind when she looked at Sean. That's a very sensible name. Good. Just now, saving Sean could only be said to be a casual act. But now it's different. Since the master's wife has called him, he must be one of us, and we have to protect him. After showing Sean's 2 teammates away, Lilith simply let Sean follow her. Although the little girl named April looked at Sean with some reluctance, Sean obviously didn't care about the relationship now. Lilith took Sean away, and Horace and April also returned safely to the wizard camp in Hosvog. For Lilith, it was still interesting that she had saved Klein's little mystery brother. "Senior Lilith, where is Teacher Klein now? Why are you in the west?" "We split up to look for high-level monsters. As for why we are in the west, it is mainly because Klein should still be serving his sentence." "Serving his sentence?" "Yes. He made a small mistake, and needs to do 2 years of monster cleaning work for Holzvog." "What do you mean by a small mistake?" Sean did not go back, and did not know that Holzvog Academy had been destroyed by the arcane tide. After a moment of silence, Lilith said, "Well, let's discuss the high-level monsters." "High-level monsters? How high a monster is considered a high-level monster?" Lilith thought about it. She and Klein can basically take on the 4th-level monsters alone. But there are some powerful monsters that Eric, Joe and others still cannot deal with alone. As for the super-level monsters, they have not been able to deal with them yet, although her and Klein's strength has made great progress. The power of the super level is not something they can handle now. At least level 4 or 5. Level 4 to 5 magic beast. I know where it is. I know the location of a level 5 magic beast. The level 5 mutant Cold Crow. Dialogue. Lilith raised her eyebrows slightly. This news was really an unexpected gain. Moreover, it was the flying magic beast that Klein needed most. And it was a level 5 magic beast. Is the news accurate? Of course it is accurate, because the magic beast is near my hometown. Normal cold crows are only level 3 to 4. And Dialogue is different from ordinary cold crows. It is bigger, stronger, and has stronger magic power. When I was young, I heard a lot of legends about Dialogue. Before coming to Hosvog, I met Dialogue once. He is the scourge of Lemto. If Teacher Klein can get rid of Dialogue, he will definitely win the respect of all Lemto people. Sean said it with high spirits, and Lilith nodded. She immediately gave up the plan to take Sean back to their temporary camp to wait for Klein, and directly contacted Klein with the communicator. Klein, where are you now? The communicator was connected. But the first thing that came out was a huge explosion. 25 degrees northwest of the camp. About 15 kilometers away. There is a big lake. I'm here. What's wrong? I met your little apprentice and brought you a surprise. How about it? Because she was in a more relaxed mood. Lilith's way of speaking also changed a little. Surprise? Hee hee. Did you unlock a new posture tonight? As for the little apprentice, are you talking about Sean? The little fire wizard of Hosvog? Lilith blushed when she heard Klein's words about unlocking a new posture. But she glanced at Sean and saw that Sean didn't hear anything wrong. So her face returned to normal. Yeah, I just ran into him when I was looking for Warcraft. He used your pyroblast. His talent is pretty good. Sean's talent is of course more than pretty good. Klein only taught him some basic theories and fixed spell patterns of pyroblast. And he can release pyroblast by his own research. If he is placed anywhere, he is a genius among geniuses. But in front of him are Lilith and Klein, two well-known cheaters in Jiesha, who are already 4th level at a young age. And not just ordinary 4th level. So Sean's talent does not seem so good. Boom! There was another loud noise. Klein on the opposite side seemed to be in a fierce battle. After a while, he replied, I have learned the fire explosion technique. It seems that Sean is really talented. You can bring him over. I am afraid it will take some time for me. Okay. I will go over to help you now. After that, Lilith turned off the communicator. Sean, who was standing aside, looked at Lilith's communicator with some curiosity. This long-distance magic communication device was simply amazing. Senior Lilith, is this thing you are using the latest product of the Royal Academy? Long-distance communication is really amazing. It's not from the Royal Academy. It's from Jiesha. Jiesha, Sean repeated, with a lot more yearning in his eyes. Klein stood on the tiny flying pig and looked at the lake under his feet with some difficulty. The lake was very deep, and there was a 5th level magic 3-headed snake in the innermost part. Although the 3-headed snake was not a very powerful 5th level monster, it would still be very risky if Klein went into the water to fight it. Klein would never let go of a 5th level monster. He had to catch the 3-headed snake anyway. So they confronted each other here. Swish! A fierce water arrow flew past Klein's side. Needless to say, Klein knew that this was the magic released by the 3-headed snake. Now the situation was deadlocked because neither of them could go down or come up. If you don't come out, I will blow up the lake. Klein was a little impatient. He began to condense the pyroblast. The terrifying magic power gathered in his hands. After a slight hesitation, Klein fixed the power of the pyroblast at 300 magic points. At this time, Lilith arrived with Sean. Sean felt the violent power and heat of the pyroblast in Klein's hand, and he had an incomparable yearning in his heart. Sure enough, rubbing fireballs is the romance of the mage. Chapter 326, the ability that appears again, Flame Blade. Klein's pyroblast shot towards the center of the lake. This time, he did not compress the volume of the pyroblast, just like Sean did before. The pyroblast with a magic value of 300 was like a huge fireball with a diameter of more than 3 meters, sinking into the lake with strong heat. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The high temperature and energy made the nearby lake water begin to boil, and then gradually began to calm down. Such a pyroblast was not big enough for the entire lake. Bang! A dull explosion occurred at the bottom of the lake. After a while, a large number of fish and shrimp slowly floated to the surface of the lake. Some of them were cooked, and some were directly killed by the shock wave brought by the pyroblast. This situation has the same effect as the fisherman frying fish. The mist brought by the explosion and evaporation did not last long and dissipated. Fine water droplets fell on Klein's face, gathered together, and slid down. His hair was covered with many tiny water droplets. Klein wiped off some of the water droplets on his head with his hand, and his face became a little strange. The depth of this lake is a little beyond my expectation. There may be dark rivers and caves underground. Moreover, in the water, the 3-headed snake can use magic to offset part of the power of the fire explosion. It is indeed a bit troublesome. The fire explosion with 300 magic points. The fire explosion that destroyed the eye of Grilla Camp with one blow was also 300 magic points. Such a blow did not cause any ripples. This real local snake is really troublesome. When Klein was standing on the treetop thinking about how to lure out the 3-headed snake, Lilith came to him with Sean. Klein's eyes did not shift, still staring at the lake under his feet. But he still greeted Lilith. "I'm here." Lilith also nodded, knowing that Klein might have encountered some troubles in the battle, and the two of them have always cooperated with each other. So she asked, "Well, do you need help? I can go down and lure it out, so that your attack can also be implemented." Klein had thought about the idea of going into the water before, but he quickly extinguished it. "No. It's a level 5 monster after all, and it has the ability to be highly poisonous and control water. You can't have an advantage in fighting it in the water. It's too dangerous." If it were someone else, Klein would definitely not nag about so many reasons, but Lilith would definitely say it in more detail. Lilith also knew that Klein was concerned about her safety, but it didn't seem like a wise choice to have a protracted battle with a water monster hiding in the water. "What should we do now? Should we continue to confront each other like this?" Klein was silent for a while. After thinking for a long time, he could not come up with a better solution. He could only pick up the magic book on his waist and sigh faintly. "Since it won't come out, I can only fry the fish. I also know that destroying the ecological environment is a very bad thing, but it is a monster after all. As an excellent citizen of Tarila, it is my duty to eliminate monsters. I'm sorry, you little fish and shrimp." Lilith on the side couldn't listen anymore. "You are talking about big principles in a set way. Aren't you just greedy for the body of the three-headed snake? Why say so many useless things?" Watching Klein take out the magic book, Lilith already knew what Klein was going to do. Sean knew that Klein was fighting with the monster in the water, so he didn't dare interrupt the conversation between Klein and Lilith. He could only watch Klein standing on the back of a paper flying pig and slowly flying into the sky. But he wanted to say something but didn't say it. The pig under Teacher Klein was flying really slowly. Klein adjusted the position of tiny flying pig. Now he was at a 20-degree angle to the center of the lake, which was convenient for him to hit the target with one shot. Under the urging of magic, Klein's book automatically turned to the page that copied the pyroblast. This position, this strength, should be about the same. This time, Klein used a pyroblast with more than 700 magic points copied from the magic book. His palm began to gather flames and energy, which frightened Sean. As a mage who could release pyroblast, he knew how outrageous the magic power consumption of pyroblast was. The lowest level of pyroblast also requires 10 points of mana, just like the one he used to kill the ogre just now. As a second-level mage, his mana can only support him to release pyroblast once, and it is the lowest level of pyroblast. But Klein just used a very outrageous pyroblast, and now there is a bigger and more outrageous pyroblast. The power of the first pyroblast. Sean felt that at least 100 points of mana was needed to create it, and the one in front of him now was even more outrageous. Its energy was several times that of the first one. This made Sean start to think, how much magic power does Klein have? A 5th-level wizard doesn't have so much magic power, right? As if they sensed the heat and danger, many birds by the lake had flown away, and the center of the lake was sparkling and very calm. But the next second, this calm was broken by Klein. He compressed the fire explosion to about 1 meter and shot it towards the center of the lake again. Because the volume was reduced, the contact surface between the fire explosion and the lake water also became smaller. After the fire explosion entered the lake, it was calm for a long time. And then, boom, a violent explosion occurred in the center of the lake. The waves caused by the shock wave blew a lot of lake water onto the shore. The scorching flames and high temperature also quickly evaporated a lot of lake water in the center of the lake. Klein's attack actually lowered the water level of the lake, and some of the lake shores were exposed. Klein was very satisfied with the effect of a 700 mana fire blast. He looked at the shore and saw some fish and shrimp jumping in the muddy sand on the lakeshore. He said to Lilith, who was watching the battle, "Lilith, go pick up some fish and shrimp. We will have grilled fish and shrimp hot pot later." Hearing what Klein said, Lilith's eyes lit up and nodded in agreement. "Okay." Sean looked at Lilith, who jumped to the lakeshore and was a little at a loss. "Aren't you fighting the monsters in the lake? Why are you talking about what to eat for lunch again? A 5th-level monster. Don't you have any face?" Just when Sean was in a daze, Lilith suddenly shouted at him, "Little Sean, what are you staring at? Come and help me pick up the fish." Okay. Senior." Sean also ran to the river bank to help Lilith pick up fish and shrimps. But he couldn't get rid of the entanglement in his heart. From time to time, he looked at Klein above the center of the lake. "Senior Lilith, don't we need to help Teacher Klein?" "Help? How can you help? He wants to evaporate all the water in the lake now." Or you can also cast a few fireballs to help him? Lilith ignored Sean for a year. Young people nowadays don't pick up fish and shrimps properly. But only think about those unrealistic things. Sean took a look at the huge lake, felt his magic value, and shook his head decisively. I'd better pick up shrimps. That's right. Let him solve the problem of frying fish by himself. In fact, what Lilith said was exactly what Klein was thinking. Since the three-headed snake was unwilling to come out, he might as well drain the lake. No pump? Not a big problem. The explosion and evaporation of the fire explosion should not take long. Klein, floating in the sky, asked Taifeiju to adjust his position, just as he was preparing for the third fire explosion. More than a dozen water arrows shot from the center of the lake. The impact of this water arrow is very huge. The impact is accompanied by pressure and rotation. The object's touch will be pierced and crushed in the first time. It is a very powerful water attack magic. Klein originally wanted to dodge, but when he looked at these rotating water arrows, he inexplicably had this idea in his mind. Hit back, hit back, hit back. This idea was very strong and soon squeezed out other battle plans in Klein's mind. Klein naturally stretched out his fingers, and the high concentration of double-enhanced flame power gathered at his fingertips. His fingertips turned into a red dot, which did not look hot or bright. As the red dots gathered, a red flame gradually emanated from Klein's body and began to spread around him. Lilith, who was far away, also saw this scene of Klein. She dropped the fish in her hand and stared at Klein, because Klein's appearance at this time left a very deep impression in the memories of both of them. The flame demon Kalinda, Lilith said subconsciously. Kalinda left too deep an impression on them. She used the blood of chaos for the first time there. The reason why they separated for the first time was because she was seriously injured by Kalinda, and then taken away by her father Kukisero. The power of the flame demon, even after 2.5 years, is still very powerful, even though their strength is no longer the same as before. The strength of the flame blade at that time is still a force that cannot be ignored. At this time, Klein's body exuded a blazing red flame, and his state was very similar to that of the flame demon at that time. Only a flash of red light appeared on his fingertips, and a red line shot towards the lake. Flame blade. The laser-like flame blade instantly cut through the lake. The flame blade is not only a fire spell, but also contains 3 properties: strong magic vibration, magic rotation, and magic cutting. When coupled with irresistible high temperature, this is the ultimate reason why the seemingly ordinary magic can cut through almost all substances. At this time, Clay didn't know why he used such a move, as if it was a natural state, and everything was a natural outcome. The flame blade instantly cut through the lake, and the impact and vibration pressed the lake water to overturn outward. This blow pressed the entire lake water in the center, and a large amount of waves hit the shore. Lilith instantly activated her fighting spirit to offset the lake water, but Sean was not so calm, and was naturally beaten into a drowned chicken by the waves. Chapter 327. The three-headed snake is captured, and Klein finally saw the fleeting tail of the three-headed snake at the bottom of the lake, and the flame blade directly cut off its tail and the lake water. However, after the flame blade, the lake water began to flow back to the center of the lake, and the three-headed snake hid in the lake again. Klein stopped and did not continue to attack the three-headed snake in the lake. Instead, he turned his head and looked at his fingertips. The flame blade just now not only scared Lilith, but also scared himself. Is this ability the flame? The power to purify everything with flames? The power of the Empress is really outrageous. No wonder the flame demon Kalinda was so strong at that time. Klein calmed down and his momentum began to change, and the red flame on his body began to dissipate. Klein did not understand how he used the flame blade, but felt that when the flame burst out, all the flames could be easily controlled by him. The super attack method of the flame blade, which completely violated the normal magic principle, was also at hand. At that time, Kalinda was only a first-level flame mage. After she transformed into a flame magician, she directly possessed the power of a third-level mage. In the eyes of Klein and Lilith at that time, the flame blade was an invincible and terrifying ability. Even Lilith in the chaos form could not resist it. Not to mention that Klein is now a 4th-level mage with more than 1,200 magic power. The flame blade in his hands is an unimaginable and terrifying weapon. However, Klein did not feel excited, but felt deeply dreaded. If there is any adjective to describe the state of the flame, then Klein now has only one word in his mind: That is, like a god. The god who controls all flames, Klein murmured. The fire demons who inherited the will of flame can all use the flame blade. Not to mention the Empress herself. Her strength has reached a level that completely ignores the principles of magic. She punched his, and tore the dusk dragon apart with her hands. For safety reasons, this strand of the Empress's will of flame cannot be used casually. It must be studied carefully later. Originally, one of the equipment effects of the Silk of Time was to turn the person holding the Silk of Time into a fire demon. But the Silk of Time was repeatedly cleansed and decomposed by the disordered arcane energy, and then purified by the supreme arcane power, turning into the bud of time. The strand of flame was also purified by the arcane energy, so it lost the effect of turning into a fire demon. Klein didn't plan to think deeply about the matter of the fire demon now. He could only suppress his thoughts and deal with the three-headed snake in front of him. Lilith, who was far away, looked at Klein, who had recovered and put away her weapon. When Klein's body was covered with red flames just now, she was really ready to knock Klein unconscious. But now it seems that Klein should be fine, and she is a little relieved. Klein, who has calmed down, flipped through Klein's book again, and the third fireball of fire explosion gathered in the sky above the center of the lake. Still coming. Is his magic power endless? Sean, who was standing by, saw Klein's hand rising up again with the fireball of fire explosion, and quickly climbed ashore, then hid in a big tree and shivered. Not long after, Klein's third fire explosion also exploded in the lake. Boom! A large amount of lake water was blown away and evaporated, because Klein's magic value was more than 700 before. The copied fire explosion was 700. After the fireball exploded in the center of the lake, the three-headed snake that had been hiding at the bottom of the lake finally couldn't hide its body and rushed out of the water with a scream. At this time, there were a lot of burning wounds on its back, and a big hole was directly broken in its abdomen. It seemed that the damage caused by the fireball was still very huge. It knew that it couldn't sit and wait for death. The magic attack of the human in front of it was wave after wave. If it was hit by a similar fireball attack again, it would die on the spot. It could only fight out of the water. The three-headed snake bit Klein, but Klein easily jumped up to avoid it. But the other snake head swallowed Klein in one bite. However, before the snake head had time to be happy, hundreds of bone blades burst out from its mouth, piercing the entire snake head, and Klein turned into a black mist and floated to this snake head. This snake has a strong vitality. I heard that a snake can live for a while after its head is cut off. I wonder if it's true. Lilith, who was well prepared by the lake, was filled with gray air. Everything around her stopped instantly. She suddenly jumped towards the three-headed snake. When time flowed again, she was already next to a snake head. This ability gave other people a sensory impact, just like traveling through time and space. Klein was also slightly surprised. He had never seen this new ability of Lilith. Is this a spatial ability? When did she learn it? Why didn't you tell me? Klein's moonlight pierced the head of a snake head. When the shadow power began to be injected into the body of the three-headed snake, Lilith had already cut off one of the huge snake heads with a sickle. This time, the three-headed snake only had two heads left. It began to twist its huge body frantically and swept its tail towards Lilith. But Lilith's figure disappeared again and appeared in front of another snake head. Dark Harvest. Lilith killed both snake heads with one blow. The wound of the cut snake head was still filled with gray mist. Lilith jumped onto the last remaining snake head, held the bone blade that Klein had nailed on the snake head before, and looked at Klein with a smile. Done! Isn't it amazing? Klein wanted to ask Lilith what ability she had just used, but the first thing to do now was to put away the three-headed snake. Klein put his hands together, and the King of Decay fell from the sky and pressed on the body of the big snake. Huge bone cones appeared out of thin air and nailed the three-headed snake in place. Unable to move, Klein put his palm on the head of the three-headed snake, injected shadow flames, and began to try to absorb the body of the three-headed snake. The will of the fifth-level monster was very strong, but it was no longer able to move. It was only a matter of time before it was dominated and absorbed by Klein. It took about 90 points of magic to create the shadow flame, and all of it was injected into the body of the three-headed snake. It can be said that its brain has been burned out, and the will of the three-headed snake gradually dissipated and was absorbed by the synthesizer. You have successfully captured the three-headed snake. 5th Order Three-Headed Snake. Rank, 5th Order. Level, C weak. Introduction. an ancient python evolved from a different species, with extremely powerful power, and the power to control water magic and poison. Finally done, this is the base material of the 5th order bottle, and Klein got it for the first time. Although it is sea level, it is still 5th level in the 5th order of garbage. The higher the rank, the greater the gap between ranks. The 5th order sea level can even suppress the 4th order S. For Klein now, it is definitely a high-level combat power that cannot be ignored. While Klein was observing the 3-headed snake's attributes, Lilith had already taken out a large bag of fish from her ring, handed it to Klein and asked, "Do you want grilled fish? I helped you so much. You have to reward me. Right?" Lilith really likes to eat meat, which is also related to her inability to eat arcane food, and Klein's food is more delicious. So when she is with Klein, she always becomes a little greedy, and also causes weight gain. Klein looked at the smiling Lilith with an inexplicable look in his eyes, and he suddenly said, "I want to feed you something else." Lilith was stunned. She had been hanging out with Klein for 2 years, and she understood Klein's meaning in seconds. "But there are outsiders here? Do you really think that others don't exist?" She glanced at Sean and found that Sean didn't understand what the two were talking about at all. So she breathed a sigh of relief. "What are you talking about? Hurry up and light a fire and grill the fish." Klein looked at Sean and sighed. It was really troublesome to have a light bulb. Otherwise, this desolate mountain would be a great place. He nodded slowly and gave up his bold idea. "Let's eat." Chapter 328 Will of Flame. Because the lake water was blown up by Klein, the 3 people simply took off their shoes and sat on the lakeshore, took out the strange pot, cooked shrimps, and grilled fish at the same time. Klein was still thinking about the ability Lilith used just now, which was very fast and fierce. He didn't react when he cut off the snake's head. It was really amazing. "Lilith, what ability did you use just now?" "Spatial ability." Lilith's mouth was already full of grilled fish meat. She was a wasteful eater. She didn't eat the fish head or the fish tail. She only took 2 bites of a fish and didn't pick the fish bones. She was eating happily now. There were a lot of fish bones scattered around her white ankles. She didn't want to answer when Klein asked her questions. Seeing that Klein's expression became serious and took away all the grilled fish in front of her, Lilith stopped. "Just tell me, why are you trying to steal my grilled fish?" "That's not a spatial ability. It's a temporal ability." "Time?" Klein subconsciously thought of the power of the time thread, because Lilith had indeed absorbed a portion of the power of the time thread before. "It's normal to have a temporal ability, but I don't know the actual effect. It seems to be stronger than my own temporal ability." "Well, I just mastered this ability. I call it time order acceleration. It can be used twice within a period of time. The effect is that my personal time slows down by dozens or even hundreds of times. In the process of time slowing down, I am not affected. So for me, this is an ability that can speed up dozens of times in an instant. And it naturally feels like a spatial effect to you." Klein blinked. They were both time abilities, so he would definitely compare them. He subconsciously glanced at the effect of the time buds, and his face suddenly became ugly. They were both time powers. So why was there such a big difference in the actual effects? Lilith's order acceleration was too practical. I won't talk about my time buds, but if the time stop effect was half as practical as others, I wouldn't say anything. Klein felt a little uncomfortable. He had absorbed the main body of the time thread. So why was this happening? This is unfair. Then he began to comfort himself. It's okay. My ability is growth-oriented and can grow in the future. Lilith's ability is not growth-oriented. There's no rush. Besides, as a man, I shouldn't envy my woman's ability. I'm a big shot now. It's beneath my dignity. Klein laughed dryly and praised Lilith. Great. A very powerful ability. Lily frowned slightly. Why did she feel that Klein was not very happy? Wasn't this ability strong? It must be that the surprise she gave him was not enough. And this ability has a strong growth potential. I feel that as my main body's strength increases, the number of accelerations and the duration will be extended. Maybe one day it can become a regular combat capability. Klein, are you listening to me? The strong growth potential has become a regular combat capability. Why does Klein feel more and more uncomfortable? No. This topic cannot continue. Well, I'm listening. Hey, Sean. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Why don't you talk? Come. Have some shrimps? Don't be polite to me. Lilith tilted her head, always feeling that Klein was a little weird. Was he envious of her ability? Sean wanted to tell Klein that he actually caught all these shrimps. But seeing Klein so enthusiastic, he was still a little flattered and responded, "Teacher Klein, you are too polite. You taught me so much. Let me understand the importance of close combat ability, as well as the fighting method of continuous movement combat, and also taught me the use of pyroblast. If it weren't for your teaching, I wouldn't be where I am today. Little Sean, I was only teaching you because I had nothing to do at the time. You're making me feel awkward by saying that." Klein said it casually, but Sean knew what he was looking for. Klein was only a year older than him, but their strengths were very different. You said before that as long as I mastered the pyroblast technique, you would accept me as your disciple?" Klein looked at Sean kneeling on the ground and scratched his head awkwardly. He really didn't expect Sean to be able to master the pyroblast technique so quickly. The improvement speed was indeed very fast. But he was just saying it casually at the time. Just talking. Klein looked at Lilith, who was a little embarrassed. Lilith simply turned her head away and pretended not to see it. Thinking about his previous contacts with Sean, Klein knew that this kid had extraordinary talent and perseverance, and a good personality. So, what was he struggling with? What was he hesitating about? Thinking of this, Klein suddenly laughed. Ha. Klein laughed very loudly and for a long time. This feeling was like breaking free from a cage. At this time, Klein became relaxed and a little sharper. Lilith knew that Klein was very happy, and also understood why he was laughing. He was excited because this time, he really got rid of the shackles of Esmond, and was truly in a free environment. However, as a girlfriend, she felt that she still needed to pretend to be stupid and cooperate with Klein. Otherwise, if she acted too smart in front of this somewhat chauvinistic guy, and didn't make him feel the joy of pretending to be cool, he might not be so happy. "What are you laughing at?" Klein slowly put away his smile, and turned to look at Sean. "I'm laughing at myself. Why am I already here? And I still hesitate about what I promised? It's really a bit ridiculous. I didn't expect that I would become a master one day. Okay, Sean, from today on, you are my Klein's eldest disciple. In the future, take a wider path, eat more meat, and exercise more. I guess you have the best physique among the mages in our team. Fight more, and carry forward our melee mage school." Hearing Klein's words, Sean was very excited and nodded vigorously. "Yes, teacher. I will definitely carry forward the battle mage school." Okay. Let's continue eating." After finishing his meal, Klein heard Sean talk about the 5th level monster, the mutated cold crow, an evil big bird named Dylock. Dylock is very powerful. It not only has the ability of frost, but also has mastered some void power. It has been wandering in the west. It is said that its nest is on the top of the world. Alleluia. The 5th level flying monster. And it is a very powerful flying monster, which aroused Klein's strong interest. The flying ability is the most powerful mobility in the world. The gap between the 5th and 4th levels was also widened at this stage. And even if he was promoted to the 5th level, a 5th level flying monster, as a combat partner, would still be an invincible weapon. After a little thought, Klein sent a communication to Eric and the other two who were still hunting outside. "Eric, Joe, Becky, come back now. Let's gather together and then conduct a group action. Hey, I have a 4th level monster here, and I'm halfway through it. Should I give up?" Joe's somewhat tangled voice came from the communicator. If it was normal, Klein would have left it alone. But this time, they had to deal with a 5th level flying monster. And dealing with this was the most important thing. "Yes, give up everything you are doing. And our current strategic goal is to change to this 5th level flying monster, the mutant cold crow Dylock." Yes. After the three responded in unison, Klein turned off his communicator, and Sean beside him couldn't help asking, "Teacher, have you been hunting monsters? Can I help?" Looking at Sean's expectant eyes, Klein finally shook his head. "No. You can see that most of the battles we participate in are very dangerous. And Sean, you have to know that I am not a competent teacher, and I can't give you careful teaching. What I can help you with is some of my personal experience. Your current strength is still very weak, and you need a stable development environment. So I want you to go to Jiesha for further study for a period of time. What do you think?" After a moment of silence, Sean realized that what Klein said was true. He nodded and said, "I'll listen to the teacher's arrangements." Klein could understand Sean's feelings. He was just a disciple, and was told that he was not strong enough. He must be very disappointed. But he had no choice. He couldn't do what he was going to do next with a second-level mage. Although Sean was proficient in some combat skills. These were Klein's personal versions. He had not learned systematic combat mage skills. Jiesha was the place suitable for him to practice. Okay. This is my fire spell practice notes. You can take a look. There are some of my developments on fire spells. But I don't use them much myself. You go to the Imperial capital first. Someone will arrange for you to join Jiesha. Go. Klein handed Sean a small notebook of the same model as Joe's and nodded to him. In theory, Joe was actually Klein's apprentice. He taught Shadow Extension, the extended use of Skeleton Extension, and the King of Decay. It's just that one is a younger brother, and the other is a real apprentice. Then, Mr. Klein, take care. I will practice hard and let you see my talent. Go ahead. I look forward to your performance. Waving to Klein, Sean turned and left. Klein looked at Sean's back and asked Clouded Leopard to follow him and protect him as much as possible. Lilith came over and leaned on Klein. He must be disappointed to leave after just becoming your disciple without experiencing your teachings. There is no way. His strength is too weak. It is too dangerous for him to follow us. Moreover, during this period, we have to do more than just hunting monsters. Heh. Why are you explaining this to me? Klein also smiled. Sat back to back with Lilith. Then turned on the synthesizer and looked at the page of Soul Extension. Soul Extension 4 Flame Lord. Effect 4 Flame Will. The will of flame is at your disposal, allowing you to control the power of flame to the point of being free to do what you want. Sure enough, the actual effect introduction has changed. When the flame will broke out during the day, Klein was also very worried whether it might be a secret door left by the Empress. After feeling it, Klein didn't feel it was very likely. However, for safety reasons, he still checked whether the flame will have any side effects through the synthesizer. Fortunately, the synthesizer did not prompt, which also made him feel a little relieved. He was still quite convinced of the synthesizer's judgment. Klein had come into contact with a lot of things about the Flame Demon Envoy during this period. At the beginning, when he asked the Empress if she could save him, the Empress said clearly that if her power entered his body, he would definitely become a Flame Demon Envoy. The Flame Demon has no independent consciousness, which means it is a product controlled by the will of the Empress. After that, it is the flame intent in the Silk of Time. Those who master the Silk of Time will also be controlled by the flame intent of the Empress. This should be the power used by the Empress to suppress the Silk of Time. Then it was the third time. That is, today during the day, I inexplicably entered the flame intent state and used the flame blade of the Flame Demon, which shocked Klein himself. Lilith, did you see my state during the day? Is it amazing? Chapter 329 Klein and Lilith's Competition. Lilith was alert when Klein mentioned this special state before. Of course I saw it. Your previous state, the red flame, and the special pressure were exactly the same as Kalinda, the fire demon of the Fire Blade cult. When I saw you become like that, I was ready to knock you out. But fortunately you recovered quickly. I saw that you were fine, so I didn't make a move. Klein nodded. The impression left by the fire demon on Lilith should be deeper than his. After all, when fighting with Kalinda, Lilith was the main force, and she was just a salted fish picking up heads. And Lilith was seriously injured after opening the Blood of Chaos, which directly led to the separation of the two. This red flame covering the whole body is called Flame Will. It can elevate ordinary flame power to a supreme form. The level should be the same as the supreme arcane power, and it is far more flexible than my arcane power. Its energy quality is too strong, and the ordinary rank gap cannot make up for it. It is a power belonging to the Empress. Lilith, do you know what this means? Lilith was silent for a while. The will of flame belongs to the Empress, and the living sacrifice of the Fire Blade cult is to summon the will of flame. The connection between the Fire Blade cult and the Empress is really hard to think about. What else can it mean? It's just the largest evil cult. The Fire Blade cult. It may be an organization established by the Empress, or an organization related to the Empress, but I feel that this doesn't make sense. The whole country belongs to the Empress. She has no need to do this. What good does it do to her to establish such an evil cult? Lilith's conclusion is actually similar to Klein's own idea. When he killed Kalinda and got Kalinda's elemental heart, a very powerful will descended. Klein carefully recalled the details at that time. He got the Heart of Fire when the will appeared. It is very likely that the will is related to the Heart of Fire. The will had looked at him. He was just a first-level little mage at the time. Now thinking back, that feeling is really a bit like the Queen Xinjue. What do you think the Queen has been doing for more than 10 years without managing state affairs? Is it possible that she has been lying in bed and resting? Lilith was a little confused as to why Klein asked this question. She could only express her own thoughts. It's unlikely, right? Even if the Queen hates dealing with state affairs, she would at least do something in the past 10 years. Even if it's just to go out and play. Anyway, if it were me, I would definitely not be idle. Yes, it's unlikely that the Queen has been lying in the palace and sleeping for more than 10 years. She must be doing something secretly. This can be seen from her desire to find Flando. Moreover, when she was not in charge of political affairs, Flando had been with the Empress. He and the Empress had been to many places. This shows that the Empress had not been idle for more than 10 years. Perhaps the Fire Blade cult was a product of this period. Do you want to investigate, Your Majesty? Lilith looked at Klein with some concern. Her underlying meaning was that it was very dangerous and a very unwise choice to investigate the Empress now. However, if Klein insisted on investigating the Empress, then Lilith could only support him. Fortunately, although Klein's answer was a bit irritating, it also made Lilith feel relieved. Huh? How could you have such an idea, young man? Your idea is very dangerous. Isn't it courting death to investigate the Empress now? Klein's idea was very open-minded. Not to mention that the Empress had helped him before. He still owed her a favor. For example, the enemies he had to face now. Annabella, Esmond, and Edward. Which one was easy? He couldn't handle any of them. So he still messed with the Empress? His IQ was 0. And he was looking for death among these 3 enemies. The strongest one was Edward, the King of Blue. He was also one of the 9 kings. A top-level strongman in the world. And his ice power was irresistible. But what was his result? He was hung up and beaten by the Empress. Chased everywhere. And even dared not meet the Empress. Look! This is the end of messing with the Empress. Klein was not stubborn. Edward was so miserable. He didn't think he had the ability and qualifications to investigate this matter. If you don't want to know about this, why did you tell me so much? Lilith said with some dissatisfaction. She was very worried that Klein would stubbornly investigate the Empress. Although they are now free. This is not the way to commit suicide. She worried for nothing. Klein scratched his head and said after a long while, I just feel that the will of flame is very powerful. And the flame blade is too fierce. I want it too. Lilith laughed. It's just sparring. It's not the first time. Come on. Klein, we haven't practiced against each other since we broke through the 4th level. But this time? Klein shook his head. It's not sparring. I feel that if I don't enter a dangerous state, I'm afraid I can't use this ability. Lilith, you have to be serious. Serious? Okay. I've wanted to fight you seriously for a long time. Don't let me beat you to tears. Lilith stood up and looked at Klein provocatively. Klein narrowed his eyes. Ha! A boastful woman. Okay. In the jungle, the two had already begun to confront each other silently. Lilith picked up the Soul Reaper, held it in her hand, and posed a posture ready to attack. Klein originally wanted her to change weapons. It was too dangerous to fight with such advanced weapons. Later, he thought that since it was a serious battle, he must use the weapon he was most familiar with. So he gave up this idea and drew out the light of the brilliant moon, because it will extract 20% of the magic power as the attack power. The attack power of the light of the brilliant moon has now exceeded many miracle weapons, and it is a well-deserved Magic War exclusive. Klein, here I come! As soon as Lilith finished speaking, she rushed over with a powerful step. Klein had seen this kind of fighting spirit recoil on Gwen before, but he didn't expect that Lilith could use a similar technique just after reaching the 4th level. She's too fast, so I have to focus on defense and counterattack. Klein held the sword in one hand, and silently extended his fingers with the other hand. A bone pillar suddenly rose from the ground and blocked Lilith's way. Klein also swung his sword at the same time, and the shadow thread swept towards the place where Lilith might appear. However, Lilith's reaction was somewhat beyond Klein's expectations. She did not dodge the bone pillar, but drew out the dark sword and cut off the bone pillar with one sword. Her body remained motionless and continued to rush towards Klein. What a straightforward way of fighting. That's because you always use traps when you fight. The two of them hadn't finished talking when their weapons collided. Ding! The shock wave exploded at the point of contact between the two weapons, and the ice shield in front of Klein shattered with one blow. His strength was far less than that of Lilith, so such a weapon fight would only put him at a disadvantage in an instant. When the soul side was about to touch him, Klein immediately changed his form and turned into a black mist, accelerating his body and dodging the attack. Lilith's attack was accompanied by a strong dark attribute, and now there was also the power of order. The mist form was non-immune. Facing her attack, Klein could only resist or dodge. You dodged quite quickly. Let's see how you dodge next. Humph. If you have time to talk, you might as well think about how to touch me. I'll touch you soon. Klein's body had just materialized, and Lilith's second slash had already swept over, and her dark fighting spirit was attached to the side blade. Boom! Dozens of hard skeletons appeared instantly, blocking Klein's side. Lilith didn't know when Klein summoned these skeletons. More bone blades stretched out from the skeletons, gradually blocking Lilith's Soul Reaper. Lilith could only force herself to breathe, cut off these hard bones with the dark sword, and retreat. Just when Lilith landed, a Dread Knight also appeared in the shadow behind Lilith, and slashed at her with the sword in his hand. Along with the Dread Knight's attack, there were 12 bone blades that Klein stretched out on the surrounding ground, which almost blocked all the angles for Lilith to escape. Moreover, these means of attack were only auxiliary. The real killer move was the light of the moon in Klein's hand. At this time, the moon had stretched out instantly, and it pierced Lilith with the flames of shadow. Swiftly and fiercely, Klein, who was once a third-level player, relied on such a sword to pierce Agatha's dragon bones and knock Agatha, who was in the form of a flying dragon, down from the sky. Even the anti-magic physique of the Dragonborn could not resist it. Oh no! Danger! This sword also made Lilith's alarm bells ring. However, when Klein stabbed Lilith with his sword, he hesitated, and the blade of the moon gradually slowed down. Originally, Lilith looked at this sword with a solemn expression, but when the tip of the moon was about to touch her, she clearly felt that the speed of the sword had slowed down a lot. You hesitated. Klein. Hesitation. You will lose. The power of order instantly covered her whole body. Lilith held the scythe and arrived first, letting the tip of the scythe touch the tip of Klein's sword. Bang! The shock caused by the collision of magic and fighting spirit made Klein retreat a few steps. His physique was still far inferior to Lilith's, and such a weapon collision would only make him suffer. Retreating also meant that the body was exposed. After the transformation, Lilith's abilities had reached the 5th level. In just a breath, her figure had arrived in front of Klein. Bang! A powerful punch hit Klein's sternum. But Lilith knew that such a punch would have no real effect on Klein. Chapter 330 Yin Yi's Conjecture. A layer of ice, a layer of shadow protection, and a layer of thick bones. Even if Klein does not use the mist form, ordinary attack power cannot break through his turtle-like defense. When Lilith's scythe arrived, dozens of bone blades with shadow flames had already forced Lilith back. But Klein did not continue to pursue and stopped. Lilith looked at the silent Klein, shed the great power of order on her body, and said, "The sword just now was amazing. Why did you stop?" Klein rolled his eyes. "Why do women always like to ask strange questions? Can you really kill your own woman? Then I will have to live alone at night? It's really a stupid behavior. Forget it. Don't fight. I can't do it. I guess you are almost the same. This kind of sparring can only be used to test moves, and it has no effect on real actual combat." Lilith wanted to say something, but seeing Klein's expression with a dull look, she lost interest. "If you don't want to fight, then don't fight. What about your flame? Does it have to be a life and death fight? Isn't that too much?" "I don't know." Klein shook his head. He felt that the triggering of flame was not caused by a life and death fight. When he fought the three-headed snake, the whole process was relaxed and enjoyable. Thinking back to the previous state of accidentally using flame, it was to avoid the vortex water blade. Vortex? Spin? With doubt, Klein gathered the power of flame to his fingers and began to control this magic power to form a spin. In addition to rotation, there are also magic shock and magic vibration. "I'll try." Klein forcibly added the two magic control techniques to the flame power on his fingers. But at this time, his flame power became chaotic. When he pointed it out forcefully, the magic released was not a flame blade at all. The soft flame flew in the air for a while, and then dissipated. This is too far away. It doesn't have the flavor of a flame blade. Even if I work hard, I'm afraid there is no direction. Klein touched his chin, shook his head, and thought, if it is not a technical problem, then it must be something else. What could it be? Mentality? At that time, it was because I saw the vortex water blade of the three-headed snake, and I inexplicably had a mentality in my heart. Why should I avoid such a rubbish attack like yours? This mentality is very strange. In Klein's combat dictionary, dodging is always the most time-saving, labor-saving, and resource-saving way of fighting. So under normal circumstances, he will dodge any attack that can be avoided as soon as possible to save resources. But the situation before was very different. His mentality has undergone a very obvious change. There must be a reason for this. Is this form disdainful? Disdainful? What are you talking about? Hearing Klein's low muttering, Lilith asked. But Klein did not choose to answer Lilith, but continued to think with his head down. The gap between his mentality and that of the Empress is too big. He has always been cautious in doing things, step by step, and developed and grew up little by little in the cracks, under the supervision and control of the Supermaster, his father Esmond. He has come to this day step by step. Klein's mentality is always cautious. Unless he has to, he will never take risks. The mentality of the Empress is disdain. She is very disdainful of everything. The abilities of all superclass strongmen are rubbish in the eyes of the Empress. Only the abilities of the king level can be exchanged for a good evaluation. She is almost not obsessed with external objects and equipment. Usually, she doesn't wear shoes or space rings except for the red gauze on her body. The silk of time made of dusk dragon tendons is used by her as a hair band. This is the mentality of the Empress. She looks down on everything. Maybe she didn't show it deliberately, but in her own cognition, it is like this. She is very disdainful of everything. Klein can't learn this. After the transformation, the flame demon envoy Kalinda also has the attitude of disdain for the surrounding things. Perhaps this is the reason, which is the key to using the will of flame. After figuring this out, Klein turned to Lilith and said, what I mean is that I don't have the Empress's attitude of disdain for everything, and I don't have that mentality of a superior. So I can't use Yan E. Disdainful attitude? That sounds a bit weird. It's a bit weird, but I still have to try. After discussing with Lilith, Klein decided to start trying to enter the mentality of disdain for everything, and asked Lilith not to disturb him. Klein put on the blindfold and carefully experienced the feeling. His walking pace became uncaring. His arms were almost thrown up to the sky. His mouth was pouted. His head was twisted. He was a complete idiot, and Lilith on the side could hardly bear to watch. However, according to Klein, if you want to understand the disdainful mentality, you must first start from life. He himself does not have the strength of the Empress, so he needs to be a little exaggerated. But this exaggeration makes the whole person have a taste of middle school. Among the three people who went out, Becky came back first. She looked at Klein, who was swaying left and right when walking, raised her hand, and then put it down. Maybe this is the world of the strong. After nodding silently to Klein, regardless of whether Klein saw it or not, Becky went to the side to eat. Lilith covered her face. It was too shameful for her man to do such a thing in front of others. When Joe came back, his first reaction to seeing Klein was to go to Lilith to tell her, sister-in-law, my brother is possessed. Lilith's face darkened. He didn't. He did? Really? I saw it with my own eyes. When I saw him walking, his face was almost up to the sky. Isn't this possessed? 5 minutes later, Xiao, who had been reported to the trader, squatted under the tree and ate bread with a bruised face. What kind of world is this? No one is allowed to speak the truth, bullying honest people. After a while, Eric came back, and he was also shocked. Is he possessed by a ghost? Just when he was about to poke Klein with a wooden stick, Lilith pulled him back, letting Klein continue to immerse himself in that disdainful self-world. This state lasted until the next day. When Klein stopped, Lilith could feel that Klein was in a good mood. So she asked, do you have that feeling? I see you are in a good mood. Have you mastered the will of flame? Klein said calmly, no, not at all. Then why are you so happy? Lilith was a little surprised. Because I found that my previous behavior was stupid, and I stopped it in time. So I am in a good mood. This incident has alerted me, and I will never do such stupid behavior again in the future. Is this something worth being happy about? Not only Lilith, But the others didn't know how to respond. Okay. Hey, Joe. Why are you bruised? Joe was stunned for a moment, glanced at Lilith, and whispered, "The road was slippery when I came back, and I fell." Okay. I see it but don't say it. So I can save face. Then pay attention next time. Klein temporarily suppressed the matter of Yen Yi, because even without Yen Yi, his fighting power was beyond imagination. Even Lilith, he was sure to suppress it. So Yen Yi's matter was not urgent. The first thing now was to catch the cold crow named Dialogue. According to Klein's request, Becky took out a map of the Western Territory. Klein pointed to the top of the world and said, according to Sean, "The cold crow's nest is near Alleluia, at the top of the world. This place is high and cold, and it is really troublesome. But I have been to Alleluia, and did not find any traces of cold crows, nor any places like nests. So Sean's information in this regard may not be accurate enough." The others did not ask Klein, when he went to the top of the world, if the eldest brother did not tell me. There was no need for the younger brother to ask. This cold crow is a mutant species that has been attacked by void energy. It is fast and powerful, and it is difficult to deal with. As a 5th level flying monster, it has extremely strong mobility and a huge range of activities. So what I mean is to first find the traces of the cold crow near Sean's hometown. Leave arcane marks on it while it is foraging, and then hunt it down. After listening carefully to Klein's deployment of the mission, several people came to the city in the north of the west. Sean's hometown, Lento City. Chapter 331, The First Battle of Dialogue. Everyone dispersed first, and then began to collect information about the cold crow in the city. As a border city, Lento's defense force is still very strong. Klein and his men inquired about the cold crow Dialogue, and soon it reached the ears of the local army. Alfonso, the garrison officer of Lento City, became interested in them and took the initiative to meet with Becky, the captain. Moreover, Alfonso did not hold his status high, and the two met in a tavern. "Miss Becky, are you here to hunt Dialogue?" Becky nodded without panic. "Yes, Lord Alfonso. We are here to hunt Dialogue and are collecting its information." Alfonso did not care too much about Becky's strength, because he also knew that the other party dared to come here to hunt Dialogue, and must have a power that he did not know. As the garrison commander of Lento, he could only turn a blind eye to Dialogue's rampage. There was no other way. He was the only 5th level Lento, and his main task was to protect Lento, not to hunt monsters. So it was a bit unrealistic for him to go out and hunt Dialogue, and his strength might not be enough to beat Dialogue, which was the most annoying thing. However, Lento was not a person who did nothing. He collected a lot of information about Dialogue, and then made a few copies. When he was waiting for the arrival of mercenaries or monster hunters, he would take the initiative to send a copy, just like Klein and the others. This is Dialogue's detailed information. Its general eating habits, habitat, and drinking water points are all detailed. I hope it can be helpful to you. Thank you very much, Master Alfonso. Becky nodded sincerely. After all, they took the initiative to help you, which was already a great favor. Klein was a little surprised that he could get Dialogue's detailed information so quickly, but after seeing the actual content of the information, he felt it was difficult. Dialogue's range of movement was too huge, and they basically didn't have a good search direction, because Dialogue might not enter the country and forage in the monster area outside the country. They didn't wait in one place. Lilith glanced at Dialogue's information and frowned. It looks a bit troublesome. Well, at present, finding its nest may be the fastest solution. Alleluia? Klein nodded. But the situation was very different when he went to the top of the world this time. The last time he went there, he was only at 3rd level strength, and basically relied on Agatha to take him up. This time, he really had to climb up by himself. Klein put away the map and information. Get ready. We're going to the top of the world. Because there were no trains or horses, Klein and his companions could only rely on their own abilities to move. When their fighting spirit or magic power dropped below 50%, they would stop to rest and maintain their fighting power. This situation lasted for 3 days before they arrived at the foot of the top of the world. After staying at the foot of the mountain, building a few simple snow-blocking brackets and a windproof barrier, they began to rest. They wanted to restore themselves to a good state before climbing the mountain. With Klein around, making a fire was not a problem, even if the temperature was too low to cook normally. Klein could still use the synthesizer to make food. Just as they were eating, Eric suddenly reminded them, "Don't move, there's something." They immediately took out their weapons. Although they didn't find anything. No one would attack without reason in this environment. Under the snow. Be careful. A white monster broke through the snow and grabbed a piece of meat in Klein's hand. Klein was stunned. Snow troll, why is it so thin? This is a 2 to 3 level group monster. Since it appeared, there must be more than one. Klein drew his sword and cut off the head of the troll. The situation of the others was similar. They all killed the trolls in a few strokes. A quick inspection of the bodies of these snow trolls revealed that they were very thin and weak. It was obvious that they were in a state of long-term malnutrition. This was a bit strange. And their active attack on Klein and his party to steal food was also very obvious. It's a level 2 monster anyway. It shouldn't be this hungry. Eric had just finished speaking when a fierce freezing ray fell from the sky. In this cold and snowy environment, the power of the freezing ray increased exponentially. A strong sense of crisis appeared in Eric's heart, and he quickly put on a mantra shield to resist the freezing ray. Although Eric was strong, the power of the freezing ray was obviously beyond his tolerance. Just when he was about to be frozen into an ice cube, Klein took action. Pyroblast! Boom! The pyroblast exploded in the air, immediately repelling the flying Articuno and blocking its freezing rays. This Articuno is very different from ordinary Articuno. Ordinary Articuno is sky blue and its body is like ice crystals. Although most of the feathers of this Articuno are also sky blue, part of its body is covered with purple crystals. Its eyes are cunning and fierce. When it looks at Klein from a distance, it reveals a look similar to human provocation and ridicule. At this glance, Klein knows that the Articuno in front of him is Dialock. Its IQ is very high, very smart, and it is provoking me. Ah! Just as Klein was speaking, Dialock made a piercing cry towards the snow mountain. The snow mountain, which was not stable before due to the explosion of Klein's pyroblast, collapsed under the high-frequency sound wave vibration of Dialock. Avalanche. Klein thought to himself that it was not good. He was the only one in the team with the ability to ignite fire. He had to expel the thrust of Articuno for Eric. Otherwise Eric's strength would not be able to dispel the cold. I'll do it. Joe immediately activated the form of the King of Decay. The descending black flame skeleton blocked the impact of the avalanche for Klein and his men. The shadow power corroded the nearby snowflakes and protected their safety. The snow dust gradually dissipated. Klein looked up at the sky again. There was no trace of Dialock. Did he leave? I didn't expect that I would run into the real boss just after arriving here. Klein pulled up Eric, who was almost frozen. That was Dialock just now. It's very powerful. Not an ordinary 5th level monster. Lilith also felt the extraordinariness of this Articuno. Sorry for the 3-headed snake they dealt with in the lake before. Articuno is not on the same level at all. Klein didn't say anything. He began to carefully examine the body of a troll. Finally, he found some purple crystals on the skin outside the heart of the troll, which were exactly the same as those on Articuno. What is this? I don't know. Becky, go and see if there are similar things on the other ones. Yes. After receiving Klein's order, Becky immediately turned around and checked the situation of other snow trolls. Just as Klein had expected before, there are some purple crystals in the heart of these snow trolls. The thinner snow trolls will have fewer, and the stronger ones will have more. Klein, did you find anything? Klein nodded and expressed his judgment. This purple crystal should be the crystal of void energy. Cold Crow Dialock's body is full of this crystal. The void energy gave it very powerful strength, and also caused its body to mutate. I don't know what it was contaminated by, but it hasn't died at this level, which can only mean that it has assimilated into the void creatures. These snow trolls should have been enslaved by Dialock using void energy. Although it is not a clever method, it does work. These snow trolls are in a state of malnutrition, which means that they have not been foraging for a long time. This crude form of slavery cannot accept detailed orders. So after these snow trolls received Dialock's order to attack us, their first reaction was to snatch our food instead of attacking our bodies. Hearing Klein's analysis, the other people were all shocked, and the previous sense of ease was gone. With Klein and Lilith present at the same time, they used strategies to divert the attention of several people, and then attacked Eric. The whole process was smooth. If they didn't have a fire mage like Klein, or if Eric himself was weaker, he would have become an ice sculpture at this time. A cold crow that can use strategies. It's really scary. Eric, who had recovered, took a sip of strong liquor. The spicy liquor could keep him calm. Joe and Becky also nodded to each other. Unlike the previous ambush of Fakis, they defeated Fakis with the help of the right time, place and people. The environment was set up in advance. And Agatha's sneak attack made Fakis fall under the effect of the magic spirit, which perfectly killed Fakis. But Dialogue is different. The top of the world is the opponent's home court, under the ice and snow. The opponent's ability has been greatly increased, and the mobility is extremely high. He can also enslave other magic beasts. The main body is extremely powerful. Such an opponent is really difficult to deal with. What should I do now, Klein? After thinking for a while, Klein slowly said, Dialogue already knows our existence. The environment here is too favorable for it. It can easily observe our whereabouts. But we have no way to track it. The idea of setting a trap cannot be achieved at all. Therefore, our goal remains unchanged. We will first reach the summit of Alleluia, rest there, and then consider a new battle plan. Yes. Klein's voice was loud because when he looked at Dialogue, an idea came to his mind. He thought that Dialogue might be able to understand what they said. So he directly said his purpose of climbing to the summit of Alleluia, just to let Dialogue hear it. If Dialogue wanted to attack them, with the intelligence of this mutant Cold Crow, he would definitely attack at the most difficult position during the climbing process. At that time, it would be Klein's chance to fight back. Without wasting too much time, the 5 people started climbing again. And behind the ice wall on the other hill, Dialogue was looking at Klein and his group coldly. Klein's attack just now made it feel dangerous, so it retreated. However, these people also aroused its interest. As a top-level 5th-level monster, even if it faces many super-level monsters, even if it cannot defeat them, it has the capital to escape. After entrenching in the top of the world for many years, Dialogue has not encountered anything that interests it for a long time. It tilted its head and thought about how to kill Klein and his group. Its eyes first looked at Eric, then looked at Joe, and finally locked on Becky, then jumped forward and flew to the snowy mountain. Chapter 332, Calm Flame Explosion After Intrigue. When they reached the top of the world, Klein and his group's climbing method was still quite exaggerated. Klein stretched out his bone blade, turned into a spider-like form, and climbed up the snowy mountain, then stretched out more bone hands to grab the other people. Among these people, he was the strongest and his magic power recovered quickly. Using the bone blade in this way, the magic power consumption was basically the same as his magic power recovery speed, which was a relatively fast and effective way to climb the mountain. He did not deliberately wait for the Cold Crow Dialogue to appear. If Dialogue did not attack them, it would be a better choice for them to safely climb Alleluia, because there was a dragonborn barrier on Alleluia. Even the Cold Crow could not get in. They could rest well on it, and have a safe base to think about how to deal with Dialogue. After the group climbed for a while, the mountain wall began to become steeper. Eric suddenly whispered, Klein, that thing seems to be following us. Dialogue obviously didn't want the group to reach the top so easily. It would be best to cause some trouble to Klein and his team, and cause some casualties. Hearing Eric's voice, Klein did not stop, but responded calmly, I feel it. Do you need to take the initiative to attack? No. It's too high here. Once you fall down, it will be very troublesome. It's not suitable for active attack. Lilith nodded and gave up the plan to take the initiative to attack Dialogue. The Cold Crow flew around the top of the world. Every time it circled, it had a chance to get close to Klein and his team. But it never stopped to attack Klein and his team. Klein and his companions came to a huge ice wall. Klein knew that this was the foot of Alleluia, and the road ahead was the most difficult to walk. Tens of thousands of feet, a vertical ice wall of nearly 90 degrees, is an insurmountable ladder even for many professionals. Klein looked at the ice wall in front of him and had a guess in his mind that if Dialogue really wanted to attack them, it must be here. This is almost the top of Alleluia. It is not easy to go down, and it is too difficult to go up. It is the most ideal place to attack. However, Klein did not stop. He did not want to give Dialogue time to think. He wanted to lure multiple attacks. Hold on tight. I'll take you up. As he said that, Klein relied on the dozen bone blades, like spider legs, to quickly crawl on the ice wall. Just when Klein had just led 5 people to climb up a few hundred feet, the Cold Crow Dialogue finally couldn't hold it back. It couldn't bear to watch Klein and his companions go up like this. So it sprayed a mouthful of freezing ray. Ah! Bang! The freezing ray changed the structure of the ice wall, adding some ice surface and destroying the ice pillars that Klein used to climb, causing the ice pillars that Klein used to fix his body to break. The power of the freezing ray was too great, and Klein could not ignore this attack, let alone the others. He could only extend a flame shield to slightly resist the freezing ray and slide down the ice wall. After all, it was a 5th level super monster. Even he could not fight Dialogue with 4 people. The 5 people could only stand at the foot of the ice wall again, looking at the peak in front of them in a dilemma, seeing Klein and his men sliding down the ice wall. And there was no good way to get up. It seemed that they were stuck on the mountain wall. Dialogue was a little excited. "Quack!" shouted. It felt like it was mocking Klein and his men for being stupid. And Klein was not the only one who heard it. "Is it mocking us?" Lilith raised her eyebrows. Her temper was not very good. "This guy is too human," Eric said with some dissatisfaction. "This kind of highly intelligent monster, with the advantage of terrain, is really annoying." Humanization? Klein looked at this clever cold crow and listened to Eric talking about the humanization of magic beasts. He suddenly thought of something, or got some inspiration. He whispered, "I don't know if the secret potion of spiritual language has any effect on my magic beasts in the bottle. If it does, it can indeed create a humanized magic beast group. Forget it. Now is not the time to consider these things. The most urgent thing is to deal with Dialogue." Klein looked at Eric and the others, and then looked at the hovering Dialogue. He guessed that Dialogue should have chosen one of the 3 of Eric as the target. Just like the first sneak attack, the attacker was Eric. Eric has the protection of the true word shield. It has tried it, and it is likely that it will not try to attack again. When Joe resisted the avalanche, he used the form of the King of Decay. The King of Decay has amazing defense. Even if it faces the freezing ray, it can withstand it. It is definitely not the first choice of Dialogue. Since Eric and Joe are both unlikely, the only one left is Becky. According to the cunning character of this cold crow, the first targets it will attack will definitely not be him and Lilith, who are at the 4th level. This cold crow wants us to climb separately, so that it will have the opportunity to attack you or even kill you. Eric was shocked when he heard it. He had tasted the power of the cold crow before. "What are you talking about?" "Klein, you have to protect me. If I die, Xianhua will become a widow." Klein glanced at him. "If you die, Xianhua may be sad for a while, but when her sadness is over, she will most likely find another." However, he did not say this clearly. It is not a good boss to discourage employees. If I still lead you to climb, it will definitely block you in various ways. In this environment, I can't fight back against it effectively with you. So this time, we have to separate and climb up with our own abilities. Isn't that dangerous? Can we not go?" Eric said first. Joe on the side also showed some worry. Although his strength is still good, if he faces the cold crow Dialogue alone, he has no chance of winning. Only Becky was expressionless. She had few thoughts, and was lacking in personal emotions. Lilith glanced at Eric and the others and frowned slightly. Her strength was definitely no problem. But this way of acting might be dangerous for Eric and the other 2. "You want to lure it to attack?" Klein nodded and admitted it. "Yes. If it drags on like this, it will never end. If it drags on here, it will not be in line with our original intention of coming here. I need you to give me a chance to attack. Just once." "Becky." Becky responded immediately. "I'm here, sir. This time, its target is likely to be you." Becky's face was calm, and there was no sign of any disturbance. "I know. I will create an opportunity for you to attack. Okay. Let's get ready to climb the mountain. If I fight it at that time, don't be distracted. Climb to Alleluia to rest first." Lilith nodded and began to prepare for a new climb. Joe activated the same spider form as Klein, while Eric turned into blood mist and stuck to the ice wall and floated upward. Lilith can use fighting spirit to recoil and run vertically on the ice wall at a very fast speed. Only melee professions like Becky can only use melee weapons, nail to the ice wall, and move upward. Only this time their actions were very smooth. After climbing for a long time, Dialogue did not make a move, as if he had left. "We are almost at the top. Klein, why didn't it attack?" Klein looked at Alleluia, who was close at hand, and smiled. "Don't worry. When you feel that you are about to succeed, you will be hit again. This kind of hit is the most fatal." Just as Klein said, Dialogue did not leave. It has been following Klein and his group. It is waiting for Klein and his group to climb to a higher place before attacking. The higher the position, the worse these people will fall, and the happier it will be. Just when Klein and his group were less than 1,000 feet away from the top, Dialogue appeared again. Ah! And this time, it released not the freezing ray, but the void energy ray. The solid ice wall was cut by the purple void energy and broke instantly. Eric saw the void ray sweeping over and screamed, "Klein, you guessed wrong. Its target is obviously me." However, Klein did not change his attitude because of Eric's shouting. This distance was not enough. He needed Cold Crow to get closer. Seeing that Klein did not come to help him, Eric was somewhat helpless. He could only solidify his body completely and jump to avoid the void ray. Eric, who avoided the void ray, did not stop there, but condensed a large amount of blood and released a blood bead flying towards Dialogue. "Die for me." Dialogue looked at Eric with contempt. Although the power of the blood bead was not bad, its attack speed was too slow. In such an environment, he could not even touch Dialogue's tail. Just as Klein expected, Dialogue decisively gave up Eric, turned his head to approach Becky, and the freezing ray burst out. Ah! Becky, who had been crawling slowly, suddenly felt threatened. She pressed one hand on the ice wall and held the axe of destruction in the other. After thinking about the possibility of blocking the freezing ray, Becky split the ice wall in front of her with an axe and hid inside. Although the freezing ray sealed the gap, the ice that spread inward did not freeze Becky to death, but only froze her mechanical arm. Dialogue, who failed in the attack, was about to leave, but Klein seized this opportunity. Close enough. Klein immediately used a dozen bone blades to rebound into the sky, summoned Tiny Flying Pig in the sky, and then stepped on the back of Tiny Flying Pig and flew a distance again. The hot and powerful energy was instantly completed in his hands, and his palm was aimed at Dialogue. Calm and relaxed, energy-saving casting. Fire explosion. Chapter 333. The two women met again. When Dialogue attacked Becky, Klein's fire explosion with more than 1,000 magic points also decisively attacked. Boom! The fire explosion with 1,000 magic points exploded in the valley at the top of the world, and the blazing flames and impact force instantly engulfed Dialogue. Dialogue screamed as he was engulfed by the flames, and the fierce impact force directly knocked him unconscious. The huge explosion caused by the fire explosion spread in the valley, like the echo of doomsday, and it could not stop for a long time, because the power of the fire explosion with 1,000 magic points was too great, and it caused a very strong response in the empty valley. The next situation was an unprecedented supergiant avalanche. Boom! Seeing Klein and Dialogue falling down the cliff together, this scene seemed like a hero who died together with the monster. Joe asked Lilith hesitantly, "Captain, are we going to find my brother?" Lilith looked at Klein falling off the cliff. It would be a lie to say that she was not worried, but she had to follow Klein's orders. If she did not take the lead, others would definitely hesitate. If everyone hesitated about Klein's orders for a long time, Klein's prestige in the team would decline. Moreover, Lilith knew very well that with Klein's current defense, the height was no longer meaningful to him. As long as he was atomized a moment before landing, he would not be hurt. "No," as he said before, "we will continue to climb up." "Yes," the other three said in unison. It wasn't far away, and after hearing Lilith speak, they continued to climb towards the top of the mountain. In the valley, Klein and Dialogue fell rapidly together. If he wanted to kill Dialogue, he could just cast another large fire explosion now. But he didn't want a corpse. He wanted Dialogue's body. A 5th level mutated flying monster. Just thinking about it makes people droop. Klein gradually approached Dialogue while falling. In this case, he had no way to absorb the synthesizer. Klein could only slowly stretch out his palm and suddenly grasp it with the power of arcane. ZZ! The strong arcane energy immediately left a deep mark on one of Dialogue's legs. Dialogue, who was eroded by the arcane energy, woke up immediately in pain. It immediately realized that it was falling. If it fell to the ground at this height, even if it was a 5th level monster, it would be half dead. It had to save itself. There was no time to care about what Klein did to it. Dialogue fluttered his almost broken body and twisted forcefully in midair. As if sensing the defects of Dialogue's body, more void energy emerged from the void crystals on Dialogue's body. These void energy crystals quickly made up for Dialogue's body that was blown up, allowing it to regain the ability to fly. But during this process, Dialogue itself seemed to be in great pain. It howled miserably, stared at the void crystals on its body with resentful eyes, and flew into the sky again. Seeing Dialot being eroded by the void, Klein was thoughtful. It seemed that this cold crow had an unusual story. I just don't know where these void energy crystals came from. Klein looked at the ground getting closer and closer, and spread his hands helplessly. Oh! I have to fall again. But fortunately I am awake this time, otherwise I will fall half to death again. Just when Klein was about to land, his body instantly turned into a black mist. But the speed was too bad, and the black mist fell to the ground and scattered for a long time before it gathered again. Everything was going on silently. With the mist form, Klein had a huge advantage in dealing with physical attacks. It's okay at this height. It seems that height has no meaning for me. My current weakness should be that I can only fly. Klein brushed off the snow on his body, looked at the mountain in front of him, and sighed. Oh, I have to climb again. It's hard to stand. On the other side, Lilith and others finally came to Alleluia. The four of them just passed through the Dragonborn barrier and stopped, feeling the magic of this place. This is the place where the legendary Dragonborn exists. It's been thousands of years, and the barrier is still there. Joe touched the stone bench beside him. Although it was a little old, it seemed that it had not been eroded by wind and frost at all, and it felt full of vitality. They began to disperse and explore this place that belonged to the Dragonborn. Like Klein at the beginning, everything here was very novel to them. After all, it was incredible to build a place like this village at the top of the world. Alleluia. It's really a paradise. But should we wait for Klein here? Eric asked. Lilith took out the communicator. Klein's communicator was connected, but the signal was very poor, probably because of the barrier and the interference of wind and snow. Just as Lilith was about to walk out of the barrier and try to contact Klein, Eric yelled again, "Fuck, there are 2 tombstones here, and they look newly erected." Becky also saw the tombstones here. She picked up the flowers in front of the tombstones and put them in front of her nose to smell them. Fresh flowers. Someone has been here, and it has just been here. When Becky said this, Joe and Eric became alert instantly. Someone, it is not clear whether it is an enemy or a friend, so we have to prepare. Lilith also walked to the tombstone. The epitaph was very simple. Dis of Apocalypse. Jill Apocalypse. Apocalypse. Seeing this surname, Lilith narrowed her eyes slightly, and she immediately thought of the woman who had a fight in the suburbs of the imperial capital. My last name is Apocalypse, not Platini, Dragonborn. There is only one living Dragonborn left. Agatha Apocalypse. Lilith has already guessed why Klein came to the Dragonborn ruins. Klein and Agatha are very familiar with each other. They should have come to this place together. And looking at this tombstone, it is likely that they are each other's family members. Most likely Agatha's parents. Lilith did not do anything embarrassing like destroying the tombstone. This was not in line with her character. She just looked at the flowers on the tombstone quietly and said slowly, "Last time." She ran away. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence this time. Becky and the others looked at Lilith, who was talking to herself with some surprise, and said, "Do you know the people here?" Lilith nodded casually, "Yes. Not only do I know them, but the relationship is also very bad." "Uh-huh. It's more than bad. My uncle was almost killed by you. Shouldn't it be a life and death battle? Don't you think so, Miss Lilith?" Suddenly, a voice came from the direction of the Dragonborn Hall, and Agatha walked out slowly and stood in front of Lilith and the other 3. With the ruins key and the Dragonborn bloodline, she can enter and exit the Dragon ruins at will, because the environment in the Dragonborn ruins is almost constant. The body of the crystal dragon has not rotted. Now that Klein is gone, although the most essential part of such a legendary dragon's body has been lost, the dragon meat and some dry dragon blood still exist, which are the nutrients for Agatha to continue to grow stronger. Not only that, the dragon soul in the innermost part of the ruins has not been used up. She can rely on the dragon soul to quickly improve her dragon roar power. This is the confidence that Agatha dares to stand directly in front of Lilith now. At this time, Becky and Eric also reacted. Agatha Protini? Lilith had just broken through, and she was now 100% sure that she could crush Agatha. "You dare to walk directly in front of me. You are quite arrogant, little lizard." Faced with Lilith's provocation, Agatha did not give in at all. "I should say this to you, right? This is the place of the Dragonborn. My hometown. You came here without my permission, right?" "Humph. You are so stubborn. As Lilith said this, she took out the Soul Reaper. Seeing that Lilith was going to fight, the others immediately entered a state of combat readiness. Looking at the other companions who wanted to help, Lilith hesitated in her heart and said, "Don't move. I will deal with her myself." Haha. Arrogant woman, last time I had the upper hand. If Klein hadn't come, you would have been turned into an ice sculpture. Lilith smiled and said nothing. The reason she didn't let others take action was that she was not sure whether Agatha would be useful to Klein. If she was useful, she didn't care. It was inappropriate for other teams to offend her. But this didn't prevent her from beating Agatha up now. Lilith came to Agatha in a blink of an eye and chopped Agatha's mana shield with a sickle. At this time, Lilith had been promoted to the 4th level, and her strength was much greater than before. After one blow, Agatha's mana shield could not bear it and shattered. It's only been a short time. How come this green-haired mana is so much stronger than last time? Agatha suppressed her fear and spewed out the ice dragon roar while retreating. Ice sand filled the air. Lilith, who knew this move was powerful, jumped up immediately. The ice sand also froze in an instant, completely freezing the entire ground. Lilith knew the power of this ice dragon roar. Characteristics: if you step on it, the magic of frost will immediately penetrate into your body, which is very troublesome. However, she has reached the 4th level. Relying on the recoil of fighting spirit, she can already walk in the air for a short time, and the effect of the frost dragon roar on her has been greatly reduced. Bang! 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 Looking at Lilith stepping on the air and running in the air, Agatha widened her eyes. Fighting spirit recoil? You are the 4th level? How can you be faster than me? Agatha always felt that she was the first among her peers. Until Klein appeared, she lowered her position a little and put it in the 2nd place. However, Klein is special and cannot be copied, so she used to maintain strong self-confidence in front of others. But now there is another peer who has surpassed her in strength. And this person is Klein's woman, who is considered her rival in love, which makes Agatha's confidence collapse a little. Chapter 334 Collective Mounts. Looking at the surprised Agatha, Lilith's mouth curled up slightly. She was very satisfied with her current state. Naive guy, you are still to be surprised. In Agatha's sight, Lilith's figure suddenly disappeared, and appeared beside her in an instant, as if she had the ability to travel through time and space. But there was no fluctuation in space. The Soul Reaper in Lilith's hand was obviously not an ordinary weapon. With such a sickle, she would be half dead if not dead. Flash. Agatha forced a space move, but the flash consumed too much magic power, and was not suitable for use in battle. Fuss Loda. The dragon roar of the unremovable force gushed out. But Agatha's movements were too slow in Lilith's eyes at this time. Even Klein had to defend and counterattack when facing Lilith. Not to mention Agatha, who was still at 3rd level. The code of order covered Lilith's whole body. She easily dodged the impact of the power of immortality, and put away the soul harvester. She wanted to get rid of Agatha at once, but she didn't really want to kill her. At this time, Klein, who had been climbing for a long time, finally climbed to Alleluia. He had just used the calmness to instantly cast a 1000 mana fire explosion, and also used the arcane mark and arcane grip. After such continuous actions, even he felt a little tired. He was ready to take a good rest after reaching Alleluia. In the barrier, Lilith, who was about to use Shadow Escape, felt the movement behind her, and Agatha's power of immortality happened to pass through the barrier. Lilith was startled, and thought it was not good. She immediately turned around and shouted to Klein, "Be careful!" The dragonborn barrier blocked the sound, and Klein didn't know what Lilith was saying to him. He just said in confusion, "Ah!" Klein, who had just climbed to the top of the mountain, had not had time to observe the situation on the top of the mountain before the unrelieved force hit him and blew him away. Klein, who was floating in the air, was stunned and subconsciously stretched out a long bone hand. He wanted to try to grab the edge of the cliff to see if he could climb back, but there was no way. The bone hand was still about 50 nanofeet short of its longest state. He could only watch himself fall from the air again, falling quickly into the valley at the top of the world again. Klein looked at Lilith and Agatha, who were looking at her on the cliff, and he suddenly felt a sense of despair. I have a dirty word that I don't know if I should say. After Klein fell from the mountain, Lilith and Agatha also stopped at the same time. Eric and the other two looked a little strange. They also noticed the strangeness between Lilith and Agatha, and each of them had their own thoughts. With a wife as fierce as Lilith, Klein dared to have an affair. He is really a role model for our generation. If the leader is like this, then I should be fine if I go to the club behind Chihuahua's back? This is Eric's idea. What is the difference between me and my brother? Why don't women like this fight for me? I am also an ancient relic. Am I not worthy? What is the difference? Can't figure it out. This is Joe's idea. Is this the world of the strong? This is Becky's idea. Lilith remained silent. And Agatha's face was also a little ugly. She glanced at Lilith and Joe and said slowly, I didn't mean it. Lilith added a stab to her expressionlessly. You set the wave. I don't know anything else. Agatha froze. I didn't want to hit him. I wanted to hit you. It's all your fault for hiding. You set the wave. You provoked me first. You set the wave. Lilith said the same thing. Agatha was a little helpless. You don't know anything else except this sentence? Can you change the sentence? Lilith thought for 3 seconds and said calmly, I already know that you can't beat me. Hearing Lilith say this, Agatha's face became even uglier. And this time, Lilith was telling the truth. Change the sentence. You set the wave. Since no one was going to fight, several people also rested. After a while, Klein finally climbed up from the cliff with a dark face. He looked at Lilith, then at Agatha, and had a rough guess about the situation just now. Now Lilith and he have both been promoted to the 4th level. This breakthrough condition is not available to ordinary people. So Klein knows that Agatha is basically no match for Lilith. He also understands Lilith's personality, since she knows that she can definitely win against Agatha. Her psychological pressure will be reduced. Her sense of security will be improved. And she will not be easily angry. So Lilith is at least stable. He looked at Lilith and said slowly, Are you done? Are you comfortable? Lilith blinked. Yeah. Agatha is my current ally. Don't do it next time. Lilith blinked again. Ah. Although Agatha knew that Klein was speaking for her. Why did she feel so uncomfortable? This feeling was like they were a couple, and she was an outsider. Klein turned his head and looked at Agatha with a bad face. This woman actually made a scene at him. If there weren't so many people, he would have taken out his extremely hard French bread. What a pity! What are you doing here? Agatha suddenly felt a little aggrieved. This was obviously her home. She had to report back to her own home. She pointed to the tombstone beside her and said, I built a tomb for my parents. This time I came back to visit the tomb. Klein turned his head and glanced at the tomb of Agatha's parents. The flowers on it were still fresh. Hearing this reason, his eyes softened a little. But even if he was gentle, Klein would never be soft-hearted when it came to taking things that needed to be taken. Then, you should have gone back to the ruins. Right? Ruins? Lilith and the others glanced at Klein. Agatha immediately had a bad feeling. Klein was the kind of person who would not release the eagle until he saw the rabbit. He was extremely corrupt. Looking at his expression, it was not a good thing. Going back? What for? Agatha did not deny it, because she knew that even if she denied it, Klein would force her to go back. Where is the dragon meat? We are very tired coming here and need to rest. Take out some to eat so that we can recover. Dragon meat? The eyes of Lilith and the other 4 were bright. This was an unexpected harvest. At this time, the 5 people had surrounded Agatha. Even if Agatha wanted to run now, it was too late. How much do you want? Klein glanced at Lilith. Among the people here, Lilith had the biggest appetite. We have a small appetite. 3 to 5 tons is enough. 3-5 tons is called a small appetite? You are going too far. But Agatha did not refuse. She obeyed and took out a lot of dragon meat. And the dragon meat was still fresh. This dragon meat is actually fresh. Eric on the side was a little shocked. He was most sensitive to living substances. Klein nodded. Under the Dragonborn Hall, there is an ancient ruins exclusive to the Dragonborn. She and I killed a legendary dragon in it. The ruins can keep the environment constant. These dragon meats belong to that legendary dragon. Okay. Just this meal. After all, it's someone else's stuff. We can't go too far. Klein felt very satisfied with Agatha's obedience. It was also because of Agatha's obedience that he didn't want to go too far. Dragon meat is just nutritious meat for them. But for Agatha, it is a quick way to improve her strength. He is still thinking about making Agatha a little man in a bottle. So he can't take too much. Legendary dragon. The meaning of the few people tasting the legendary dragon is that there is no legendary level in their level memory. However, it is enough for them to know that Klein is seeking benefits for them. And there is no need to say too much. That night, the group rested in Alleluia. There is a 1,000-year-old dragon barrier here. Under normal circumstances, no magic beast can enter. Not to mention that Dialogue is seriously injured now. Klein lit a bonfire and cooked dragon meat dishes. His flame consumes magic power. So even in a place like the top of the world, it can still burn vigorously. Sitting by the campfire, Lilith occasionally interacted with Klein, asking him to try this and see if it was delicious. This was for you to eat. It was so disgusting. Eric and the other two on the side were silent. They knew that Lilith usually ate voraciously and would never do this. It was obvious that she was just showing off to others. Agatha was also disgusting. She felt that the dragon meat in her hand was not fragrant anymore. But there was nothing she could do. She could only eat silently. Klein was in a good mood because his battle plan could be optimized a lot with Agatha here. After all, she could fly and could take him and Lilith to fly together. Not willing? No. If you don't want to, just fight until you are willing. After eating, Klein said to Agatha, Agatha, join us tomorrow. Agatha really wanted to ask if she could not go. But she was a little afraid of Klein. If he beat her in front of so many people, it would be too embarrassing. As the last Dragonborn, she couldn't afford to lose this person. So, she said very firmly, okay, I'll follow your arrangement. At this point, even Becky, who usually doesn't talk much, paused. Did you agree? Where is your arrogance just now, as a Dragonborn? How can you be so cowardly, after eating? Everyone found their own rooms to sleep. There were houses here, so there was no need to set up tents outside. Klein and Lilith naturally slept together, and everyone agreed to this. The next day, a group of people stood at the edge of the Alleluia barrier and made their own preparations. Klein directly held the light of the brilliant moon in his hand, turned his head and asked Agatha, "Can I turn into a giant dragon?" Looking at Klein's serious expression, Agatha knew that now was not the time to refuse. Okay. Klein nodded. I'll show you the direction. You lead us there. Agatha leaped onto the roof of the Dragonborn Hall. Her body continued to expand, and soon, she turned into a giant dragon over 500 nanofeet long. The dragon head pointed at Klein and said, "Come up." Chapter 335 Skeleton Extension Powerful Form. Agatha led Klein and others to fly in the sky at the top of the world. But they could not see the scenery under their feet, because according to Klein's request, Agatha has been constantly increasing her altitude and flying above the clouds. In this way, they can use the clouds to reduce the chance of being discovered by Dialogue in advance. Left. Klein pointed to the left, and Agatha flew to the left. It must be said that the feeling of flying is really wonderful. Standing in the sky, there is a feeling of looking down on everything. So this time Klein must catch Dialogue no matter what, because Klein already had experience fighting with Dialogue. He also made a simple arrangement of the battle plan. Only he, Lilith, and Agatha participated in the main battle. Eric assisted. Joe was a long-range fighter, and Becky played a supporting role. After flying for a while, Klein raised his right hand. The position is almost there. Wait a moment. After hearing Klein's instructions, Agatha began to hover above the clouds, waiting for Klein's final order. Klein closed his eyes at this time. Good. The other party did not move. He wanted to completely lock Dialogue's position. Agatha. Dive. Yes. The dragon broke through the clouds, and the wind and blizzard hit everyone again. But the scene in front of them surprised Klein and his friends. Void energy crystals. Void energy crystals all over the mountain. This mountain seemed to be corrupted by the void. Klein. Bugs. Lilith had just reminded. And a large number of flying bugs had swarmed out and rushed straight to Agatha. A breath of void energy flashed by, and more than a dozen purple beams of light shot towards Agatha. These were attacks launched by some void bugs that flew like mosquitoes with their wings vibrating quickly. Agatha, who maintained her dragon form, was not flexible. She couldn't dodge such attacks even if she wanted to. For a moment, she was in a dilemma. Klein also felt Agatha's dilemma. As the leader of the team, he had to stand up now. Don't panic. I'll resist these attacks. You fly. Listening to Klein's words, Agatha inexplicably gained confidence. She didn't know where this trust came from. She just nodded and said, Okay. Klein placed his palm on Agatha's body, and a layer of shadow energy began to cover her body. Then, a very amazing scene happened. relying on the power of shadow. Klein's skeleton began to spread and grow on Agatha's body. These skeletons were like hard giant armor, until the skeleton armor completely wrapped Agatha. This growth slowly stopped. Joe, who was also a skeleton extension mage, looked at his feet in horror. This ability to use skeleton extension to armor others was too outrageous. Brother, what is your ability? Klein did not answer Joe immediately, but continuously injected magic power into Agatha's skin. The shadow flame instantly ignited the bone dragon. Agatha was covered in black flames, like a dragon descending from the sky. A new skeleton extension plan that I had thought of before. Skeleton extension exoskeleton powerful form. Joe smacked his lips twice. Okay, you are an electron in a while. And the skeleton extension, which was originally a very common ancient ability, is almost played out. After being dressed by Klein, Agatha easily blocked the energy pulse of the void bugs and rushed towards the swarm of bugs without any hesitation. Wearing skeleton armor and shadow flames, Agatha rushed through the swarm of bugs, ignoring all attacks. These are just ordinary void bugs. 1, 2, 3 levels. But once these bugs are touched by Agatha, they are either directly smashed or ignited by the shadow flames on her body. Agatha opened her mouth towards the dense swarm of bugs below, and strong energy began to gather in her mouth. 0. Boom! The dragon roar in the form of a giant dragon is even more powerful, and the blue energy impact evaporates all the bugs in front of them in an instant. The feeling of looking down on others makes Agatha extremely happy. For the first time, she had a feeling that she was still working hard. She might as well just follow Klein in the future. In this way, Agatha led Klein and his party to the top of the mountain. On the mountain, Agatha released the dragon form, and the skeleton extension and shadow flame were also taken back into Klein's body. Agatha looked at Klein with some regrets. The powerful form just now really made people feel unprecedentedly powerful. It was a kind of power that made people fascinated. She couldn't help but admire. I didn't expect that you had the ability to assist others. Klein shrugged. You and I have only cooperated a few times, and I have played assist more than once or twice. My assist ability has always been strong, and you will slowly discover it in the future. Others also jumped down and stood steadily in front of the nest full of void energy crystals. Void bugs kept crawling out from the surroundings and harassing them, looking at the cave in front of him, and then glancing at the direction where the bugs were crawling. Klein said to Lilith, "These bugs are not strong. You take them to clean them up, leaving the void energy crystals and intact corpses as money, and I will go to catch Dialogue." Lilith frowned slightly. "You go alone? We don't know how dangerous these are, or I will accompany you." Klein shook his head. "No. If you leave, no one can suppress her here. In addition, these bugs are obviously not naturally generated. You have to find the void nest here. If you really find it, try to wait for me to come back to deal with it. If it's too late, just destroy it directly. As for Dialogue, I can solve it myself. Don't worry." Lilith nodded. She also knew the problem that Klein said. Agatha's strength is still very strong. If she and Klein are not there, then Eric and the other three can't suppress Agatha at all. Okay. Be careful. Lilith led the others to start cleaning up the bugs on the top of the mountain. Although there were many bugs, there were no particularly strong ones. Some large-scale bugs did not even reach the first level. They were just low-level monsters. The group cleaned them up very quickly. Klein simply took a few glances at the battle situation and walked towards the cave of Cold Crow Dialogue. This flying monster will build its nest in a very high cave, and their nests usually have 2 holes, one for a straight flight and one for a corner. As soon as Klein entered the cave, the first thing that caught his eye was the glowing void energy stone. Although these void energy crystals have some value, he has no time to collect them now. For him, nothing is more important than catching Dialogue. The deeper Klein went, the deeper he found the cave was. Fortunately, after walking for a while, he finally saw his target, the Cold Crow Dialogue. At this time, Dialogue was lying on a huge void energy crystal. The void energy quickly nourished his body, making his body stronger and bigger than before. Its eyes had lost their previous cunning and sharpness, replaced by a sense of confusion and chaos. It seemed that although the void energy healed its injuries, it also polluted its will. Suddenly, several void bugs drilled out of the energy crystal and opened their mouths to bite Dialogue. Dialogue flapped his wings disdainfully, and the wind blade crushed the bugs into pieces in an instant. Klein's mouth corners slightly curled up. After absorbing a large amount of void energy, Dialogue seemed to have become stronger than before. He nodded with satisfaction. The stronger he is, the better. The stronger he is, the more likely he is to produce an A-level or even S-level bottle. If he can produce a 5th level S-level bottle, or a flying bottle, then his overall strength will rise to a point where he is no longer afraid of any 5th level master. Klein's body gradually turned into mist, and he gradually drifted towards Dialogue along the shadows in the cave. Although Dialogue's will was chaotic, it was a top-level 5th level monster after all, and its perception ability was still amazing. Klein's approach finally made it react. It glanced casually in Klein's direction, with a confused look in its eyes. What is this? A ball of black smoke. As the black fog got closer and closer, Dialogue's eyes gradually became clear. The black fog was the enemy. It suddenly opened its mouth and sprayed a ray of void energy towards Klein. Klein immediately materialized, activated his wear-resistant physique, used 2 shields to resist Dialogue, and rushed over. Dialogue looked at Klein and suddenly woke up. The human in front of him was the one who almost killed him with a fire spell. Want to fight such a dangerous human? No. If you can't beat him, you have to run. Dialogue's last bit of rationality made it make the most cowardly judgment. It spread its wings and was about to fly into the sky. But since Klein had already come here, how could he let it go? Klein stretched out his palm, and the arcane resonance was instantly activated. All kinds of magic power floating around Dialogue were instantly transformed into arcane energy by Klein. Even the surrounding void energy was no exception. Arcane grip. The invisible big hand that was exactly the same as Esmond grabbed Dialogue's wings. And Klein's other hand was not idle either. The light of the brilliant moon had begun to extend and stretch directly towards Dialogue's wings. Once this bird-like monster lost the ability to fly, its combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced. Klein only needed Dialogue, and he didn't care whether he was disabled or not. Accompanying the light of the brilliant moon were the dozen bone blades on Klein's body. Dialogue had been caught by the arcane energy, and the bone blades entangled Dialogue without any hindrance, and then extended more bone blades and pierced its body. Puff! The light of the brilliant moon instantly pierced Dialogue's wings. Klein did not use the shadow flame this time, but transmitted a large amount of flame power. After all, Dialogue was a creature of the frost and void system, and the effect of the shadow power was far less effective than that of the flame. Chapter 336 The Corpse Discovered Unexpectedly. When the power of fire entered Dialogue's body along the light of the brilliant moon, the cold crow that had been combined with the void energy suddenly went crazy. Ah! It flapped its wings completely regardless of its injuries. The void energy sent waves and waves, which actually suppressed Klein's fire power, and was actually transmitted along the light of the brilliant moon. Klein frowned slightly. The void creatures outside didn't know what was going on. He didn't want to get hurt here, so he could only withdraw the brilliant moon and dispel the void energy contained in the sword. And Dialogue also took this opportunity to breathe and forcibly used the void energy to shatter the bones that pierced his body, broke free from the grip of the arcane, and flew into the sky. Klein knew that if he let the other party run away at this time, he would really fail. He immediately rushed up, stretched out his bone hand to grab Dialogue's claws, and followed the other party to fly into the sky. Ah! Lilith and the others who were cleaning up the bugs in an orderly manner heard Dialogue's roar, and immediately turned their heads to look at the sky. They also saw Klein, who was holding Dialogue's bird claws. They flew to the sky. Is it okay? Eric asked. Lilith picked up the dark sword and killed several bugs in front of her with one sword. Looking at the increasing number of void bugs, she had a feeling that they were not far from the source of these void creatures. Don't worry about him. Just take care of our business. Klein's business will be handled by himself. If he really fails, he will contact us. Agatha glanced at Lilith, her eyes full of complicated expressions. Lilith was calm and neat in her work, and her combat power was strong and stable. As a Death Knight, she was strong and could resist and fight. She was always on the front line when charging, which gave people a strong sense of security. She can still command when Klein is not around. She looks pretty except for her green hair. Such a woman is indeed a strong opponent. How can there be such a guy? It's so annoying, Agatha muttered. Her current battle is to look at the scenery while paddling, working without putting in any effort. Although the scenery here is not very good, she and Lilith are not familiar with each other, so they can't really cooperate. Speaking of cooperation, Agatha remembered the scene when she and Klein formed a powerful skeleton dragon just now. That form is called cooperation. Klein matches my shape perfectly. Sure enough, we are the most suitable. While Agatha was fantasizing about Klein, Klein had already grabbed Cold Crow and crossed the clouds again. At this time, the bones extending from Klein's palm had gradually wrapped around Dilok's legs. Dilok became more and more uneasy. It wanted to grab Klein with its claws frantically. But at this time, Klein would not show mercy. Holding the light of the brilliant moon in his hand, the power of the flame dyed the sword red. Klein swung the sword fiercely, and the fierce sword blade immediately cut off Dilok's other claw. Ah! Dilok, who was in unbearable pain, began to roll and spin between the clouds with Klein, trying to throw Klein off. But the bones extending from Klein's body had already pierced into Dilok's body. Not only that, more bones destroyed the remaining void energy crystals on Dilok's body bit by bit, and completely wrapped around his body. Dilok was very desperate, and could only let these spreading and growing bones wrap around his whole body until his eyes were covered. Klein did not break Dilok's wings. It was too high here. If he fell rashly, he was afraid that Dilok would be killed directly, which would be a loss. Now he needed to control Dilok and let him descend. After the Cold Crow landed, he would destroy the Synthesizer's will. Klein put his palm on Dilok's back, and the bone blade pierced its skin and wrapped around Dilok's spine. Threatening, "Go down now." Dilok, flying blindly, didn't listen to Klein at all. It was still frantically in and out of the clouds. Klein's mouth slightly cracked. Disobedience is because of not hitting enough. As long as you hit more, no matter what creature it is, it will be obedient. The bone blade in the palm of his hand tightened, and the bones wrapped around Dilok's spine also tightened. Dilok screamed in pain, and under Klein's power, he gradually stopped resisting. Very good. Go down, and talk about it after landing. The feeling of having its spine pinched was too painful. Although Dilok was very smart, its essence was still just a Cold Crow, and it didn't want to die. It found that after flying towards the ground, Klein no longer hurt itself. So Dilok gradually became obedient and carried Klein slowly towards the ground. Not long after, Klein and Dilok stopped beside an oasis in the sand. But they didn't know how far away from the top of the world they landed at this time. As soon as he landed, Klein immediately became ruthless, raised his sword and cut off Dilok's wings. What you say is empty. Only what you do is real. No matter how nice it sounds, no matter how beautiful it is, you still have to absorb Dilok in the end. Instead of wasting time using words to persuade him, it is more effective to solve it with violence. Ah! Dilok, whose wing was cut off, went crazy again. But Klein, who was well prepared, had already stabbed the light of the brilliant moon into its head. The power of shadow continuously entered Dilok's body and began to destroy the enemy's will. But what surprised Klein was that Dilok's will was not that strong. Maybe it was very cunning and smart, but when it did not absorb the void energy to mutate, it was just an ordinary Cold Crow of level 4. At most a little bigger. It was not Dilok who mainly resisted the invasion of Klein's will, but the void energy in its body. These void energies are quite pure, all in complete crystal form. It seems that the source is very high-end. It feels at least super grade, and it may even be higher. Klein muttered while dispelling the resistance of the void energy. Soon, the void energy, which had already been rootless water, finally dissipated under the erosion of Klein's shadow power, and Dilok's will was easily destroyed by Klein. This powerful and cunning Cold Crow was finally captured by Klein. Void Needant Cold Crow. Rank, 5th level. Level, A. Introduction, named the Bird of Dilok. It was born after a large amount of pure void power was fused. It has the dual energy of frost and void, and is smart and cunning. Finally got 2 5th level ones. Although one is C level, it doesn't have much impact. At least one A level will be produced. I just don't know how good its flying ability is. What is missing now is a 5th level native arcane. After the Holzvog incident, Klein's arcane energy crystals had all been used up. Now he couldn't take out a 5th level arcane energy crystal. Klein looked at the surrounding environment, thought about the time it would take him to walk back to the top of the world, and decisively chose to give up. Now he didn't know how far away from the top of the world was, and how long it would take to walk, so it would be more efficient to synthesize the bottle first and fly over when the time came. Klein turned on his synthesizer and started synthesizing arcane energy crystals. The 5th level arcane energy crystal consumed a lot of mana, But now, he already had more than 1,200 mana, plus the effect of multiple mana recovery items. So he had the confidence to directly synthesize an arcane energy crystal. Let's start with synthesizing arcane energy crystals. While Klein and the small crystal were together, Lilith and the others had cleared a large number of void bugs and came to a cave hidden in the glacier. There was no expected danger, nor was there any void nest. The only thing here besides the bugs was a human corpse. The corpse was wearing a regular Torilla military uniform, with his head down, and his face could not be seen clearly. His chest had been completely corroded by the void energy, and a large number of void bugs were born under the nourishment of the void energy, crawling in and out in front of this person. Lilith and Agatha looked at each other, and each saw the shock in each other's eyes. Eric, Joe, clean up the bugs? Yes. The two did not approach the corpse, but each released a long-range attack magic method, cleaning up the bugs on the corpse bit by bit, until Lilith took a few steps forward after cleaning it up, but still kept a distance and stopped. The emblem of the star. 3 stars. Is a general, Joe. Lift his head up. Okay. Joe slowly stretched out a bone hand and lifted the head of the Torilla general. A middle-aged man, although his face has been corroded by the void energy. But the powerful life essence of the superclass strongman's corpse can still roughly see his specific face. Lilith. Who is this guy? Looking at the face of this person, Lilith frowned slightly. She was in a group with Ing San before, and had a lot of information about the Empire, so she recognized this person's identity at a glance. This person is the general of the West Territory, the legendary swordsman who can cut through the sky, the Sun Chaser Nathaniel. After confirming that the other party was indeed dead, Lilith finally walked in front of Nathaniel and began to examine the body of this superclass strongman. She took out an ordinary iron sword and tried not to touch the body. The fatal injury is the big hole in his chest. He was not eroded by the void energy, but was penetrated by some kind of attack with void energy. The bones were all broken, and all the muscles were torn outward with the chest as the center point. It can be seen that he was attacked by the enemy head-on, not by sneak attack, to kill a long-known superclass strongman, the Imperial General, with a head-on attack. Nathaniel didn't even have a chance to fight back. This gap is a bit outrageous. Joe and Eric swallowed their saliva, and even Agatha on the side was a little surprised by the result. Although they are all so-called geniuses, they are still far away from the real superclass strongman. The Imperial General in front of them was killed by a single blow. How powerful is the person who killed him? Nathaniel's remaining vitality has merged with the void energy on his chest, which is why new void bugs are constantly breeding here. The one who killed her should be a king level 1. But I don't know if it's a human or a monster. Nathaniel was killed by an energy attack, so Lilith couldn't make an accurate judgment. After all, he was an Imperial General. Do we need to collect his body? Lilith shook her head. No. Don't make a rash decision on something that you can't judge right from wrong. Contact Klein first. Chapter 337 Level 5's Deathbird. Klein looked at the original arcane crystal in his hand with a smile, and finally got it done. Void mutated Cold Raven, Level 5A, plus 3-headed snake, Level 5C, plus original arcane crystal plus Klein's blood plus Klein's power shadow. Probability of obtaining a powerful creature. Small probability of obtaining a disaster creature. Extremely small probability of advancing. Extremely small probability of advancing. Level 5, and then advancing. Isn't that right? Klein didn't dare to dream too much, so he could only honestly click on the synthesizing. Please wait 600, 599, 598, quietly waiting for the passage of time. Klein's heart was full of expectations for the new level 5 bottle. You have obtained a disaster level creature, Deathbird in the bottle dialogue, S level. It's done. They are all birds. They should be able to fly. Klein looked at the attributes of the Deathbird nervously. Deathbird in bottle dialogue. Grade, magical weapon. Effect, break the bottle and release the Deathbird in the bottle. Level, level 5S level. Attributes, Klein's power dark. Miss power weak. Frost power. Introduction 1. A monster formed by the fusion of Void Cold Raven dialogue and the 3-headed snake. After being injected with Klein's blood and Klein's power, it has become an extremely terrifying disaster creature. Introduction 2. In addition to the power of shadow, it also has the weakened version of the Mist power in Klein's bloodline. In addition, it also retains the original frost ability of the Cold Raven. Klein clenched his fists excitedly. It can't be said that he has gone through a lot of hardships, at least for a long time before. He wanted to fly the magic beast but couldn't get it. This time, not only did he get a flying monster, but it was a 5th order S-level flying monster. And it also inherited some of his fog abilities, which was truly a top quality item in a bottle. Awesome. Klein released the death bird without saying anything. This was a black bird-shaped monster that was very similar to a crow, but it was much larger than a crow, and 2 to 3 times larger than a coal crow. Death bird dialogue. Not bad. Klein boarded the death bird, and the communicator rang. Klein, have you finished your business? Yes. It's done. Successful? Then I have to congratulate you. But we have a problem here, and you may need to come over to solve it. Lilith's tone was more serious, and Klein was slightly stunned. A problem? Tell me specifically what the situation is. We found the body of a general, and the body is fresh. Klein narrowed his eyes. Wait for me there. I'll be there soon. Klein stepped onto the death bird, patted its back, and said, Let's go and see what the general's body looks like. Ah! Dialogue's voice was still harsh and unpleasant. But after all, it was his pet. So Klein found this voice more pleasant than before. Flying into the sky. Dialogue's speed might be slower than Agatha in the form of a flying dragon, but it was more flexible than a dragon. With an attitude of trying, Klein covered Dialogue's entire body with the skeleton armor, because its size was much smaller than that of a giant dragon. The Dialogue in the form of the mighty suit is not as domineering as the mighty suit dragon. Instead, it looks a bit bulky, and does not seem to be suitable for this form. It seems that the mighty suit form still needs some large creatures to be more suitable. With the new idea of the skeleton extension exoskeleton form, Klein flew to the top of the world, overlooking the earth. And Klein's mood was infinitely beautiful. With a flying pet, Klein's ability to move has been greatly improved. After Lilith and others waited for a while, Klein had already arrived. Agatha looked at the dark big birds in the sky, and her heart was a little indescribable. This bird is actually a 5th level one. How did he do it? There are too many secrets on Klein. The more she contacts, the more incredible Agatha feels. The 5th level top level magic beast as a pet, or a flying magic beast, is a qualitative change in the improvement of combat power. Perhaps Klein now has the strength to face her Uncle Seth directly. After all, Seth's various undead summons are all ground-based, and pose no threat to Klein at all. Where is Nathaniel's body? Klein jumped off the death bird and said casually. Inside. Lilith pointed to the ice cave and walked in with Klein. The others stared at the death bird Dialogue. After Dialogue glanced at a few people, he retracted his gaze and closed his eyes to rest. In his opinion, these people were too weak. The arrogance of the death bird did not make Agatha and the others angry. They had no reason to be angry. The other party was a top-level 5th level magic beast. No matter where he was a big boss. There was indeed a big gap between them. Seeing that the dead bird ignored them, Agatha and the others followed Klein into the ice cave. Lilith led Klein to the corpse and briefly explained the cause of death according to the preliminary test. He was killed by the void energy, and then the energy and his flesh and blood merged, which caused the appearance of these void creatures. Klein nodded. It seemed that Dialogue had eaten a piece of Nathaniel's meat, which caused such a mutation. The energy in this corpse is very powerful. At least it should be caused by the king-level energy. This void crystal is too perfect, which can only mean that the other party's power quality is too high. Lilith nodded. Fortunately, she did not take the initiative to touch the corpse. What should we do now? Should we collect this corpse, or notify the military personnel of Telrila? Klein shook his head. There is no way to collect the corpse. The energy is too dangerous. Even if the military personnel of the Empire are notified, they will only destroy the corpse when they come here. A more likely scenario is that they found that Nathaniel's corpse can be combined with void energy to produce crystals, and then use Nathaniel as a renewable mineral source. Lilith was a little surprised by this statement. Is this possible? Renewable resources? Klein nodded. Yes. The price of this void energy crystal is not low. The quality of the crystals here is very pure, and the selling price can be doubled. It is a considerable resource. Eric rubbed his hands and grinned. Then we don't tell the military, and keep this place for ourselves to mine. Right? Eric's idea seemed feasible, but no one spoke up at this time, because the decision was still in Klein's hands. No. You collect the surrounding void energy crystals. I will deal with his body and let him rest in peace. No one opposed Klein's decision. Lilith and the others also walked away silently. Only Agatha stayed. You yourself said that this body can be used as a continuous resource. Why not keep it? Your development should also require resources. Right? Klein glanced at Agatha and began to gather arcane energy in his hands to help Nathaniel neutralize the void energy on the body. No reason. Although I'm not a good person. I don't like to make money from the dead. Besides, this little money is not enough to make me do something that even I hate. Although I don't know Nathaniel. I know that he has been fighting against monsters for the Empire in the West for nearly 20 years. This is his contribution to the entire human race. I can't make money from the dead. Although Klein said this with a smile, Agatha was stunned. As a member of the Skull and Bone Society, playing with the dead is really common. At this moment, Agatha really felt the gap between herself and Lilith. This is a silent difference. She smiled and said to Klein, hearing you say that, I feel dirty. Klein didn't say anything, but silently purified Nathaniel's body. After the void energy completely dissipated, Nathaniel's body also shattered into powder. His vitality had long been eroded by the void energy. Now it is neutralized by the arcane energy, and there is no way to maintain the original form. But after Nathaniel collapsed, a small black block fell from his body. Klein did not grab it directly with his hands, but wrapped the black block with arcane magic, held it in his hand, and observed it. Fingernail of the Spiral King. Great God. Effect, Source of Chaos. Introduction 1. The embodiment of the power of the void. One of the sources of all darkness. Introduction 2. It is just a fingernail. Don't think too much. Chapter 338. The next action target. Spiral King. According to the strength ranking of Flando's monsters, this is another divine beast. This is the second time he has encountered a divine item besides the Dust Dragon. So, this Sun Chaser Nathaniel was smashed like this by the fingernail of the Spiral King? I just don't know. Is it the fingernail or the footnail? After imagining the scene, Klein carefully put away the fingernail. This thing is very valuable. But if it is easy to synthesize, at least it should be equipped with some miracle-level materials. Now that all his resources have been used up, he is penniless and can't afford to synthesize materials, so he will keep it for now. After cleaning up Nathaniel's body, Klein turned and looked at Lilith. Almost. The goal of this time has basically been achieved. Retreat first, and then you will develop according to the original plan. Lilith was stunned. You? She heard the meaning in Klein's tone. What about you? Don't you still need to catch monsters? Klein smiled. After I got the death bird, my mobility and safety have been greatly improved. I don't need your help to capture monsters. You should practice well. This is the Western Territory. Although there are many monsters on the border, their strength is relatively stable. It's just right to use the battle with monsters to quickly improve strength and accumulate resources. Especially Joe and Eric. If I'm not here, they may let themselves go. You have to suppress them. I know. Although Lilith was a little reluctant. She didn't want to force Klein. Where are you going? You have to tell me. Right? I don't have a clear goal this time. I just want to stroll along the border, accumulate the things in the bottle, and re-understand the border situation of this country. This time, you don't have to consider my resources. My cultivation resources will be solved by myself. You just need to take care of your own affairs. Klein's tone was very calm. Lilith also understood that this was something he had determined, so she didn't say anything more. Don't worry. I will take good care of Joe and Eric. When do you plan to leave? Looking at Lilith, who was a little silent, Klein softened his heart again. I was originally planning to leave tomorrow, but I think this time can be postponed. Let's set it a month later. By the way, you helped me with a 4th level skeleton strengthening tonight. Lilith smiled when she heard Klein say that he would leave in a month. Okay. That night, Klein's 4th level skeleton strengthening was extremely difficult. After it was over, the two of them were also very affectionate before parting, which lasted until dawn. A month later, Klein, who had already accumulated a lot of magic beasts in the West, finally decided to part ways with Lilith and the others. Klein stood behind Dialogue and flew with Agatha along the border of Telrilla towards the north. Klein, even a summoner can't control so many magic beasts. Right? What do you catch so many magic beasts for? Just now, Agatha saw Klein pressing the head of a 4th level Earth Dragon. And then, the Earth Dragon disappeared in front of Klein. This was not the first time. She didn't understand why Klein was so obsessed with catching magic beasts. And every time he saw a rare species, he would be very happy. Didn't he see him eating? Klein would not really tell Agatha why she asked him to capture the monsters. Now, the only person who knows the true principle of the bottle is Lilith. I especially liked Pokemon when I was a child. So I have a paranoid love for collecting all kinds of monsters. Pokemon? Tree elves or wind elves? What is the relationship between elves and monsters? You don't understand. Agatha was a little speechless. If she didn't want to say it, then don't say it. What do you mean I don't understand? During this time, she has learned some of Klein's current situation. She also knows about Klein's arcane energy tied in Holzvog. So she was a little surprised. Since he was in the service period, why did Klein give up the stable environment of the West Territory? Isn't it better to stay in the West Territory? The West Territory should be a very stable environment, very suitable for cultivation. If Annabelle knew that he left the West Territory rashly, she would never let Klein go so easily. Why don't you practice well in the West Territory, but run around everywhere instead? What if Annabelle finds you? Klein smiled. For me, as long as there are enough resources, I can practice anywhere. The premise is resources, not environment. As for Annabelle, I left the West Territory just to avoid her. Klein's words made Agatha a little strange. Resources should only play a supporting role, right? Isn't meditation the key to improving magic power? And didn't this guy reach an agreement with Annabelle? Why did he offend her again? Okay, maybe your way of cultivation is a little different from mine. But I'm not a fool, so I can't care about your private affairs. This is already the territory of the North. Flying a little further east is the Sword and Hammer Academy, which is the place with the most professionals in the country. Half of the recruits from the Royal Academy went here to fight against the beast tied in the North. This area of the North is very chaotic, with mercenaries, individual players, and various organizations. The real controller of the city is Her Royal Highness the Second Princess, who is now in opposition to the Sword and Hammer Academy. I can only take you here. Next, I have to go back to Alleluia. Be careful. I'm leaving. Thank you for this time. Humph! Looking at Agatha flying into the sky, Klein didn't say anything more. Agatha had already wasted a lot of time because of him, and she couldn't delay him any longer. But during this time, Agatha also told him a lot of real information about the Skull and Bone Society and some of the North. These are all valuable intelligence resources, and Klein knows them. Next time you hit her, be gentle. Turning his head, Klein stared at the city below him. The city of Oot. He suddenly said to himself, it is our job as students of the Royal Academy to wipe out the Black Organization. Since the North is so chaotic and there are so many cults and various organizations, then let's start from this city. Dialogue. How much money do you think I can make here? I guess you can't make money, kid, because you will fall to death if you jump off my back. Dialogue spoke surprisingly like a human. This was not telepathic communication, but he was really speaking the human language, although Dialogue's tone was vicious. Klein was not angry at all, but felt very happy. Old crow, you are too vicious. Spiritual language potion. This is a potion formula that Lance gave Klein when he invited him to join the GS Society. Now he is already a 4th level necromancer, and it is not difficult to refine this potion. What surprised him is that the effect of this potion is unexpectedly good. It can actually make a magic beast like Dialogue, which is relatively intelligent, directly have the ability to talk to himself. Okay, go find something to eat by yourself. Don't let the masters here find you and catch you. I'll go down and take a look. I know. Just don't fall to death. I won't collect your body if you die. Klein smiled and jumped directly from the bird's back. In a corner of the city of Hut, the black fog condensed again. Klein lowered his hood and walked towards the street corner of the city of Hut. This is a somewhat noisy warrior city. It is called a warrior city. Not to say that there are no mages, but the proportion of mages is relatively small, because it is close to the Sword Hammer Academy. And the Sword Hammer Academy has the most members among the 3 academies. There are many professionals here, and people holding weapons are everywhere on the street. Klein found a professional tavern, ready to learn about the local customs and habits before deciding how to act. When he got here, he found that he was wearing a thick wizard robe, which not only failed to hide him, but also made him stand out in the crowd. He looked at the wanted posters on the wall of the tavern and found it very interesting. What's more interesting is that one of the bald men, with a scar on his head, was sitting under his wanted poster and drinking, completely ignoring the fact that he was wanted. Others seemed to be used to it, and some even discussed the amount on the wanted poster with the bald man. Ironhead, your reward has reached 12,000 telephones. What have you done recently? Chapter 339. Klein, with evil intentions. Klein stopped drinking and took a look at the bounty on the bald man. Ironhead old. The bounty is indeed 12,000 telephones. Huh? This man's head is slightly larger than half a bottle of ethereal potion? Old seemed to be dissatisfied with his bounty, and said in a nagging tone, I killed a few monsters at the border a while ago, and was seen by a few soldiers. They wanted to rob them, but they were unwilling to pay. So I had to kill them all, so I raised my bounty. But it seems that they are just ordinary soldiers. So I only raised it by 2,000, which is not very meaningful, Old said arrogantly, and his tone seemed to completely ignore the army of the northern border. After hearing what he said, these fearless drinkers and mercenaries also shouted, Awesome. Tai-Tu brother. Older is a formal professional after all. How can he be the same as us? Klein finally understood at this time that this guy named Tai-Tu Older must have deliberately sat under his wanted poster to pretend to be cool. And his tricks of pretending to be cool were very skillful. The situation here in the north is a bit special. It seems that I don't need to disguise myself. And my style of doing things should also be slightly changed. Klein put down his hood. People like him dressed as mages are extremely rare in the tavern. And generally speaking, mages don't drink. So Klein only drank some juice here. Klein, such an alternative, will naturally attract the attention of some other people. But he doesn't care too much. He picked up the juice and slowly walked to Tai-Tu Older's table, sat down, and greeted, Hello, Mr. Tai-Tu Older. Although Old looks arrogant, he is not stupid. Otherwise, he would not have survived for so long. He just showed off and said that he killed several soldiers. This mage dared to approach him. He must have something to rely on. Such a person should not be offended. Maybe he is a big boss. In the north, you can brag and no one will say anything. But only idiots will do it if you really cause trouble. What's the matter? Sir, I will tell you everything I know. Old's tone was a little timid, and his cautious attitude made Klein laugh and cry. Nothing. I heard that there are many powerful organizations in the north. So I want to see. Where is the branch of the Eye of Grilla? I thought it was something. It's a small matter. The branch of the Eye of Grilla is next to the office building in the city center. You will see it when you get there. Next to the office building in the city center again? Soda's was like this before. So, the Eye of Grilla in Soda's might be real. But this organization always builds its base near the city center. Isn't it a bit too showy? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Old. You're welcome. If you have anything, you can come to me again. I will tell you everything I know. Klein smiled awkwardly, and gave up the idea of exchanging Old's head for money. People are kind enough to show you the way, and their heads are only worth half a bottle of ethereal potion. It's a bit inappropriate for you to twist their heads off. Seeing Klein leave, Old returned to his seat and drank several sips of wine without saying a word. Not only that, his legs were shaking at this time, but he hid under the table so that others couldn't see. The reason for the trembling calf was very simple. Because Klein just revealed a hint of murderous intent. Really just a hint. And Old peed. Ironhead, why are you so polite all of a sudden? Yeah, that person is obviously not from the north. His accent is different. And there is no wanted order. So why are you panicking? Old glanced at these people, drinking quietly without talking. No wanted order, no name, does not mean that this person is weak. In addition to sensing Klein's murderous intention, he has a strange object that can sense the strength of the other party, which is the capital that allows him to survive until now. Just now, his strange object actually cracked in front of Klein. So you can imagine how powerful the other party is. A bunch of idiots. Do you really think I am the kind of person with strong limbs and simple brains? How can you? A bunch of salted fish. Understand the wisdom of Old. Old finished the wine in his hand and left the tavern without looking back. Klein followed the direction that Old had indicated before and came to the Eye of Grilla base next to the city center. Grilla's Eye is a big organization, so it should have saved a lot of money. When Klein arrived here, he was even more surprised. The local leader of the Grillas Eye actually set up a stage next to the office building in the city center to give a speech. They openly promoted their organizational philosophy here, and passers-by listened with great interest. Just like listening to a book. Grila's Eye is an organization that advocates equality. Although we cannot make everyone equal now, we are working hard for this goal. We protect the beliefs of our members. No matter what organization you belong to. As long as you are willing to join our Grila's Eye, we will sincerely welcome you. Our purpose is to prevent humans from being bullied by monsters. To prevent homes from being oppressed by nobles. To resist the illegitimate profits of the imperial nobles. And to resist the oppression of illegitimate armed organizations. And to contribute to the peace of mankind. Believe in our Eye of Grilla. And we are looking forward to your joining us. This person has a lot of ideas. And Klein was a little shocked. It seems that the leader of the Eye of Grilla has given speeches here more than once or twice. He is too skilled. And he just watched a few people in security uniforms just walk by and ignore the speech. This city is too showy. Right? This is simply a paradise for developing local organizations. Klein sighed slightly. Just then, the leader of the Eye of Grilla had finished his speech. And he said loudly, "Next. It's time for the lucky audience we look forward to every day. Anyone who gets my bracelet can become an honorary member of the Eye of Grilla and get a beautiful gift as long as they join our Eye of Grilla." The man was halfway through his words when someone in the audience started to urge him. "Hurry up. You keep talking nonsense all day long. I've been waiting here for a long time. Are you going to give it to me or not? Give it to me. Don't be impatient." The man turned around, took off his 3 bracelets, and threw them behind him with his eyes closed. The people present immediately started to scramble for them. This strange and blatant way of pulling people shocked Klein again. His original development plan was to keep all his magic power to synthesize arcane energy crystals to supplement arcane crystals. Then, he would find a stronghold similar to a cult organization, conduct reasonable looting, and accumulate resources. The Fire Blade Cult, the Eye of Grilla, the Skull and Bone Society, and various gangs were all within his target range. However, when he saw the situation of the Eye of Grilla at this time, and the local relaxed policy towards cult organizations, Klein suddenly had a bolder idea. In front of Klein, a warrior professional knocked aside the others around him, snatched the bracelet, and then rushed to the stage. Klein followed this person silently, watching him clear the way in front. Anyone who approached Klein would be separated by invisible arcane energy. The Grilla leader on the stage had already awarded gifts to the 2 people who got the bracelets in front. This was an equivalent exchange voucher for the local store of the Eye of Grilla, which could be exchanged for supplies. This kind of membership reward was quite substantial. The warrior in front of Klein had already rushed to the podium, and the leader of Grilla said to the others, "Great. It seems that our last lucky member has appeared." The warrior was about to hand the bracelet to the leader of Grilla, and the people of Grilla also wanted to give him the prize. The warrior suddenly felt as if something was wrapped around his ankle. When he wanted to turn around and resist, the bone hand holding his ankle had already pulled him down to the stage. The second-level warrior had no power to resist at all, and was pulled down just like that. The people of Grilla's Eye wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Klein, wearing a wizard robe, slowly walked to the stage, picked up the bracelet that had just fallen on the podium, handed it to the speaker of Grilla's Eye, and said with a smile, "The man just slipped. It seems that the 3rd lucky audience member has become me." "Slip? That person was obviously dragged down by you." "Okay, you are too perfunctory in your words, aren't you?" The leader of the Eye of Grilla was a little embarrassed. He always accepted people who came, but he was a little hesitant when he looked at Klein. Klein obviously came with some ulterior motives. Could he, a small sect, keep such a person stable? Although he was very worried, his excellent professional qualities still made him smile and say, "Haha. It's okay. It's okay. If you are willing to join our Eye of Grilla, we are brothers. From now on, you will be my Baizini." Baizini? Klein was stunned. This person is very famous. There are often news about him in the newspapers. He is known as the 4th leader of the Eye of Grilla. He claims responsibility for certain events all day long. In fact, many violent incidents were clearly committed by the Skull and Bone Society and the Fire Blade Cult. But he always took the blame. I didn't expect him to stand on the street and give a speech so brazenly. He is amazing. My name is Kane, and I am also looking forward to joining the Eye of Grilla. Bai Chi and I glanced at Klein again. He knew that this smiling young man had a problem, but he was in a difficult situation now. In the city of Hut, the Eye of Grilla has always been open to recruiting people. This is their default rule, so it is unlikely to reject Klein. because no one usually talks about the Eye of Grilla. So they have never encountered such a situation where a master joined. Bai Chi and I could only say dryly, Kane. Right? Just look forward to it. Chapter 340. If you want to do something bad, you can't get enough people together. After the speech, one of the people who grabbed the gift exchanged the prize and left the Eye of Grilla on the spot. It was so real. The only ones who really stayed were Klein and another first-level professional. The two of them followed Baizini to the base of the Eye of Grilla next to the city center. The boss is back. Boss! The members of the base still respected Baizini very much. Although Baizini was not very strong. He was really good at speaking. And he was also very good at treating his brothers. So he accumulated a lot of confidence. Everyone, get busy. I'll take the new members to understand the situation. Some members were a little confused. Baizini would give speeches every day to recruit people. But weren't they usually the ones who took the initiative to explain the situation to new members? Let's not talk about the ideal country. Is the boss going to take the initiative? These members began to think. Is it because they haven't recruited enough people recently, and their performance has not met the standards? Baizini used the excuse to send another person away, and took Klein to his office alone. After organizing his words a little, he began to speak earnestly. Brother Kane, our organization is having some difficulties in development now. We are surrounded by enemies. Our members are not strong enough. And we have great deficiencies in financial and human resources. The Warhammer Gang, the Silver Flower Sisterhood, the Flying Snake Mercenary Group, and the Skull Brotherhood. That's right. These forces are hostile to us. Especially the Skull Brotherhood on the edge of the city. Their power is expanding rapidly. And they have a large number of necromancers to support them. And they have robbed a lot of our territory, as well as the iron or income in the north. In the past 2 years, they have been pressing us step by step, making us almost breathless. These are the real situations of our organization. I am telling you from the bottom of my heart. You can see that we have no money and no people now. We just tell stories and introduce new people every day. We really have no manpower to do something bad. No one believes us when we say we are a cult. Don't mention how miserable it is, brother. I tell you the truth. If you have any ideas about our Eye of Grilla, there is really no need. We really have nothing to gain. Don't think of taking our Eye of Grilla. This is the only piece of land we have left. If you are new here and need money, I still have 500 thalers here. Don't think it's too little. I really can't give you more. The seedlings can't accommodate a great god like you. Let's part ways in peace. Okay? Baizini's emotional, logical, and practical words confused Klein. He looked at the 500 thalers on the table and couldn't wrap his mind around it. Klein was actually a little confused for a moment. It is unclear whether Baizini is smart or stupid. If he is stupid, he can see that his strength is not simple at a glance, and he can directly judge that he is plotting something bad. But if he is smart, why is this person so stupid instead of developing the strength of the club? He always does these fancy things. What's the use? Klein silently packed up the 500 thalers. Nonsense. No matter how small the sparrow is, it is still meat. How can he refuse it if someone gives money? However, after receiving the money, he did not leave, but chatted with Baizini. Lord Baizini, I feel a little embarrassed for what you said. Since I have joined the Eye of Grilla and received your money, I have to do something for the Eye of Grilla. So, you list all the hostile forces of the Eye of Grilla in the city of Hut, and tell me their approximate locations. Baizini was panicked when he heard Klein's casual tone, and hurriedly said, What are you going to do? Don't. Brother Kane, our Eye of Grilla really can't stand the tossing now. If you offend others now, won't you force us into a dead end? Please be a human being. Offend? I won't offend them. Don't worry. Others didn't know what happened between Klein and Baizini in the office. But half an hour later, Klein walked out of the office first and walked straight outside. And Baizini looked at Klein, who was leaving with a complicated look in his eyes. His steps were weak, and his face was pale. Some members looked at Baizini's appearance, and thought about how the two had been in the room for so long, and suddenly had a terrible thought in their hearts. The boss was in such a state. Could he be deceived by that person just now, in order to attract new members? The boss actually went to such lengths? A member was shocked and said with a choked voice, Boss, it's all our fault that we are useless, and let you be humiliated. Baizini was still thinking about what Klein had said to him just now. But now he heard the tone of this member, and suddenly felt a little strange. Humiliated? What humiliated me? I did this for the Eye of Grilla. After a while of whispering, the others also said with a choked voice, Boss, I know you are doing this for the Eye of Grilla. We will definitely work harder to help you recruit people in the future, and ensure that we complete the task target of recruiting 3 people in a month. Bazzini had a strange look on his face. But he didn't go into what these members were thinking. His mind was always reverberating with Klein's words before he left. Do you want to make the Eye of Grilla the strongest organization in the city of Hute? If you do, then prepare to take over the territory of other gangs. Remember, be ready now. You only have one chance. Bazzini didn't believe Klein's words from the bottom of his heart. You are a new kid. And you suddenly boasted to me so much. Normal people wouldn't believe it. But then Klein seemed to guess that Bazzini didn't believe it. So he did another thing. He used the supreme arcane energy to pinch Bazzini's glass cup into an arcane glass ball, which also contained strong magic energy. This amazing method made Bazzini a little stunned. And he also realized that Klein might not be an ordinary big boss. Smart people will seize opportunities. I think Lord Bazzini is a smart person. Bazzini didn't believe it at first. Or didn't want to believe it. He thought it was good to be a high-level salted fish of the Eye of Grilla. But when he looked at the magic glass ball that Klein had rubbed out in front of him, the bluish-white magic light seemed to ignite some desire in his heart. He inexplicably aroused something called ambition. What if what Klein said was true? What if, thinking about it, he said to his subordinates beside him, let the brothers gather. Boss, we just paraded in the street yesterday. And we are gathering again today? Are we having a dinner? Get out of the way. Take your own stuff. And prepare for battle. Several subordinates looked at each other. Did the boss get angry? Is he unwilling to give up and want to seek revenge on that person? Boss, calm down. If you are in a bad mood, we will take you to the club to wash your feet. At most, I will buy you a credit. It is better to resolve the grudge than to make it. Let's not make trouble now. But this time, these people obviously underestimated Bazzini's determination. He drew out his sword and cut off the handrail on the second floor. He raised the sword high. MD. Why are you so cowardly? Is it still a cult? Today is the day when our Grilla Iwat City branch rises. Brothers, if you want to take off, follow me. We are a cult. When did it start? Why don't I know? One person said. Boss today? A member hesitated to speak. I think he may have suffered a double trauma in his mind and body, which led to mental disorder. That makes sense. Then what should we do? The boss is like this. He is usually very kind to us. Let's accompany him. Let's go together. Let's go together. Klein took the hand-drawn map drawn by Bazzini and walked on the streets of Hut City. This hand-drawn map by Bazzini is too bad. Even elementary school students are better than him. Looking at the sign of Flying Snake Mercenaries in front of him, Klein felt that he should have found the right place. Flying Snake Mercenaries are called mercenaries, but in fact, they have always been oppressing local merchants, robbing wild merchants, and trafficking women. They are a real underworld organization, especially in trafficking women. They have a deep cooperation with the Silver Flower Sisters, and taking human lives is considered light. When they see a beautiful woman, they often plot to destroy her family, and then force the woman they like to join the Silver Flower Sisterhood. Among them, those with good qualifications, beautiful and smart, will be absorbed by the Silver Flower Sisterhood and become formal members, while those who are stubborn and have average qualifications usually have a bad ending. Robbing such an organization, Klein really has no psychological burden at all, and even feels like robbing the rich to help the poor, and acting on behalf of heaven. The poor in helping the poor refers to himself, because he is really poor now. The North is really the most chaotic place in this country. It's a good place. Klein walked into the hall of the Flying Snake Mercenary Association and was immediately greeted by a receptionist. Looking at your attire, you must be a wizard, right? Are you going to check in something or entrust someone to escort you? This is my first time to do something like smashing things up. How can I pretend to be very experienced? What do you mean? Klein pulled off his wizard robe. This kind of loose clothing is not very suitable for close combat, he said loudly. From today on, this street will be covered by our Eye of Grilla. Those who surrender now can save their lives. But there will be no such preferential treatment later. Some mercenaries of the Flying Snake Mercenary Group have stopped and looked at Klein, who has taken off his hood, in surprise. Is this man a psychopath?